Fu Jin gazed at his arms, which bore a striking resemblance to those of a child, and furrowed his brow slightly today. A month ago, upon his arrival in this world, his body had shrunk to the stature of a child under 6 years old. He could feel the chakra within him dissipating, leaving only a small fraction, transformed into a peculiar energy he had never encountered before. This energy was neither senjutsu chakra nor pure natural energy. It was an exceedingly strange force. Compared to chakra, it was different yet equally remarkable. Chakra was drawn from one's own cells, and even in the face of death, one could extract life, energy essentially, one's lifespan. Conversely, this bizarre energy could not be summoned from life energy in dire circumstances. Of course, he could still utilize his ninjutsu through this peculiar energy, and it seemed to require significantly less consumption. This phenomenon had begun upon his arrival in this world. He had heard villagers speak of a profession known as soul masters, and he surmised that this strange energy was the very essence wielded by them. He had also dispatched several clones, employing transformation techniques to gather intelligence from other villages and even towns. This was his instinct as a ninja. Fu Jin. A voice echoed from the mountainside, capturing Fu Jin's attention. He stood up with a cold expression and turned toward the source of the voice, a rather adorable child. He noticed that in this world, anyone who piqued his interest bore a rather pleasant appearance. Even the child's father, though disheveled in attire and hair, possessed a remarkably rugged visage that, with a bit of grooming, could easily elicit gasps from many women. The charming little boy approached Fu Jin with a smile. "It's time to eat." The boy, named Tang San, spoke with curiosity, intrigued by the precocious child his father had brought home. He had considered the possibility that this handsome, mature child, much like himself, hailed from another world, though he had refrained from inquiring about Fu Jin's origins. Fu Jin nodded and followed Tang San back to the village. He spoke little, aware of the adage that excessive words lead to lost out of course. This was also partly due to his limited grasp of the language of this world. In a realm so unfamiliar, it was prudent for him to remain reticent, even if he was but a child. Thus, he had chosen to send out clones to gather information while he assumed the role of an innocent child, blissfully unaware. In no time, Fu Jin and Tang San returned to the village, specifically to the only blacksmith shop within it. Upon their return, they found only a small portion of rice porridge left in the pot. However, they paid it no mind and served themselves 2 bowls, beginning to eat. Fu Jin maintained silence, while Tang San also refrained from conversation. Neither was an ordinary child, and thus, neither suffered from the pangs of loneliness. Bang! The door of the blacksmith shop swung open, and an elderly man with grizzled hair hunched his way inside. "Little San and Fu Jin are here." The old man, known as Elder Jack, greeted them with a warm smile. His gaze towards Tang San imbued with gentleness and a hint of envy, before shifting to Fu Jin, where only warmth lingered. Elder Jack had watched Tang San grow up, knowing him to be exceptionally sensible from a young age. He often envied the drunken Tang Hao for having such a good child. As for Fu Jin, he was the child that the drunken Tang Hao had rescued a month prior. Despite his perpetually cold demeanor, Elder Jack found him endearing due to his cuteness. "Why are you eating porridge again? And so little?" The moment Elder Jack saw what they were consuming, his previously gentle smile vanished in an instant. He strode towards the inner room, knowing that Tang Hao was likely within, as the drunken man typically lingered around the tavern and the blacksmith shop. "Tang Hao! Tang Hao!" Elder Jack called out, his voice resonating loudly, effectively summoning Tang Hao soon. A disheveled man emerged from the inner room, his beard unkempt, hair tousled, and his eyes marred by suspicious yellow substances, likely remnants of tears hastily wiped away by his filthy hand after waking up. Fu Jin understood that this formidable man had just wept silently like a child in the inner room, that he was uncertain why such a powerful figure would shed tears, but he speculated it might be connected to Tang San's mother. In the span of a month, he had gathered enough observations about this strong man. As a ninja, gathering intelligence was an essential skill. Though he had engaged in little of that since becoming a shadow, the foundational abilities had not waned. "What's the matter?" Tang Hao mumbled, still bleary-eyed. His steps appeared slow and chaotic, yet were Imbued with strength, each stride was deliberate and consistent, a hallmark of a powerful individual. If not for his efforts to conceal it, an observant person would notice instantly. In 3 days, the soul master from the spirit hall will come to awaken their martial soul. I believe both Little San and Fu Jin are of age to participate in the awakening ceremony. Elder Jack had grown accustomed to Tang Hao's languid, drunken demeanor and spoke with resigned exasperation. Then let them participate. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San and Fu Jin, pausing briefly when his gaze fell upon Fu Jin. This child he had picked up was peculiar. He possessed soul power within him, and not a meager amount at that. Despite not having awakened a martial soul, he already exhibited soul power. Such an occurrence was unprecedented in the continent. Having come from the Haotian sect, he found no records of such a phenomenon in the sect's library. He pondered why he had chosen to rescue this beautiful child from the roadside. After all, he had not consumed much alcohol that day. Ate tea that moment. Fu Jin distinctly sensed a surge of profound killing intent and anger in Tang Hao's eyes upon hearing Elder Jack mention the Spirit Hall. Fu Jin understood the significance of the Spirit Hall. It was a soul master organization rivaling the two great empires, the Tian Dou Empire and the Douluo Empire. According to legend, the Spirit Hall's inherited martial soul, the six-winged angel, was said to be descended from deities. Grandpa Jack, what is the awakening ceremony? Tang Sin inquired with curiosity, having practiced the Xiantian Gong and never ventured beyond the village, where no soul masters resided. Thus, he was entirely oblivious to martial souls and soul masters. Elder Jack proceeded to explain to Tang San with utmost seriousness what a martial soul was, what a soul master entailed, and subsequently elucidated the levels of soul masters. Fu Jin was already well-versed in this foundational knowledge. Over the past month, his efficiency had been remarkable. The chakra required for the shadow clone and transformation techniques was minimal, and given his origins. Thus, although his chakra had transformed into soul power, it was sufficient to sustain his clones for an extended period, and he possessed more than just the ordinary shadow clone technique. As time elapsed, the sun gradually descended. After boasting about the origins of Holy Spirit Village, Old Village Chief Jack finally noticed the encroaching twilight. He cleared his throat twice, exchanged pleasantries, and left with a contented heart. After all, the only one in the entire village who could quietly endure Chief Jack's rambling was Tang San. Even Fu Jiang, halfway through, began to lose focus. As for Tang Hao, he had already turned and retreated to the inner room to continue his rest. Once Chief Jack departed, Fu Jiang glanced at Tang San and then began to wash the dishes. He was not the type to shirk from labor. In his youth, he had to gather ingredients himself. As the offspring of the Uchiha and Senju clans, his reputation within the ninja world was less than favorable. Fu Jiang, what kind of martial soul do you think you will awaken? Tang San inquired, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Though he had been granted a second chance at life, the mention of martial souls and soul masters still stirred within him a sense of exhilaration. He had thought that he could only rely on the slowly progressing Xiantian skill to elevate the Tang sect. But he was surprised to learn of the existence of martial souls. I do not know, Fu Jiang replied earnestly, his expression showing no sign of disturbance. A sidelong glance at Tang San, paired with the tear mole at the corner of his eye, lent him an air of captivating charm. The reincarnated Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom why a mere child would evoke such feelings within him. His mind began to wander, contemplating his father's intentions in adopting Fu Jiang. Just as Tang San's thoughts spiraled, Fu Jiang had already completed washing the dishes and turned to leave. He made his way toward the back mountain, which had become the territory of Fu Jiang and Tang San. Each morning, Tang San practiced the purple extreme magic eye there, while Fu Jiang had undertaken numerous endeavors over the past month on that very mountain. For instance, before understanding soul power, he sought to reclaim his waning chakra with all his might, and he also sent clones to gather intelligence about this continent and learn its language. Upon reaching the familiar massive stone in the back mountain, he sat cross-legged atop it, beginning the refinement of his chakra, allowing it to be transformed into soul power by an unseen force. This method may have seemed somewhat foolish, yet it proved to be far more efficient than the mediocre meditation techniques that were so commonly employed. As he refined his chakra, he pondered Tang Hao's behavior from earlier that day. The glimmer of murderous intent and anger in Tang Hao's eyes upon hearing about the spirit hall, though well concealed, had not escaped Fu Jiang's notice. It seemed that Tang Hao, this formidable tree, could not be relied upon indefinitely. He must prepare a contingency plan. Spirit transformation technique. He began to weave hand signs with a grace akin to butterflies flitting among flowers, and soon an imperceptible ethereal entity emerged from Fu Jiang's small frame. Fu Jin cast a glance at his own form, slightly furrowing his brow. Just a moment ago, he had executed 7 seals. Yet it took him over 2 seconds, a stark contrast to his previous speed of 6 seals in a single second. This disparity must stem from the limitations of his youthful physique. His fingers lacked the necessary length. Shifting his gaze away from his body, he began to survey the back mountain, a daily ritual for him, as he needed to ascertain that no one was present. In merely 5 minutes, Fu Jin's spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and his ethereal form returned to his body. However, this brief span of time was sufficient for him to conduct his reconnaissance. Once he confirmed the absence of others, he commenced receiving memories and information relayed by his shadow clone, which also returned with residual spiritual energy. The Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City was undoubtedly one of the most resplendent edifices, surpassing even the opulence of the city lord's mansion. It was unfathomable how the Tian Dou Empire could tolerate such a presence. If any organization were to establish roots within his village, regardless of its nature, he would not permit it to remain. This was not a matter of magnanimity, but rather a necessity for the shadows. Next, there was to be a soul awakening ceremony in the Holy Soul Village, conducted by a 26th level soul master named Su Yuntao, whose martial spirit was the beast spirit, Lone Wolf. A clone, tasked with menial duties at the Spirit Hall, conveyed this information. He had refrained from direct interaction with the formidable soul masters, opting instead to perform menial tasks while discreetly gathering intelligence under the guise of his role. Alongside this, he received basic information about Su Yuntao, as his position allowed him only to glean fundamental details and various gossip. Subsequently, he sifted through a plethora of information pertaining to soul masters, soul rings, and soul beasts, discarding the superfluous and retaining only the pertinent details. The classifications of soul rings included white 10-year rings, yellow 100-year rings, purple 1,000-year rings, black 10,000-year rings, and the legendary red 100,000-year rings. Upon organizing all useful information, Fu Jin's spiritual energy had fully replenished, and the formidable constitution of the Qianshou clan seemed to facilitate an astonishing recovery rate. With an incantation, Cho Su Chenzi, Su Hai Yin, the technique of shadow cloning was invoked. In a swirl of mist, 3 manifestations of Fu Jin appeared before him, utilizing transformation techniques. The 3 embodiments morphed into a composed middle-aged man, a handsome young man, and a bald man with a scar. Without uttering further words, the transformed Fu Jin swiftly navigated the rooftops, leaping between the trees as they dashed toward Nodding City. Once all was accomplished, Fu Jin rose, gazing upward at the now completely darkened sky before returning to the blacksmith shop. Upon his return, Tang Hao remained unfazed. He had grown accustomed to Fu Jin's peculiar behaviors over the past month. He continued to drink the most inferior ale, relishing the numbing effect of the alcohol on his mind. For only thus could he momentarily escape his anguish. Meanwhile, Tang San persisted in his task at hand. He was learning the art of blacksmithing. Having begun this endeavor quite some time ago, and Fu Jin had previously observed Tang Hao at work, one could say that he has exerted his own strength to the utmost, leaving no trace of power wasted, a realm unattainable by an ordinary blacksmith. Initially, Tang San's movements were quite clumsy, yet it must be acknowledged that he is a prodigy, learning with remarkable speed. In just a few days, he had already mastered the basics, although Tang Hao deliberately avoided teaching him certain skills. However, Fu Jin showed no inclination to learn these techniques, as he believed that employing a blacksmith to forge them would suffice. As for finances, his deputy minister had risen from humble beginnings to control the economic lifeblood of a nation, acquiring considerable knowledge in the process. Time flew swiftly, and before long, 3 days had passed. On the morning of the 3rd day, when Fu Jin opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was Tang San's charming face. Tang San had already completed his routine training on the back mountain and, upon returning home, prepared breakfast. He did not continue to forge the raw iron that Tang Hao had given him, as both Fu Jin and Tang Hao were still asleep. Get up, dress, and wash up. Little San. Fu Jin, grandfather has come to pick you up. Old Jack, the village chief, had arrived early at the blacksmith shop. Upon entering, he saw Fujin and Tang Sen ready, along with Tang Hao, who was heartily consuming porridge. The sight of Tang Hao caused Old Jack's expression to sour instantly. He could not fathom how this drunken man could possibly have such a well-behaved and obedient child as Tang San. Go on, don't delay lunch preparations, Tang Hao said coolly, then set down his bowl and turned to begin his work for the day, forging a new sickle for a neighboring farmer. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Old Jack's beard bristled with anger. In his eyes, Tang Hao was unworthy of the title of father. Fuming, Old Jack led Fujin and Tang Sen away from the blacksmith shop to the Soul Hall located in the center of the village. This Soul Hall could only be regarded as a slightly larger wooden house. Given that everyone possessed a martial soul, children underwent martial soul awakening every year, and thus, in every corner of the continent, even in small villages, one would find a soul hall. Naturally, such modest soul halls were not manned and went unrecorded. This year, 9 children from Holy Soul Village reached the age for martial soul awakening, and under Old Jack's guidance, Fujin and Tang San were the last to arrive. The village children formed small groups, yet these groups conspicuously excluded Tang, San, and Fujin. Initially, it was only Tang San who was ostracized, but subsequently, Fujin's cold demeanor left the other children feeling humiliated. Having lived 2 lives, Tang San had no interest in playing house with these children, and Fujin, in his view, considered conversing with them a waste of precious time. Within the Soul Hall, there stood a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, with an appealing visage. Clad in a white uniform adorned with patterns, a black cloak billowing behind him. At the center of his chest, he bore a badge engraved with the character for Soul, a standard attire for personnel within the Soul Hall. His name was Su Yuntao, age 26. The 26th level Great Spirit Master, with the beast spirit of a lone wolf. Remains unmarried to this day, rumored to be pursuing another attendant, Cici, within the Spirit Hall. This basic information flashed through Fu Zhang's mind. Greetings, esteemed Battle Soul Master. I must trouble you this time. Old Village Chief Jack respectfully bowed to Su Yuntao. In this land, Spirit Masters are regarded as the noblest of professions. I have little time. Let us commence immediately, Su Yuntao proclaimed with pride, offering a slight bow as a gesture of the most basic respect to the elder. Old Village Chief Jack. Upon hearing this, Old Village Chief Jack swiftly turned to the 9 children, reminding them of various matters. Ultimately, it was Su Yuntao's impatient wave that urged Old Village Chief Jack to begin quickly, as he still had to travel to the next village for another spirit awakening ceremony. After introducing himself, Su Yuntao produced 6 obsidian spheres and a blue crystal ball. The 6 dark stones were arranged in a hexagon, signaling for the first child to stand within. Su Yuntao's demeanor was amiable, perhaps even endearing. It was possible that among these children, a gifted spirit master might emerge. After all, a smile costs nothing, and he was not one to withhold his warmth. Among the first 7 children, none possessed spirit power and were associated with mundane weapons such as sickles and blue silver grass. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompting, he stepped directly into the center of the 6 black stones. As Su Yuntao infused his spirit power, a golden light began to shimmer. In the gaze filled with anticipation from Su Yuntao, a blue glow appeared in Tang San's right hand. The moment Su Yuntao saw that blue light, disappointment washed over him. Another useless spirit. It's your turn, lovely little one, he remarked with resignation, then shifted his attention to Fu Jiang. Uncle, you have yet to test my spirit power, Tang Sen interjected, noticing Su Yuntao's focus had moved to Fu Jiang. Initially reluctant to test again, given that blue silver grass was deemed a worthless spirit, Su Yuntao ultimately acquiesced to Tang San's insistence and Fu Jiang's encouragement. To his astonishment, as the test was conducted, Su Yuntao exclaimed, "Heavens! It's actually innate full spirit power." The incredulity was evident on his face, the words unbelievable etched across his expression. He then began to explain the concept of innate full spirit power, exhaling as he stated, "It's your turn, lovely little one." A tinge of jealousy flickered as he glanced at Tang San, but the thought of Tang San's worthless blue-silver grass mitigated his envy. Turning his gaze to Fu Jiang, he felt a fervent interest. This beautiful child bore no resemblance to an ordinary commoner. An ordinary commoner would not possess such striking features. leading Su Yuntao to surmise that Fu Jiang might be a noble child lost to the world. As Fu Jiang stepped forward, a warm sensation enveloped him. This warmth flowed gradually, ultimately reaching his eyes. Fu Jiang's pure black pupils turned crimson, three tomos swirling within, exuding a terrifying aura. The fierce energy caused Su Yuntao's body to stiffen in response. Even if Su Yuntao's theoretical lessons were terribly lacking, he could still sense the terrifying nature of those eyes. His legs felt weak beneath him. Fu Jiang promptly shut his Sharingan, managing to control his killing intent effectively. However, the moment he activated his Sharingan, a trace of murderous aura inevitably escaped. Fu Jiang had taken many lives in the ninja world, and his killing intent was formidable. Come, test your soul power. After regaining his composure, Su Yuntao swiftly picked up the crystal ball and presented it to Fu Jiang, gazing at him as if he were offering a precious treasure. Placing his hand on the crystal ball, it triggered a phenomenon identical to what Tang San had earlier manifested, innate full soul power. Su Yuntao's eyes widened in disbelief, almost bursting from their sockets. Once again, innate full soul power. Good heavens! This village, he stammered, overwhelmed with astonishment. Child, what is your name? Su Yuntao crouched before Fu Jiang, locking eyes with him, his voice filled with eagerness. Watching Su Yuntao's fervor, Tang San felt a twinge of resentment. After all, he too possessed innate full soul power, yet Su Yuntao did not exhibit such enthusiasm towards him. However, he refrained from childish jealousy, quietly observing while suppressing the unusual stirrings in his left hand, sensing that he had another martial soul. Fu Jiang replied coolly, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Would you be willing to join the Spirit Hall? The Spirit Hall offers the finest education, abundant resources, and the most formidable instructors. With your talent, you could even be taken under the wing of a titled Douluo in the Spirit City. Su Yuntao began to extol the virtues of joining the Spirit Hall, already envisioning a glorious future for himself as he guided this exceptionally gifted child into its ranks. Listening to Su Yuntao's discourse, Fu Jiang started to gather useful information. To be honest, he felt a flicker of temptation to join the Spirit Hall, but the memory of Tang Hao, who bore animosity towards the hall, made him feel it was unwise to align himself with them, at least not directly. I refuse, Fu Jiang declared. All right, I shall take you to the Spirit Hall. Wait, what did you say? Su Yuntao halted abruptly, his expression turning incredulous as he stared at Fu Jiang. I said, I refuse, he reiterated, his expression impassive, his voice chilling. As Su Yuntao departed, he began to speculate about Fu Jiang's origins, contemplating whether he might be a scion of a prominent family on an outing or perhaps lost. Ultimately, Su Yuntao resolved to report the matter truthfully, as it promised him only advantages, no drawbacks. Old Village Chief Jack was equally exhilarated, especially upon learning that both Tang San and Fu Jiang possessed innate, full soul power, nearly fainting from the excitement. However, he soon faced the dilemma that the village could not afford the tuition for a child at the Soul Master Academy. Although there was a quota for a work-study student, Fu Jiang and Tang San made two. Despite Tang San's useless martial soul, blue silver grass, Old Village Chief Jack was reluctant to abandon this obedient and sensible child. Regarding Fu Jiang, although he has only been here for a month, the kind-hearted old man, Village Chief Jack, would not stand idly by while a gifted child squandered his potential. Upon learning that Fu Jiang had declined the invitation from the Spirit Hall, Village Chief Jack was utterly aghast. It was only through Tang San's support that he was taken to seek the village physician. When old Jack regained consciousness, he let out a resigned sigh and departed the village alone, seemingly intent on discussing the matter of student quotas with other village leaders. In the blacksmith shop, Tang Hao observed his son. Upon hearing that Tang San possessed two martial spirits, he was momentarily taken aback and subsequently made a solemn pact with Tang San, urging him to refrain from utilizing that hammer martial spirit. Father, who exactly is Fu Jiang? His martial spirit is incredibly powerful. When his eyes appeared, I felt an unsettling chill in the air, Tang San remarked, gazing at his father as if seeing him for the first time. At that moment, Tang San also noticed the peculiarities in his father's demeanor, particularly regarding his earlier commentary. I don't know, I just found him by the roadside. The eyes you mentioned should belong to his true martial spirit. Assuming he possesses innate, full soul power, Tang Hao began to explain but trailed off, realizing he might have divulged too much. Meanwhile, behind the mountain of Holy Spirit Village, Fu Jiang had devised a comprehensive plan. The Spirit Hall is the most formidable force on the continent. How could he remain unresponsive to such a colossal entity? He must plant a seed of influence within. Moreover, he had heard that the current pope does not possess the six-winged angel martial spirit, but is merely a disciple of the previous pope. Perhaps he could join the Spirit Hall, leveraging his innate talent and certain strategies to potentially ascend to the role of pope himself. He had undertaken such endeavors before, and with success. Utilizing wood release and the wood clone technique, Jiang clasped his hands together, summoning a piece of wood that ultimately transformed into a replica of himself. Observing this near-exact wooden doppelganger, Jiang furrowed his brow, uncertain whether this clone could deceive the world's most formidable powerhouses. His previous wooden clone had even evaded detection from the Rinnegan. The distinction between a wooden clone and a shadow clone lies in the latter's disappearance, leaving no trace behind, whereas the wooden clone retains a humanoid form. Therefore, he employed shadow clones during reconnaissance. The wooden clone's remarkable realism renders it nearly impossible to discern as a mere imitation, and it can exist indefinitely, provided it continually absorbs external soul power, requiring only a return every 3 months. Jiang directed his wooden clone toward the blacksmith shop. Having discerned that Tang Hao belonged to the upper echelon of the most powerful individuals in this world, he aimed to test whether his wooden clone could withstand scrutiny. As for how he knew Tang Hao was among the strongest, it was upon their first encounter that he noticed the aura surrounding him, now rightly referred to as soul rings, an impressive total of 9, one of which was the legendary 100,000-year soul ring. Entering the blacksmith shop, Jiang pushed the door open and found Tang Hao diligently teaching Tang Sen the art of blacksmithing. Upon encountering Jiang, Tang Hao did not pay much attention, nor did he perceive anything amiss, continuing instead to instruct Tang San in the art of blacksmithing. Observing this, Jiang silently nodded in approval, aware that his wooden clone remained as effective as ever. However, it was now necessary for him to slightly modify the appearance of his wooden clone. Although it still employed the transformation technique, he could manipulate its visage. He had previously employed this tactic to deceive the inhabitants of Sunagakure. Jiang, you have returned. Tang San greeted, his hands remaining busy with his tasks. Jiang offered a slight nod, acknowledging Tang San's greeting while maintaining an air of aloofness. This was the persona he had meticulously crafted, and he could not afford to break character. Perhaps in the future, should he desire to befriend this uniquely intriguing Tang San, he would need to maintain this facade. Tang Hao, meanwhile, remained unfazed, contemplating that this child must have endured some tribulations. Indeed, there are numerous tragedies in this world that one cannot easily comprehend. Moreover, Jiang's name was evidently incomplete, lacking a surname. As for why Jiang refrained from disclosing this surname, it was his personal matter. After all, he was merely a child, despite his original form possessing eyes of a martial spirit he had never heard of. Jiang lingered inside the house for a while before stepping outside again. He had just ambulated in front of Tang Hao, who failed to notice anything unusual about Jiang. In fact, he had even discreetly activated his Sharingan. Was it not common knowledge that a wooden clone could utilize it? Upon seeing Jiang depart, Tang San was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the significance of Jiang's abrupt exit shortly after his return. At the back mountains of Holy Spirit Village, Jiang retracted his wooden clone, allowing his soul power to return. It seemed that the wooden clone remained quite discreet. Perhaps it was time to bestow a name upon this brother of his. Jiang murmured to himself, channeling his chakra into soul power. What should he call it? Uchiha? Or Senju? Given that his martial spirit was the Sharingan, Uchiha seemed fitting. Perhaps he could replicate Itachi's past endeavors. More accurately, he should draw from Itachi's narrative. Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Sasuke? Jiang struggled with naming. Initially, he had devised a ninjutsu, ultimately settling on a more advanced name for a transformation technique, only for it to be rebranded as divinization in the end. Thus, Uchiha Itachi it would be. Indeed, that name shall suffice. Uchiha Itachi would join the Spirit Hall, while Uchiha Jiang would remain by Tang Hao's side. In Nodding City, Jiang gazed upon the town etched in his memories. He did not say much, merely following closely behind Elder Jack, walking alongside Tang San. After inquiring about directions from a fruit vendor, Elder Jack led Jiang and Tang San to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. The guards at the entrance, noticing Elder Jack's tattered attire and Tang San's patched clothing, failed to be drawn to Jiang's seemingly shabby garments. Can a grass hut truly give rise to a golden phoenix? Can such a small village possess soul power? Or even two? The academy has not had work-study students for many years. The gatekeeper began to mock old Jack, the village head, whose status was low, often subjected to bullying, and thus needed to vent his grievances and resentments. Old Jack could endure humiliation directed at himself, but he could not tolerate any insults towards Holy Soul Village. The gatekeeper's derogatory remark, referring to Holy Soul Village as a beggar's village, had crossed old Jack's threshold of tolerance. What did you say? Old Jack turned sharply, glaring at the gatekeeper, resolutely refusing to allow any disrespect towards Holy Soul Village. What? Are you not convinced? I said you all come from a beggar's village. Before the gatekeeper could finish, Tang Sen unleashed his soul power, sending the gatekeeper flying. Fu Jiang observed silently, having no intention of intervening. This was partly due to his awareness of Tang Sen's soul power fluctuations, and partly because he wished to keep a low profile. The pressing matter at hand was to find a soul ring. He had attempted to venture into the Soul Beast forest, but was halted by the guards. The forest was artificially cultivated and surrounded, constantly patrolled. To infiltrate would deplete a significant portion of his soul power. Although the fleeting technique was formidable, it consumed a considerable amount of energy. Relying solely on physical strength to sneak in was utterly unrealistic. Hence, he sought a document to grant him entry, something that could not be obtained through mere shadow clones. He also considered seeking help from Su Yuntao, confident that Su would assist him, yet that would inevitably tie him to the Spirit Hall. Thus, he ventured to Nodding Academy, hoping for a stroke of luck. If he succeeded, it would be splendid, but if not, he would devise another plan. Enough. Stop. A husky voice interrupted Fu Jiang's contemplation, halting Tang Sen's impending attack and sparing the gatekeeper's life. The gatekeeper momentarily froze before his expression shifted dramatically from fury to unctuous flattery, bowing and scraping before the owner of the gravelly voice like a sycophantic dog. Master, you've returned. The gatekeeper's voice dripped with unabashed obsequiousness, reminiscent of a dog begging for scraps. Fu Jiang and Tang Sen turned to regard the source of the voice. There stood a tall man, resolute in demeanor, sporting a buzz cut, appearing to be in his 30s. With hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of wisdom, his eyes sparkling with the light of intelligence. Fu Jiang felt a distinctly unique impression from this man, akin to that of Tang Sen and his father Tang Hao, but far more intense. The man, referred to as Master, cast a sidelong glance at the gatekeeper, dismissing him without a word. Everyone has their own way of life. He would not judge others. Sir, may I see the Spirit Hall's documentation? The Master addressed old Jack with a serious tone, employing respectful language. Yet, old Jack, still trembling with apprehension, handed over the Spirit Hall proof that had been discarded by the gatekeeper and now clutched tightly in his hands. After verifying the authenticity of the Spirit Hall's documentation, the Master's gaze shifted to Tang Sen and then to the ever-serious Fu Jiang. Follow me. The Master first extended his apologies to Village Chief Jack, and then led Fu Jiang and Tang Sen into the academy. While walking, Tang Sen spoke up first. Teacher, thank you. He expressed his gratitude. Realizing that he had perhaps acted impulsively, he bore little psychological burden over the notion of taking a life. Yet the immutable truth that one must pay with their life for murder resonated deeply in that world. His impulsiveness could have dire consequences, had he truly harmed the doorkeeper. He questioned whether he could escape from Nodding City. Teacher? I am not a teacher of the academy, the Master replied, glancing down at Tang Sen with a hint of indifference. Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy? Tang Sen queried, his charming face more endearing than the cold demeanor of Fu Jiang beside him. The Master shook his head, typically lacking patience for such matters, yet today he felt unusually tolerant, having seen the evidence of the boy's soul master credentials. You are Tang Sen, or Fu Jiang? He asked, forcing a smile that appeared rather strained. I am Tang Sen, and he is Fu Jiang, Tang Sen answered, feeling a peculiar sensation as he noticed the Master's gaze intensify upon hearing his name. Although he possessed innate full soul power, his blue-silver grass was deemed a weak martial spirit. One would expect the Master to favor Fu Jiang, who bore a powerful innate martial spirit. To his astonishment, in a mere day, he encountered two geniuses with innate full soul power. The Master's voice quivered with excitement, as if he could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Will you teach us to cultivate our martial spirits? Tang Sen inquired. Do you wish to? The Master regarded Tang Sen and Fu Jiang. sensing that the seemingly cold and beautiful child held a profound story beneath his exterior. Tang Xin paused, gazing up at the towering master. Contemplating the pros and cons of this proposition, while Fujiang narrowed his eyes slightly. If I were to become your disciple, could you grant me a certificate to enter the Soul Beast Forest? Fujiang asked, his tone icy and distant. The master turned his attention to the previously taciturn and strikingly handsome boy. He had studied innate full soul power martial spirits, yet the materials and data were exceedingly scarce. Meanwhile, Tang Xin looked on in surprise. This was the longest sentence Fujiang had uttered in a month, as he typically responded with brief affirmations. Very well, as your teacher, your soul rings will naturally become my responsibility, the master nodded, recognizing Fujiang's fervent desire for strength. Upon hearing this, Fujiang bowed deeply, performing a standard aristocratic salute of apprenticeship. He had learned this gesture from observing a noble during his time in the martial spirit hall. Etiquette, he understood, was essential, especially in the absence of absolute strength. Perfect manners could spare one from countless troubles. Upon witnessing Fujiang's movements, the master's pupils constricted. He had long discerned that Fujiang was no mere villager. Not to mention his appearance, even the frigid aura he exuded was far beyond that of an ordinary child. Well, what about you, good child? The master's rare and difficult-to-spot smile reappeared as he aided Fujiang to his feet, and then turned his gaze towards Tang Xin. Tang Xin hesitated. Initially, he was uncertain, but when the master, merely by virtue of the spirit hall, revealed that he recognized Tang Xin as possessing innate full spirit power, Tang Xin was awestruck. Kneeling on both knees with profound respect, bowing thrice and striking his forehead 9 times against the ground. Upon uttering the words, once a teacher, for a lifetime a father, the master's eyes grew moist. Fujiang observed quietly, indifferent to whether the master might favor Tang Xin due to his declaration. However, upon hearing the phrase once a teacher, for a lifetime a father, an odd sensation stirred within Fujiang. In the shinobi world, being a mentor is a perilous vocation, particularly in Konoha, where the act of slaying one's master is steeped in tradition. Orochimaru against Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nagato against Jiraiya, Uchiha Obito against Namikaze Minato. Subsequently, the master led Fujiang and Tang Xin to complete their formalities and assisted them in procuring new bedding before allowing them to proceed to their dormitory. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory building housed 7 large dormitories for students, each overseen by a designated teacher. The 7th dormitory was the most peculiar of them all. It boasted the poorest conditions and was specifically designated for work-study students. While tuition was waived, the accommodations could not rival those of regular students. The 7th dormitory was a chaotic mix of ages and genders, where all work-study students resided together. As Fujiang and Tang Xin approached the entrance to the 7th dormitory, they could hear the raucous commotion from within, the open door allowing the sounds to travel far. The room was expansive, spanning over 300 square meters, containing 50 beds. However, these beds were merely dilapidated wooden frames made of planks and sticks, with scant bedding available. Most of the students lacked proper coverings. Moreover, 7 or 8 older children, evidently older than Fujiang and Tang Xin, were engaged in boisterous banter. Tang Xin knocked on the door, drawing the attention of all the children inside. Upon seeing the clean and tidy bedding in Fujiang and Tang Xin's arms, a palpable sense of envy flickered in their eyes, with only a few revealing glimmers of jealousy. At the dawn of humanity, one is inherently good. Despite their impoverished circumstances, these children retained a degree of honesty in their hearts, with only a small fraction having been deeply affected by hardship. A robust child, towering for his age, approached Fujiang and Tang Xin, peering down at them. New work-study students? This imposing child clearly held a position of authority among the other children, approaching them as if to assert dominance. What followed was the typical narrative of attempting to establish superiority, only to be soundly defeated by the newcomers. In his former days at the orphanage within the shinobi realm, he too had often employed such tactics to assert himself, yet he had never faced a crushing defeat like this child named Wang Sheng. The martial arts of Tang Xin are commendable, yet they predominantly rely on brute strength to overcome finesse. As he matures and faces truly formidable opponents, such techniques will prove utterly ineffective. What is your martial spirit? How can you be so formidable? Wang Sheng inquired, his gaze towards Tang Xin filled with admiration. Children often possess such untainted thoughts. Blue silver grass. Tang Xin summoned forth the blue silver grass. Blue silver grass. It can be cultivated? Isn't it considered a useless martial spirit? Wang Sheng's admiration visibly waned as he muttered in disbelief. In this world, there are no useless martial spirits. Only individuals who choose to be inept. Tang Xin stated earnestly. Oh, and what about you? What is your name, and what is your martial spirit? Wang Sheng exclaimed, then turned his attention to Fu Jiang with great enthusiasm. However, upon observing Fu Jiang's frigid expression and demeanor, he became somewhat intimidated. To him, only the aristocracy could exude such daunting presence. He could not fathom why a noble's child would reside in the 7th dormitory, known to be a hostel for working students. Fu Jiang did not respond, nor did he spare Wang Sheng a glance. In his eyes, a person of Wang Sheng's mediocrity was unworthy of his words. Moreover, Fu Jiang sensed nothing particularly special about Wang Sheng. Even the village chief, Old Jack, had a hint of uniqueness, while Wang Sheng's essence was so faint it could be disregarded. Just then, a melodious voice resonated from outside. Is this the 7th dormitory? The voice, sweet and enchanting, drew everyone's attention to the entrance. Upon seeing the source of the voice, their eyes widened in astonishment. A charming young girl stood at the door, seemingly of similar age and height to Tang San. Her delicate face glowed with a rosy hue, resembling a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Despite her modest attire, she appeared impeccably tidy. Her long black hair was styled into a braid that cascaded down to her waist, and her large, sparkling eyes radiated curiosity. She held a brand new school uniform in her hands. Beautiful, lovely, adorable. Only Fu Jiang maintained his usual stoic expression, showing no interest in the young girl. Even though girls in the ninja world mature early, expressing such thoughts at this age could lead to social demise, and acting on them could result in dire consequences. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Wu, with Wu meaning to dance. The girl blinked her big, sparkling eyes, noticing the stunned silence of the group. She looked up at the plaque reading 7th dormitory and smiled charmingly as she began her introduction. Meanwhile, Wang Sheng, lying behind, nudged Tang San persistently, signaling him to assert the customary rules of the dormitory and establish some authority over the newcomer. Yet, Tang San evidently had no intention of clashing with this delightful girl, opting instead to concede. Although Tang San wished to avoid conflict, Xiao Wu appeared undeterred, eagerly engaging in playful combat with him. Clearly, Tang San underestimated her, falling prey to her agile techniques. Subsequently, Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards Fu Jiang, sensing an aura of danger emanating from him. What is your name? She inquired. For Xiao Wu had a penchant for beauty, and Fu Jiang's visage undoubtedly fell into that category. With a sweet smile, she directed her question towards him. Fu Jiang, in turn, felt a peculiar sensation from Xiao Wu, comparable to that of Tang San. Fu Jiang, he replied coldly, detecting an indescribable essence about her, one that seemed otherworldly. Having attained a mode akin to that of an immortal, his perception was extraordinarily acute, rivaling even the divine insight of the Uzumaki clan's Kagura. Thus, he sensed that Xiao Wu possessed an extraordinary nature. Fu Jiang, what a curious name, Xiao Wu mused, her petite fingers gently tapping her lips, her murmuring demeanor exuding an endearing charm. In truth, compared to Fu Jiang, the name Xiao Wu was decidedly more peculiar. Let us engage in a match, she exclaimed excitedly, casting aside her thoughts on his unusual name. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang's brow furrowed slightly. Sharingan, activate. 3 sinister, black tomo swirled within his crimson eyes, imparting an almost demonic aura. Illusion technique. Hell viewing technique. This technique allowed the opponent to witness their most dreaded fears, and with the power of his Sharingan, he executed it flawlessly without hand seals. However, it demanded a significant amount of soul energy and ocular power, consuming at least 1/10 of his current soul energy. In an instant, Xiao Wu sank to her knees, her large, glistening eyes brimming with tears as her petite form trembled uncontrollably. Mama, 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 she muttered incessantly, tears cascading from her eyes as if they were flowing without restraint. Witnessing this, Fu Jiang raised an eyebrow. How could this girl, who was on par with Tang San, exhibit such fragility? Her will appeared so weak. When Xiao Wu regained her composure, she looked at Fu Jiang with profound fear in her eyes. Yet, Fu Jiang offered no explanations, turning instead to prepare his bedding, undisturbed by anyone's interference. Tang San, too, furrowed his brow in contemplation regarding the true nature of Fu Jiang's martial soul and how it compared to his own purple extreme magic eyes. Simultaneously, he felt that Fu Jiang's actions were somewhat excessive. A heavy silence enveloped the 7th dormitory. Once Fu Jiang had arranged his bedding, he turned to Tang San. "Go find the teacher," he stated succinctly, seemingly inviting Tang San to seek master. Hearing this, Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, whose tear-streaked face was still quivering, but ultimately decided to follow Fu Jiang. After all, he had only just met Xiao Wu, and he was not the type to be rendered immobile by the presence of a beautiful girl. Moreover, he felt that Fu Jiang's behavior was rather extreme, especially considering that only a few hours prior, he had contemplated killing the doorkeeper. Perhaps this was a case of double standards. As they walked in silence, Fu Jiang suddenly spoke. "Does it hurt?" His words were neither rushed nor loud, yet Tang San heard him clearly. Stunned, he turned to Fu Jiang, as if meeting him for the first time. "No, it doesn't hurt." Tang San responded somewhat stammeringly, feeling quite taken aback by Fu Jiang's unexpected inquiry about his pain. Suddenly, he felt a pang of guilt for having previously thought Fu Jiang was being excessive. It turned out that Fu Jiang was merely seeking to alleviate his own grievances. All along, Tang San had perceived the world through the lens of an adult, believing that Fu Jiang, with her aloof demeanor, should similarly refrain from quarreling with Xiao Wu, a mere child. Yet, it dawned upon him that Fu Jiang was also just a 6-year-old child. Fu Jiang nodded slightly, then fell silent once more. His recent use of the Naraku sight technique against Xiao Wu was intended to boost Tang San's favor, and naturally, Xiao Wu had her ways of dealing with him. Initially, he had sensed an unmistakable connection between Naruto and Sasuke, akin to that between Tang San and Xiao Wu, prompting him to adopt a strategy of division and conquest, befriending Naruto while taking Sasuke as his disciple. Now, the aura of Tang San in this world resonated with him almost identically to Naruto, marking him as a person of destiny. Sasuke and Xiao Wu were parallels, one male and the other female. Sasuke was the brother of a destined individual in the ninja realm, while Xiao Wu might represent the bond formed with Tang San, the destined one. Establishing connections with fated individuals yields only advantages, devoid of drawbacks. Even those destined for demise might find benefits therein. Upon arriving at the Master's office, the two beheld him engrossed in his work, scribbling away at his desk, seemingly planning something. As he noticed Fu Jiang and Tang San's arrival, a flicker of a smile broke through his otherwise rigid expression. "You have arrived," the master greeted, rising to approach them, a notebook still in hand. "I have devised a preliminary plan regarding Tang San's martial spirit. Given that blue-silver grass is exceedingly weak, it possesses great plasticity. Thus I recommend you pursue the path of a control-type soul master." He then turned his attention to Fu Jiang. "However, there is scant information regarding your ocular martial spirit. I must comprehend the capabilities of your martial spirit. Soul power, spiritual power, with an emphasis on spiritual power," Fu Jiang replied. He understood the nature of soul skills in this world. For instance, Su Yuntao's soul skill was merely an ordinary wolf claw, marginally superior to a common swipe, yet still limited in strength. Perhaps this was due to the fact that it was merely a 100-year soul ring, but such soul skills appeared rather lackluster. Even the most basic C-grade 5-element ninjutsu surpassed these so-called soul skills by leaps and bounds, not to mention that he possessed more than just 5-element ninjutsu. Are you seeking soul rings that enhance soul power or spiritual power? It appears that illusion-type martial spirits also traverse the path of control-type soul masters. Indeed, among all soul masters, control-type soul masters boast the strongest single combat capabilities, provided they are not significantly countered by opposing martial spirits, the master remarked, not inquiring how Fu Jiang discerned the type of soul rings he required. He is an astute individual. Although he has never heard of any family possessing a martial soul of the original form, he understands that the world is vast and full of wonders. The emergence of peculiar martial souls is not an extraordinary occurrence. Even the appearance of a prominent family has transpired in history. All I require are soul rings that merely enhance my soul power or mental strength, for I possess a family heirloom soul skill. Fujikawa is not concerned about revealing anything. While self-created soul skills are rare, he is diligently striving to cultivate his persona. A family heirloom soul skill? The master was taken aback. For such a skill is not something every family can claim. Upon hearing this, Fujikawa nodded, realizing it was time to showcase his brilliance. The Uchiha clan only needs to strengthen their own soul power and mental strength, without the necessity for soul skills. Fujikawa spoke, simultaneously attempting to persuade the master and Tang San. Uchiha. If you only need to enhance your soul power and mental strength, I recommend selecting the Heart Moon Fox and the Illusion Fox from the Fox-type soul beasts as your first soul ring. Based on my research, the maximum age limit for the first soul ring is 423 years. The master began an extensive discourse, thoroughly and diligently presenting his arguments. Fujikawa was not well versed in the intricacies of martial souls, so he listened intently. Tang-san was similarly engrossed, but unlike Fujikawa, he focused on discerning the useful aspects while memorizing everything. He also learned Fujikawa's surname, Uchiha. Uchiha Fujikawa. Is that illusion technique of yours also a family heirloom soul skill? After the master concluded, Tang-san suddenly inquired. Having just learned from the master about his dual martial souls, Fujikawa appeared unfazed. The technique of Naraku. It reveals the most terrifying visions within a person's heart. Fujikawa replied, his words sparse, his expression unchanged. I see, such a powerful soul skill. Tang-san nodded in agreement, marveling at the might of the Uchiha clan. I can teach you, Fujikawa suddenly stated, as these ninjutsu techniques held little value for him. Enhancing the favorability of the destined child is quite advantageous. Upon hearing this, Tang-san paused, seemingly unable to comprehend. What? He stared in disbelief. Not only Tang-san, but also the master was taken aback. You are willing to share your family heirloom soul skill? The master queried, perplexed. For even the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family would not disseminate their self-created soul skills, as doing so could lead to significant complications. Setting aside the consequences for Fujikawa in teaching others, Tang-san would undoubtedly face dire repercussions in acquiring such a skill. The Uchiha clan has already been annihilated. Fujikawa expressed this without concern for whether the master might covet his words. Upon hearing, Tang-san was momentarily stunned, his gaze upon Fujikawa now filled with profound pity. No wonder Fujikawa always maintained a cold demeanor. Since their first meeting, Tang-san had never seen him smile, and a palpable air of hostility clung to him. It turns out it was the soul hunting forest. The master brought Fujiang and Tang-san to this place to hunt for soul rings. This master seemed to hold a significant position within the spirit hall, possessing a token issued by the Pope's Hall. Hunting soul beasts requires a considerable amount of patience and utmost caution, for one must never settle, as soul rings are irreplaceable. The limit for the first soul ring is 423 years, and I hope your first soul ring approaches this age as closely as possible. The master explained this to Fujiang and Tang-san, emphasizing the importance of careful selection regarding soul rings. Subsequently, the master elaborated on some detailed information about soul rings. Is there a method to exceed this limit? Fujiang inquired, his voice still cold, his expression unchanged. This time, however, as he spoke with his icy demeanor, neither Tang-san nor the master felt any resentment. Rather, they felt deep sympathy for Fujiang. They could hardly fathom the turmoil of a 6-year-old child who suddenly lost his family. There is, but it is exceedingly difficult. The first method requires one's body to be sufficiently robust to withstand the immense soul power bestowed by a formidable soul ring. The most effective way to strengthen the body is through the absorption of soul bones, but soul bones are exceedingly rare. The second method involves the soul beast willingly sacrificing itself. Once this sacrifice is made, even the weakest soul master can bear a soul ring formed from a 100,000-year soul beast. The master elucidated, acknowledging that while the first method held some possibility, the second was somewhat unrealistic. Setting aside the irreconcilable conflict between soul beasts and humans, the pride of the soul beasts often leads them to self-detonate rather than become a human soul bone. Sacrifice? Fujiang murmured softly, contemplating the idea of using illusions to compel a soul beast to sacrifice itself. What if I were to employ illusions to manipulate a soul beast into offering its sacrifice? Fujiang asked again. The criteria for initiating a sacrifice are exceedingly stringent. The soul beast must genuinely volunteer, and under the influence of illusions, a sacrifice cannot be enacted. The master's heart swelled with joy at Fujiang's innocence. After all, his disciple's background was tragically harrowing. To help Fujiang emerge from the shadows, progress must be incremental, for one cannot achieve great things all at once. The first step lies in fostering communication, at the very least encouraging Fujiang, who typically spoke only a few words, to express himself more. Upon hearing this, Fujiang nodded. He possessed a technique acquired from the Sharingan of that little fellow, Ishue. Though it bore significant limitations and had become a rather feeble version in his hands, it could still alter a person's will in a short time. I wish to give it a try, Fujiang asserted, his dark eyes unwaveringly fixed on the master. The master was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Fujiang, I have nearly mastered the hand seals you taught me. In just one day, Tang San had achieved the ability to perform 2 seals per second, occasionally even managing 3 when in optimal condition. This success stemmed from Tang San's continual practice with throwing techniques, which rendered his fingers exceptionally agile. Coupled with his highly developed intellect, Fujiang had provided him with numerous sequences for the seals, and he rarely made mistakes. The master had also practiced those hand seals. Yet he found it challenging to execute even 2 seals per second, often making errors. Si, Wei, Shun, Hai Wuyin. Then, channeling the soul force through the throat, he released it in a powerful burst. Fujikawa began to elucidate the specifics of the Great Fireball technique while simultaneously demonstrating its execution. Fire release. Great Fireball technique. He silently proclaimed the name of the technique in his mind, before unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth, ultimately forming a fireball approximately 2 meters in diameter. It crashed heavily into a tree large enough for 3 people to embrace, causing it to splinter instantly and stirring a swarm of 10-year-old spirit beasts, as well as attracting the attention of some century-old ones. The formidable impact and the exceptionally high temperature were crucial reasons for the devastating power of the Great Fireball technique. Although classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, it stood as one of the signature techniques of the Uchiha clan, with many advanced variations existing beyond it. In this world, Soul Force bore no elemental properties and did not require transformation. It was vastly superior to chakra. Initially, he believed chakra and Soul Force to be on par, only to realize how much more potent Soul Force truly was. Witnessing the immense destruction wrought by the Great Fireball and feeling the sudden surge in temperature around him, the Master's eyes widened like saucers, nearly bulging from their sockets. Its might surpassed even that of a century-old second spirit technique from a 2-ringed assault spirit master. The master marveled, his previously stoic expression now entirely undone, appearing somewhat comical. He quickly regained composure, calculating the precise metrics of this self-created soul technique. Tang San, too, was consumed with fervor. Despite the formidable nature of the Tang sect's advanced hidden weapons, ordinary weapons, particularly those crafted through personal skill, paled in comparison to Fujikawa's ancestral soul technique. Fujikawa, what is your consumption rate? The master inquired, voicing his primary concern. Although Fujikawa was merely a 10th level soul master, this ancestral technique from the Uchiha clan could drain all of his soul force and still be deemed a powerful self-created technique. However, noticing that Fujikawa did not appear exhausted, he speculated, to achieve that level of power, I would need to expend 1/5 of my soul force. Fujikawa replied, his words somewhat verbose, a testament to the influence of Tang San and the master. Upon hearing this, the master was even more astonished, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Meanwhile, Tang San had already begun practicing the Great Fireball technique. The 6 seals must be completed within 5 seconds, and beginners typically struggle to control their output of soul force. Before Fujikawa could finish speaking, Tang San's cheeks puffed out, seemingly ready to unleash a potent Great Fireball like Fujikawa. Yet, even a genius like Tang San could not succeed on his first attempt at the Great Fireball, for not everyone is an Uchiha Itachi. Cough cough cough. Ugh cough cough. A plume of black smoke erupted from Tang San's mouth, causing his eyes to glaze over as he began to cough uncontrollably. Fortunately, there were no century-old or even 1,000-year-old spirit beasts nearby. Otherwise, the commotion caused by Fujikawa and Tang San would surely have attracted them. To be precise, it is fortunate that we are in the soul hunting forest, where not even a single millennium soul beast resides. The Spirit Hall and the Tian Dou Empire have jointly nurtured a soul beast specifically for the use of novice soul masters. Upon witnessing Tang San's misfortune, the master suppressed his own desire to experiment. Alas, I fear I may be unable to teach you. He sighed gently, his gaze fixed on Fujiang, revealing a hint of indescribable emotion, predominantly self-doubt. I seek knowledge. The strength of a master cannot be bestowed upon a disciple, but the wisdom of a master can. Noticing the master's melancholic demeanor, Fujiang immediately adopted a rather peculiar expression and resolutely declared, though his tone was cold, the conviction within outweighed the chill. Upon hearing this, the master was taken aback, then smiled as he affectionately ruffled Fujiang's hair. You, my dear little disciple, possess a remarkable ability to offer solace. Fu Jiang, such a precious family legacy of soul skills should no longer be broadcasted. Both Xiao San and I will keep it a secret for you. Moreover, you must refrain from stating that your family has perished. Doing so may bring you unwarranted calamity. The principle of innocent bystanders suffer for holding treasures is one I hope you can grasp. Your family's annihilators, upon discovering your inherited soul skill, will undoubtedly seek you out. The master spoke earnestly, his concern manifesting genuinely upon his expressionless visage. Upon hearing this, the cold gleam in Fu Jiang's dark eyes abruptly faded, as if he recalled something. His petite frame began to tremble with rage. No, that person will not come after me. At least, not until I have grown. Fu Jiang retorted coldly, his voice quavering, nearly driven to madness by fury. It was as though the destruction of his family weighed heavily upon him, and he felt complicit in their demise. May I inquire further? The master pondered for a moment, initially reluctant to delve into his disciple's past. However, witnessing Fu Jiang's current state, he understood that without addressing this matter, the mounting pressure would surely drive his disciple to the brink of insanity. At that moment, Tang San, quite perceptively, began scattering powder to repel snakes, ants, insects, and mosquitoes. Even erecting a tent, Fu Jiang lifted his gaze toward the towering man with a zombie-like face, seemingly contemplating whether to confide in him. I of the Uchiha clan have always resided on a small island. Due to the formidable power of the Uchiha, we have protected that island. The father of that man and I are both leaders of the Uchiha clan. That man is a prodigy, whether in family soul skills or his innate martial spirit. He awakened his martial spirit as the three-tomo Sharingan. The soul skill I just demonstrated, the fireball technique, is the most rudimentary of all fire-based soul skills. He learned this technique merely by observing it once and effortlessly executed the fireball technique. My martial spirit is the Sharingan, the very foundation of the Uchiha clan. Most clan members can only awaken a basic ocular martial spirit, while only a select few can awaken the one-tomo Sharingan. Of course, the Sharingan can evolve. Fu Jiang paused momentarily, as if recalling something significant. His teeth clenched tightly, and the knuckles of his fists turned pale. This display prompted both the master and Tang San to place their hands upon his tightly held fists, seemingly attempting to alleviate the fury that resided within Fu Jiang's heart. For a long time, the clan believed that the pinnacle of the Sharingan was the three-tomo version. Until one fateful day when a man discovered the stone tablet left by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan, unveiling the existence of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan beyond the three-tomo. At this moment, the master and Tang San began to indulge in their own imaginings. Their curiosity piqued regarding the evolution of martial souls, particularly for the master. However, neither dared to interrupt Fu Jiang as he fervently recounted his past. The evolution of the Sharingan necessitates a profound emotional upheaval. Some clan members experienced this transformation upon witnessing the sudden death of a beloved pet cat they had cared for over the years, while others did so after the loss of a cherished family member. That man first took the life of the cat he had nurtured for 4 years, followed by the murder of the one who had always adored him, Izumi. He slaughtered his father and mother, along with all the clan members. Fu Jiang's breathing grew erratic, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face, his expression gradually contorting into a grimace. What was once a beautiful visage now appeared somewhat distorted, yet curiously, the tear mole at the corner of his eye lent an unexpected charm to his warped countenance. He successfully unlocked the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, acquiring that so-called divine power. As he spoke, Fu Jiang unconsciously activated the Sharingan, three-tomo swirling around his pupils, unleashing an aura of malevolence and otherworldliness that even affected the temperature of the surrounding environment. The master and Tang San distinctly sensed a drop in the ambient temperature. It was undeniable that martial souls could influence their surroundings, but typically, this was limited to weapon souls or advanced beast souls. The idea that a primary martial soul, particularly one as unique as the eyes, could alter the temperature was indeed astonishing. The master silently noted this occurrence, intending to publish a book on primary martial souls in the future. After I turn 20, I will engage him in a life-or-death battle, for only one shall survive. Fu Jiang declared fiercely, wiping away his tears. Although his tone was severe, the master and Tang San discerned the fear lurking beneath Fu Jiang's fierce exterior. He sought to mask his inner terror with a ferocious facade. Fu Jiang, I shall assist you, Tang Sen replied earnestly. In his eyes, Fu Jiang had become his junior disciple. Having been born into the Tang clan in his previous life, he held a deep reverence for his lineage. Even though the Tang clan had driven him to his demise in his past life, he still aspired to elevate the Tang clan in this world. This is my destined battle against him. You must not interfere. Fu Jiang shook his head, and as if releasing a heavy burden, he gradually regained his composure. Upon hearing this, Tang San could only shake his head as well, though he knew he could not stand idly by if the situation demanded his involvement. Very well. Let us continue our search for soul beasts. I can no longer tolerate my own weakness. As she spoke, Fujimaru rose, closing her Sharingan, wiping away her tears, and restoring her demeanor that seemed to ward off all intruders. Observing Fujimaru's retreating figure, both the master and Tang Sen shared a silent understanding, refraining from uttering a word. To some, it may seem irrational, even foolish and illogical, that Fujimaru so readily imparted her ancestral soul technique to Tang San and candidly disclosed the secret of her family's demise to the master. Yet, she is but a child, not yet 6 years old. How can a child of such tender years bear so much weight and not seek an outlet for the anger and grievances that reside within? Furthermore, how rational or mature can a child under 6 truly be? This is also the shield that protects Fujimaru in her current state. She is still a child. The power of this statement should not be underestimated. Regardless of what a child does, they are often met with the immovable gaze of the 4-meter-long, battle-scarred mandala snake, whose serpentine eyes transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan. Fujimaru's eyes swelled slightly, though without pain. She was surprised to find that as her body diminished, her ocular prowess had also somewhat regressed. Remarkably, controlling a beast that appeared devoid of intelligence required such considerable ocular power, or rather, mental fortitude. The 400-year-old mandala snake, Little San. This soul ring is most suitable for you. The master rubbed his chin thoughtfully, keenly observing the motionless mandala snake. Upon witnessing its serpent eyes morph into the 3-tomo Sharingan, his astonishment deepened further. Master, can plant-type martial souls absorb animal-type soul rings? Tang San, with a curious mind, directly inquired. The master then elaborated on a martial soul theory he had previously proposed, demonstrating his profound understanding of martial souls. Ahem, very well, Little San, eliminate this mandala snake, and then absorb the soul ring using the method I taught you. The master spoke, his heart racing with excitement. A first soul ring of extreme age would undoubtedly be a perfect beginning. While he could not stand atop the continent, he firmly believed that his 2 disciples could certainly achieve that. The elder disciple, Tang San, endowed with innate full soul power and possessing dual martial souls, could first cultivate his blue-silver grass to the Soul King level, thereby enabling the addition of a 10,000-year soul ring to the Haotian hammer. If he were to elevate the blue-silver grass to the titled Douluo level, alongside his father, the Haotian Douluo, he might even acquire a 100,000-year soul ring. The younger disciple, Uchiha Fujimaru, also endowed with innate full soul power, possessed the Sharingan as her primary martial soul, supported by powerful ancestral soul techniques. Remarkably, without any soul rings, Fujimaru could control a 400-year-old mandala snake solely with her martial soul, appearing to have no burden in making it offer her a sacrifice. Fujimaru spoke softly, her 3-tomo eyes commencing their rotation once more. The mandala snake showed no reaction. The master wore an expression of predictability. If one could truly use illusion techniques to control soul beasts for sacrifices, there would already be countless soul masters with 10,000-year soul rings from the very first ring. Fujimaru frowned slightly, and then her left eye transformed into the shape of a 4-sided dart. Offer your sacrifice to me. Simultaneously, a silent roar echoed in his heart. Bi Tian Shun. Blood tears streamed from Fujian's left eye. Despite having already possessed the Rinnegan, the utilization of such ocular techniques still demanded a price of blood. Moreover, his body was not yet 6 years old, even with the physique of a sage. A period of recuperation was essential before he could employ Bi Tian Shun with his left eye once more. Suddenly, the eyes of the mandala serpent transformed back into serpentine orbs, yet this time, the coldness and savagery that once resided within them were replaced by a gentleness and affection. This tender and affectionate gaze fell upon Tang San. Tang Sen felt a jolt, akin to the chill of winter as a hand slipped beneath his collar. Staring in astonishment at the serpent's eyes, even the master was taken aback. Serpents are cold-blooded creatures, and a century-old soul beast typically adheres strictly to its primal instincts, possessing little intelligence save for a select few. Only soul beasts over a millennium in age are known to possess intellect comparable to that of humans. Hiss! The mandala serpent opened its mouth wide, yet instead of spewing venom, it released a beam of warm, golden light that surged towards Tang San. In an instant, a golden glow enveloped Tang San, and a yellow soul ring manifested upon him, while his blue-silver grass transformed from a mere two-leaf sprout into a half-human tall plant adorned with mysterious patterns. As the century-old soul ring appeared, the master's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bursting from their sockets. This is a sacrifice," he stammered, his mind reeling from the events of a single day that had utterly overturned his previous worldview. Even a powerful illusion-type Tian Dou Law had never been rumored to have the ability to compel a soul beast to sacrifice itself. In an instant, he noticed blood tears cascading from Fujiang's left eye and hurriedly rushed to his side, kneeling with concern to examine the injury. "I am fine. It is merely a side effect. I will be unable to utilize my left eye for this technique for a month," Fujiang stated, wincing slightly from the pain in his eye. He had been unscathed for so long that this minor ache felt foreign, prompting a frown of discomfort. "Let us return for now and resume our hunt for soul rings in a month. By the way, can your soul skill control 1,000-year soul beasts? Or even 10,000-year ones?" Although the master found the notion somewhat implausible, controlling a 1,000-year soul beast seemed a daunting task, let alone a 10,000-year one. Yet, a flicker of hope remained within the master's heart, for Fujiang had already shattered his former beliefs. With merely a fifth of the soul power of a 10th-level soul master devoid of a soul ring, he had unleashed the master's self-created second ring soul skill, which belonged to a century-old strong attack battle spirit. Furthermore, from Fujiang's account, this seemed merely a foundational skill in a series of soul techniques. "I do not know. I have not tried. However, that man, he must be capable. His first soul ring is black." Fujiang shook his head, his expression growing more malevolent as he spoke of that man. Upon hearing this, the master's heart sank, filled with a tinge of concern for the future of his young disciple. He firmly believes that his young disciple is destined to become a Tian Dou Law, perhaps even a paragon among them. However, he cannot permit this remarkable disciple, who has already astonished him in merely 3 days, to perish, especially at the tender age of 20, the pinnacle of youth. Furthermore, the hunt for soul beasts must continue, for my time is limited. Fujiang composed his once wrathful visage, gradually regaining his composure as he spoke. Yet, the master would not allow Fujiang to act impulsively. The carefully crafted plan he had envisioned for Fujiang was now entirely disrupted, particularly after realizing that Fujiang could compel soul beasts to offer sacrifices to humans. It seemed that he might not even require a twin martial soul to achieve a first ring of 10,000 years. The master did not consider Fujiang inferior to the so-called man he mentioned. However, he needed a safeguard, a measure to ensure Fujiang could retreat unscathed should he falter in controlling a 10,000-year soul beast. "Do not act rashly. You would not wish to be outdone by that man you speak of, would you? If his first soul ring is 10,000 years, and yours is merely 100, you stand no chance against him." The master invoked the image of that man to dissuade Fujiang, clearly demonstrating his astuteness, striking at Fujiang's vulnerable spot. Fujiang fell into silence. The master then turned his gaze towards Tang San, feeling a twinge of regret. Had he known of Fujiang's capabilities sooner, he would have directly communicated with Flender, seeking his assistance in securing soul rings for his 2 disciples. His own strength was still insufficient, unable to contend even with a moderately powerful 100-year soul beast. Nevertheless, watching his 2 disciples amidst the shadows of his many years was perhaps the proudest moment of his life. No, the true pinnacle of his pride would be when his 2 disciples ascend to the status of Tian Dou Law. A significant figure arrived at the Notting City Junior Academy today, surrounded by 7 radiant soul rings, descending with great fanfare into the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. This illustrious figure was met with a warm welcome from the Academy's principal. Yet he appeared to be searching for someone, seemingly indifferent to the principal's respectful accolades. The notable figure entered the master's office, where Fujiang and Tang San also beheld him. To this point, this was the most formidable soul master Tang San had ever encountered. "Xiao Gang, it's truly remarkable that you took the initiative to contact me," boomed the distinguished figure with a hearty laugh, his eagle-like eyes devoid of arrogance. instead radiating an approachable demeanor. Fujiang observed this soul saint with unwavering focus as his soul power continued to circulate. Allow me to introduce you. This is my friend, Flinder, a level 76 battle soul saint. He runs a soul master academy, so you may refer to him as principal from now on. The master introduced this eminent figure, while the zombie's expression remained inscrutable, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of Dean Flander. Yet, only those familiar with him could discern that his mood was quite pleasant at the moment. Dean Flander's smile, on the other hand, was unbroken, particularly when he heard the master instructing Fujiang and Tang San to address him as Dean. He began to speculate about his old friend's intentions, perhaps wishing to enroll these two children in his academy. However, he was a principled dean. He would not accept them unless their talents were sufficient. This is Fujiang, and this is Tang San. They are both my disciples. I have brought you here for Fujiang's soul ring, the master stated. He refrained from mentioning the Uchiha matter, as he did not wish to reopen old wounds in Fujiang's presence. Even the surname Uchiha was like a bloody dagger, perpetually inflicting pain upon Fujiang. Upon hearing this, Flander was taken aback. His old friend, Yu Shaojiang, though possessing only 2 soul rings, could easily handle ordinary century-old soul beasts without needing to involve Flander. Was it necessary to confront a century-old soul beast that was nearly a millennium old? That seemed unlikely, considering these 2 children appeared to be around 6 years of age, likely newly awakened to their martial souls. It would be extraordinary for them to even possess a first ring, let alone a second. Was there a requirement for a special type of soul beast? Yes, that must be it. There could be no better rationale. Ever since receiving news from the master, Flander had hurried over, undeterred by the suspicion of being treated as a mere tool. The bond within their golden triangle was paramount. I need a 10,000-year soul ring. Seemingly sensing Flander's bewilderment, the master spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Flander was utterly stunned. A 10,000-year soul ring? Did he not understand the implications of such a thing? Fujiang could compel soul beasts to sacrifice themselves. Once assured that no one else was around, the master revealed this potentially world-shattering information. Should the powerful factions on the continent become aware of this, Fujiang would attract numerous invitations from formidable forces. Yet, Fujiang was one. No powerful faction would wish to see either their rivals or allies become stronger than themselves. The disparity between a 10,000-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring was already staggering, not to mention the gulf between a 100-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring. Is this true? Has it been tested? Flander quickly inquired, his sharp gaze losing its usual intensity, eyes widened to an almost comical degree. The master was not surprised by Flander's reaction. It would have been more astonishing had he remained indifferent. Currently, it was known that Fujiang could compel a 100-year soul beast to sacrifice itself, and based on Fujiang's account, controlling these century-old soul beasts was remarkably simple, requiring little exertion. The master spoke with gravity. His demeanor had remained serious throughout. Upon returning from the soul-hunting forest, Fujiang confided in the master that his soul skill could only be unleashed through the power of the Sharingan. Moreover, once activated, the potency of one Sharingan would significantly diminish, requiring a month's time before it could be summoned again. Fujiang elucidated that the efficacy of this soul skill depended solely on his will and the level of the Sharingan. His uncertainty expressed during the soul-hunting forest was merely a reflection of his lack of prior experience. Hearing this, Flander gazed at Fujiang. The boy was undeniably beautiful, and despite his perpetually cold demeanor, one could not help but acknowledge that he exhibited the makings of someone who could bring calamity upon nations in the future. Is it possible? Could it be a martial soul? Flander exclaimed, deep in thought as he turned his attention back to Fujiang. Only a martial soul could elucidate how Fujiang managed to control soul beasts for sacrificial purposes. Perhaps it was an unprecedented top-tier martial soul, or even a mutated one. I shall gradually reveal the intricacies surrounding Fujiang to you in due course. However, our immediate priority is to assist him in acquiring his first soul ring. There are no 10,000-year soul beasts within the soul-hunting forest. However, the Stardow Forest boasts a plethora of such creatures, which typically do not congregate in large numbers. As most possess their own territories, Fujiang requires a soul ring that enhances his spiritual and soul power rather than one that possesses offensive capabilities. Thus, a support-type soul skill would suffice. Therefore, it would be prudent to seek out fox-type soul beasts endowed with illusionary abilities, such as the Heart Moon Fox, Nine-Tailed Fox, Demon Fox, Charm Fox, or mind-bending tree and bewildering willow. We shall commence our search with 10,000-year soul beasts. Should that prove unfeasible, we may then consider thousand-year ones. The master began to elaborate extensively, while Flander listened attentively. Tang Sen observed Fu Jiang, feeling as though he had become a subject of experimentation, yet he remained indifferent, believing that fortune favored him, while misfortune would be his own demise. Furthermore, he possessed a second martial soul, according to his teacher's descriptions. This second martial soul could accommodate 9 10,000-year soul rings. It was then that his true potential would be unleashed. Do you comprehend? The master inquired, tapping his fingers against the table before speaking slowly. Flander, who had been listening intently, nodded, his gaze towards Fu Jiang infused with an indelible fervor. Xiaogang, with such two prodigious disciples, have you ever contemplated their future? Flander remarked with a smile, though it bore an undertone of flattery. The Soul Master Academy, you say? I intend for them to attend the Tian Dou Royal Academy. With their talents, they would undoubtedly attract a considerable share of resources from the academy. The master appeared oblivious to Flander's ulterior motives and spoke candidly, causing Flander's expression to stiffen. Ahem, Xiaogang, the Tian Dou Royal Academy is rather mediocre. And with so many students, the quality of the instructors varies greatly. How can you entrust these two extraordinary talents to such an environment? Flander coughed lightly, launching into a critique of the academy's myriad shortcomings, as though placing Fu Jiang and Tang Sen there would squander their exceptional gifts. What do you believe, then? Where should they go? The master raised an eyebrow, fully aware of Flander's intentions. However, the Shrek Academy could not possibly compare to the Royal Academy of Heaven Do in terms of the training environment and the eligibility to participate in the prestigious elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Advantages that Flander's Shrek Academy simply could not offer. Of course it's our Shrek Academy, Flander exclaimed with exuberance, even gesturing animatedly as he began to envision the scene of these two extraordinary individuals gracing the halls of Shrek Academy. Star Do Great Forest. Fu Jiang trailed behind Flander, who continued his incessant promotion of Shrek Academy, extolling its virtues to the heavens and back, claiming it to be unparalleled. The master had yet to consent to Fu Jiang and Tang Sen attending Shrek Academy. However, after Flander's relentless persuasion, the master finally relented, stating that as long as Tang Sen and Fu Jiang were willing to attend Shrek Academy, he would agree. But he insisted they must participate in the elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. Unlike before, the master was no longer fixated on the so-called teamwork. Fu Jiang's family heritage soul skill surpassed that of the offense types in strength, outpaced the agility types in swiftness, and was more elusive than the control types. He was almost a complete team unto himself. With just a few support-type soul masters to bolster him, Fu Jiang would suffice, and the same applied to Tang Sen, who was rapidly learning Fu Jiang's family techniques. As long as I can grow stronger, nothing else matters, Fu Jiang stated coolly, his gaze devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Flander's lips curled into a smile, albeit one that appeared rather lecherous. At that moment, he was already envisioning a radiant future for Shrek Academy. Suddenly, Flander shouted a warning, gripping Fu Jiang's shoulder and retreating explosively. Simultaneously, a dark light struck the ground where Fu Jiang and Flander had just stood, creating a corrosive impact that rendered the earth a pitch black, a manifestation of poison. Fu Jiang looked up to see a grotesque purple spider traversing the air. It was not truly walking, but rather moving along an almost invisible web. Cave spider. A Millennium Grade 1. Flander exclaimed in alarm. The cave spider was notoriously troublesome. Among the most fearsome of spider-type soul beasts, nearly rivaling the human-faced spider in notoriety, yet more insidious, adept at setting various traps to ensnare its prey. The emergence of the cave spider indicated that this wretched creature had prepared extensively. Illusion. This is not merely an art. Fu Jiang did not form any seals. For him, executing an illusion required only the power of his Sharingan. In an instant, the cave spider hesitated, but then lunged forward, thrusting its lethal legs towards its left. Witnessing the cave spider's actions, Flander was momentarily taken aback, then seemingly struck by a thought. He glanced down at Fu Jiang, whose forehead glistened with perspiration. Alas, it is still too strenuous. My soul power is exceedingly insufficient, and having divided myself into numerous avatars has exacerbated the situation. Although the technique here has succeeded, the cost of this success is the depletion of 2/3 of my soul power. This is an illusionary soul skill. Flander exclaimed in shock, swiftly taking action. Fourth soul skill, Eagle Clawblade. In an instant, a phantom of a cat eagle emerged behind Flander, soaring into the air as the fourth purple soul ring illuminated. 8 razor-sharp blades of wind materialized, fiercely slashing towards the 8 legs of the subterranean demon spider. Clang, 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 clang. The clash of wind blades against spider legs resonated like steel colliding. The subterranean demon spider staggered, 4 of its resilient legs sustaining deep wounds, while the 4 weaker legs were severed in an instant. The foul blood splattered onto the ground, rising in a cloud of mist and emitting a hissing corrosive sound. Roar! The subterranean demon spider let out a furious shriek, its 8 purple eyes reflecting a distinctly human-like rage, glaring menacingly at Flander, suspended in midair. Illusion. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Fujikawa suddenly appeared within the demon spider's line of sight, locking eyes with the beast. In that moment, the 8 purple eyes transformed into the shape of a 6-winged pinwheel. Seizing this as a golden opportunity, Flander prepared to unleash a soul skill to deliver the final blow to the subterranean demon spider, only to be abruptly halted by Fujikawa's shout. "Wait, this spider is not suitable for me," Fujikawa declared, expressing his need for a soul ring capable of significantly enhancing both soul power and mental acuity, clearly indicating that this subterranean demon spider was not appropriate for him. Upon hearing this, Flander paused, and then directly executed his 4th soul skill, Eagle Clawblade, severing the remaining 4 legs of the spider. The intense pain caused the subterranean demon spider to break free from the illusion of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, releasing a piercing roar before burrowing into the earth, vanishing without a trace. I never imagined that this little creature could truly control a 10,000-year soul beast. Although he had mentally prepared himself, witnessing it firsthand still left him astounded. It was not control, merely an illusion, Fujikawa succinctly explained, then began to recover his soul power, contemplating an improvement to his wooden avatar technique, ensuring that the wooden avatars did not siphon too much power from his true self, lest he find himself in dire straits. Flander, however, paid little heed to this, for in his view, regardless of the means employed, it was already astonishing that a soul master without a soul ring could influence a 10,000-year soul beast. An hour passed, and Fujikawa had fully regained his soul power. Beginning to search the surroundings, that area was likely the territory of the subterranean demon spider, and my soul power had not been overly depleted. I could continue my search. However, capturing a 10,000-year soul beast relies heavily on luck. With good fortune, one might encounter it upon merely stepping into the soul beast forest, while with ill fortune, one might search for a month and find nothing at all. It is improbable that the desired soul beast would simply fall into one's lap. Flander was about to offer some words of comfort to Fujikawa, for although today marked their first encounter with a 10,000-year soul beast since entering the soul beast forest, they had already spent 2 days in the woods. He remained indifferent, yet he perceived that the child, Fujiwara, lacked patience, thus resorting to authoritative speech. However, before he could complete his sentence, a fox, grievously injured and missing a leg, crashed heavily before Fujiwara and Flandra. This fox, approximately 3 meters in length, bore 9 pristine white tails, their tips shimmering with a golden brilliance, now drooped lifelessly to the ground, its once resplendent fur now dull and lackluster. A 9-tailed fox, moreover, a 9-tailed fox of ancient lineage. Fujiwara glanced at Flandra, who stood utterly aghast. Yet, Fujiwara refrained from further vocalizing his thoughts, sparing Flandra further embarrassment. He was not particularly astonished, having grown accustomed to the fortuitous outcomes that accompanied interactions with those destined for greatness. In his past encounters within the shinobi realm, he had mastered the flying thunder god technique overnight, yet upon reflection, he could not discern how he had accomplished such a feat. Boom. Another resounding crash echoed as a lightning panther, flickering with electric energy, collapsed before them, equally on the brink of death. Had these 2 spirit beasts mutually inflicted harm upon one another, leaving Fujiwara to reap the benefits? Flandra's countenance twisted grotesquely, his features nearly contorted in anguish. He could distinctly observe the wounds on the 9-tailed fox inflicted by the lightning panther, whether the charred gashes or the bite marks on its foreleg. All bore testament to the panther's ferocity. The lightning panther, though not severely wounded, exhibited dim eyes, clearly indicating its spirit had been gravely compromised. The 10,000-year spirit ring enveloping Fujiwara radiated a menacing black light, drawing Flandra's gaze like a moth to a flame. "Wah, what is this?" Flandra stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts, his facial hair trembling as his tongue went numb, his mind clouded. He was at a loss for words, his pupils having constricted to the size of pinholes. Nodding Academy. The master, clutching his teacup, trembled as he beheld the unparalleled 10,000-year spirit ring of his disciple. Rooted in place, oblivious to the tea spilling from his cup onto his garments. He abruptly stood, the teacup tumbling onto the table, warm tea splattering everywhere. "What are soul skills? What level are you now? Is your body in any distress? Has your vision deteriorated? What are the differences in consumption between controlling the sacrifice of a 10,000-year spirit beast and that of a 100-year spirit beast?" The master unleashed a barrage of inquiries, akin to the rapid fire of a machine gun, while seizing a notebook to record Fujiwara's data. First soul skill, innate illusion. Fujiwara shouted, uncertain why he felt compelled to vocalize the name of his soul skill, when a stealthy activation would undoubtedly yield greater surprise. In that moment, the black spirit ring around Fujiwara glimmered brilliantly, enveloping him in a radiant light. As the brilliance faded, an overwhelming aura surged forth, so potent that it altered the very atmosphere, engulfing the entirety of Nodding City in a tempest, rousing all spirit masters within the city. It was the aura of a tidal Douluo. The soul rings on Fujian's body transformed once more, morphing into 9 crimson 10,000-year soul rings. A soft red glow enveloped Fujian, and with the mesmerizing 3-tomo Sharingan adorning his eyes, he appeared as a divine entity. Naturally enchanting, this soul ring, derived from the mythical 9-tailed fox, possessed the ability to alter his form and aura at will, remaining undetectable to those whose mental prowess did not exceed 3 times his own. Furthermore, it enabled him to restore his soul power and augment its upper limit by a staggering 100%. The consumption was minimal. Given the enhancement of his soul power limit, it could be regarded as a restorative soul technique, usable thrice within a single day. This ability was akin to a shadow clone technique imbued with Eames' seal, yet it also allowed him to modify the quantity and hue of his soul rings, thereby facilitating his plans more seamlessly. After articulating the capabilities of his soul technique, Fujian gradually retracted his natural enchantment, causing the surrounding 9 10,000-year soul rings to vanish instantaneously, coalescing into a solitary black 10,000-year soul ring. Natural enchantment, indeed. It was worthy of its 10,000-year status. However, based on Master Flandra's description, the 9-tailed fox's age should be around 2,000 years, and it was likely not merely a 9-tailed fox. It appeared to possess the bloodline of a phantom fox, evidenced by the golden fur at the tip of its tails. With a usage limit of 3 times per day, aside from the ability to alter his aura and form at will, the capacity to restore soul power and elevate its upper limit was already commendable among 10,000-year soul techniques. When coupled with his ancestral soul technique, it became truly formidable. Most critically, this soul technique allowed him to disguise his first soul ring, as the existence of a 10,000-year soul ring as a first ring was indeed astonishing. This ability could help him elude numerous troubles. The master grew increasingly apprehensive, unable to fathom who could possibly rival Fujian at the same level, or even 2 levels above him. Not even the formidable blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex soul master could possibly overcome Fujian in his current state. "What level are you now?" he inquired. The soul power granted by the 10,000-year soul ring could easily be estimated at a minimum of level 6. The master conservatively estimated, though he believed it should be closer to level 7, considering it was a 2,000-year, 10,000-year soul ring. Level 7 seemed rather modest. 18. I am currently at level 18, Fujian replied. The disparity between level 18 and level 10, while not colossal, could be likened to the difference between refined steel and freshly mined iron ore. At level 10, Fujian could unleash 50 ordinary power fireball techniques if he retracted all his soul power. However, now at level 18, even without utilizing his natural enchantment and without fully retracting his soul power, he could still cast 50 ordinary power fireball techniques. Unsurprisingly, given the 2,000-year soul ring, the master rubbed his stubbled chin, exuding an air of confidence, though his palms were slick with perspiration. His heart was fraught with anxiety until Fujian's return. The implications of his success on the world of soul masters were profound. Is your body experiencing any issues? The master continued to inquire, for this was his paramount concern. No, the sacrifice of the Millennium Soul Beast has directly compensated for my mental exhaustion. I can still summon 2 more Soul Beasts for sacrifice, Fu Jiang spoke lightly, astonished by the Soul Beast's unique ability. Had the true Uchiha Itachi arrived in this world, he might not have met his demise. For the sacrifice of a Millennium Soul Beast could elevate the life state of the sacrifice to its zenith. It could even replenish one's ocular power or mental energy. Or perhaps one might say, in release. Could it be that? Flinders suddenly became animated, his hawk-like eyes gleaming brightly. His heart racing as blood surged to his brain, reddening his face. Upon witnessing Flinders' demeanor, the master could hardly be oblivious to the grand notion that had seized him. Fu Jiang's ability must remain concealed, at least until he could stand independently. His first soul skill adeptly cloaked his presence, yet others could not claim the same advantage. The master harbored his own ambitions. In his view, Fu Jiang's capacity to invoke this sacrificial power twice was quite favorable, especially since Tang San was also his disciple. And moreover, the son of that individual. The enhancement provided by the Millennium Soul Ring extended beyond mere soul power. It also enriched physical attributes. He had yet to devise a solution to the peril posed by the dual martial souls and was reluctant to consult that person. Thus, even without sacrifice, I could restore my mental energy within a month, albeit at the cost of diminished strength and the inability to utilize one eye, Fu Jiang stated, showcasing his innate talent. Being still a child, it was only natural for him to seek recognition. Even a child burdened with deep-seated grievances could not perpetually dwell in a state of rage. What? The master exclaimed in disbelief, convinced that controlling a century-old soul beast was not comparable to mastering a millennium soul beast. To me, there exists no distinction between the two. However, the soul beast must first be subdued, or else I cannot exert direct control over it. As Fu Jiang spoke, he activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomo rotating incessantly, seemingly on the verge of unifying. Is this the Sharingan? The master murmured in astonishment, then quickly regained his composure. Resuming his notes, Flinders gazed intently at Fu Jiang, mentally calculating the future soul rings for the peculiar talents within his academy. Flinders resolved to linger at Nodding Academy, determined to persuade Fu Jiang to join him at Shrek Academy, relentlessly pestering the master, even invoking Lu Erlong, which only served to fortify the master's unwavering refusal. The master had since reconsidered. It was imperative that Fu Jiang and Tang San kept this matter confidential, avoiding undue attention, especially from the Spirit Hall. He understood the Spirit Hall's modus operandi, that which they could not possess, they sought to annihilate. Unless Fu Jiang were to join the upper 3 sects and receive their unwavering protection, he would only be superficially safe, for the Spirit Hall would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him covertly. Ultimately, Flinders found himself at an impasse. He only departed after securing a promise from Fu Jiang to assist in obtaining a soul ring. Although he claimed otherwise, Flinders believed that with his audacity, he could procure several 10,000-year spirit rings for a few of the little monsters at the academy. Naturally, he would not take advantage of Fu Jiang. Upon returning, he was prepared to sell everything he had, knowing that any amount he could gather would be worthwhile. In truth, he understood that the first and even the second 10,000-year rings were priceless treasures, far beyond what his humble status as a spirit sage could afford. However, for the sake of the little monsters at the academy, he was willing to brave the shame. Meanwhile, Fu Jiang and Tang San sat cross-legged face to face atop a mountain overlooking the outskirts of Nodding Academy. I will find you a worthy second spirit ring, Fu Jiang promised. His eyes averted from Tang San, yet the conviction in his voice was unmistakable. Tang San recognized this as Fu Jiang's sense of guilt. After all, to possess a 10,000-year spirit ring as one's first was a feat beyond the wildest dreams of all spirit masters. Fu Jiang had treated him as a mere experiment, yet had only used a 100-year spirit beast. Despite having endured the tragedy of losing his family, Fu Jiang's heart remained inherently kind, even somewhat timid. Tang San believed that Fu Jiang owed him nothing. If there was any debt, it was to his father, who had rescued Fu Jiang in the first place. In reality, even if his father had not taken Fu Jiang in, someone else surely would have, for Fu Jiang's appearance was simply too striking. Even the noble lords would view him as a charming child fallen on hard times. Does one's appearance hold value? Indeed. A perfect visage can create an outstanding first impression. If 2 individuals with identical qualifications applied for a job, people would inevitably choose the one who appeared more pleasing to the eye. Subsequently, Tang San pondered. Despite the calamity he faced, Fujiang's heart remained so pure. What must he have been like in happier times, surrounded by a loving family? With this thought, Tang San couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at Fujiang. It's all right. If my first spirit ring were a 10,000-year one, it would undoubtedly bring me trouble. Moreover, I don't see anything wrong with my spirit ring. He reassured Fujiang. Having lived 2 lives, his mind was mature. He believed there was no love or hatred without reason. He knew Fujiang had come to regard him as a friend, perhaps even family. Perhaps from the moment he shared his porridge with Fujiang, their friendship had taken root. Buried deep within. In his past life, Tang San had no friends. In this life, having one brought him joy, resolving a regret from his previous existence. I understand. Fujiang replied calmly, nodding before formally beginning his cultivation. The conversion of chakra into spirit power and meditation did not conflict, allowing Fujiang to multitask as he began to cultivate, while simultaneously reflecting on his thoughts. If Fujiang were to comprehend the thoughts dwelling within Tang San's heart, he would undoubtedly be elated. However, he could scarcely fathom that the moment Tang San divided a bowl of porridge and gazed at him in a daze, it would inspire such extensive imaginings. The interactions with those destined by fate necessitate a gradual approach, devoid of rashness. In his previous experiences within the shinobi world, he too had cultivated friendships with Naruto step by step, becoming Sasuke's mentor, Jiraiya's closest companion, Orochimaru's confidant, and Tsunade's debtor. Progress must be steady and deliberate. Each stride forward should be accompanied by careful contemplation of 3 or even 10 steps backward, ensuring a journey of greater distance. As for the present Tang San, Fujiang aspired to forge a friendship with him, one in which he could trustfully entrust his back. Regarding the individual named Xiao Wu, whose aura bore the essence of soul beasts from this realm, it was likely a manifestation of the legendary 10,000-year soul beast, as mentioned in various texts. The tale of a fox spirit transforming into human form to repay its benefactor has become commonplace in the shinobi world. While he was uncertain whether Tang San had rescued this Xiao Wu, he was convinced that she was the protagonist, intricately entwined with Tang San's fate. Their bond mirrored that of Naruto and Sasuke. Perhaps he could learn from Naruto of Team 7, nurturing feelings for this 10,000-year soul beast protagonist, only to find himself yearning in vain, ultimately finding peace and silently bestowing his blessings upon Tang San and Xiao Wu. This approach would not only deepen his connection with these destined individuals, but also evoke feelings of guilt within them towards him. If Fujiang could sacrifice himself once more for Xiao Wu, it would be the pinnacle of perfection. After contemplating the matters concerning the fated individuals, Fujiang began summoning his wooden clones, instructing them to resolve their affairs discreetly. Having acquired his first spirit ring, his strength had significantly improved, warranting an upgrade for his wooden clones. Tang San, Fujiang, voices echoed from the mountainside, interrupting Fujiang's cultivation and jolting Tang San from his meditative state. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Xiao Wu is about to battle Ba Xiao, exclaimed a fellow student from the 7th dormitory, panting heavily, struggling to catch his breath. Upon hearing this, Fujiang furrowed his brow slightly. To him, such childish skirmishes seemed akin to mere games, devoid of any interest. However, upon realizing that it was Xiao Wu preparing to engage with those ordinary characters, his expression tightened. A 10,000-year soul beast, engaging in a child's play. Fujiang found this perplexing, suspecting it might be a peculiar training method employed by the 10,000-year soul beast. Just as he was endeavoring to befriend the fated individual Tang San for the sake of his own future cultivation. Let us go and see, Tang San declared, rising first and pulling Fujiang down the mountain. Fujiang remained silent, merely following Tang San's lead. Indeed, children in every world exhibit such precociousness. Tang San, at just over 6 years of age, had already begun. No, it could only be said that those destined by fate are drawn to one another, akin to the repulsion of like poles and the attraction of opposites and magnets. Wang Sheng had already been sent flying, his body and face marred by the bruises and scars inflicted by the club. Indeed, a work-study student is just a work-study student. Xiao Laoda spoke with unabashed pride. Fujiang and Tang San had also arrived, their gazes tinged with a hint of disdain. However, Fujiang's contempt was evident to all, while Tang San remained remarkably composed. Oh, 2 more have arrived? At this moment, Xiao Laoda, swollen with arrogance, began to mock them, hesitating briefly when he laid eyes on Fu Jiang. The child of commoners would not possess such an aura or appearance. The same could be said for the leader among the work-study students, Xiao Wu, who had already been dismissed as lacking any family background. Upon noticing Fu Jiang and Tang San, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. She felt a twinge of fear towards Fu Jiang, not merely due to the illusion he had cast during their first encounter, which had forced her to relive the traumatic moment of her mother's murder, but also because of her inherent dread and aversion towards his sinister eyes. Yet, after spending a few days together, she had come to understand that Fu Jiang had merely acted to support Tang San, causing her disdain to wane somewhat. After all, such loyalty could not belong to a truly wicked person. Nevertheless, the fear persisted, as it seemed her very bloodline instinctively suppressed her in the presence of those wicked eyes. Perfect timing. Xiao San, Fu Jiang, you're here. Xiao Wu stifled her fear and greeted Fu Jiang and Tang San with a smile. Fu Jiang nodded slightly, while Tang San returned the greeting with a smile of his own. Hey, are you going to continue fighting or not? Xiao Laodao inquired, casting a wary glance at Fu Jiang, who exuded an astonishing presence, even in the plain school uniform, standing there calmly, yet radiating an air of superiority. Shall you go, or shall I? Fu Jiang asked Tang San with an air of tranquility. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San realized that allowing Fu Jiang to confront Xiao Laodao's group might leave them in a state of shock at a mere glance, which would be far too shocking and detrimental to Fu Jiang's need for concealment. He did not believe Fu Jiang would rely solely on physical prowess to deal with these individuals, as Fu Jiang had stated. His very presence here was a tremendous boon for them. I'll go, Tang San declared, stepping forward with determination. Xiao Laodao received a severe reprimand, only to be subsequently taken under Xiao Wu's wing. These individuals were akin to dogs, cowering before the strong and bullying the weak, harboring malicious thoughts and an overwhelming sense of jealousy. Having such people under one's command would prove utterly useless, potentially becoming a liability. Tang San then took Fu Jiang to the Hall of Spirits, specifically the branch in Nodding City. Upon their arrival, they encountered Su Yuntao, who appeared unchanged from their previous meetings. However, when Su Yuntao laid eyes on Fu Jiang, his expression brightened with joy. You've finally arrived. Have you come to a decision? I have long told you that only the Hall of Spirits can fully unleash your potential. Su Yuntao felt a surge of joy, for he had reported a body martial spirit with innate full soul power, which led to his promotion. Although he still resided within this modest martial spirit branch, he had ascended to the position of deputy branch master. He could choose to succeed the retiring Master Mazayuno as the master of the Nodding City Martial Spirit Branch, or seek opportunities in a larger martial spirit hall. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang lifted his gaze to Su Yuntao. We have come to register as Soul Masters, Fu Jiang stated, his expression unwavering. The peculiar aura surrounding Su Yuntao was subtle yet significant, reminiscent of the village chief, Old Jack. It left Fu Jiang pondering the role this individual played and his connection to the protagonist. Soul Master, have you acquired a soul ring? Su Yuntao inquired, astonished. Indeed, Fu Jiang affirmed with a nod, just as an elderly man with white hair and beard emerged from the martial spirit hall. Yuntao, this is... Master Mazayuno observed Fu Jiang and Tang San, then turned his attention to Su Yuntao. Master Mazayuno, these two children are the innate full soul power individuals I awakened. One possesses the blue silver grass, while the other has a body martial spirit in the form of eyes. Su Yuntao bowed respectfully to Master Mazayuno before adding, this child named Fu Jiang must be my fortunate star. It is through him that I have successfully become the deputy master of the Nodding City Martial Spirit Branch. Now, I wish to repay Fu Jiang in some way. Master Mazayuno then began to invite Fu Jiang and Tang San to join the Martial Spirit Hall, but both declined, as they had already enrolled in the Nodding Junior Academy and taken Master as their mentor. With a sigh, Master Mazayuno conceded, recognizing that Master held a prestigious position as an honorary elder of the Martial Spirit Hall. Oh, in that case, please take them to register, Master Mazayuno instructed. Nodding in understanding, the lower echelon of the Martial Spirit Hall had not encountered much darkness. Thus they would not resort to eliminating exceptionally gifted soul masters merely because they chose not to join. Su Yuntao nodded and led Fu Jiang and Tang San into the Martial Spirit Hall to begin testing their soul power. 18 ranks. A resounding noise erupted within the hall. shaking the ceiling and causing a stir among those present. Su Yuntao stood in stunned silence, his jaw nearly dislocating as he stared at Fu Jiang. How on earth did you cultivate? He stammered, his astonishment beyond the capacity for words. Fu Jiang remained silent, gazing steadily at Su Yuntao. Tang Xin had likewise completed the soul power test, his results far surpassing Su Yuntao's expectations. Yet, the moment he glimpsed the yellow 100-year soul rings adorning both Fu Jiang and Tang Xin, an undeniable envy flickered in his eyes. Particularly, he was entranced by the hint of purple within Fu Jiang's 100-year soul ring, leaving him momentarily dazed. My teacher is Master, Fu Jiang stated, using Master as a commendable shield. In truth, his statement elevated Master as prestige further still. Master? Su Yuntao silently noted the name, realizing he must report Fu Jiang's soul power transformation. Aware of Master S' status as an honorary elder of the martial spirit hall, he felt confident that persuading Fu Jiang to join would not pose a challenge. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Fu Jin spoke, a hint of impatience brewing within her, her countenance appropriately reflecting her discontent. Subsequently, Su Yuntao bestowed upon Fu Jin and Tang Xin the monthly allocation of gold soul coins, expressing that the gates of the spirit hall would always remain open to them, before allowing them to take their leave. With the gold soul coins in hand, Tang Xin sought out a blacksmith shop, aspiring to become an apprentice. Fu Jin refrained from commenting on Tang Xin's choice. In truth, pursuing an apprenticeship in blacksmithing was not the most lucrative option for earning a living. However, if it were for the purpose of honing his forging skills, Fu Jin could comprehend his decision. While Tang Xin was engrossed in his work, Fu Jin suddenly sensed a pair of eyes observing him from the periphery. Wuhuan City, situated at the juncture of two great empires, remains devoid of allegiance to either, and within it lies the Douluo Hall, a revered sanctuary for soul masters across the realm. Today, the Hall of the Pope buzzed with activity, as the current Pope and two titled Douluos stood before the throng of students engaged in spirited duels. Most of these students were orphans or commoner prodigies, gathered and nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Although the most exceptional soul masters still resided within the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, the ranks of commoner soul masters were not to be underestimated. With the guidance of various high-ranking soul masters within the Spirit Hall, it is no wonder that the Spirit Hall has ascended to become the preeminent force on the continent. The Spirit Hall possesses the hearts of the populace. Initially, the various nobles and sects across the continent held a disdainful attitude towards commoner soul masters. However, upon witnessing the consolidation of these commoners into a formidable force by the Spirit Hall, the nobility began to acknowledge their strength. By the time these nobles and sects sought to recruit commoner soul masters, the majority had already pledged their allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness, there exists a particularly remarkable student in this cohort, spoke the titled Douluo Ju, known as Ju Douluo Yuiguan, with utmost respect. This exceptional individual was one he had personally identified and recruited. Oh, how does this individual compare to Lina? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued. Few matters could still captivate her interest, and the plethora of talents within the Spirit Hall had rendered the term genius rather commonplace in her eyes. The first, second, and even third soul rings were all 10,000-year-old. A smile played upon Ju Douluo Yuiguan's lips, his androgynous visage creating a somewhat awkward impression. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Ju Douluo Yuiguan, while Gue de Gue Mei, positioned beside her, began to question whether his old friend had fallen under some peculiar environmental soul skill. Where is this individual now? Bibi Dong inquired slowly, narrowing her eyes. The notion of 10,000-year first and second soul rings may appear unrealistic to others, yet for her, a chosen one who had inherited the legacy of the Rakshasa god, it was far from impossible. His name is Uchiha Itachi, hailing from a remote island overseas. After his family fell victim to a vendetta, he fled to the mainland. Destitute and compelled to register as a soul master at the Wuhuan Hall in the Heavenly Dome. It was there that upon discovering his concealed soul ring colors through an illusionary soul technique, invited him to join the Wuhuan Hall. Initially, he was somewhat resistant, but after I appealed to his emotions and reason, he was persuaded, as explained by Douluo Ju. However, before he could finish, I noticed Bibi Dong's growing impatience. Currently, he stands amidst the soul battles below, having already reached the top 8, yet none of his opponents could even compel his martial soul to manifest. Your Holiness, please observe. He is the one. Douluo pointed enthusiastically at a young boy engaged in combat below. The boy appeared to be around 135 meters tall, draped in a tattered robe, with long hair casually tied back. His handsome visage bore two faint lines of maturity, which, rather than detracting from his beauty, lent an air of authority to his stern countenance. Before him stood a youth of about 16 or 17, adorned with two radiant yellow soul rings. Li Jiang, Martial Soul, Gale Wolf, Level 27 Battle Soul Master. The boy named Li Jiang spoke nervously, and in an instant, he summoned his martial soul, a phantom of a Gale Wolf appearing behind him. He was acutely aware that this seemingly imposing child, brought forth by Douluo, had achieved a series of victories, annihilating his opponents with a mere glance, without even compelling the child's martial soul to emerge. Sharingan, Itachi silently intoned, a flash of crimson gleaming in his eyes. Thud! Li Jiang collapsed at Itachi's feet, snoring thunderously. Itachi gracefully descended from the stage, his movements fluid and devoid of any semblance of challenge. At that moment, on the platform, Pope Bibi Dong narrowed her elongated eyes, forming a preliminary assessment of this child who appeared to be no more than 12. He seems to have surpassed the rank of Soul Master at such a tender age. Even Lena, approaching her 13th year, has barely reached level 29. Let Lena test him, Bibi Dong remarked, her interest in the child piqued. Indeed, when I first encountered him at the Wuhuan Hall in Tian Dou City, he was in a rather disheveled state, even looked down upon by the guards. Had he not revealed the soul ring concealed by the environment's soul technique, he might not have gained entry at all. His martial soul is ocular in nature. He refers to his eyes as the Sharingan, a treasured heritage of the Uchiha clan, classified among the elite martial souls capable of instantaneously unleashing illusions. Douluo began to bow respectfully before introducing Uchiha Itachi. Bibi Dong listened intently, as did Ghost Douluo, trusting that his old comrade would not be foolish enough to deceive the Pope or to be outwitted by a mere child. Our Wuhuan Hall currently has no influence extending to overseas territories, Bibi Dong murmured, the implications clear. The Wuhuan Hall is not an establishment that accepts just anyone, nor does it extend its trust indiscriminately. Upon hearing these words, both Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo instantly grasped Bibi Dong's intentions. Could it be possible that spies from other sects have infiltrated? Ghost Douluo inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Impossible. No faction would willingly send a genius soul master, whose 3 spirit rings are all of the 10,000-year grade, to serve as a spy elsewhere. Ju Douluo shook his head, his gaze toward Ghost Douluo, tinged with a hint of pity, lamenting the old ghost's questionable intellect. Regardless of her motives, the Spirit Hall will accept him, Bibi Dong declared, unyielding and decisive, not one to waver or hesitate. Her previous statement merely reflected her skepticism regarding Uchiha Itachi's origins. If what Ju Douluo claims is true, then even if he is a spy, I shall still take him in. After all, it is unheard of for the first ring to possess 10,000-year quality, let alone the 4th. Unless this child, like myself, is a chosen one of the divine. Yet, she pondered, which deity had chosen this child? Even a 100,000-year soul beast could not possibly possess a 10,000-year first ring, unless those ancient soul beasts willingly offered sacrifices to this child. Bibi Dong preferred to believe that Uchiha Itachi, like herself, was a divine chosen one. Helena regarded the child before her, who appeared even younger than herself, her brow furrowing in confusion. She could not comprehend why His Holiness the Pope would have her compete against this young child, particularly in this advancement contest. Such competitions merely served to select talented soul masters for the foundational ranks within the Spirit Hall, apart from the elite few. The majority would be dispatched to various locations to serve the Spirit Hall. Only a select few could remain in Spirit City, and even they would not truly engage with the core of the Spirit Hall unless they achieved remarkable feats. Little brother, as a newcomer to the Spirit Hall, I advise you to step down obediently. Otherwise, it would be quite an unseemly sight if you were to leave the stage in tears, Helena remarked, noting Itachi's adorable appearance, which juxtaposed with his stern demeanor, creating a charming contrast. You are unlike those others. A glimmer of red flashed in Itachi's eyes as he sensed something extraordinary about the girl, not merely due to her unusual aura but also because of the scent she carried. Reminiscent of foxes. Fox, Itachi, he thought, recalling the temperamental nine-tailed fox he had once controlled for various endeavors. It was indeed an excellent scapegoat. You have quite the sweet tongue, yet my sister shall show no mercy, Helena replied with a playful smile, acknowledging that Itachi's charming visage undoubtedly enhanced his appeal. Although not one to be overly captivated by appearances, she found that beautiful things or individuals invariably brought a sense of delight. "Helena, Spirit Fox," she exclaimed. But before she could finish her introduction, she was swiftly brought down by Fujiki's illusion, landing in an ungraceful pose without a hint of snoring. "Uchiha Itachi, victorious," declared the impartial judge, recognizing that, after all, they were all members of the Spirit Hall. What did it matter who triumphed or faltered? Upon witnessing Hyena being instantaneously defeated, Bibi Dong's previously narrowed eyes now transformed into mere slits, as if she were contemplating something profound. "Awaken Hyena, and bring that Uchiha Itachi to me," Bibi Dong commanded before turning to depart. If the Douluo was not utterly bewildered, they were indeed facing a three-ring soul master, one adorned with a 10,000-year soul ring. She felt compelled to ascertain whether this child was, like her, chosen by the divine. At her words, the Douluo and the ghost Douluo bowed respectfully, watching Bibi Dong leave. Hyena gradually regained consciousness and gazed at the child who had just vanquished her with a mere glance, her expression somewhat grim. She, along with her brothers Xie and Yan, had been hailed as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. To be defeated by a mere child with a glance was intolerable. She felt a surge of resentment, having not even witnessed the child's martial spirit. "Such a chatterbox," Uchiha Itachi remarked softly, his somewhat youthful voice curiously imbued with an air of authority. Hyena took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. Recognizing that this child was also from the Spirit Hall and could potentially become her colleague, or even a friend, in the future. In this world, lacking friends was indeed a lamentable fate. Yet, the child's words were infuriatingly presumptuous. "What is your name?" Despite her effort to suppress her vexation, her voice carried a hint of discontent, for she was still a young girl. "Uchiha Itachi," he replied, his gaze sweeping over Hyena. He sensed a multitude of unique qualities within her, though perhaps not as pronounced as those he felt from Tang-san, yet still remarkably high. Uchiha Itachi, or rather Fu Jiang, was always welcoming to those destined for greatness. Establishing bonds was ideal, but even without them, he sought to leave a profound impression on such fated individuals. "What is your martial spirit? What soul skill was that just now?" Hyena inquired, gathering information for future sparring sessions. "Sharingan, Jinjutsu," Uchiha Itachi replied with a voice as tranquil as a still pond, answering her queries without elaboration. Nearby, the ghost Douluo raised an eyebrow, his gaze towards the child gradually becoming peculiar. He had already assessed Uchiha Itachi's bone age. "Child, unleash your martial spirit and soul rings," he instructed, still incredulous despite his old friend's assertion that this child possessed 3 10,000-year soul rings. Having confirmed through his examination that Uchiha Itachi appeared to be no older than 12, he grappled with disbelief. The existence of a 10,000-year soul ring or an 11-year-old soul master was unparalleled in the annals of the continent's history. Even the so-called youngest titled Douluo, Tang Hao, would not have attained the rank of soul master at such an age. The mere thought of Tang Hao sent a shiver down the ghost Douluo's spine. Despite the years that had passed, that frenzied strike remained etched indelibly in his mind. Itachi did not refuse. He directly activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. The crimson light emanating from his eyes was unsettling, akin to that of a malevolent deity, instilling a sense of dread that deterred anyone from gazing directly into those wicked orbs. Accompanying this transformation were 3 soul rings encircling Itachi, their obsidian radiance shimmering like the profound abyss of the earth, continuously drawing the attention of onlookers. The 3 black soul rings materialized before Ghost Douluo, halting his advance and leaving Hyena momentarily stunned. This was utterly inconceivable. Even the current Pope, Her Holiness, possessed only a standard optimal soul ring configuration, with the 9th being a red 100,000-year soul ring. Ghost Douluo felt as though his entire worldview was being upended, trampled underfoot, and rubbed against the ground. Words eluded him. The disparity between Itachi and the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall was stark, a chasm of difference. The golden generation was but mere clay, while Itachi was a marvel. "How did you accomplish this?" Hyena exclaimed, her eyes transfixed upon the 3 10,000-year soul rings adorning Fu Jiang. She then realized the inappropriateness of her inquiry. After all, she had only just met Uchiha Itachi and had recently participated in what she considered a legitimate soul duel. Even if she had been swiftly defeated, she regarded it as a serious contest of spirit. Such a secret that allowed for a 10,000-year soul ring as the first would require careful consideration to divulge, even to a dear friend or beloved kin. Your Holiness. Bibi Dong regarded the child before her, appearing wise beyond his years, her expression unchanged. However, upon seeing the 3 black soul rings on Uchiha Itachi, her pupils constricted. She felt no divine power emanating from him. It is known that there exists a certain resonance between divine inheritors. Soul power and divine power are entirely distinct entities. Having already passed the 7 trials set forth by the Rakshasa god, with only 2 remaining to inherit his divine status, half of her soul power had transformed into divine power, making her particularly sensitive to the latter. It was evident that this child lacked divine power, harboring instead a force that even she, a Rakshasa god inheritor, found sinister. The Rakshasa god embodies malevolence, and the ability to evoke such a feeling in her indicated a remarkable potency. Bibi Dong scrutinized Uchiha Itachi, who in turn observed her. She was tall and elegant, clad in an opulent robe of black adorned with golden patterns, crowned with a purple-gold headdress, and wielding a staff approximately 2 meters long, encrusted with countless magnificent gems. Her skin was pale, her features nearly flawless, as if she were the favored child of the world, bestowed with all its beauty. And any term associated with grandeur could be aptly applied to her without a hint of incongruity. The aura she exuded conveyed an intangible sense of nobility and sanctity, compelling one to instinctively revere her. Both Itachi and Fu Jiang sensed this extraordinary quality within her, recognizing that this pope was also a person of destiny, rivaling Tang San in strength, if not exceeding it. She is indeed a paragon of perfection, yet when compared to Kagaya Otsutsuki, this so-called perfect woman pales in comparison. Would you consider joining the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong was straightforward, eschewing unnecessary pleasantries for the child before her, despite his youthful appearance. Bore no resemblance to one who indulged in idle chatter. The art of interaction, the way one communicates, and even the slightest of gestures are all disciplines unto themselves. There is a saying in the common folk that one should speak to people in a manner befitting their kind, and to spirits in a way that resonates with their essence. Although someone of Bibi Dong's stature need not accommodate others, she possessed a remarkable tolerance for prodigies. I have already joined, Uchiha Itachi replied with an expressionless demeanor, his tone measured and subdued. It was not a coercive embrace. Even if one were to depart at this moment, it would bear no consequence. Bibi Dong, with her eyes wide open, spoke untruths. Should Uchiha Itachi utter a single word of refusal, he could anticipate a fate of interminable darkness and the brutalities of torture. The absence of divine rank could allow one's first spirit ring to attain a millennium in age, a secret potent enough to upheave the entire spirit master realm. Should only one spirit ring reach the millennium mark, it could still be rationalized as mere coincidence, perhaps a wise millennium spirit beast, cornered by a team of soul hunters, exhausted itself and collapsed before a child, choosing to sacrifice itself to repulse those who sought its demise. Though the probability of such an occurrence is low and its credibility even lower, it remains a plausible narrative, with historical precedents in the annals of spirit master lore. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's lips curled slightly in a cold smirk, dismissing the pontifical platitudes as mere background noise. One may hear such words, but to take them seriously is to invite defeat. I am willing to join the Spirit Hall, but I have one condition. Uchiha Itachi began to adopt a persona, laying the groundwork for his ambitions. Speak, Bibi Dong replied, her composure unshaken. The presence of a condition implied desire, and desire is a trait easier to manipulate. What truly vexes someone of her position are those who are utterly devoid of ambition. Your Holiness, I wish that once I attain the rank of Tian Dou Royal, I may harness the power of the Spirit Hall to aid me in my quest for vengeance. Uchiha Itachi stated, a flicker of deep-seated hatred glimmering in his eyes. At his words, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow slightly. She held no doubts regarding Uchiha Itachi's potential to become a Tian Dou Royal. However, his mention of revenge piqued her interest. From the information he had revealed, it was evident that the family capable of nurturing a talent such as Uchiha Itachi's was far from ordinary. A Tian Dou Royal was a certainty, and the ability to bestow a Millennium Spirit Ring upon him suggested that the Tian Dou Royal within the Uchiha clan was formidable indeed. According to Douluo, Uchiha Itachi was cast adrift upon the continent due to the annihilation of his clan. The obliteration of a family that housed a title Douluo must have been executed by a force of at least the upper three sections. If one were to seek the demise of a title Douluo whose spirit rings all surpassed a millennium, it was indeed feasible. As long as you join the Spirit Hall. With your innate talent and strength, it is quite possible that one day my position will be yours. Once you ascend to the papacy, you can naturally mobilize all the forces of the Spirit Hall to aid you in your vengeance. Bibidong hesitated for only a fleeting moment before nodding in agreement, subsequently beginning to offer Uchiha Itachi empty promises and lofty visions. Even as the current pope, she lacked the authority to command the entire power of the Spirit Hall. For most of its forces resided within the Offering Hall, where an ancient being perpetually obstructed her attempts to extend her reach. I am willing to join the Spirit Hall. Uchiha Itachi, seemingly oblivious to Bibidong's hesitation, immediately bowed respectfully. Excellent. In that case, I shall first designate you as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, granting you the freedom to select from all the resources available within. Bibidong nodded, a smile gracing her lips, a smile that was both enchanting and delightful, reflecting her pleasant mood. This young individual clearly was not the type to be arrogant or foolish. He understood the ebb and flow of circumstances. Seeing this, Uchiha Itachi felt he had achieved his objective, yet sensed it was insufficient. The Pope clearly had more to convey. Otherwise, she would have dismissed him already, allowing either Ghost Douluo or Chrysanthemum Douluo to guide him into the life of a holy son. Thank you, Your Holiness. Uchiha Itachi bowed once more, then resolved to feign ignorance. As long as Bibidong did not inquire further, he would remain silent. Though he could have presented more, what one cannot obtain is eternally restless. While those favored are emboldened by their privilege, the more precious the possession, the more arduous the quest to acquire it. The title of Holy Son signifies that you are the disciple of the Pope. Henceforth, you shall refer to me as your teacher. Bibidong smiled as she spoke, unperturbed by the slight unease her words instilled in Hulayina. Regardless of the setting, prodigies often enjoy special privileges, especially those of unprecedented caliber. In Bibidong's eyes, a talent like Uchiha Itachi was destined to ascend to divinity upon discovering a divine position. Yes, teacher. Uchiha Itachi replied respectfully, his expression remaining unchanged. He suddenly noticed Hulayina, whose gaze was tinged with envy as she looked at him. To her, Pope Bibidong was the most remarkable woman in the world and her most revered idol. Now, with her idol taking on a disciple, yet that disciple was not her. Her mood was understandably soured. Teacher, I only require soul skills that can enhance my attributes. As for offensive soul skills, the Uchiha clan is never lacking in such abilities. Uchiha Itachi stated with a calm demeanor, uttering the most audacious of claims. Upon hearing this, Bibidong's brow furrowed slightly. While illusions were indeed practical, they held no efficacy against adversaries whose mental fortitude surpassed one's own. She shook her head, aware that her disciple exhibited the common flaw of genius, pride. Pride is not inherently detrimental, but if it blinds one's vision, significant problems are bound to arise. Teacher, I do not solely rely on illusions. I have also acquired a basic understanding of the Uchiha clan's ancestral soul skills. If Uchiha Itachi aspires to gradually ascend to the position of the Master of the Spirit Hall, he must demonstrate his worth. For him, ninjutsu holds little significance. Although greater exposure invites increased suspicion, refraining from revealing himself would render his path to advancement exceedingly arduous. Despite his current status as a holy son, he wields no actual power, and while the Pope promised a selection of cultivation resources, those resources are rather mundane, easily purchasable with gold soul coins. And their prices are merely average. Family heirloom soul skills? A heavy thought crossed Bibidong's mind. Only families possessing such legacy skills would qualify. Apart from the current Haoyan sect, she had never heard of any other faction boasting such ancestral techniques. Could it be that overseas soul masters are extraordinarily formidable? The Uchiha clan is renowned for its fire techniques and Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi entered a state of concentration, initially intending to boast about the Uchiha, but upon realizing that their reputation in this world was insignificant, his words faltered. Noticing Itachi's hesitation, Bibidong turned her gaze towards him, awaiting his continuation. Teacher, I can bestow upon you the Uchiha family heirloom soul skill. Itachi stated earnestly, seemingly oblivious to his previous awkwardness. At his words, Bibidong's eyes narrowed. No need. This is your family's legacy skill, and the Spirit Hall would never covet it. She waved her hand dismissively, sensing that her disciple harbored ulterior motives, likely tied to his vendetta against his clan's destruction. However, Bibi Dong was not the naive type to accept everything at face value. Itachi listened to her words with a discerning ear, knowing they should not be taken at face value. Even without activating his Sharingan, he could perceive the glint of ambition in Bibi Dong's eyes, laced with a subtle hint of greed. Currently, the only known family heirloom soul skill was the Haotian Sect's chaotic cloak hammer technique, alongside another skill that could exponentially amplify one's power instantaneously, a technique Bibi Dong had witnessed but did not know the name of. These were exceptionally powerful self-created soul skills, capable of being passed down through generations as a legacy. To ensure the continuity of a faction, certain elements are paramount. First, a formidable martial spirit, such as the Haotian Hammer, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Second, soul skills that can endure through countless descendants, such as the chaotic cloak hammer technique, mind control, and dragon transformation. Third, the consolidation of the original intentions and beliefs of the faction's founders, such as the Spirit Hall gathering commoner soul masters, while the Empire unites noble soul masters. The third aspect is the most crucial, for many ants can bring down an elephant. The reason the Empire cannot contend with the Spirit Hall lies in the fact that nobles are far fewer than commoner soul masters. In this world, commoner soul masters vastly outnumber their noble counterparts. Although the Spirit Hall currently stands as the most powerful entity on the continent, who would ever disdain having a richer foundation? Teacher, would you like to try the Uchiha soul skill? Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes and spoke, his tone imbued with a certain arrogance that vexed Bibi Dong. After all, if the pride within Uchiha Itachi were not tempered, his future path would be fraught with difficulties. Originally, Fu Jiang intended for Uchiha Itachi to embody the qualities of a mature young man, exuding a demeanor that was both composed and sophisticated. However, excessive maturity would render Uchiha Itachi untrustworthy in the eyes of the Wuhan Temple. They sought a genius whose mind was still malleable, not one who was overly mature and difficult to control. Though the Wuhan Temple publicly maintained a facade devoid of dark practices, their methods of controlling talented orphans bore a resemblance to the will of fire in Konoha, primarily centered around the establishment of bonds. What an arrogant little fellow, remarked Douluo. Why don't you give the saint's inherited soul skills a try? Bibi Dong sighed, seemingly exasperated by her proud disciple. Yet she felt a sense of relief as well. A precocious child may be quite sensible, but they are certainly not endearing. Upon hearing her words, Douluo hesitated momentarily before stepping forward, guiding Uchiha Itachi to an open area. Simultaneously, not far from that open space, Hulaina arrived with her brother, Xiaoyu, and their friend, Yin. She had initially intended to spar with her brother and Yin to enhance her skills. However, upon her arrival, she noticed Douluo and the aloof child standing in a tense standoff, as if preparing for a monumental clash. The notion of a child engaging in combat with the title Douluo seemed utterly implausible to Hulaina. Yet, the sight of the three black, millennia-old soul rings on Fu Jiang made her reconsider. No matter how formidable the soul rings, a mere three-ring soul master could hardly contend with the title Douluo. Is this the child you mentioned, possessing 3 soul rings of millennia caliber? Yin inquired, his brow furrowed. He harbored a strong dislike for Uchiha Itachi, not solely because he had immediately ascended to the position of saint and become a disciple of the Pope, but also due to envy of Itachi's prowess. Even he, with his own formidable abilities, could not effortlessly defeat Hulaina with just a glance. While he acknowledged the despair that the 3 millennia-level soul rings induced, he was unwilling to concede defeat, for he too was a genius, one among the elite. Yen, he is now the saint. Show some respect. Xiaoyu, a quintessential loyalist of the Wuhan Temple, devoted his life to fulfilling the Pope's commands with unwavering dedication. His only personal inclination was towards his sister, Hulaina. Humph. Yen scoffed, his gaze searing as he fixated on Uchiha Itachi. Observing Itachi's intense focus, Yen found that he was beginning to find the boy slightly less intolerable. This was an illusion, or rather, an innate illusion that Fu Jiang possessed, capable of casting a favorable first impression upon others. Essentially, it was an impressive charm. Hulaina watched Uchiha Itachi intently, eager to discern the true extent of this unprecedented genius's power. The fingers of Uchiha Itachi danced like butterflies flitting through flowers, forming 5 seals in the blink of an eye. As his soul power surged within, a dazzling orb of lightning materialized in his hand. Chidori. The sound resembled the cries of thousands of birds. The might of this technique was formidable. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi vanished from his original position, leaving the ground beneath him shattered with a resounding crash. Not far away, Bibidong's elongated eyes widened in astonishment. She had never witnessed such a self-created soul technique, and it appeared to possess remarkable power. Even the titular Douluo felt as though Itachi's diminutive figure had appeared before him in the blink of an eye. A cacophony of lightning poised to strike his abdomen. Chirong Tongtianju. The titular Douluo swiftly summoned his martial soul, not wishing to be struck by that formidable lightning. Countless golden chrysanthemums, composed of sharp blades, materialized before him as a shield. However, the titular Douluo refrained from attacking. After all, Uchiha Itachi was the saint of the spirit hall, and he could not afford to strike. Moreover, he needed to ensure that Itachi did not harm himself with his ancestral soul technique. He was present to allow Itachi to demonstrate his family technique, not to reprimand him. The Chidori collided with the Chirong Tongtianju, the clash of lightning and blades producing a tremendous current, sending a flurry of small blades flying. The blades, uncontrollably propelled, zipped through the air in a swift line, right before the titular Douluo's eyes. Witnessing this assault, Uchiha Itachi remained vigilant. He understood that the titular Douluo had become complacent, for it was improbable that he would allow a single blade to be sent flying otherwise. The power of the Chidori was comparable to that of a fifth-ring Soul King's single-target attack soul technique. The titular Douluo spoke, acknowledging the true strength of the Chidori only when confronted with it directly. Upon hearing his words, Hulaina covered her cherry-red lips with her delicate hand, gazing in disbelief at Uchiha Itachi illuminated by the lightning, her heart trembling suddenly. She had not seen the soul rings on Itachi's body illuminate, indicating that this was not a Millennium Soul technique, but rather his own creation. Meanwhile, Shiyue and Yin were left in a daze, staring blankly at the swirling chaos on the battlefield. Uchiha Itachi stepped back, intent on creating distance from the titular Douluo, who showed no inclination to pursue. He was still in a state of shock. His Chirong Tongtianju was a celestial-grade martial soul, whose offensive and defensive capabilities were not something a mere soul venerable could challenge, even if he had indeed been careless. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Simi Shanhai Wuyin. Uchiha Itachi swiftly formed seals with his hands, then expelled a massive fireball, approximately 3 meters in diameter, from his mouth. Bibidong, whose eyes had been wide in astonishment, now narrowed them slowly. First lightning, now flames, suggesting that there were likely other elemental soul techniques as well. Each time Uchiha Itachi employed his self-created soul technique, his hands assumed a variety of intricate poses. This could signify the emergence of an entirely new soul master system, a system that does not rely on soul rings. In her current position, it was almost unimaginable what kind of upheaval this entirely new spirit master system would incite upon the continent. Indeed, Bibidong's keen perception discerned the underlying issues at a glance. Boom! A colossal fireball struck the bizarre, blade-like structure of the heavenly mushroom, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Not even a ripple ensued. With hands clasped together, Uchiha Itachi summoned droplets of water around him, which rapidly coalesced into a torrent. Water release. Water wave. A massive surge of water surged towards the chrysanthemum Douluo, who quickly reacted, channeling her spirit power as the heavenly mushroom began to spin, effectively blocking the deluge. The water did not dissipate, but rather cascaded down to the ground, gradually spreading to the base of the chrysanthemum Douluo's feet. Observing this, a smirk graced Uchiha Itachi's lips, and paired with his mesmerizing Sharingan, it exuded an air of supreme arrogance. Bibidong thought to herself, as expected, lightning release, earth walk. Uchiha Itachi pressed his hands against the ground, and amidst the crackling of lightning, the electric current surged through the puddle, instantly reaching the feet of the chrysanthemum Douluo. This current was not particularly potent. It might incapacitate an ordinary person instantly, yet against a tidal Douluo of such caliber, it could only cause a momentary paralysis, obstructing her internal spirit power briefly. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Once more, hands clasped, Uchiha Itachi unleashed a tiny, transparent air bullet from his mouth, which slipped through the momentarily stalled blades of the heavenly mushroom. Uft! The air bullet struck the armor of the chrysanthemum Douluo, the tremendous impact forcing her back several steps. This vacuum sphere lacked the enhanced sharpness of wind release. Otherwise, he feared it might penetrate her armor, although its depth of impact was minimal. Witnessing the retreat of the chrysanthemum Douluo, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin nearly had their eyes bulging out in disbelief. Even Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Shadow clone technique. Fujiwara crossed his fingers into a cruciform seal. This sign could replace all seals of the shadow clone technique. If one's chakra control and spirit power were feeble, it would be utterly impossible to execute. The seal merely served to guide the internal spirit power, facilitating the smooth employment of the shadow clone technique. It was akin to solving an Olympiad problem, where the seal acts as a rough draft for the formulas, calculating each digit, while strong spirit power control would be akin to employing a calculator. Bang, 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 bang. For plumes of smoke erupted, revealing 4 Uchiha Itachis. At this, Bibi Dong leaned forward slightly, her mental energy sweeping over the 5 Uchiha Itachis. She then regained her usual noble elegance, exuding grace and composure. She sensed that 4 of the 5 Uchiha Itachis were merely spirit power constructs. Notably, she had not observed the activation of Itachi's spirit rings, indicating this was a self-created spirit skill, a hereditary technique, as he had mentioned. 5 releases. Continuous shot technique. 5 Uchiha Itachi gathered together to perform a series of intricate hand seals, subsequently unleashing torrents of elemental energy from their mouths. The 5 streams of elemental power coalesced into a singular force, where water and fire did not negate each other, but were instead interwoven by wind and earth. The formidable flow drew the attention of Douluo, causing his pupils to constrict. 3rd soul skill, breath barrier. In an instant, the wondrous Qirong Tongtianju blossomed in Douluo's hands, and his violet soul rings began to shimmer with increasing brilliance. A myriad of energies emanated from the Qirong Tongtianju, enveloping Douluo in a protective cocoon. With a thunderous roar, a massive explosion erupted, reverberating throughout the arena. Observing this, Bibi Dong ascended into the air, her staff adorned with resplendent jewels poised in the void. A surge of soul power erupted from within her, forming a semicircular energy shield that ensnared the entirety of the explosive force. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi had already retreated to a safe distance, his internal soul power nearly depleted. Barely managing to maintain his wooden clone. Should the battle persist, he would be forced to reveal his true form. Fortunately, the wooden clone had the capacity to autonomously absorb soul power for replenishment, ensuring his concealment as long as he commenced the absorption promptly. As the smoke cleared, Douluo emerged before the spectators, his form remaining pristine amidst the devastation surrounding him. The once sturdy stone tiles had vanished, leaving behind a gaping pit approximately 5 meters deep and 20 meters in diameter, a testament to the explosion's might, mitigated only by Bibi Dong's soul power restraint. Hyena and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. Could a soul master truly attain such levels of combat? Out of soul power, Bibi Dong turned to Uchiha Itachi. Her voice calm, her astonishment at her young disciple's capabilities overwhelming. In response, Uchiha Itachi nodded, smoothing out the creases in his attire that had formed during the skirmish. You have indeed provided me with numerous surprises, Bibi Dong remarked with a peculiar smile, causing Douluo to shudder slightly at the memory of a similar expression from her past. In light of this, Uchiha Itachi felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Not due to Bibi Dong's smile, but rather the intensity of her gaze, much like a wolf starved for 3 days and nights, eyeing a hapless lamb. Despite her attempts to mask her intent, Uchiha Itachi perceived it clearly. Teacher, I wish to bestow these soul techniques upon you, Uchiha Itachi declared, regarding the moderately powerful ninjutsu with indifference. Even techniques of profound mastery held little significance in his eyes. Bibi Dong's smile widened at his words. Are you offering them to me or to the spirit hall? She inquired, seeking not merely the skills but the deeper essence of their creation. Both for you and for the spirit hall, Uchiha Itachi replied earnestly, displaying an air of nonchalance towards the treasured techniques passed down through generations. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. According to her original plan, she should have feigned reluctance, allowing Uchiha Itachi to insistently offer his gifts, only for her to decline again, leading to a cycle where she would eventually accept these self-created soul techniques. Lamenting her fate, while vowing to avenge Uchiha Itachi and proclaiming that from now on, the Spirit Hall would be his home. This would have constituted a truly flawless process. However, Bibi Dong found herself somewhat out of sorts at this moment. After all, she had just uncovered an entirely new system of soul masters. Even a peerless title Douluo at level 99 could hardly remain composed. What a good child. From this day forth, the Spirit Hall shall be your home, she declared, extending her delicate hand to gently stroke Uchiha Itachi's silky black hair, which felt surprisingly pleasant, akin to caressing the soft fur of a noble cat. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yet, for reasons unknown, Bibi Dong perceived this smile as exceedingly insincere, as if he were donning a mask, obscuring the true visage beneath. Though she sensed a certain falseness about Uchiha Itachi, she recognized that since he had now joined the Spirit Hall, there would be ample time for the truth to unravel. Thus, Uchiha Itachi had genuinely become a member of the Spirit Hall, though his title of Holy Son remained but a hollow accolade. Juju Douluo observed this child, a veritable prodigy, contemplating what kind of force could annihilate the Uchiha clan, which possessed such profound roots. Surely, such a power would need to be at least on par with the Spirit Hall, if not more formidable. If the Spirit Hall were to shelter Uchiha Itachi, would it provoke the colossal entity responsible for the Uchiha clan's destruction? Danger often walks hand in hand with opportunity. And the Spirit Hall also housed a shrine with a formidable title Douluo. In fact, the optimal strategy might be to subject Uchiha Itachi to severe interrogation, extracting all his secrets to seize the legacy of the Uchiha clan and extricate themselves from the clutches of the mighty force that decimated it. Yet, it seemed that Her Holiness, the Pope, had other plans in mind. Lina, Bibi Dong spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet due to the amplification of her soul power, Hulaina, situated 100 meters away, could hear her. Hulaina paused in surprise, then bid farewell to her companions, Xiaoyu and Yan, before hastening towards Bibi Dong. Xiaoyu, witnessing his sister being so esteemed by Her Holiness, felt a swell of pride and comfort. Since the death of their parents, he had devoted himself to protecting Hulaina, and now, with her being acknowledged by the Pope, he harbored no jealousy, only boundless joy. Meanwhile, Yan remained lost in contemplation, pondering how many levels he would need to attain to achieve such devastating power as exhibited by Uchiha Itachi. Lina, take Itachi to familiarize him with the various bishops and departments within the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong spoke, expressing her desire for Hulaina to accompany Uchiha Itachi to familiarize himself with the Spirit Hall, subtly intending to foster a connection between them as a means of forging bonds. Naturally, should Hulaina be unwilling, Bibi Dong would not compel her. Upon hearing this, Hulaina nodded in agreement and turned to lead Uchiha Itachi toward the location of Xiaoyu and Yan. The four of them converged, with Hulaina at the forefront, making their way to a palace where a bishop of the Spirit Hall resided. Greetings, Itachi. I am Xiaoyu, a level 30 master of the Assault Spirit, with my spirit being the Moonblade. I am Hulaina's elder brother, and this is Yan, also a level 30 master of the Assault Spirit, with his spirit being the Flame Lord. Xiaoyu introduced himself, also mentioning Yan, with whom he shared a good rapport due to their similar talents. Though he acknowledged that Yan's spirit was slightly superior to his own, it is said that dragons do not dwell with snakes, nor do tigers walk with dogs. This holds true in any realm. Uchiha Itachi, a level 35 soul master with the Sharingan as his spirit, spoke with a warm smile. Although he was unfamiliar with the term Assault Spirit, he deduced that he likely fell into that category based on its literal meaning. He recognized the potential of those before him as future pillars of the Spirit Hall and felt no need to feign aloofness. This smile caught Hulaina off guard, as her first impression of Uchiha Itachi had been of a cold demeanor, which perhaps was merely a facade, revealing his true character now. What does the name Itachi signify? Yen inquired, displaying a candid curiosity. In my homeland, Itachi refers to a soul beast that heralds misfortune, accompanied only by mysterious death, Uchiha Itachi replied, revealing that his true name was Itachi. Yen nodded thoughtfully. Though he did not grasp the full meaning, he sensed its significance. At this moment, Yen was completely captivated by Uchiha Itachi's formidable power. Having been raised in the Spirit Hall, he revered strength, and seeing Xiaoyu and Hulaina, equally formidable, especially with their spirit fusion technique, made them his friends. What is the story behind your 3 black spirit rings? Are they truly all 10,000 years old? Xiaoyu, noticing Itachi's amiable demeanor, seized the opportunity to ask his most pressing question. Hulaina and Yin slowed their pace, attentively gazing at Uchiha Itachi. It is a technique activated by my Sharingan. I can assist with the 3rd spirit rings of both of you, but if I were to release it twice in succession, I would temporarily lose my combat capability. Therefore, we must be accompanied by powerful spirit masters to hunt soul beasts, Uchiha Itachi explained, leaving Xiaoyu and Yin momentarily speechless. In an instant, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Stardew Forest. Divine beasts. Blood trickled from Uchiha Itachi's left eye as a 10,000-year class magma lizard transformed its gaze into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, abruptly falling silent. Offer it to him. Uchiha Itachi uttered a low command, subsequently retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the blood from around his eyes. His entire presence noticeably diminished. The blood was a manifestation of the innate illusionary charm bestowed upon his wooden clone. As long as the soul power remained intact, the clone could bleed, weep, and even partake in the most mundane of human activities. The magma lizard turned its gaze toward Yin, its kaleidoscopic Sharingan brimming with an overwhelming affection, nearly spilling over. Sensing this profound emotion, Yan's expression darkened, yet he resolutely stood his ground, refusing to retreat. In an instant, the magma lizard transformed into a streak of black light, surging into Yin-'s body. In that moment, Yin-'s soul power surged, reaching the 33rd level. Truly, a Millennium-'s 3rd ring. The ghost Douluo, standing nearby, gazed in astonishment at the soul rings enveloping Yin, having previously believed that Uchiha Itachi had somehow conjured this Millennium Soul Ring through some secretive method, only to realize that it was indeed the result of a controlled sacrifice from a soul beast. The ghost Douluo approached Yin, placing a hand upon him, allowing the flow of soul power to commence an examination of Yin-'s condition. Aside from a slight wavering in his soul power, everything else appeared satisfactory. This minor fluctuation could easily be rectified with half a month of trials in the soul arena. Subsequently, the ghost Douluo, alongside Uchiha Itachi, Yin, and Xiaoyu, sought out a 30,000-year-old Howling Moon Wolf King. The ghost Douluo first subjected the Howling Moon Wolf King to relentless torment, ultimately bringing the battered creature to its knees before the trio. Employing the same tactics, the same gaze, and the same sacrificial method, Uchiha Itachi could only exert control over the 30,000-year-old Howling Moon Wolf King for half a minute, yet that was sufficient for the sacrifice. The mental fortitude of soul beasts was inherently inferior to that of humans, unless they were of a particularly rare breed. Few could withstand even a diluted version of the heavenly god's weakening effect. At this juncture, Xiaoyu experienced a glimpse of the sensation Yin had just felt. As the Howling Moon Wolf King gazed upon him with deep affection, its appearance far superior to that of the magma lizard, yet still a soul beast. Just then, a black soul ring manifested around Xiaoyu, elevating his soul power level to 34. Let us depart. My eyes are all ready. Uchiha Itachi began, his eyes tightly shut, blood streaming profusely, proving impossible to cleanse, forcing him to temporarily seal the blood with his soul power. Young master, are you unwell? The ghost Douluo hurried to Uchiha Itachi's side, initiating an examination of his condition, discovering only a significant decline in mental strength, with no other issues. Prompting a sigh of relief, the ghost Douluo then led Uchiha Itachi, Xiaoyu, and Yin toward the Soul Master City. Hulina gazed at her brother's black Millennium Soul Ring, her delicate hand covering her cherry blossom lips, unable to conceal her shock. While she was aware of Uchiha Itachi's unique ability to allow others to absorb soul rings without limitation, knowing it and witnessing it firsthand were entirely different experiences. Now at the 29th level, nearing the 30th, admiration sparkled in Hulina's eyes as she regarded Uchiha Itachi. Reminiscent of the awe Yin and Xiaoyu had displayed upon learning of Uchiha Itachi's willingness to assist them in acquiring Millennium Soul Rings. My soul ring is that of the 30,000-year Howling Moon Wolf King. Yin, yours is merely a 10,000-year magma lizard. Xiaoyu spoke with great pride, eagerly anticipating a spar with Yin. However, before Xiaoyu could revel in his triumph for long, a wicked smile slowly crept across Yin's lips. Suddenly, his left arm shimmered with a fiery crimson glow. This is a soul bone, Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock, his pupils dilating, his voice trembling as he pointed unsteadily at Yan's left arm. The corrosive lava left arm. Although it originates from a mere 10,000-year magma lizard, it has bestowed upon me a formidable ability, the dissolution and corrosion effects that accompany all my soul skills. Coupled with my third soul skill, Meteor Volcano, my area damage capability ranks among the finest among soul masters. Yin initially intended to boast that his third soul skill was the best, but upon recalling the unique techniques created by Uchiha Itachi, he tactfully revised his statement. Upon hearing this, an involuntary expression of envy and resentment appeared on Xieyu's face. Such feelings were unavoidable, for soul bones are elusive treasures, found only by chance. A 10,000-year magma lizard produced a soul bone, while the 30,000-year howling moon wolf king did not. Xieyou felt as if he had bitten into two lemons at once, his face contorting with the sourness of jealousy. Indeed, this soul bone suits you perfectly. The voice of Bibi Dong suddenly emerged, causing everyone present to pause momentarily before bowing respectfully to her. Your Holiness the Pope. Teacher. Yin maintained an air of pride. Though his demeanor was respectful, he appeared noticeably more at ease. Bibi Dong bore no ill will towards Yin. Had she acquired a 10,000-year third ring and a soul bone in her youth, she would have felt even prouder than he did. Indeed, a 10,000-year third ring. It seems that Itachi, you have yet to reveal all your surprises, Bibi Dong remarked with admiration, having resolved to nurture Uchiha Itachi into a pillar of the spirit hall, even surpassing that old fellow in the worship hall, ensuring that after her ascension to divinity, he would assist Lina in managing the spirit hall. It is true that she had never considered making Uchiha Itachi the Pope of the Spirit Hall, perhaps due to the deep-seated scars inflicted by Qian Xuanji, leading her to harbor an innate aversion towards male beings. Ultimately, Uchiha Itachi had suffered due to his gender. Are your eyes all right? There are many restorative potions for mental energy in the Spirit Hall. You may take as you wish, Bibi Dong inquired with concern, observing Itachi's rather pitiful state. His eyes were bandaged, revealing faint red stains of blood. I'm fine, teacher. My eyes only require a month of rest to recover, Uchiha Itachi replied, contemplating that Bibi Dong had finally begun to regard him as an ally, genuinely opening up her long-cherished treasures within the Spirit Hall to him. However, he would not overstep. For while she had offered him freedom, one must always navigate such situations with caution, recognizing the underlying rules of engagement that govern authority. Well, you should take a period of rest. Hulaina will attend to your daily needs. Bibi Dong, in her efforts to bring Hulaina and Uchiha Itachi together, had a conversation with Hulaina when Ghost Douluo took the three of them to the Star Dou forest to hunt for soul rings. When she inquired about Hulaina's impression of Uchiha Itachi, Hulaina blushed and replied, Your Holiness, please do not meddle in matters of romance. It is not affection, but my first impression is indeed quite favorable. Uchiha Itachi possesses an attractive visage, and his formidable strength undoubtedly captivates the hearts of young women. Such feelings can be nurtured over time. In this world, there is no such thing as love at first sight, only the allure of appearances. If Hulaina were to fall for Uchiha Itachi at first glance, it would indeed be peculiar. Perhaps Bibi Dong might even suspect that Hulaina had fallen victim to Uchiha Itachi's illusionary arts. At the Duhan Arena in Heaven Dou City, Platinum Bishop Salas gazed upon the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, his heart filled with myriad emotions. These four young individuals, as long as they survive, are destined to become the backbone of the Spirit Hall and may even ascend to the Douluo Palace to serve therein. While Salas could not guarantee the same for the other three, he was certain that the one named Uchiha Itachi would undoubtedly enter the Douluo Palace. He might even assume the position of the Pope, with the first, second, and third rings achieved at such an extraordinary pace. The term genius no longer suffices. Prodigy or monster would be more fitting for Uchiha Itachi. It had been merely 3 months since Salas first encountered Uchiha Itachi, and now, upon seeing him again, Itachi had already ascended to the status of the son of the Spirit Hall. This current Pope, once a holy maiden, will lead your team in battle against a Golden Soul fighting team, which boasts an impressive record of 27 consecutive victories. Their captain is a control-type soul master of the 39th rank, clad in the distinctive attire of the Spirit Hall. A youth holding a dossier began to relay information about their opponents to the Golden Generation. Uchiha Itachi listened intently, refusing to underestimate any adversary. In contrast, Yin displayed a careless demeanor, exuding a sense of arrogance, though he had the merit to back it up. Your goal is to defeat them within 3 minutes. at which point the sun will make his move. Salus, well aware of the son Uchiha Itachi's capabilities, set forth stringent standards. Upon hearing this, Yin and the others nodded earnestly. Despite being proud scions of destiny, they had no objections to Salus's arrangement, having witnessed Uchiha Itachi's prowess firsthand. The six of them, alongside a powerful attack-type Soul Sovereign, had previously engaged in combat with Uchiha Itachi. In that encounter, Xiaoyu and Hulaina utilized their martial soul fusion technique. While Yin fully activated his soul bone, the brilliance of the golden bird and the resplendent scepter never waned. It was Uchiha Itachi who ultimately subdued the two supportive soul sovereigns. 15 seconds. In a mere 5 seconds, he shattered Hulaina and Xiaoyu's martial soul fusion technique, Enchantress, with a lightning strike. In another 5 seconds, he extinguished Yan's flames with a water wave, simultaneously knocking him off the stage. In the remaining 5 seconds, 2 agile attackers and 2 support-type soul masters were swiftly defeated. From beginning to end, Fujiang had not even utilized her martial soul, the Sharingan, a display of power that instilled despair in all. Hulaina understood that had Uchiha Itachi employed his martial soul, they would have struggled to endure even for 5 seconds. Following that battle, the younger generation of the Spirit Hall was shrouded in the shadow of Uchiha Itachi, rendering even the thought of resistance inconceivable. Itachi had confronted them head-on, overwhelming them in their prime, bolstered by 2 top-tier support martial souls, and decisively crushing them. This was precisely what Uchiha Itachi required. He sought to emerge as a leader among the youth, not merely through brute force, but also through subtle strategies. The role of control-type soul masters in team battles surpassed that of their aggressive counterparts significantly. The most effective and straightforward tactic typically involved first eliminating the opposing support soul masters, followed by the control-type ones. With my presence, you need not worry about Yang Jin and Lin Yu's safety, which alleviates some of your burden, Uchiha Itachi articulated, outlining the so-called strategy. This battle was merely a means to hone Yin and others' superficial soul power. For Uchiha Itachi, it served little purpose as a trial. Currently, it was merely some soul saints and soul emperors from the Spirit Hall engaging in sparring with him. Today, the Golden Generation team faces off against the Flying Star team. Both teams are esteemed as soul master-level Golden Combat teams, with the Flying Star team boasting an impressive record of 27 consecutive victories. The Golden Generation team has also triumphed in multiple challenges, having achieved 7 consecutive victories, thereby establishing itself as a Golden Combat team. What kind of sparks will fly when these two teams collide? Let us await the spectacle, announced the host, serving as a reminder for both teams to make their entrance. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi led Yin and the others into the entrance corridor. Itachi, do you think we can defeat them in 3 minutes? Hulaina inquired. Now at level 33, with a 3rd soul ring of the 10,000-year grade, she recognized that Uchiha Itachi was currently in a weakened state. Yet, even in this weakened condition, Uchiha Itachi had effortlessly vanquished them within 15 seconds. The Flying Star team possessed flight-type soul abilities. Given this, ending the battle swiftly would require Yin to unleash all his soul power in a meteoric eruption from the outset, including utilizing the skills from his soul bones. However, the teacher had expressly forbidden both him and Xiaoyu from employing martial soul fusion techniques, and also prohibited Yin from using his soul bone. In theory, should they achieve perfect coordination and seize the initiative, they could conclude the battle in a minute, albeit that remained purely theoretical. Uchiha Itachi explained that the reason for prohibiting the two from using martial soul fusion techniques was to prevent Xiaoyu and Hulaina from developing a dependency on them. The restriction on Yan's soul bone stemmed from the fact that his 3rd soul ability, Meteor Volcano, combined with the active skills of his soul bone, could decisively secure victory in an instant. Upon hearing this, Yan's expression grew increasingly serious, for flight-type soul abilities were indeed his Achilles heel. Both Xiaoyu and Hulaina furrowed their brows, contemplating the need to diligently practice the esoteric soul techniques imparted to them by Uchiha Itachi upon their return. Let the competing teams enter. The host's voice resonated once more, accompanied by the entrance of their adversaries, the Flying Star team. This team, having achieved the rank of Gold Fighting Soul and maintained an impressive 27 consecutive victories, was inherently a formidable fighting spirit team. Although the Golden Generation could triumph over them, it would require a protracted struggle, even relying solely on the strength of their 6 members. Uchiha Itachi led the Golden Generation into the arena, and they beheld the Flying Star team before them, a collection of individuals in their 30s and even 40s. The Golden Generation exhibited palpable disdain towards these seasoned soul masters, who were still at the soul sovereign level. They certainly possessed the grounds for such contempt. Aside from Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yan, the remaining members of the Golden Generation had relinquished their resistance. Previously pressured by Hulaina and her companions, they now found an additional source of pressure in Uchiha Itachi. "Let us see what you have," Uchiha Itachi murmured, swiftly appearing beside the two support-type soul masters, Yang Jin and Lin Yu. His objective for this battle was to safeguard these two support-type soul masters for the next 3 minutes. Third Soul Technique. Meteor Volcano. Third Soul Technique. Howling Moonblade. As the 3 minutes elapsed, due to a minor misstep by support soul master Lin Yu, the initial offensive failed to eliminate the support and control soul masters of the Flying Star team. Consequently, the remaining 5 members of the Flying Star team soared into the sky. "All right, you have failed. Upon your return, the elders will assign you a new training regimen," Uchiha Itachi remarked, his tone tinged with a hint of exasperation, as if dealing with the 5 airborne individuals was a considerable nuisance. Yin gestured angrily. Yet he did not defy Uchiha Itachi's will. Xiaoyu and Hulaina also ceased their offensive, descending from the stage with grim expressions. The remaining 3 members of the Golden Generation halted their actions, simultaneously gazing at Uchiha Itachi. Zicho Su Wushin Haiyin. Fire release. Great fire extinguish. With the hand seals complete, Uchiha Itachi unleashed a torrent of flames, which rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into an endless sea of fire. The 5 remaining members of the Flying Star team had no time to react, instantly engulfed by the inferno. While their lives were not in jeopardy, they sustained severe burns, a result of Uchiha Itachi's deliberate restraint. Observing the might of the great fire extinguish, Yan's eyes gleamed with intensity. But upon realizing he could not even execute the hand seals for the great fireball technique, he lowered his head despondently. Heavens! The leader of the Golden Generation defeated the remaining 5 members of the Flying Star team with but a single technique. This battle, the Golden Generation emerges victorious. Let us extend our applause to the Golden Generation. The host exhibited little astonishment, having previously witnessed the prowess of the Golden Generation's leader. In their last encounter, an opposing team had managed to endure for 3 minutes before succumbing to a single, decisive strike from the leader of the Golden Generation. As the Golden Generation basked in the applause and cheers of the surrounding crowd, Uchiha Itachi felt uneasy in such a spotlight. As though he were a mere monkey on display, reminiscent of a certain tool he often tormented. High Priest Sarath approached the Golden Generation, first bowing slightly to Uchiha Itachi. The authority of the sun was second only to that of the Pope. Thus, anyone from the Spirit Hall, regardless of rank, was obliged to pay their respects upon encountering the sun. Uchiha Itachi gestured subtly to indicate that no further formality was necessary, as he was not one to relish in pedantry. "You did not perform admirably this time, especially you, Lin Yu. Had you not made that blunder, there would have been no need for the sun to intervene," Sarath remarked, initially expressing his admiration for the sun's approachability before adopting a stern demeanor to admonish the other members. Since His Holiness the Pope had entrusted the members of the Golden Generation to him, he was determined to exhaust all means to strengthen their capabilities. The sun was already formidable enough without his guidance. Only the Pope possessed the authority to reprimand or instruct him, a mere high priest. Upon hearing Sarath's words, Lin Yu instantly lowered her head, too intimidated to meet the disapproving gaze of Sarath. Sarath then proceeded to highlight the shortcomings of the others, most of which were relatively minor errors. Deeper flaws often eluded his perception, as not everyone devoted time to the study of tactics. Ultimately, Sarath suggested that the Golden Generation take some time to relax and enjoy themselves in the city of Tian Dou. This was indeed a rare opportunity, as they had been confined to the Spirit Hall and had not had the chance to revel in leisure. "Itachi, would you accompany me to explore Tian Dou City? I have never been here before," Lin Yu implored, feigning innocence despite being 2 years older than Uchiha Itachi and of the same age as Yan. Her coy demeanor was undeniably alluring. Observing this, Hulaina furrowed her brow. Although she did not harbor romantic feelings for Uchiha Itachi, she felt a certain fondness for him. Moreover, the Pope had inquired about her sentiments. Having grown up in the Spirit Hall, she would never defy the words of Bibi Dong, whom she regarded with utmost reverence. She understood well the purpose behind the Pope's conversation with her and sought to cultivate her feelings for Uchiha Itachi. With his striking looks, formidable strength, and assistance in obtaining the third ring after 10,000 years, she had no reason to disregard him. Thus, witnessing Lin Yu's overtures towards Uchiha Itachi stirred an unsettling feeling within her. Very well, Uchiha Itachi replied, not declining the invitation. He recognized Lin Yu's cunning nature, but he understood that such cleverness had its advantages. He would not distance himself from her solely because of her shrewdness, as she was an integral member of the Golden Generation. Upon encountering Uchiha Itachi's agreement, Hulaina felt a surge of dissatisfaction in her heart, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, Uchiha Itachi was a saint child. Although the Pope had already designated her as a disciple, essentially the future saintess of the Spirit Hall, she was not yet that. Hey, Itachi, take us along. We've never been to Tian Dou City. Xiaoyu, perceiving Hulaina's discontent, promptly spoke up, wearing a playful grin that radiated youthful exuberance. Yin followed suit, fully aware of Hulaina's sentiments. He harbored feelings for her, yet Uchiha Itachi's overwhelming strength left him in despair, compelling him to bury his emotions deep within. He consoled himself with the notion that loving someone does not necessitate possession. It was rather absurd for a mere 13-year-old to be speaking of love. Very well, Uchiha Itachi replied, welcoming their request. To lead them, mere strength was insufficient. He understood the necessity of forging profound friendships. Dominating a faction could not rely solely on power. Even divine strength would not quell the weeds of resistance that would inevitably sprout. While such weeds posed no grave threat, their persistence could be quite bothersome. Noticing the actions of Xiaoyu and Yin, Lin Yu furrowed her brow slightly, but chose not to comment. Although she belonged to the Golden Generation, she felt inferior to Xiaoyu and the others. Her third spirit ring was merely of the Millennium grade, revealing much about her standing. She harbored her own ambitions in wanting to approach Uchiha Itachi, for is that not the essence of affection? If one does not possess excellence, what grounds do others have to be fond of them? Without captivating qualities, what reason would anyone have to be drawn to you? Lin Yu sought not only her fourth spirit ring, but also her future status. The saint child could very well become the next pope, or perhaps even the pope's consort. Itachi, what do you like to eat? I'll treat you. Hulaina boldly decided to take the initiative, though she was not particularly skilled in such matters. Even with her spirit being a demon fox, her theoretical knowledge was maxed out, while her practical experience was non-existent. I can cook. Once we return to the Spirit Hall, I will treat you all to a meal. Uchiha Itachi's words left Xiaoyu and Yin momentarily taken aback. They had experienced Uchiha Itachi's culinary skills firsthand, and had to admit that even the chefs of the Tian Dou royal family might not surpass his talent. Culinary artistry could indeed foster goodwill. This was a tactic he had employed when infiltrating the Mist Village. Tian Dou City, the Royal Hotel. Within the independent kitchen of the Royal Hotel, Uchiha Itachi engaged in an array of cooking techniques, sautéing, frying, stewing, and simmering. Meanwhile, the other members of the Golden Generation gathered in the main hall of the Royal Hotel, engaging in lively conversation. The boys discussed the day's soul-fighting competition, while the girls conversed on their own topics. Nana, I truly envy you. Your third spirit ring is at the Millennium level, unlike mine. I might not even overcome the age limitation for my fourth spirit ring. Lin Yu's tone carried an ineffable sentiment. It ostensibly conveyed envy towards Hulaina. Yet the underlying inflection evoked considerable discomfort. Hulaina furrowed her brow at Lin Yu's remarks, aware that her martial spirit was that of a demon fox, predominantly focused on enchanting soul skills. Furthermore, Uchiha Itachi had imparted various illusion techniques to her, and she had diligently studied relevant literature to enhance her enchanting illusions. Consequently, she comprehended the implications of Lin Yu's words. As for why she refrained from employing such tactics against Uchiha Itachi, she deemed it impetuous and felt that, as a young woman, she should maintain a semblance of decorum. When you surpassed the 30th level, Nana had advised you to refrain from absorbing soul rings. Yet your unwillingness to wait is hardly anyone's fault. Xiaoyu interjected, recalling that Uchiha Itachi's ability to summon soul beasts for sacrifice was a closely guarded secret, known only to the three of them. Hulaina had previously cautioned Lin Yu against hastily acquiring soul rings, yet Lin Yu had disregarded her counsel. The reasons behind this disregard were apparent to the trio. Even Yin, who possessed a rather simplistic mindset, recognized that Lin Yu was eager to ascend to Soul Sage, fearing that Hu Laiina, who was already her junior, might surpass her. This was not necessarily a malignant rivalry. The Spirit Hall would not obstruct this form of competition, which could benefit both parties. I acknowledge my error in not heeding Nana's advice, but could you articulate your thoughts more clearly next time? Lin Yu's voice rose, seemingly intended for certain listeners. That certain individual was in the kitchen, finalizing preparations, and though he heard her, he chose to remain silent. That was confidential. Nana's willingness to risk reprimand by alerting you was already a significant act of kindness. Having grown up in close quarters with his sister, Xiaoyu was unconcerned with notions of camaraderie, especially as Lin Yu's talents did not match his own or Hu Laiina's. Lin Yu's inclusion in the Golden Generation was solely due to her status as a support-type soul master. At this, Lin Yu lowered her gaze. While she might resort to petty tactics against Hu Laiina, she held no temper towards Xiaoyu. Moreover, you ought to learn from Yang Jin and address Itachi as Holy Son. Xiaoyu had long since accepted the role of the antagonist for his sister, shielding Hu Laiina from malice and harm since their days in the orphanage. The privilege of directly addressing Itachi by name was reserved for a select few: Hu Laiina, Xiaoyu, and Yin. Lin Yu, on the other hand, merely approached Uchiha Itachi with an air of naive familiarity. Uchiha Itachi neither rejected nor accepted her advances, nor would he assume any responsibility. Dinner is ready, Uchiha Itachi suddenly announced, alleviating Lin Yu's current embarrassment. Subsequently, 6 Uchiha Itachis emerged from the kitchen, each bearing 2 dishes. With 7 individuals present, and despite Uchiha Itachi being a wood clone, he still required sustenance. 12 dishes were arranged elegantly on the dining table, ample in quantity, as the 6 attendees were all in their growth phase, necessitating a hearty meal. Uchiha Itachi had even used fire release to steam 3 pots of rice. What shall we eat today? Upon returning from the Starry Forest, I have yet to witness you in the kitchen. A smile graced Xiaoyu's face. Although Uchiha Itachi is now the holy son of the Spirit Hall, he has always been kind to the 3 of them. Moreover, His Holiness the Pope has mentioned that the trio will serve as Itachi's greatest support in the future, much like her partnership with the ghost Douluo, Douluo. This statement seemed somewhat grandiose, yet Itachi paid it no mind, as he had no intention of earning the Pope's complete trust right from the outset. It has been a long time since I prepared some of my hometown dishes. I hope you will indulge me, Itachi remarked with a smile, his eyes narrowing in a habitual gesture of warmth reserved for friends, only turning cold towards outsiders. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu and Yin showed no hesitation, immediately serving themselves and picking up their chopsticks to eat. Although they had only known each other for a mere 3 months, and given Itachi's esteemed position, their casual demeanor was unexpected. Nonetheless, there was an irresistible charm about Itachi that drew them in. Itachi, to be honest, if you weren't a soul master, you could become the esteemed chef for His Holiness at the Spirit Hall. Your future would certainly be bright. Yin spoke with his mouth full, his words somewhat garbled. In reality, the imperial chefs of the 2 great empires far surpassed those of the Spirit Hall, as the Spirit Hall was not a noble organization. However, having grown up within the Spirit Hall, Yin regarded it as the finest place in the world and held the Pope in the highest esteem. I too wish to be a chef. Uchiha Itachi's eyes slowly opened, revealing a hint of melancholy. Since Itachi had dismissed his clone, Hulina had been fixated on him. Her curiosity piqued not only by his formidable strength, but also by the stories of his past. Lina, what troubles you? Itachi inquired, noticing Hulina's unusual state as she gazed at him intently. Lin Yu also stole glances at him, but hers lacked the same unabashed fixation. I'm fine. Hulina stammered, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue, her bashfulness endearing and in stark contrast to her alluring fox spirit persona. Lin Yu, observing Hulina's innocent demeanor, felt a wave of disdain wash over her, her eyes glinting coldly. Such a seductress, pretending to be innocent, Lin Yu thought to herself. Convinced of her affection for Uchiha Itachi, her admiration stemming not only from his status as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, but also from his striking appearance and formidable strength, capable of compelling even ancient soul beasts into sacrifice. Witnessing Hulina's demeanor, Lin Yu felt a surge of irritation. Itachi, from now on, just call us Nana. Perhaps she would appreciate that. As the elder brother, Shiyue promptly offered his assistance. Although he was somewhat unclear about the nature of his sister's feelings towards Uchiha Itachi, he was acutely aware that, in this world, There could hardly be a man more exceptional than Uchiha Itachi. Possessing formidable strength, a noble status, a gentle demeanor, and culinary skills. In his childhood, while their parents were still alive, Shiyue had heard his mother remark that men who could cook were often family-oriented. "Brother," Helena exclaimed. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she shot a shy glare at her brother Shiyue, then discreetly glanced at Uchiha Itachi, curious about his reaction. "Have you heard? The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has brought back a child with innate full soul power." The news was already circulating. The child, named Jun Malu, possessed a bone martial spirit. Should he absorb suitable soul rings, he might evolve into the bone dragon martial spirit of the ancient elder, potentially becoming a title Douluo one day. Tragically, Jun Malu hailed from a village that had been attacked by evil spirit masters, leaving him as the sole survivor. Yet, this misfortune turned serendipitous, as Jun Malu awakened his martial spirit prematurely. It was said that upon awakening, he swiftly vanquished all the evil spirit masters who had attacked his village, including one soul master who was on the Spirit Hall's wanted list. In the grand hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School stood a charming child with a shock of white hair and 2 crimson dots between his brows, exuding a chilling aura that even the titled Douluo Gu Rong found unsettling. However, it was merely a slight unease, after all. While a venomous snake posed a threat to humans, there were myriad ways for humans to counter such dangers. "Master, this is Jun Malu, my disciple," Gu Rong said, a smile playing on his lips. To encounter a disciple who met his expectations at this moment felt like a blessing from the heavens. His old friend Chen Xian, in contrast, had neither a worthy disciple nor even a promising junior to speak of. This thought further inflated Gu Rong's pride. When Chen Xian arrived, he would be sure to boast. Ning Fengji observed the adorable child clad in slightly oversized outer sect robes of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, his heart swelling with joy. Gu Rong had brought Jun Malu to the sect just the day before, and his casual demeanor had allowed for the swift dissemination of the child's information. After a night of discussion, not only had Ning Fengji, the sect leader, learned of this, but even the outer sect disciples were now aware. Jun Malu, 5 years old, innate full soul power. He has awakened his martial spirit early, and it is of bone. Remarkably, at merely 5 years of age, he had already utilized his peculiar and powerful martial spirit to slay a 36th level evil spirit master. It was essential to note that evil spirit masters often employed inhumane methods to enhance their soul power, making their hidden tricks plentiful and challenging to confront. The fact that a mere child of 5 could dispatch one was astonishing. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Gu Rong exclaimed, congratulating his old friend. Ning Fengji, having descended from his seat of authority, fixed his fervent gaze upon Jun Malu. Background, talent, achievements. Even her appearance is nothing short of perfection. The orphan background is precisely what the grand sects favor, for only orphans can be nurtured from a young age to foster a sense of belonging to the sect. Some unscrupulous sects may go so far as to render a gifted child an orphan, merely to exploit their extraordinary talents. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect may disdain such underhanded tactics, yet it does not imply that they shy away from welcoming talents of this origin. Lu Er, this is the leader of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Hasten to pay your respects, Gu Rong beamed, addressing Jun Malu. He had already envisioned how he would flaunt this moment before Chen Xian, imagining the facade of feigned superiority masking the jealousy that would undoubtedly flicker in Chen Xian's eyes. "Greetings, sect leader." Jun Malu knelt on one knee, his head bowed, his voice devoid of any inflection, resembling a block of ancient ice. Ning Fengji paid no heed to Jun Malu's aloofness. After all, one cannot expect warmth from a child who has lost all their kin overnight. Moreover, such detachment is easier to manipulate, or rather, more conducive to Ning Fengji's designs. "On our first meeting, I have little to offer you. But this double-fish jade pendant, though not a treasure of immense value, is crafted from a millennium-old warm jade and can greatly benefit your well-being. Please accept it. And should you come across something you desire in the future, do not hesitate to inform me," Ning Fengji declared, presenting the double-fish jade pendant that had been resting on the table. Its worth was considerable, and only the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect could afford to downplay its significance. Upon seeing the pendant, Gu Rong's brow furrowed slightly. He recalled that this pendant was intended as a gift for Rong Rong. A glance exchanged between Gu Rong and Ning Fengji revealed their mutual understanding. Gifts for Rong Rong could certainly be chosen anew, but time was of the essence, and this was the only worthy item he had on hand. Junma Lu turned to glance at Gu Rong, his eyes reflecting inquiry. Since it is a gift from the sect leader, you should accept it, Gu Rong advised, feeling somewhat troubled about how Feng Zhi would manage the situation with Rong Rong. Thank you, sect leader. As Junma Lu accepted the pendant with both hands. His gratitude was abruptly interrupted by the sudden creak of the main door swinging open. A silver-haired middle-aged man, standing upon a colossal sword and cradling an adorably petite young girl, soared into the room. Daddy, you promised that the double-fish jade pendant was for me. How can you go back on your word? The little girl's tone was somewhat spoiled and willful, exuding an air of entitlement. Rong Rong, do not be unruly. I shall procure you an even better one tomorrow, Ning Fengzhi asserted, his demeanor radiating authority, which momentarily stunned the typically fearless little sorceress, Ning Rong Rong. However, her gaze shifted, spotting her paternal grandfather present, and with two grandfathers in attendance, she felt emboldened, convinced her father would not dare to reprimand her. I refuse. I want that one. Ning Rong Rong began to exhibit a playful temperament, squirming in the embrace of Tian Dou Royal Academy, kicking her legs and stretching her body, embodying a picture of childlike mischief. Observing this, Ning Fengzhi's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor still stern. Since Rong Rong desired it, he could simply grant her that peace. Tomorrow, he could procure another for the child. Tian Dou Royal Academy spoke, then began to soothe his precious darling in his arms. Nevertheless, Ning Fengzhi remained unmoved, silently observing his daughter. Under ordinary circumstances, or with a different individual, he might have acquiesced to her wish and given her the jade pendant. However, this child possessed innate full soul power and had awakened her martial soul at the tender age of 5, directly vanquishing several evil soul masters, including a soul elder. Such brilliance was overwhelming, prompting Ning Fengzhi to tread cautiously, for he had never encountered a prodigy of this caliber before. Junma Lu regarded Ning Rong Rong with an impassive expression, yet took a few steps forward, extending the double-fish jade pendant towards her. Here you go, Junma Lu said stiffly. Ning Rong Rong momentarily halted her antics, turning her gaze towards Junma Lu. Her first impression of him was that he was quite handsome. What a good-looking little brother. It would be a pity not to tease him a bit. Gu Rong, observing the interaction between Junma Lu and Ning Rong Rong, couldn't help but smile subtly. Cultivating a strong bond must begin from a young age. Only Qinshin wore a scowl, watching this insufferable little rascal attempting to charm his little princess. Junma Lu successfully settled into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, living alongside Douluo Gu Rong. Gu Rong initially intended to take Junma Lu to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt soul beasts for soul rings, but Ning Fengzhi suggested first examining Junma Lu's health, given his premature martial soul awakening, as there might be side effects. In truth, Ning Fengzhi merely wished for his daughter to accompany Junma Lu in acquiring his first soul ring. Such early emotional cultivation would foster enduring connections. Furthermore, Ning Fengzhi desired his little enchantress to have a true friend, and Junma Lu evidently presented an excellent choice. Junma Lu's health was exceptionally robust, almost excessively so, and his weight was unusual, seemingly attributable to his martial soul. Ning Fengzhi listened to a report from an elder within the sect, smiling slightly at the assurance of no side effects. As for Junma Lu's martial soul, he recalled that Gusu had mentioned it was his own bones, seemingly a true body martial soul. However, since he possessed innate full soul power, it was improbable that he bore any inferior martial soul, as innate soul power is determined by the quality of the martial soul. Just as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile martial soul's innate soul power would undoubtedly not fall below level 5. A high-quality martial soul does not necessarily equate to innate full soul power, but an individual with innate full soul power must possess a high-quality martial soul. Master, that child's martial soul is exceptionally powerful, innately endowed with two skills. One is self-healing ability. When using his martial soul, his bones may pierce through flesh. Thus, this formidable martial soul grants him an almost invincible self-healing capability. I even question whether he can perish like an ordinary soul master. The second skill allows one to concentrate their soul power, transforming a fragment of bone from their body into a gray finger bone. This bone is exceedingly perilous. Upon my first sighting of it, my martial spirit issued a warning to steer clear of its presence. I conducted an experiment using a Millennium Rock Armored Turtle, and astonishingly, the finger bone did not penetrate the turtle's body, nor did it even crack its formidable shell. At this juncture, the elder paused, perhaps parched or needing to catch their breath after an extended discourse. Hearing this, Ning Fengji felt a twinge of perplexity. He could not fathom why the elder deemed it necessary to recount such an event. If the defense had remained intact, then surely the matter held no significance for reporting. However, the Millennium Rock-armored turtle perished, reduced to ashes, dying silently without a single roar. Had it not been for the appearance of the soul ring, I would have almost believed I had succumbed to an illusionary soul technique. The elder spoke with solemnity, as if recalling something of great import, swallowing hard with difficulty. What? This exclamation was not solely from Ning Fengji. Even the two titled Douluos were taken aback. For even they could not have slain a Millennium Soul beast at the 10th level, particularly one renowned for its defense, like the rock-armored turtle. Moreover, according to the elder's account, the gray fingerbone seemed to possess a power akin to that of a fundamental rule, death upon contact. Even a titled Douluo, in a straightforward contest of defenses, would find themselves no match for a soul beast. This implies that should Junma Lu engage in close combat, theoretically, he could slay a titled Douluo. What of Lu Er? Where is he now? Gu Rong interjected, his heart swelling with astonishment as he finally understood why Junma Lu was capable of vanquishing a soul master. No soul master would regard a mere child, especially one without even a single soul ring, as a worthy adversary. This oversight granted Junma Lu the opportunity for a surprise attack, armed with this innate skill. Even Gu Rong himself might fall victim. The child had absorbed the soul ring of that Millennium Rock-armored turtle and was now a one-ring soul master. The elder spoke dryly, his eyes reflecting profound shock, though he had once perused a tome by the most theoretically adept master. The duration for a soul master to absorb a soul ring correlates with their own physical constitution. The stronger the body, the longer they may absorb a soul ring. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji stood in stunned silence, questioning the reliability of his own hearing. Gu Rong abruptly rose, gazing at the elder in astonishment. Even Chun Exine stood, his eyes gleaming with a piercing intensity that seemed to inflict pain upon the elder. Is there something amiss with Ma Lu? Ning Fengji inquired anxiously, aware that exceeding limits in soul ring absorption could incur irreparable consequences. I shall fetch Lu Er immediately. Gu Rong vanished into a swirl of dark mist, his mental energy swiftly enveloping the entirety of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, and in an instant, he located Junma Lu. At that moment, Junma Lu was deep in meditation, seemingly cultivating his soul power. Junma Lu felt a fleeting darkness before him. Upon blinking, he found himself in the presence of Ning Fengji and two titled Douluos, along with an elder he had encountered not long ago, his master, the sect leader, and grandfather Jiang. With a stoic expression, Junma Lu bowed in greeting and then remained silent, standing still. Observing Junma Lu's demeanor, Ning Fengji felt a pang of sympathy for the exceptionally gifted child. Had it not been for the interference of that malevolent soul master, he would have had the opportunity to witness the boy's lively and cheerful spirit next year, a stark contrast to his current state. After absorbing that soul ring, do you feel any unusual sensations in your body? Gu Rong inquired anxiously. As his soul power flowed into Junma Lu's body, he found no abnormalities, only a notable enhancement in the boy's physical condition, as if he had gained considerable weight. My bones have become significantly harder, and I've acquired a peculiar ability. Junma Lu replied, his brow furrowing slightly. His entire aura had shifted considerably, and the two crimson dots on his forehead gradually moved, exuding an unexpectedly delicate charm. Those who had witnessed Junma Lu in the act of killing would find it hard to associate the term delicate with him. What ability? Gu Rong asked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. First soul skill, exoskeletal armor. Junma Lu's purple soul ring illuminated, and a surge of soul power erupted from his spine, manifesting a fearsome set of skeletal armor around him. It was not so much that it appeared suddenly. Rather, Junma Lu's speed was so remarkable that the armor seemed to grow from his back, enveloping him instantaneously, creating an impression of a summoned presence. What is the defensive capacity of this soul skill? To be honest, Gu Rong felt a tinge of regret. Had he known of Junma Lu's latent talents, he would have scoured the continent for a millennium-old bone dragon to serve as the boy's first soul ring. The rock-armored turtle, as a soul beast, was far too commonplace, offering merely acceptable defensive capabilities. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School reared rock armored turtles solely for the purpose of augmenting defensive skills. I do not know. However, when I utilize this skill, I only experience a singular pain as my back breaks through, Junmalu stated. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt a surge of pity for the boy. They remembered his remarkable self-healing ability, but conveniently chose to forget the pain he endured each time he wielded his martial soul. Indeed, it is truly remarkable. A skill bestowed by a Millennium Soul Ring. Such defensive prowess places you in an undefeated position at your level, Gu Rong exclaimed. Having just tested the defensive capabilities of Junmalu's first soul skill, the disparity between a Millennium and a Century Soul Ring was immense, especially in the early stages. A Millennium Soul Ring could render a Soul Master invincible within a certain realm, particularly as a First Soul Ring. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong looked somewhat aggrieved as she gazed at her grandfather Bone, grandfather Jian, and her father. In the past, her beloved Bone grandfather, sword grandfather, and father were always by her side. However, with the arrival of this newcomer, not only did he seize the jade pendant her father intended to give her, but he also threatened to take away her cherished Bone grandfather, sword grandfather, and father. At this moment, the little sorceress was capricious and self-centered, believing herself to be extraordinary. Before her two grandfathers and father, she always donned the guise of a little enchantress. Even though Junmalu returned the jade pendant to her, she felt no joy, perceiving his gesture as mere charity. She loathed this feeling, yet restrained herself due to her three formidable supports. Today, however, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of anxiety. She feared that her sword grandfather, Bone grandfather, and father might no longer shower her with affection. This sense of trepidation enveloped her like the mist in a small room, easily dispersed with a wave of her hand, yet swiftly coalescing again. Despite her tender age, she understood the intricacies of soul masters and soul rings. In her worldview, the perfect first soul ring could last a maximum of 100 years. Yet this individual before her possessed a 1,000-year first soul ring. She recognized that her abundance of love stemmed from her innate talent, which perhaps could shatter the curse of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, allowing her martial soul to evolve into the 8 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, heralding her as a soul Douluo. Yet now, a prodigy surpassing her own talent had emerged. Rongrong, when we grow old, he may be the one to protect you, Gu Rong remarked, seemingly in jest. His words drew Ning Fengji's attention, prompting him to scrutinize Junmalu, his lineage flawless, appearance impeccable, talent extraordinary, and character malleable. Humph. I wouldn't want him to protect me, Ning Rongrong haughtily retorted, lifting her chin with an expression of disdain directed at Junmalu. Upon hearing this, the light in Junmalu's eyes dimmed considerably. Rongrong, do not be willful. Junmalu is a good child. You both must learn to coexist harmoniously, just as your sword grandfather, Bone grandfather, and I do. In the future, you will rely on Junmalu for protection, Ning Fengji admonished, his brow furrowed. Possessing a keen, discerning heart, he perceived his daughter's unusual disposition. Although he held great affection for this exceptionally gifted child, his love for his daughter was undeniably stronger. Humph. Ning Rongrong let out a petulant huff, refusing to argue with her father, instead turning her head away in pride, presenting him with her exquisitely adorable profile. With the addition of someone vying for her affection, how could she possibly feel joy? Will Bone grandfather listen to me? Ning Rongrong suddenly inquired, casting an irresistibly charming gaze at her Bone grandfather. In the past, this tactic had always proven effective. Not only Bone grandfather, but even sword grandfather and her father were unable to resist her captivating look. That depends on you, Rongrong. If you want him to heed your words, you must. He, Gu Rong teased with a playful grin. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile. If possible, he too wished for such a scenario. However, he would never force his daughter should she be unwilling. Yet, both of them were still young, and the future offered Ning Fengji ample opportunities to guide their paths, as emotions could indeed be subtly influenced. Humph, I see that this lad possesses exceptional talent. The sword Douluo Chen Xian scoffed, intending to taunt Junmalu. Yet, he found no flaws, not even in his background. After all, which esteemed sect would disdain a genius without ties? Very well, he admitted. He felt a tinge of envy towards Gu Rong for having discovered such an outstanding and even prodigious disciple. Meanwhile, he had searched long within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and found no one of merit. Contemplating this, The sword Douluo Chun Xin felt a pang of jealousy. The first soul ring was of 1,000-year caliber, with no adverse effects, an unparalleled genius in the entire Douluo continent. Alas, if only his martial soul were a sword. If Junma Lu's martial soul were sword-related, he would surely contend with that old fellow Gu Rong. In my opinion, Rong Rong is even more talented. The sword Douluo remarked, though he felt somewhat apprehensive. The restrictions of the 7-treasure glazed tile tower capped at Soul Sage. Even if Ning Rongrong had the chance to elevate it to the 8-treasure glazed tile tower, she would only reach the rank of a Soul Douluo. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile tower is renowned as the world's foremost auxiliary martial soul, the level of genius displayed by Junma Lu was far more astonishing. At that moment, upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately giggled and playfully pouted at her sword grandpa, then shot a glance at Junma Lu as if to assert her dominance. Junma Lu remained stoic, his expression unchanged, which only heightened Ning Rongrong's irritation. "Sir Uncle, please indulge her." Ning Fengji began to win over Junma Lu. His eloquence was impeccable, exuding a comforting charm, effortlessly disarming even the simplest-minded child. Perhaps it was this very finesse that allowed Ning Fengji to ensure the flourishing of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. "Indeed, Sect Master," Junma Lu replied, his gaze softening considerably, though his voice remained somewhat rigid. "From now on, you may call me Uncle Ning. Since we are family, let us dispense with unnecessary formalities." Ning Fengji smiled, his eyes glinting with wisdom. "Yes, Uncle Ning," Junma Lu responded, glancing at the Bon Douluo Gu Rong, recalling how he had been instructed yesterday to become Ning Fengji's subordinate. His demeanor seemed to seek Gu Rong's approval. The Bon Douluo Gu Rong nodded. He understood this was a strategy to win hearts. Yet unlike other petty individuals, Ning Fengji did not merely engage in superficial gestures. Even in his alliances, Ning Fengji approached with dignity and integrity. "Good lad. By the way, Rong Rong will be acquiring a soul ring soon. You may accompany her to learn how to identify soul beasts," Ning Fengji said, affectionately ruffling Junma Lu's delightfully soft hair with a smile. In the pursuit of nurturing emotional bonds and connections, one must commence from a tender age. The 7-treasures glazed tile school. Each prominent sect endeavors to capture soul beasts that are compatible with their unique martial souls, rearing them while occasionally providing them with rare treasures from heaven and earth to enhance their cultivation. Naturally, the illustrious 7-treasures glazed tile school, renowned as the foremost supportive martial soul across the continent, is no exception. In fact, it stands as the wealthiest sect on the entire land, surpassing even the royal empires, with the phrase wealthy enough to rival nations specifically coined to describe its affluence. With Luer's prowess, assisting Rongrong in obtaining a soul ring is undoubtedly feasible. This was the original sentiment expressed by Ning Fengji. However, he could not rely solely on Junma Lu to aid his daughter in this endeavor. He initially intended to dispatch 2 swift and stealthy soul emperors to safeguard the future pillars of the 7-treasures glazed tile school. Yet, the renowned sword Douluo Chen Xin and Bon Douluo Gu Rong voluntarily offered their protection from the shadows for the 2 children. This left Ning Fengji somewhat speechless. Yet upon contemplating Junma Lu's exceptional talent, he found solace. If such a genius does not meet an untimely demise, attaining the title of Douluo is almost a foregone conclusion, and perhaps he may even surpass the formidable barrier mentioned by sword Douluo Chen Xin. I warn you, refrain from trying to ingratiate yourself in front of my father, Bon Grandpa, and Sword Grandpa, Ning Rongrong declared fiercely, adorned in a lovely dress. Her simple yet exquisite hair accessory accentuating her cherubic visage, now contorted into a menacing expression. Upon hearing this, Junma Lu paused, turning to face Ning Rongrong. It must be said, Junma Lu's demeanor was quite imposing. His stoic presence exuded an aura of terror, momentarily intimidating the willful Ning Rongrong. "Bon Grandpa is my master. I cannot acquiesce to your request, but I can promise to minimize my interactions with Uncle Ning and Sword Grandpa," Junma Lu replied with utmost sincerity. This earnestness momentarily caught Ning Rongrong off guard, but she soon nodded in satisfaction, appreciating this disciple of Bon Grandpa for his understanding. Although this cold-faced boy still intended to engage with Bon Grandpa, she relished Junma Lu's concession. Hidden in the shadows, Bon Douluo Gu Rong and Sword Douluo Chen Xin exchanged glances, initially believing that Junma Lu would reprimand Ning Rongrong. As long as no blood was shed, they would refrain from intervening. Should Junma Lu truly act against Ning Rongrong, they would wait until she reported the incident to the sect before coming to her aid. By the way, how did you absorb the 1,000-year soul ring? Ning Rongrong reverted to her formerly spoiled demeanor, questioning him with a hint of skepticism. This inquiry had also been posed by Ning Fengji and others, even consulting sect elders who had witnessed Junma Lu absorb the 1,000-year soul ring. However, I honestly do not know. The soul ring seemingly flew to me on its own, Junma Lu replied, shaking his head with genuine sincerity, though it was evident that Ning Rongrong remained unconvinced. At that time, Jun Moluo responded to Ning Fengji in a similar manner. However, unlike Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji placed his trust in him. He dispatched certain clandestine forces from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to investigate the sinister soul masters who had attacked Jun Moluo's village. Anyone would attribute such bizarre occurrences to the malevolent soul masters, yet Ning Fengji was not a narrow-minded individual. In fact, he could be deemed ruthless. For the lives of hundreds of ordinary people could forge a genius of such caliber. Nevertheless, he would not sacrifice innocent lives. Rather, he would seek out those who were thoroughly wicked to serve as his offerings. Ultimately, he returned empty-handed. For this was merely a coincidence, one that even Fujian herself could not have anticipated. Jun Moluo, using a wooden avatar, arrived at the villages surrounding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He initially planned to lay low for a year, mingling with the villagers, before awakening his martial soul a year later to demonstrate his talent and seamlessly join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, he did not foresee that sinister soul masters would dare to provoke the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, slaughtering the villages under its protection. Naturally, Jun Moluo would not let this opportunity slip away. In his despair and fury, he awakened his martial soul and annihilated all of them. Humph. If you won't speak, then don't act oblivious, Ning Rongrong huffed, quickening her pace and overtaking Jun Moluo. Upon witnessing this, Jun Moluo immediately caught up to her, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings before turning to Ning Rongrong. Do not walk ahead of me. Elder Gu once said that I must protect you well, he stated awkwardly, extending his hand to block her path. Seeing Jun Moluo daring to obstruct her, Ning Rongrong felt a mixture of irritation and disbelief. Today was supposed to be the day she acquired her first soul ring, yet none of her esteemed companions, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, or even her father, had accompanied her. Only Jun Moluo was by her side. She was astute enough to discern her father's intentions. He wished for her to befriend Jun Moluo, recognizing his exceptional talent, which could even be described as unprecedented. The early independent awakening of a martial soul, innate full soul power, a martial soul endowed with skills, and a millennium's first soul ring. Any one of these attributes would be the envy of various sects, yet all four had converged upon a single individual. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School needed Jun Moluo. In fact, to some extent, he was even more crucial than her, for his innate gifts predetermined that he would undoubtedly become a title Douluo, and one of the most formidable among them. The significance of a title Douluo to a sect is self-evident. Even if Ning Rongrong had the opportunity to evolve the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower into the Eight Treasure Glazed Tower, it remained merely a possibility. While she believed her father, along with Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu, cherished her dearly, she lacked the confidence to compare her importance to that of a future title Douluo. Protect me? How do you intend to protect me? Ning Rongrong retorted defiantly, fully aware of the underlying truths, but showing no inclination to relent. Although her impression of the young boy had slightly improved, she still harbored a measure of disdain for him. After all, he had usurped the glory and attention that rightfully belonged to her. It would indeed be strange if she did not resent him. With my martial soul, Jun Moluo spoke with unwavering determination, his expression calm and composed. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, followed by a massive gorilla, approximately 2 meters tall and brimming with muscle, charging down from the trees. Upon seeing the gorilla, Jun Moluo narrowed his eyes slightly, and the purple soul ring on him glimmered instantaneously, summoning a set of fearsome yet magnificent bone armor. He swiftly positioned himself before Ning Rongrong, extending his arms as the bone armor elongated into 2 razor-sharp bone spikes, piercing effortlessly through the gorilla's chest. In an instant, the beast lay lifeless, a white soul ring with hints of yellow emerging from its corpse. Uncle Ning said your first soul ring must be from a century-old soul beast, and you must seek a powerful one, Jun Moluo remarked, gazing at the white soul ring before turning to Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Ning Rongrong had collapsed onto the ground, thoroughly frightened by the display of strength. Trembling slightly, she stared at the corpse of the formidable gorilla, then looked up at the stoic Jun Malu, whose expression remained unchanged. His impassive demeanor, in the eyes of someone her age, was undeniably cool. However, Ning Rongrong was not so easily swayed. Any form of conquest would not come without challenge. She obtained her first soul ring, which enhanced her strength. Though it was merely an amplification of power, the intensity was considerable. Jun Malu mused that the title of the world's greatest support spirit was indeed well-deserved. At the very least, Fu Jiang had scoured all available resources on support spirits, discovering that those capable of rivaling the 7 treasures glazed tile were few and far between. Among them was Yang Jin of the Spirit Hall, with his resplendent golden scepter and the legendary 9 Hearts begonia. Yet, these 2 spirits were exceedingly rare. The golden scepter could not be passed down through bloodlines, akin to a mutated spirit, while the 9 Hearts begonia was a solitary lineage, renowned solely for its healing capabilities and dubbed immortal. "You look rather charming when you smile. You should do so more often," Ning Rongrong remarked mischievously. She had witnessed Jun Malu's smile before, having compelled him to smile for her. When he did, it left her utterly astounded, not in a pleasant way, but rather in a disconcerting manner. The juxtaposition was striking. The frigid ice mountain exuded a standard, toothy grin, making her shiver involuntarily. "Indeed," Jun Malu replied, though he did not dwell on the matter. He was well aware of Ning Rongrong's subtle intentions, yet he chose not to voice them. "It seems Rongrong and Malu get along quite well," came the voice of Ning Fengji, prompting Jun Malu to turn and bow slightly, as Ning Rongrong dashed toward him, leaping into Ning Fengji's embrace like a fledgling swallow's returning home. "Lure, have you been neglecting your training lately?" came Gu Rong's somewhat pretentious voice, layered with an unmistakable tone of delight and mirth. He was exceedingly pleased with this disciple. Whenever he conversed with the sword Douluo Qinshin, he would invariably mention his proud disciple, Jun Malu, within just 3 or 4 sentences. Occasionally, he would also express concern for Qinshin, reassuring him that a slight deficiency in talent was of no consequence, for not everyone possessed the extraordinary gifts of his disciple. In essence, he incessantly delivered snide remarks, and at times, he would candidly lament Qinshin's misfortunes, suggesting that when his time came, he might not even have a loyal disciple to see him off. Then came a fierce battle. Despite his defeat, the Bon de la Gu Rong bore a smile that suggested victory. In stark contrast, the victorious sword Douluo Qinshin wore a grim expression. "No, I have reached level 15 now," Jun Malu declared solemnly, his demeanor unwavering. At this, Ning Fengji hesitated momentarily, his arm poised to present a gift to Ning Rongrong, while the corner of Gu Rong's eye twitched imperceptibly, and Qinshin's hands clenched tightly beneath his flowing robe. "Level 15. Ning Fengji exclaimed in astonishment, placing his hand upon Jun Malu, allowing his gentle soul power to permeate the young man's being. To his shock, he confirmed that Jun Malu had indeed attained level 15. The Millennium Soul Ring had bestowed upon him 4 levels of soul power, and in the span of mere days, he had successfully advanced another level. An astonishing feat. While Ning Fengji was taken aback, he was predominantly filled with delight. For Jun Malu was a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and Gu Rong. Ning Rongrong gazed at Jun Malu in astonishment. She had just reached level 11. Yet she was a full year older, having awakened her martial soul at the age of 6. Had they trained together from the same day, she might not have even reached level 10, while Jun Malu had already surpassed level 15. It was the first time she understood the true meaning of talent and genius. Ahem, truly worthy of being my disciple. Such talent far surpasses even the so-called golden generation recently spoken of within the Spirit Hall, Gu Rong remarked, clearing his throat, as he sought to embellish his own image. In truth, he had imparted no particularly significant teachings to Jun Malu. He had merely paved the way for his future. As long as Jun Malu did not create any disturbances, the position of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's master would undoubtedly be his. Given the rapid ascent of his soul power, it would be prudent to arrange some sparring sessions with younger disciples tomorrow. Qinshin offered this suggestion, genuinely concerned for Jun Malu, for he was indeed the genius of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although he felt envy towards Gu Rong, he would not regard Jun Malu as an outsider. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong nodded. He had no intention of heading to the fighting arena, as it was crowded and chaotic, far less secure than the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Until Jun Mulu possessed adequate self-defense capabilities, he would not allow him to expose himself to such risks. Little Bone, how have you trained so swiftly? Ning Rongrong inquired, her starry eyes fixated intently on Jun Mulu in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Bone Dalagu Rong was momentarily taken aback, then revealed a mysterious smile. Meanwhile, Sword Dalaochen Xian furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from speaking. Knowing that Jun Ma Lu's character would not lead him to deceive Rongrong, he also did not believe that a 5-year-old boy could possess such intentions. Ning Fengji smiled, recognizing that his decision was indeed wise. His little which had successfully taken her first step. Why do we call Ma Lu Little Bone? Ning Fengji inquired with a smile, contemplating whether to let this moniker become Ning Rongrong's exclusive term of endearment for Jun Ma Lu, because his martial spirit is the same as that of Grandpa Bone, and he is younger than I am, so he shall be called Little Bone, Ning Rongrong replied, her expression radiating innocence and cuteness, which only deepened Ning Fengji's smile. Jun Ma Lu, however, regarded Ning Rongrong with unchanging eyes, resembling a wooden puppet. You must not bully Ma Lu. In the future, you will rely on him to protect you, Ning Fengji remarked, his gaze sparkling with warmth, evoking a sense of familiarity. He was that kind of person, exuding an approachable aura at all times. He never projected an air of superiority, and both commoner soul masters and noble soul masters held the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School in high esteem, a significant part of which was due to Ning Fengji's influence. I refuse to let Little Bone protect me. I have Grandpa Bone, Grandpa's sword, and my father to suffice, Ning Rongrong declared proudly. She understood her father's intentions but felt indifferent towards Jun Ma Lu, merely finding him cool, gifted, and powerful. Based on the words of Grandpa Bone, Grandpa's sword, and her father, she was aware that Jun Ma Lu would undoubtedly become a title Douluo in the future, and a distinguished one at that. Title Douluos were exceedingly rare across the continent, and especially those who stood out among them. The Spirit Hall possessed 3 title Douluos, the Haotian clan had 2, the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School had 2, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan had 1. Go, Little Bone, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, disregarding her ladylike image as she cheered enthusiastically from Ning Fengji's lap, embodying the spirit of encouragement for Jun Ma Lu. Ning Fengji did not dissuade her. He regarded it as a positive development. While he would not control his daughter's affections, he believed that everything in this world could be influenced. He had intentionally reduced the presence of girls of similar age around Jun Ma Lu and arranged for the maids near his little princess to engage in discussions designed to be overheard by her. In the midst of battle, Jun Ma Lu heard Ning Rongrong's cheers, momentarily startled, then turned to look at her. What a splendid opportunity. His opponents, seizing this fleeting moment of vulnerability, swiftly sprang into action. First soul skill, Wolf Claw. First soul skill, Savage Bull Trample. Second soul skill, Dragon's Breath. The 7 formidable soul masters unleashed their soul skills upon Jun Ma Lu's bone armor, inflicting no significant damage, merely leaving behind some minor cracks. The disparity between Millennium Soul skills and Century Soul skills at the same level is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. This was precisely the Millennium Soul skill developed by Jun Ma Lu, based on the materials provided by the master. Little Bone, you are incredibly strong, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes shimmering as she gazed intently at Jun Ma Lu, who was wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Indeed, no one on the entire continent within the same realm could possibly defeat Jun Ma Lu, Ning Fengji declared with pride and unwavering certainty. For the first soul ring was indeed of millennium caliber, something he had never encountered before across the continent. Were it not for his awareness of Jun Ma Lu's superior physical prowess, which is irreplicable, he might have felt an urge to dissect him. 10-finger piercing. Jun Ma Lu raised his armor, extending his palm flat, and then shouted, whoosh, 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 accompanied by the launch of his finger bones, those great soul masters, drained of their former strength yet not yet revitalized, were instantly propelled backward by the 10 oval-shaped finger bones. This was a weakened version of the 10-finger piercing, or perhaps it could be dubbed 10-finger projectiles, rendering the finger bones smooth to diminish their lethality. The 7 individuals before him were indeed small geniuses from the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School, who might one day ascend to the ranks of Soul Sage or even Soul Douluo. Bone Dalagu Rong had expressly advised him to show mercy. These individuals posed no threat to Lu Air whatsoever. Not only would they struggle to challenge her, but even exhausting her soul power would prove to be quite a task. Bon Douluo Gurong spoke, casting a proud glance at Sword Douluo Chen, who was accustomed to his friend's incessant boasting. However, despite his familiarity, it still vexed him. In that case, allow me to refine that superficial soul power. As soon as Sword Douluo Chen's voice fell, he had already materialized before Junma Lu. Boy, let me see your true capabilities. Use all your strength, including your innate soul skill. With that, Sword Douluo Chen stood calmly before Junma Lu, seemingly waiting for him to strike. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, appearing to be full of vulnerabilities, yet Junma Lu discerned that these weaknesses, though genuine, were a result of Sword Douluo Chen's lack of seriousness. At that moment, Bon Douluo Gurong was nearly beside himself, ready to confront Sword Douluo Chen and vehemently rebuke him for his audacity, but was halted by Ning Fengji. Uncle Gu, at this moment, Ma Lu should possess the strength of a high-ranking soul ancestor. Furthermore, his journey thus far has been remarkably smooth and invincible. Experiencing a setback would be beneficial for him. Ning Fengji remarked. While fostering absolute confidence in an individual is commendable, excessive confidence breeds arrogance. He recognized that Junma Lu had the foundation for arrogance. Yet he aspired to cultivate him into a perfect soul master, both in strength and character. Upon hearing this, although Bon Douluo Gurong felt some trepidation, he settled back down, his expression dark as he fixed his gaze on Sword Douluo Chen in the arena. If his disciple were to be harmed, he would certainly have a serious conversation with that wretched individual. Although he may be lacking in brute strength, he would employ his cunning to harass his opponent relentlessly. Indeed, Junma Lu's expression remained unchanged, displaying little emotion aside from the incongruous smile he revealed in front of Ning Rongrong. As he spoke, Junma Lu took a few steps back, placing his palm against the nape of his neck. Crack! A sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed, followed by the gruesome noise of bone-piercing flesh. To the astonishment of the Sword Douluo Chen, Junma Lu extracted his spine. With the removal of his vertebrae, a flicker of emotion crossed Junma Lu's face. His skin trembled as if he were in excruciating pain. A massive bone sword, taller than Junma Lu himself, materialized in his grasp, an ability granted by the Bone Clan, allowing him to reshape his own bones. Initially, he contemplated crafting a colossal spear, yet he opted against it, considering it might serve as a soul skill in the future. Gathering energy to form a sword, the Sword Douluo Chen murmured, as a 3-foot-long azure blade appeared in his hand. Although it appeared slightly inferior to Junma Lu's towering bone sword, its fierce sword aura was enough to cause discomfort to any onlooker. Junma Lu remained silent. As long as he refrained from speaking, each of his formidable strikes would be akin to a basic attack. The enormous bone sword struck down upon Sword Douluo Chen with great force. Chen raised his azure blade horizontally in defense, intercepting the massive weapon. Clang! The sound of metal colliding erupted, causing Chen arm to tremble slightly. This was quite commendable, considering it was merely Junma Lu's ordinary slash, not a soul skill. Clang! 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 The sound of repeated metal clashes resounded as Junma Lu's gigantic bone sword moved with such speed that it nearly created an afterimage, reaching the limits of his current physical form. Yet, each strike was effortlessly blocked by Chen. He recognized that his current feeble strength still fell short of the realm's formidable warriors. To what extent can your innate soul skill be utilized? Sword Douluo Chen inquired, his gaze sharp as a sword, a fierce sword intent soaring upward, transforming him into a terrifying blade seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. He sought to test the dreadful power that seemed to resonate with the very rules of existence. Bone of mortality, Junma Lu shouted, serving as a warning to Chen. Suddenly, a grayish-white phalanx emerged from his palm, exuding a horrifying aura of antiquity, reminiscent of a remnant from a high-level creature. Chen pupils constricted as an overwhelming terror of life and death enveloped him. An instinctive voice warned him against being struck or even touching that bone. It was as if a field mouse encountered a venomous snake or a lamb faced a ravenous wolf. This was a suppression of life levels, independent of one's strength or unwavering will. Sword aura. Sword Douluo Chen sword intent soared to the heavens, resembling a true deity of the sword. As the light erupting from his eyes transformed into tangible sword radiance, almost solidifying in form. The imposing and terrifying visage was etched into the memory of Junma Lu. who never expected that swordsmanship could reach such heights. He understood that the explosive display from the sword Douluo Chen was an embodiment of the purest will, which could presently be termed as sword intent. This sword intent possessed the power to influence the will of others, akin to an illusionary art. The ash-gray fingerbone, propelled by a fierce wind, was hurled forth as Chen Xian cast his 3-foot azure peak, composed of sword energy, employing his soul power to manipulate the blade. The collision between the azure peak and the ash-gray fingerbone produced no terrifying sound. Instead, the azure peak dissipated into ephemeral ash with the wind. This 3-foot azure peak, forged from Chen Xian's sword energy, would revert as soul power upon disintegration. Yet at this moment, Chen Xian felt no return of that soul energy. Indeed, Chen Xian mused inwardly. Even if he were struck by that fingerbone known as the common kill gray bone, he would instantaneously meet his demise. This was not poison, but it was countless times more lethal. As the common kill gray bone vanished, Junma Lu's aura began to wane, rendering him nearly unable to stand, causing him to topple backward. The bone Douluo Gu Rong instantly appeared behind Junma Lu, catching his collapsing form, then glared fiercely at Chen Xian. In turn, Chen Xian regarded Gu Rong with grave concern. Though Gu Rong had intended to confront him, he recognized that his old comrade had something significant to convey. This move was undeniably a manifestation of rule-like power. Even if it were to strike either of us, the outcome would be instant death. Chen Xian solemnly declared that he had indeed sensed the threat of death, with his martial soul, the 7-killing sword, alerting him. He knew that the fingerbone named the common kill gray bone would not strike him, nor could Junma Lu genuinely throw that bone at him. Yet, he could not quell the fear that surged within him. This was not tied to will, but rather a suppression on a soulful level, akin to the suppression exerted by martial souls, such as the ordinary iron sword versus the 7-killing sword, or the common iron hammer against the Haotian hammer. The young Ning Fengji arrived on the scene, having overheard Chen Xian's words, and cast a piercing gaze at Junma Lu. Ning Rongrong, nestled in Ning Fengji's embrace, also heard the commotion, though her primary concern lay with the well-being of the small bone. "Wah, little bone, what has happened to you?" Ning Rongrong cried out, throwing herself onto Junma Lu, weeping uncontrollably, startling the 3 eminent soul masters present. "Rongrong, your little bone is fine. He merely exhausted too much soul power and needs a moment's rest," Chen Xian hastily reassured, prioritizing the well-being of his little princess over the gravity of the situation regarding the common kill gray bone. However, his words did not succeed in calming Ning Rongrong. Rather, they ignited her distress further. "Grandpa Sword, I despise you," she shouted, continuing to sob. Initially, Ning Rongrong harbored little fondness for Junma Luo, yet through their recent interactions, she began to sense an unspoken understanding between them. It was akin to their excursion a couple of days prior, where the very item she admired also caught Junma Luo's eye, as he intended to gift it to her. Furthermore, she perceived that Junma Luo was unlike those sycophants who flattered her. His interest did not stem from her status. At the very least, this was Ning Rongrong's belief, for none of the flatterers would dare defy her commands. In contrast, while Junma Luo might challenge her directives, he did not harbor any animosity towards her. This quality was something she had never encountered among her peers. Ning Rongrong perhaps possessed a slight masochistic inclination. The sight of Junma Luo occasionally rebelling against her filled her with a sense of novelty. Moreover, he was not perpetually oppositional. In mundane matters, he often displayed remarkable compliance. However, he steadfastly refused to concede on principles. Junma Luo discerned that this little enchantress had a faint masochistic trait, albeit not pronounced. One could assert themselves occasionally, but it was crucial to strike a balance. Upon hearing his little princess's words, Tian Dou Empire felt as though struck by lightning, becoming utterly frozen. His mouth agape, yet unable to produce any sound. It appeared that he had fallen from favor in the eyes of the little princess. Previously, she had held him in high regard, but ever since this young man arrived, his standing in her esteem had plummeted. This pig had yet to uproot the cabbage. Yet the cabbage began to disdain the farmer tending to it. What would become of this pig when it matured? Jian Douluo and Xian began to soothe his little princess. And to demonstrate that her Junma Luo was indeed unscathed, he directly infused his soul power into Junma Luo's body, causing him to suddenly open his eyes. Like a resurrection, Junma Luo was propelled upwards by the overwhelming soul power, soaring to a height surpassing that of an average person, and with his remarkable physical coordination, he managed to regain his footing. "Little one, you have finally awakened." Ning Rongrong's tear-streaked face bore no resemblance to a delicate flower. Instead, a large bubble of snot dangled from her nose, swelling larger by the moment. "I am fine," Jun Moluo proclaimed, a smile unexpectedly breaking through his previously expressionless visage. His face, characterized by an austere demeanor, revealed no change in his eyes, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward, presenting a rather peculiar sight. With that, Ning Rongrong's defenses crumbled, and amidst her laughter, the large bubble on her nose burst, producing a comical popping sound. At this moment, the three individuals present exchanged knowing smiles, including the previously petrified Tian Dou Empire. However, the amusement was short-lived, as Tian Dou Empire could no longer find humor in the situation. His little princess had suddenly embraced the pig. Witnessing such a scene, the farmer's expression darkened immediately. "Release him. What kind of behavior is this?" Sword Douluo Empire spoke, casting a glance at Ning Fengji, urging him to hastily safeguard his little princess. Among the three adults present, only Sword Douluo Empire seemed reluctant to allow Jun Moluo and Ning Rongrong to interact at this moment. However, this reluctance stemmed from the realization that he could scarcely find a child more exceptional than Jun Moluo. Ning Fengji, on the other hand, had long harbored thoughts of having Jun Moluo as a son-in-law, ensuring that the next generation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would still bear the Ning surname. As for Bon de la Guron, observing his disciple with the little princess, he felt no pangs of jealousy akin to those of Sword Dou Empire. Rather, he felt a sense of satisfaction, as if his own pig had finally found its way to his cabbage. It mattered not, for they were merely children. What did they truly understand? Bon de la Guron remarked casually, seemingly to provoke his old friend, Sword Douluo Empire. Upon hearing this, Sword Douluo Empire's eyes widened in disbelief as he glared fiercely at Bon de la Guron. "Little Bone, I thought you were dead. And stop laughing." Ning Rongrong chuckled foolishly, not wishing to see Jun Moluo's amusing smile any longer. Jun Moluo instantly retracted his smile and assumed a serious demeanor. Witnessing this change in Jun Moluo, Ning Fengji's grin only broadened. "Humph, Little Bone, we are leaving. Accompany me on a shopping trip." Although tears and snot marked Ning Rongrong's face, she still beamed at her little bone. At her words, Jun Moluo paused, then shook his head. "I have homework today, perhaps tomorrow," he insisted, determined to be a child of perseverance and diligence, especially since both Ning Fengji and Bon de la Guron already held him in high regard. His current objective was to win over Sword Douluo Empire. "Humph, she has cried for you. Can you not spend a day with her?" Ning Rongrong's temper flared, her face resembling a little calico cat, yet the familiar stubbornness returned. "My master says that cultivation requires unwavering persistence, or it is akin to rowing upstream. If one does not advance, one retreats." Jun Moluo continued, maintaining his resolute stance. This display brought a smile to Bon de la Guron, who nodded approvingly, for he had indeed imparted such wisdom. "Ahem, no matter, homework can be done in the evening. You should first accompany Rongrong for some fun." Bon de la Guron coughed lightly, striking a pose of a stern teacher. Yet his gaze sought approval from his little princess. "Wonderful. I adore Grandpa Bon." With Ning Rongrong's jubilant exclamation, Sword Douluo Empire felt as though pierced by a dagger, rendered once more to a state of petrification. Nodding City, Nodding Junior Academy, Master's Office. Flinder excitedly introduced the little monsters from Shrek Academy and several instructors, persistently persuading the master to accompany him to Shrek Academy. The master was clearly tempted. After all, Nodding Academy was ultimately someone else's domain. His friendship with the principal of Nodding Academy paled in comparison to his bond with Flinder, whose strength far surpassed that of the Academy's principal. In the future, should he wish to bestow soul rings upon his two disciples, his own power would evidently fall short. "Flander, I can take Fujiko and the third one to Shrek, but I implore you to ensure that your other students remain unaware of Fujiko's circumstances. Only grant him a 900-year soul ring, akin to what was done for Ma Hongjun today, though it pales in comparison to the 10,000-year variant. This is solely for Fujiko's safety." At last, the master relented, much to Flander's ecstatic delight, prompting him to nearly leap from his chair. Indeed, he did jump. His soul sage level of soul power endowed Flander with remarkable physical prowess, and this leap brought his head into close contact with the ceiling. No problem, Xiao Gang. You know what kind of person I am, right? A 900-year soul ring is certainly better than a 400-year one, Flander chuckled, rubbing his head. His prized disciple is Ma Hanjun. Although the first soul ring lacks the grandeur of 10,000 years, the disparity between a 900-year and a 400-year soul ring is substantial. Flander believed that with his silver tongue, he could easily persuade the master to bestow an additional black 10,000-year soul ring upon his cherished disciple. Furthermore, the same caution applies to the teachers at your academy. Do not fault me for my wariness of others. In truth, prior to writing to you, I deliberated for an entire day on whether to reveal this matter. The master, with a stern countenance, voiced his concerns, revealing a complete lack of trust in the other instructors at Shrek. After all, should this information leak, it would undoubtedly stir upheaval across the continent. Once it spreads, Fujiko would be relentlessly pursued by the Spirit Hall, the Tian Dou Empire, the Xinghua Empire, the 3 upper sects, and the 4 lower sects, as well as numerous smaller sects coveting the positions of the 7 major sections. While it may not be said that whoever possesses Fujiko will conquer the world, securing him would undoubtedly ensure that the next generation of one's own power would surpass that of other factions. Given the vast difference between a 100-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring, absolutely, whatever you say goes. Even if the 2 dragons were to inquire, I would remain silent. After all these years, you know my discretion, Flander boasted, although this matter was already common knowledge within Shrek. He had no alternative but to maintain secrecy for a while longer and had issued a gag order, hoping it would suffice. Upon hearing this, the master frowned, casting a skeptical glance at his old friend, who was unconditionally trustworthy towards those he held dear. Once Fujiko and the others return, I shall take them away, and you should confer with the principal of Nodding Academy. The master stated, aware that the principal would never permit 2 children with innate full soul power to leave, even if one possessed a useless martial soul. Thus, he had no choice but to send Flander, a soul sage, to negotiate with the principal. Although he counted the principal among his friends, for the sake of his 2 disciples' futures, he had to momentarily set aside that friendship. Meanwhile, in the Sacred Soul Village, beautiful petals danced in the air, creating an ethereal scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Fu Jiang gazed at Xiao Wu and Tang Xin before him, his expression devoid of emotion. He had already discerned Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast, yet he chose to remain silent, harboring no intentions of coveting her soul ring. After all, Xiao Wu was a destined individual. He had yet to fully utilize the opportunities presented to him, and it was imperative that he ensured her safety. The value of the potential benefits from a destined person far surpassed that of a mere 100,000-year soul ring or soul bone. I shall protect you henceforth, Fu Jiang declared coldly, his gaze sharp as if it were a sword unsheathed. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Xiao Wu was visibly startled, her rabbit ears standing erect in alarm. Fu Jiang's looming presence cast a significant shadow over her, evoking a deep-seated fear. I understand, Xiao Wu stammered, retreating behind Tang San, her expression one of trepidation. Despite Fu Jiang's handsome visage, her initial impression of him was far from favorable, and she was acutely aware of the man who could evoke such tormenting sensations merely through his gaze. Seeing Xiao Wu's fearful reaction, Fu Jiang furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from voicing any further comments. This is for you, he said, producing a scroll from his voluminous sleeve and extending it toward her. With a hint of apprehension, Xiao Wu accepted the scroll, momentarily taken aback by the prominent seal emblazoned upon it. Having just acknowledged both men as her brothers, Tang San as the elder brother and Fu Jiang as the second, she recalled Tang San's gift of a concealed weapon named Silent Arrow. Is this your family's inherited soul skill? Tang San inquired, puzzled. He too had received one of Fu Jiang's ancestral techniques, which illuminated the terrifying and invaluable nature of such abilities. According to Fu Jiang, his family's soul skills encompassed not only ordinary offensive techniques, but also numerous divergences in healing, sealing, and enhancement. Regardless of the faction, such skills would compel any entity to abandon their pretenses and attempt to seize them. A sealing technique can bind both breath and essence. Fu Jiang's words plunged Xiao Wu into a chilling state, her gaze fixed on him as her feet instinctively retreated. She yearned to flee but found herself trapped. For although she too was a first-ring soul master, the disparity in strength between her and Fu Jiang was significant. I will protect you, Fu Jiang reiterated earnestly, his fierce gaze softening momentarily as he repeated his assurance, as if to solidify his promise. At his words, Xiao Wu froze, halting her retreat. She sensed the sincerity embedded in his declaration, akin to a subtle form of hypnotic suggestion that was not easily perceptible. This technique, which could only be employed on those of lesser strength, was a modified version of the divine god of otherworldly realms principle, a grade A illusion. He had previously used it on Sasuke, rendering it a commendable skill. Although it paled in comparison to the authentic technique, it nonetheless provided a faint suggestion to the target, implanting a delicate subconscious thought. The reason it was classified as grade A was that, like the original, it was not bound by time. At the very least, it did not pose harm to those destined individuals. He had never employed such petty tactics against Tang San, for he understood that dealing with Tang San did not necessitate such measures. However, when it came to Xiao Wu, a soul beast with a heightened sense of vigilance, such strategies were essential. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, yet she remained cautious of Fu Jiang, temporarily setting aside thoughts of escape. Is it a technique to seal one's own aura and essence? A form of concealment soul skill? Tang San furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation as he spoke. 6 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Fu Jiang and Tang San had not ventured to Shrek Academy. Rather, they did go, only to return. The reason was simple. Upon encountering Fu Jiang, the vice dean, Zhao Wujin, had exclaimed, "So this is the little monster capable of making soul beasts offer sacrifices." Naturally, Master had furiously taken Fu Jiang and Tang San away, impervious to any entreaties from Flander. Subsequently, it was rumored that the duels between the Academy's dean and vice dean had increased, with the vice dean often nursing injuries for a period thereafter. Now, 6 years later, Master had summoned the pair to Shrek Academy in Sotoa City. Although they were puzzled by Master S' intentions, they nonetheless obeyed and made their way to Sotoa City. Is Shrek Academy truly as formidable as you say? Xiao Wu's chirpy voice rang out. Yet it did not irritate the two. Tang San looked at her with indulgence, while Fu Jiang cast a sidelong glance her way. Over the past few years, Xiao Wu had lived quite comfortably, thanks to the sealing mark bestowed upon her by Fu Jiang. She no longer feared being discovered by titled Douluos, allowing her to act with greater abandon. Moreover, Fu Jiang had nearly become her mobile wallet. Anything Xiao Wu desired, Fu Jiang would procure, with funds supplied by the Spirit Hall. Initially, Fu Jiang had angrily discarded those cards, vowing to kill the man responsible, but eventually, Xiao Wu persuaded him, suggesting that they consume the sweet coating and return the blade to the enemy. Ultimately, Fu Jiang succumbed to Xiao Wu's overwhelming influence, reluctantly accepting the gold soul coins, cultivation resources, various training books, and a Holy Sun token from the Spirit Hall, which was second only to the Pope's decree, all under Xiao Wu's scrutinizing gaze. Although Xiao Wu harbored a profound disdain, even animosity towards the Spirit Hall, she accepted these benefits, echoing her own words about consuming the sweet coating and discarding the blade. This arrangement also resolved Fu Jiang's future financial concerns, albeit branding him with the Spirit Hall's mark. Master also benefited from this arrangement, becoming enamored with the books, even inquiring about the current Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Uchiha Itachi. He found it perplexing that, in Fu Jiang's account, Uchiha Itachi was a parasital villain. Why, then, would he treat Fu Jiang with such care? Having joined the Spirit Hall, shouldn't Uchiha Itachi eliminate Fu Jiang, the sibling who knew of his dark past, to protect his reputation? The master once inquired about Fu Jiang, who candidly remarked that Uchiha Itachi was indeed a lunatic, an unequivocal madman, the kind with a troubled mind. Despite having slaughtered all his kin save for his younger brother, he showered that very brother with an unusual affection. Subsequently, the master began to speculate and arrived at two conclusions. Either Fu Jiang was deceiving him, though the likelihood seemed slim, as the murderous intent and hatred in Fu Jiang's eyes were unmistakable, or Uchiha Itachi was genuinely deranged, treasuring the only remaining family member after annihilating the rest. Alternatively, there might be hidden truths behind the Uchiha massacre. The teachers of Shrek possessed formidable strength, and I needed the assistance of Dean Flanders to acquire my third spirit ring. Tang San cast a discreet glance at Fu Jiang. In truth, his third spirit ring required merely a 9,000-year-old spirit beast, and with the combined prowess of himself and Fu Jiang, they could effortlessly vanquish such a creature. However, the spirit beast forest was fraught with danger, with territories of 10,000-year spirit beasts potentially nearby. For safety's sake, the master resolved to have Flanders and others protect the two. Moreover, The matter of Fu Jiang's ability to offer sacrifices to spirit beasts was something he had not even disclosed to Xiao Wu. Humph. Xiao Wu huffed softly, unable to tolerate the thought of hunting spirit beasts for their rings. Let us find a place to stay, Fu Jiang suggested, extending a golden card to Xiao Wu. In contrast to the frugal Tang San, Fu Jiang's generosity was far more appealing at that moment. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xiao Wu still glanced at Tang San. In terms of appearance, Tang San could not compare with Fu Jiang. Regarding talent, though Tang San had reached level 30, Fu Jiang was already at 39, just one level shy of 40. As for wealth, Tang San's monthly allowance of gold spirit coins barely amounted to 10, and although he supplemented his income through blacksmithing, it paled in comparison to Fu Jiang's effortless display of affluence. Fu Jiang could only attribute this peculiar phenomenon to the mutual attraction between the destined child and the destined daughter. It seems there is but one inn in Soto City. Tang San recalled his past visit to Soto City, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke. Then let us not delay, Xiao Wu exclaimed, seizing Tang San and Fu Jiang's hands and propelling them into a frenzied run. It was only when Tang San indicated the direction that they arrived at a rather embarrassing hotel for minors. Rose Hotel. Upon entering, Xiao Wu requested 3 rooms, only to be informed at the front desk that there was but 1 room remaining. Turning to Tang San, her cheeks flushed slightly. She was not naive to these matters. Brother, perhaps you should stay at the Spirit Hall in Soto City for the night? Xiao Wu's words pierced Fu Jiang's heart like a sharpened blade. You possess the Holy Sun's token for the Spirit Hall, while we do not, she explained, her face growing redder, unaware that her attempts at clarification only heightened the awkwardness. Fu Jiang regarded her expressionless, then glanced at Tang San, who appeared intent on silencing her. Fu Jiang's voice was barely audible. After speaking, he immediately sought to turn away. This scene evokes a profound sense of desolation. Tang San was taken aback, although he was somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart. He could discern the affection Fu Jiang held for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, too, was momentarily stunned, yet she did not voice her objection to Fu Jiang. She had been seeking someone to comb her hair, someone she believed to be Tang San, not Fu Jiang. For Xiao Wu, Fu Jiang was merely pursuing a lost romance. And indeed, this pursuit significantly enhanced his destiny. In a mere 6 years, Fu Jiang had refined his skills and made remarkable progress in the cultivation of his soul power. Moreover, his 2 wooden doppelgangers relayed substantial destinies back to him, with the most significant contributions coming from Hinata Kagami of the Tian Dou Empire, Uchiha Itachi, the saint son of the Wuhuan Palace, and Jun Malu, the prospective son-in-law of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School. As for whether Fu Jiang had feelings for Xiao Wu, she was too boisterous and unsuitable for him, and he felt he could never rival the destined child of this world. Just as Naruto ultimately became Hokage, despite the numerous twists he created, the timeline could rectify itself. Fu Jiang had ventured to the Longmai of Lulan and knew that without his own timeline, Naruto's struggles were significantly diminished. Just as Fu Jiang was about to exit the hotel, an arrogant voice interrupted. What is going on? Call your manager. A tall young man with mismatched golden hair, cradling 2 identical twins, entered with an air of superficial confidence, a roguish smile adorning his handsome face. Fu Jiang halted, turning to regard the golden-haired youth. The golden hair and peculiar coloration seemed to hint at a connection to the Xinglua Empire. Fu Jiang had previously dispatched wooden doppelgangers to the Xinglua Empire, but those missions often ended without results, as that realm was far stronger than the Tian Dou Empire, with a well-defined hierarchy, akin to an impregnable fortress. Thus, the doppelgangers had only managed to relay basic intelligence about the Xinglua Empire and its various factions. Brother, it appears we arrived first, Tang San remarked lightly, a flicker of seriousness crossing his gaze, yet he did not dwell on it. Given his current strength, he had not encountered any peers who could rival him, aside from Fu Jiang. Even the master acknowledged him as invincible among his peers, of course, excluding Fu Jiang. And what of it? The golden-haired youth did not even glance back, coldly retorting that he had no habit of explaining himself to others. Not much. Just get lost. Xiao Wu, unlike Tang San with his gentle demeanor, displayed a fiery temperament, directly instructing the golden-haired youth to leave. At that moment, Fu Jiang sensed that this golden-haired youth was indeed a bearer of destiny, affiliated with Tang San, the destined child. Much like the Ino Shikacho trio beside Naruto, this golden-haired youth was likely one of Tang San's allies. Upon hearing her words, the golden-haired youth finally turned, his cold and sinister gaze settling on Xiao Wu, giving a slight nod. Very well, it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. You two possess fluctuations of soul power. I presume you are soul masters as well. Come at me together. If you can defeat me, I shall leave immediately. Otherwise, you shall have the honor of demonstrating the art of retreat. The tall young man with golden hair spoke coldly, while the twin maidens in his arms couldn't help but giggle, displaying no concern whatsoever. They obediently slipped from his embrace and retreated to the side, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Soon after, the manager of the hall rushed out in a flurry, wiping the sweat from his brow, attempting to mediate the conflict. However, as an ordinary person, he was clearly ill-equipped to resolve the discord between soul masters. From their conversation, Fujag discerned that this imposing young man bore the surname Dai. The royal family of the Dou Empire also carried the Dai surname. What then brought a member of the Dou royal family to a small city within the territory of the Tian Dou Empire? These questions would eventually be answered, but for now, Fujang needed to uphold his persona. Leave, and you shall leave. Fujang suddenly appeared before the young Dai, concentrating his soul power in his palm, unleashing it with tremendous force. The sheer might propelled the young man through the revolving door of the hall, sending him flying outside. Brother Fujang, you needn't have come. My brother and I could have easily dealt with this fellow, Xiao Wu remarked with a playful smile, choosing to disregard Fujang's gallant demeanor. Yet, Fujang paid no mind to her teasing. He had grown accustomed to it. White Tiger. Possession. A furious roar erupted from outside, and the young Dai charged back in. Enveloped in a radiant white glow, a spectral white tiger rising behind him. His chest heaved, bones cracking audibly as his muscles swelled, straining against his clothing. His once golden hair now appeared nearly black and white, a royal insignia emblazoned on his forehead, and his hands had transformed, growing to the size of tiger claws. Despite the imposing appearance, his disheveled attire, the imprints on his chest, and his labored breathing betrayed his disarray. At that moment, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, began to rise beneath Dai Mubai. Such a configuration of soul rings did not astonish Tang, San and Xiao Wu, for they had witnessed the first ring of a 10,000-year soul before. This was merely a trivial scene. Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger, rank 37 soul sovereign. Dai Mubai found himself at a loss for words of courtesy. All he desired was to reclaim his dignity. In his view, he had been ambushed by Fujang, hardly having the chance to unleash his martial soul. Leave. Fujang barked, flashing once more before Dai Mubai, his palm aglow with surging soul power. Unleashing his formidable strength once again, Dai Mubai could only perceive a fleeting shadow before him. His body failed to react in time, and he felt an overwhelming force strike him, leaving him no opportunity to employ his soul skills before being sent flying once more. A woo. A piercing howl resonated, accompanied by the activation of soul skills. First soul skill, White Tiger Body Barrier. Third soul skill, White Tiger Demon Transformation. Under the influence of 2 state-enhancing soul skills, Dai Mubai charged forward once more, appearing even more formidable yet increasingly disheveled. His attire was in tatters, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Fujiang, you have already shown mercy. Do not overstep your bounds. Tang Sen interjected suddenly, aware of Fujiang's formidable prowess. He wished to prevent Fujiang from unleashing his full power, as a single misstep could result in Dai Mubai's demise, which would lead to complications. Although Fujiang possessed the Holy Sun's decree, eliminating a mere soul master would not pose significant trouble, but Tang San and his companions were here to learn, not to kill. Second soul skill, White Tiger Blaze Wave. Clearly, Dai Mubai paid no heed to the warning and unleashed his second soul skill. The yellow soul rings surrounding him shimmered in unison, emitting a golden wave of light from his mouth. Fujiang reappeared before Dai Mubai, his monstrous strength surging once more, sending Dai Mubai flying yet again. This marked the 3rd occasion. Even a fool like Dai Mubai realized the terrifying strength of the handsome youth before him. Fujiang had not even activated his martial soul and had already knocked him back 3 times. The latest instance shattering the enhancements from his 2 state skills and interrupting his second soul skill. Clutching his chest, Dai Mubai struggled to catch his breath, blood seeping from his mouth. Although he bore no severe injuries, merely superficial wounds, he understood that the youth named Fujiang had shown restraint. Fujiang. That name sounds familiar. Dai Mubai paused, recollecting when he had first heard it. Dai Mubai? Just wait, when my brother Fujiang returns. The lewd voice of Ma Hongjun echoed in his ears, causing Dai Mubai's expression to darken. Upon joining Shrek Academy, he had naturally sought to establish his reputation. Oscar, a support-type soul master, was off-limits to him, so he targeted Ma Hongjun, a fellow assault-type soul master, as his mark. Following a grueling battle, despite Ma Hongjun being only at level 19, he had posed a significant challenge, leading Dai Mubai to suspect that Ma Hongjun's first soul skill was derived from a 1,000-year soul ring, truly formidable. Had it not been for the level disparity, defeating Ma Hongjun would have been uncertain. Fu Jiang has mentioned you, Dai Mubai acknowledged, understanding that one must bow their head under the eaves. He accepted his defeat with grace. Fatty, are you a student of Shrek Academy? Fu Jiang inquired, furrowing his brow. Shrek Academy. The familiar name brought Fu Jiang back to this well-known place. The little sentiment stirred within him as he surveyed the dilapidated institution before him, his brow furrowing slightly. Shrek Academy appeared even more run-down than it had a few years prior. I sense that the unscrupulous merchant is taking advantage of you. Even if brother Fu Jiang possesses wealth, it cannot withstand such extravagance, Xiao Wu chattered incessantly, her curiosity piqued by her first encounter with Flender. Meanwhile, Tang San and Fu Jiang were not strangers. Although Flender had expressed his intent to gift that piece of crystal to Tang San still paid the price. Adhering to his principle that a transaction is a transaction, and the crystal was indeed worth the cost. Though he utilized Fujiko's funds, Tang San comprehended that Fujiko had genuinely regarded him as a friend, for true friends do not keep meticulous accounts of their transactions. On one occasion, he intended to repay Fujiko the money he had borrowed, only to be startled by the slight narrowing of her eyes, which deterred him from ever broaching the subject again. After all, she was the esteemed head of Shrek Academy, who had subsequently gifted them the coveted board crystal. With a bashful smile, Tang San patiently elucidated this to Xiao Wu. At that moment, Fujiko and her companions encountered a familiar face. The golden-haired Dai Mubai revealed 3 soul rings, standing resolutely like a guardian, causing the parents demanding refunds for registration fees to hesitate. Just then, Dai Mubai spotted Fujiko and her group. His eyelids flickered, and an involuntary shiver coursed through him as he withdrew his soul rings. At the entrance, Li Yusong also recognized Fujiko, his weathered face instantly brightening with a grin. You two little monsters have finally arrived. Old Flander waited for you all night yesterday, without a wink of sleep. He exclaimed heartily, preparing to usher them into the academy. This gesture ignited a stir among the eliminated children, who erupted in an uproar, akin to flames igniting beneath them. Why do they not have to take the test? This is a conspiracy, one child shouted, pointing accusingly at Fujiko and Tang San with a fierce countenance. However, to Fujiko, he appeared merely a jester, prattling on without substance. She sensed no destiny in this child. He was as ordinary as they come, a commoner among countless others. A mere glance sufficed for Fujiko to dismiss him. Shrek was a peculiar institution, a veritable anomaly even among soul beasts. The chilling ambience of Shrek Academy signified its nature as a monster academy, wherein only extraordinary beings were admitted. No ordinary individuals above the age of 13 or with soul power below level 21 were to waste their time here. Li Yusong turned to the child with a frosty demeanor, his attitude starkly contrasting with his earlier warmth, but such was the privilege of genius. Suddenly, an overpowering aura erupted from him, and a long staff adorned with intricate patterns appeared in his right hand. 6 soul rings ascended gracefully from his feet, their radiant glow instantly captivating the attention of all present. White, yellow, purple, 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 black. The aura of a soul emperor above level 60 surged forth, suppressing the energies of those around him, compelling them to retreat several steps, except for Tang San and Fujiko, whose physical prowess was formidable enough to remain unmoved. What? They are already at level 21? I refuse to believe it. We are of similar age. How can his soul power surpass mine so significantly? The child, suppressing his fear, voiced his disbelief, embodying the quintessential background character, tinged with the sour grapes mentality. Fujiko, however, had never been one to explain herself to the ordinary. She simply strode into the academy, while a strikingly attractive girl closely observed her every move. The girl appeared slightly younger than Xiao Wu, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her head slightly bowed, and her complexion remarkably fair. Her figure belied her age, clad in a simple white dress that exuded an aura of purity. With a neat bob that reached her ears, she was somewhat shorter than Xiao Wu. Fujiko immediately recognized her as Ning Rongrong, the little witch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. According to the letter from Bon de la Guron, it seemed the little witch was miffed at her little Bone for not being close lately and had impulsively run away, clearly stating that if her little Bone did not come to find her, she would ignore her forever. It was evident that her little Bone had no intention of seeking her out. Currently, her little Bone was preoccupied with enhancing the favorability of Snow Qinghe, the crown prince of Heaven Do, alongside Hinata Kyo. Hinata was the main attacker, with Junma Lu providing support. "Follow me. I will take you for the assessment shortly," Dai Mubai announced, casting a momentary hesitation towards Fujiko before continuing. His scalp tingled at the thought of the fourth assessment upon enrollment, which involved a spar against himself. Just contemplating this made Dai Mubai's hair stand on end, but for the sake of his pride, he steeled himself to go through with it, knowing he might end up being bested once again. Fujiko had already stepped inside, while Tang San and others began conversing with Dai Mubai. Perhaps due to Tang San's approachable demeanor, Dai Mubai felt more amiable towards the boy who had clashed with him the day before, and his resentment diminished. The truth of being outmatched did not ignite fury within him. "Fujiko, I heard that the merchant will surprise us today. Do you know what the surprise is?" Xiao Wu, noticing Tang San engrossed in conversation with that lecherous tiger, puffed her cheeks in annoyance, resembling a hamster, and directed her remarks at Fujiko. "It is not the kind of surprise you might be thinking. It is likely an assessment prepared to test my abilities," Fujiko promptly replied, exhibiting a hint of infatuation, though he did not overtly display such devotion. Yet, the peculiar sentiment was evident to all. This typically aloof Fujiko seemed particularly attentive to Xiao Wu. "Assessment? Who's being assessed? That lecherous tiger?" Xiao Wu inquired, casting a curious glance at Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai shot a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu. He could not shake off the title of lecherous tiger. Although he had a penchant for flirtation, he was not as indiscriminate as Fatty. It likely isn't him. The assessment is probably overseen by the dean or the vice dean. Fujiko shook his head, not out of disdain for Dai Mubai, but because his capabilities genuinely fell short. Presently, Fujiko, utilizing his ability to manifest multiple avatars, could contend with a Soul Emperor if he exerted himself fully. "What level is the dean? Do you have any confidence?" Xiao Wu's barrage of questions seemed endless. Were it anyone else, they might have been exasperated by now, yet Fujiko remained remarkably patient. Dean Flinder is a soul sage. At level 77, with a martial soul of a cat eagle, belonging to the agility attack category. Yet his offensive capabilities rival those of even the most formidable attack-type soul sages. Fu Jiang patiently elucidated the situation, noticing Xiao Wu's slight frown. She activated the luminous storage soul guide on her wrist, conjuring a delicately packaged beverage, which she then offered to Xiao Wu, gratefully accepting the drink. Xiao Wu realized her thirst was indeed quenched. Fu Jiang's thoughtfulness made her glance at Tang San, feeling a tinge of grievance. "Brother, I'm hungry," she interjected, interrupting the conversation between Tang San and Dai Mubai. Just as she spoke, a somewhat lecherous voice intruded abruptly. "Sausages. Get your sausages here. Take a look at Oscar's sausages. Deliciously sweet and generously portioned." Observing the man with charming peach blossom eyes, Fu Jiang sensed a ripple of destiny, akin to the presence of a pig-deer butterfly. "Sir, may I have two, please?" Tang San politely requested, extending some copper soul coins, for after all, they were merely sausages, a common street snack. Among the trio of Fu Jiang, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, only Tang San possessed copper soul coins at that moment. Upon hearing this, the vendor's expression froze, as if he had received a grave insult, rendering him momentarily petrified. "What did you call me?" he finally stammered, breaking free from his stupor, though still somewhat stiff in demeanor. "I called you, sir. Is there a problem?" Tang San replied, taken aback, pondering whether politeness had become a faux pas in these times. "Indeed, there is a problem, and a significant one at that. I am only 14 years old. How dare you call me sir?" The sausage vendor, Oscar, replied with a wry smile. Resigned to his fate, knowing that if he neglected to shave, he would indeed appear as he did. Following this, Dai Mubai stepped forward, asserting his authority over the vendor, and the group soon learned that this Oscar was also a student of Shrek Academy. Subsequently, Dai Mubai led them to the venue for the fourth assessment. Upon entering the grounds, Fu Jiang caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure. Zhao Wujia, upon spotting Fu Jiang, was momentarily electrified, akin to a starving wolf encountering its prey. He sprang from his chair, his stature modest but robust, exuding an air of formidable strength that belied his height. His broad shoulders and muscular build seemed to strain against his attire, emanating an intense aura of dominance. Little monster, you've finally arrived. Old Flander has been waiting for you all night without a wink of sleep, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, his gaze sharp, devoid of the earlier warmth. Despite having retired for many years, the legendary reputation of the unmoving king was not mere boast. His powerful presence remained undiminished. Teacher Zhao, Fu Jiang said, her eyes narrowing slightly, as a surge of combat spirit erupted within her, eagerly anticipating a trial to measure the gap between herself and the formidable unmoving king, Zhao Wujie. Very well, very well. Apart from these two small monsters, there are also 3 who have surpassed level 25. Quite impressive indeed. It seems that there are quite a few small monsters this year. This is my final challenge. If you succeed in my test, you shall officially become members of the Shrek Academy. However, my examination is not easily passed. Practical experience is an essential attribute that every soul master must possess, and it is your competence in this regard that I shall assess. Zhao Wujing spoke in a formal tone, his gaze fixated on Fu Jiang, eager to ascertain the extent of this little monster's prowess. A 10,000-year first ring. Since the inception of the soul master profession, he had never heard of anyone capable of claiming a 10,000-year soul ring as their first. Upon concluding his statement, Zhao Wujing retrieved an incense stick from his attire. A pinch of his fingers ignited the tip of the incense, which he then inserted into the ground with a subtle flick, maintaining perfect stability. After completing this, Zhao Wujing returned to his seat, closed his eyes, and began to feign sleep. Tang San and the others commenced a discussion regarding tactics, with Fu Jiang quietly listening nearby, refraining from uttering a word. First, introduce yourselves and your abilities to one another, and explore how to best collaborate in order to withstand Teacher Zhao's examination, Dai Mubai suggested. Casting a discreet glance at Fu Jiang, he was exceedingly curious about Fu Jiang's capabilities. After all, in the first assessment, Li Yusong had directly facilitated Fu Jiang and Tang San's entry into the academy. Just yesterday, Fu Jiang had defeated him unarmed, not to mention the soul rings or levels. Even Fu Jiang's martial soul remained a mystery to him. Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. I am Tang San, possessing the blue-silver grass martial soul, a level 30 control system soul master. Tang San was the first to speak, conjuring a strand of blue-silver grass adorned with golden patterns, while 2 yellow soul rings floated above and below. The second soul ring shimmered with a faint purple glow. His second soul ring was acquired during a hunt in the Stardow Forest, where Flinder had taken him and Fu Jiang, originating from a ghost vine approximately 980 years old, granting him a soul skill named parasitism and significantly enhancing the resilience of the blue-silver grass. I am Xiao Wu, with the beast martial soul of a rabbit, a level 29 assault system soul master. Xiao Wu blinked at Tang San before introducing herself, her 2 rabbit ears playfully twitching, exuding an adorable charm, as 200-year soul rings emerged beneath her feet. And I Rongrong, possessing the 7 treasures Glazed Tower martial soul, a level 26 support system soul master. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong spoke up, conjuring a magnificent 7-tiered tower that radiated brilliance, her 200-year soul rings gracefully ascending. Zhu Zhuqing, with the beast martial soul of a ghostly spirit cat, a level 27 agility attack system soul master. The cool and lively girl maintained her aloof demeanor, introducing herself in a detached manner, her beast martial soul manifesting with cat ears sprouting atop her head and a long tail emerging from behind. As 200-year soul rings slowly rose from her feet, Fu Jiang, with the body martial soul of the Sharingan, a level 39 assault system soul sovereign. As Fu Jiang's words echoed through the air, the crowd, aside from Tang San and Xiao Wu, turned their attention towards him. Fu Jin's crimson eyes transformed into the ominous Sharingan, with 3 black tomos swirling incessantly, emanating an indescribable aura of malevolence. In an instant, his imposing presence surged forth, as 3 soul rings gradually ascended beneath his feet. Yellow, and purple, an archetypal configuration known only to Tang San and Zhao Wujing. Yet, this was merely a facade. In truth, these were 3 formidable black 10,000-year soul rings. Ning Rongrong gazed at Fu Jin in astonishment, her delicate hand instinctively covering her cherry-red lips, only to lower it moments later. Although Fu Jin appeared exceptionally powerful, Having reached the 39th rank at such a young age, she knew her own Little Bone was even stronger. Little Bone, who was merely a year younger than Fu Jin, had already attained the 35th rank, with his first to third soul rings all being purple thousand-year rings, the third even boasting a 9,000-year soul ring, tinged with a hint of black. Both Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa believed they had been conservative and should have allowed Little Bone to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring directly. Contemplating this, a subtle smile graced Ning Rongrong's lips, though it quickly faded as she recalled that Little Bone had not played with her for several days. The length of her absence, coupled with his failure to seek her out, ignited her ire. Her previously smiling countenance transformed into one of displeasure. While Xiao Wu observed Ning Rongrong's mood swings with a bemused expression, the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, the one reputed to be the strongest support system in the continent? Xiao Wu exclaimed. Not at all. I am just like everyone else, Ning Rongrong replied, still feigning the role of a demure lady. Although Xiao Wu's interruption had enlivened the atmosphere, the majority of the group's attention remained fixated on Fu Jin. Tang San, how old is this Fu Jin? Dai Mubai asked. Pulling Tang San closer in a daze, a bittersweet inquiry escaping his lips. He had already formed a conclusion in his mind, yet he wished to confirm it, embodying the sentiment of relentless inquiry. Fu Jin is 12 this year, slightly younger than me and a tad older than Xiao Wu, Tang San responded candidly, his words sending shockwaves through the assembly. Zhao Wujin, who had been feigning slumber, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, fully aware that this little anomaly would astonish everyone. The strikingly cold and curvaceous Zhu Zhuqing narrowed her eyes, fixating intently on Fu Jin, as if attempting to discern something profound about him. Her sole concern was strength. She yearned to understand how someone of Fu Jin's age had achieved such prowess. Fu Jin, too, noticed Zhu Zhuqing and recognized the Zhu family of the Douluo Empire, known for their inherited martial soul, the Nether Cat. He then cast a glance at Tang San, quietly acknowledging the fortuitous convergence of the continent's most elite heirs within this modest Soto city, royalty from the Douluo Empire, the Zhu family, the petite princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, the son of the Haotian Douluo, and 100,000-year soul beast. To Fu Jin, this was merely a testament to the fortuitous destiny of the Chosen One. Let the battle commence. With Zhao Wujin's thunderous command, the confrontation officially began. Fu Jin locked eyes with Tang San for a fleeting moment before launching himself forward, concentrating his soul power into a singular point, erupting with force. Monster strength. Golden Overlord Fist. As the brilliance emanated from Fu Zhang's fist, Zhao Wujia's expression hardened. He understood that this peculiar creature belonged to the hedgehog family, and every move it made warranted utmost respect. Otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences. First soul skill. Immutable king body. Zhao Wujia bellowed, and a radiant golden light burst forth from his body. A repulsive force materialized within a 3-meter radius around him. In the blink of an eye, Jin Haochuan surged toward Zhao Wujia, the immense force generating a powerful recoil. Fu Zhang was instantly sent flying by this backlash. However, like a cat, he deftly twisted in midair, absorbing the impact with his ankles, landing gracefully several meters away on solid ground. First soul skill. Entanglement. Tang San had never contemplated using physical techniques to hinder Zhao Wujia. Competing in physical prowess against a formidable assault-type soul saint was not a rational thought, save for Fu Zhang, whose control over soul power was extraordinarily potent. He had developed a soul skill known as monster strength, rendering him unmatched in a contest of might, even against the agile assault-type soul saint, Flandra. The surrounding blue-silver grass rapidly transformed, attempting to ensnare Zhao Wujia directly. Yet, Zhao Wujia's immutable king body still held sway. The blue-silver grass could not approach him and was scattered by the golden light. The 7 treasures are renowned. First, power. Second, speed. Ning Rongrong's voice rang out as several beams of light shot toward Fu Zhang, Zhu Zhuqing, and others. Noticing the resplendent 7-colored radiance emanating from Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower, Zhao Wujia smiled faintly. He leaped into the air, fists clenched, and struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering the tiles beneath him. A golden energy surged from the earth, hurtling toward Ning Rongrong. Tang San's pupils constricted. He immediately expanded the blue-silver grass, wrapping it around Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, facilitating their evasion of the impending assault. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Fu Zhang declared, forming seals. Upon hearing the incantation, Tang Xin swiftly extended several strands of blue-silver grass, ensnaring the three as they dodged. A fireball, 3 meters in diameter, hurtled toward Zhao Wujia, the searing flames curling his hair. Second soul skill, Mighty Diamond Palm. Although Zhao Wujia held great confidence in his defensive abilities, he was not one to underestimate the situation. Should he falter, his reputation would suffer immensely. The bare paw, radiating golden light, shattered the 3-meter-wide fireball in an instant. Little monster, this ends here. Third soul skill, Gravitational Compression. Zhao Wujia roared, his Millennium Soul rings beginning to shimmer, enveloping the area in a purplish glow. Fu Zhang and his companions distinctly felt an oppressive weight upon their backs, their speed significantly hindered. Second soul skill, Divine Transformation. Fu Zhang intoned, his yellow soul ring flickering incessantly. A golden energy enveloped him, intricate black patterns resembling magatama appeared on his body, and his formerly black, medium-length hair transformed into a golden hue, flowing like silk. Lightning slash. It was as if thousands of thunderbirds were singing, accompanied by the crackling sounds of electricity. Fu Zhang, now in his divine form, unleashed the lightning slash, cloaking it in a layer of golden luminescence. The interplay of golden and thunderous light illuminated Fu Zhang, rendering him akin to a divine entity. Yet, deep down, he was acutely aware of the true extent of his power. What a remarkable lad! Such strength in your second soul skill, Zhao Wuji exclaimed, swiftly appearing before Fu Zhang, his bare paw radiating brilliance as it manifested his second soul skill, the Mighty Diamond Palm. In an instant, Fu Zhang's thunder cut collided with the Mighty Diamond Palm, unleashing a tremendous force. The lightning surged like a venomous serpent, coiling around Zhao Wuji's form, while the formidable penetrating power of the thunder cut shattered the Mighty Diamond Palm, even breaching the unmoving king body on the surface. Breaking through a solid defense. The thunder cut wielded immense power, and the pain inflicted by the lightning was no trifling matter. Zhao Wuji roared instinctively, unleashing the Mighty Diamond Palm to strike fiercely against Fu Zhang's soul power aura. Fu Zhang was sent flying once more, this time soaring nearly 30 meters away. It felt as though his internal organs had shifted, yet his formidable self-healing ability swiftly mended this minor injury. First soul skill, Entangle. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Second soul skill, Phantom Claw of the Underworld. The three seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, precisely when Zhao Wuji was momentarily weakened. You little rascals. Huh? Zhao Wuji chided with a laugh, lifting his leg high and stomping down with force. The unmoving king body erupted once again, sending Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flying, while the blue-silver grass was shattered. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing. In midair, Fu Zhang began forming seals, completing them just as he touched the ground. A slender line of fire erupted from his mouth, a stark contrast to the previous colossal fireball. However, Tang San, aware of this technique, swiftly leaped aside, pulling Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong away. Upon witnessing the fire line, Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow. He doubted that such a seemingly feeble flame could hold true to its appearance. First soul skill, Unmoving King Body. Second soul skill, Mighty Diamond Palm. Fourth soul skill, Target Tracking. Zhao Wuji bellowed, the 200-year soul rings on his body flickering incessantly, a 1,000-year soul ring also shimmering brightly. He sought to conclude the battle swiftly. He had resolved to subdue these little monsters, but intended to impart a lesson, reminding them that there exist greater powers beyond their comprehension. Fu Zhang caught a whiff of a honeyed aroma, but paid it no mind. The fire line descended to the ground and erupted instantly, transforming into a sea of flames. A significant portion of Shrek Academy was engulfed, and Zhao Wuji, at the epicenter of the great fire extinguishing, found small flames igniting upon him. The great fire extinguishing paled in comparison to the thunder cut, for one was an A-rank ninjutsu, while the other was an S-rank ultimate technique. Although the great fire extinguishing could occasionally achieve S-rank effects, the two were not to be compared. One was a group attack, the other a singular one. One dealt area damage, the other pierced through defenses. Little monsters. I underestimated you. Zhao Wuji's expression faltered. He had just unleashed the energy of a level 70 soul sage, or he might have been roasted like a bear. Third soul skill, Transcendence. The violet soul ring enveloping Fu Zhen radiated with brilliance as his third soul skill manifested, mirroring the effects of his second. However, the divine transformation and sage transformation could be employed in tandem, with the former akin to the tailed beast chakra mode and the latter resembling the sage mode. The surrounding natural energy began to stir restlessly, effectively activating Fu Jin's martial soul true form. His attributes surged dramatically due to the enhancement from his second soul skill, while the natural energy coalesced around him as a result of his third soul skill. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. His fingers danced like butterflies flitting among flowers, completing the hand seals in an instant. With a forceful clap directed toward the ground, a formidable earthen wall, 2 meters thick and 4 meters high, erupted from the earth before Fu Jin, successfully thwarting Zhao Wujia's assault. The mighty force of Zhao Wujia's diamond palm struck the earth flow wall, shattering it. Yet it also marked the end of his powerful attack. A glimmer flashed in Fu Jin's eyes as the lightning in his hand surged violently, and the chorus of thousands of birds filled the air once more. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's attention was solely fixed on Fu Jin, with no regard for what lay behind him. In truth, he had no need for concern. Even if he stood still and allowed Tang San and the others to strike, they would be incapable of breaching his defenses. Iron Thorn, Penetrating Spike, Whip Arrow, Money Dart, Qian Kuan Circle, Rui Pearl. A myriad of concealed weapons incessantly erupted from Tang San's hands, hurtling directly toward the exposed rear of Zhao Wujia. Sensing the ominous wind brewing behind him, Zhao Wujia's expression faltered. First soul skill, Immovable King Body. He bellowed, his fury ignited. The clashing of metal echoed behind him, while the cacophony of chirping birds before him instilled terror. Thunder Slash. This time, the Thunder Slash was not merely empowered by divine transformation, it also harnessed sage transformation. Condensing natural energy, with ions in the air converging upon the Thunder Slash, amplifying its might exponentially. Upon witnessing this evidently stronger Thunder Slash, Zhao Wujia's heart raced. And just as he intended to leap away from its path, blue-silver grass ensnared his feet, an embodiment of Tang San's second soul skill, Parasite. While the blue-silver grass only momentarily hindered Zhao Wujia's movements, that fleeting moment was precisely the opportunity Fu Jin sought. Sixth soul skill, Earth Shatter. The black soul rings adorning Zhao Wujia's form glimmered ominously. If he failed to unleash a formidable soul skill in response, he might truly face dire consequences. With a thunderous roar, the earth began to fracture around him, as if a seismic event had transpired. A terrifying surge of soul power erupted from the crevices of the shattered ground. Fu Jin bore the brunt of this onslaught, propelled through the air like a kite severed from its string. Upon witnessing Fu Jin lose consciousness, Tang San's eyes reddened. A golden light materialized in his grasp, and with the infusion of soul power, a multitude of golden orbs transformed into needles as fine as a hair. Dragon Whisker Needle. Ranked 8th among Tang Sect's concealed weapons. These slender needles were designed to penetrate the inner protective qi, curling and distorting muscle upon entering the body. Without special techniques, the only recourse was to excise the flesh. Zhao Wujia felt the piercing agony as if ants were gnawing at the afflicted area, engulfed in excruciating pain. Among these two little monsters, although Fu Jiang was undeniably more powerful, Tang San's tactics resembled that of a hedgehog, particularly prickly. Little hedgehogs, you all, lie down. Zhao Wujia was utterly enraged, already envisioning the derision that would come from Flinder and the multitude of teachers at the academy the following day. Second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. This time, it was a full-power Great Strength Diamond Palm, unlike the previous instances where he had intentionally reduced his soul power output. This was a genuine, unrestrained display, erupting with 102% of his soul power. Soaring high into the air, Zhao Wujia's second soul ring shimmered brilliantly. At this moment, his aura was entirely that of a soul sage. Zhao Wujia's Great Strength Diamond Palm struck the ground directly, surpassing the earlier devastation wrought by his sixth soul skill, Earth Shatter. The earth instantaneously exploded, countless fragments soaring into the air. Even an attack aimed solely at the ground from a soul sage-level powerhouse unleashed an overwhelming shockwave that could not be underestimated. All of Tang San's hidden weapons were sent flying, and he himself was hurled backward, along with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, who were also thrown aside. When everything settled, Shrek Academy could only be described as a scene of utter devastation. With a crash, a wooden plank was kicked aside, revealing Dai Mubai, who was now in a disheveled state, covered in dust, reminiscent of a laborer tasked with building a wall. Cough, cough, cough. What is happening here? Are we demolishing the school? Dai Mubai incessantly coughed, subsequently beginning to grumble. Yet his complaints were not without merit. Both Fu Zhang's Thunder Cut and Zhao Wujia's full-powered Great Strength Diamond Palm posed an unbearable burden for Shrek Academy. Suddenly, a slightly gaunt yet towering figure appeared. A man wearing glasses with a grim expression, as if someone owed him several million gold spirit coins. This was none other than Flender, the principal of Shrek Academy. A level 77 agile attack type soul sage, one of the golden iron triangle, known as the four-eyed cat eagle. Zhao Wujia, can you explain what is going on here? Flender felt as though his heart might shatter. Shrek Academy was his life's work, his ultimate pursuit. Yet now, despite its already dilapidated state, what had once been called an academy had now transformed into a wasteland. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia instantly panicked, awkwardly turning to face Flender. What have I done? Zhao Wujia's earlier exhilaration had now turned to gloom. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Flender's soul rings erupted suddenly, and his martial soul manifested instantaneously, readying for a confrontation. At this moment, Tang San, unperturbed by the impending clash between the two soul sages, focused solely on Xiao Wu, who was diligently brushing off the dust from her body. Relieved, he then recalled Fu Jiang and hurriedly dashed in the direction where he remembered Fu Jiang had been propelled. After running approximately 40 meters, Tang San finally located Fu Jiang amidst a pile of wooden planks. Observing Fu Jin in her state of unconsciousness, Tang San began to probe her body with his soul power. Finding no serious injuries, he let out a faint sigh of relief. Fu Jin, are you all right? A gentle green glow emanated from his hand, a simplified version of a healing technique. As the luminous palm rested upon Fu Jin for 3 or 4 seconds, she abruptly awakened, her gaze immediately falling upon Tang San's disheveled appearance. I'm fine, Fu Jin replied coolly, turning her gaze to the now composed Flandra. Little monster, are you unscathed? Flandra wore a sycophantic grin, reminiscent of his merchant persona from the previous day. Simultaneously, the bruised Zhao Wujin approached, one of his eyes swollen. Fortunate that only one was affected, otherwise, he might have been blinded. I'm fine, Fu Jin reiterated, rising to her feet. With a surge of soul power, she dispelled the dust clinging to her, emerging pristine once more. It's all Zhao Wujin's fault. I merely stepped out, and he turned the academy into this mess. Flandra's smile turned bittersweet, feeling a pang in his wallet, despite having earned a considerable sum of gold soul coins from Tang San the previous day. Rebuilding Shrek Academy wouldn't require a fortune, but for Flandra, a notorious miser, even plucking a single feather from his purse was a cause for lament. This is partly my doing, so I shall take responsibility for the Academy's restoration, Fu Jin declared, producing an opulent black card with gilded edges. Upon seeing the card, Flandra's eyes nearly bulged out. This card bore no cash, but functioned similarly to a credit card. To his knowledge, such a gilded card had a minimum monthly limit of 1 million gold soul coins. With the highest tier black cards exclusively held by the leaders of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the Patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the Emperors of the 2 Great Empires, he was uncertain about the Supreme Heaven Sect's leader. He wasn't entirely aware, as he himself lacked even a standard credit card. Though he was a soul sage, such cards were not determined by one's soul power level. Yet, it was precisely because he was a soul sage that he knew of the existence of credit cards in this continent. Ahem. Well, actually, the dean is wealthy. Flandra coughed lightly, summoning great willpower to decline Fu Jin's black card. There are certain aspects I contributed to the damage. Fu Jin, her expression unmoved, extended the gilded black card toward Flandra. He hesitated, wanting to refuse, but recalling that Zhao Wujin and Fu Jin had indeed caused the destruction, he faltered momentarily. It was this hesitation that allowed Fu Jin to forcefully place the black card into Flandra's hands. She understood they might have to endure another night in the hotel of Soto City. Fu Jin, third brother. A familiar voice rang out, followed by the sight of a rotund, fiery figure rushing toward them. Ma Hongjun, level 29 assault system, Great Soul Master, with the enhancement of 2 900-year soul rings. His cultivation progress now rivals that of those innate talents endowed with full soul power. Fu Jin turned to gaze at Ma Hongjun, understanding the source of his joy upon seeing him. Each encounter with this fated, rotund individual invariably led to a generous monetary gift. He was particularly fond of such naive beings burdened with destiny, as a mere token of insignificant wealth could yield considerable goodwill. Hongjun, he referred to Ma Hongjun, while others simply called him Fatty, including Tang San. Is this a forced demolition? No matter, I have saved up quite a bit of money this time. Allow me to treat you to some indulgence. Ma Hongjun first surveyed the dismal surroundings before his brows danced with excitement. He was not one to merely bask in the fruits of others' labor. He understood the principles of reciprocity and contribution. However, his methods of reciprocation were somewhat misguided. Yet in his worldview, they represented a commendable form of gratitude. Not going, Fu Jin remarked seriously, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu. Noticing Fu Jin's demeanor, Ma Hongjun followed his gaze and immediately spotted Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Uncertain which of these three lovely maidens had caught Fu Jin's attention, he quickly grasped Fu Jin's intentions. Turning back, he cast a mischievous glance at Fu Jin, a lecherous grin spreading across his face that made others uncomfortable. Due to the destruction of the academy, all the teachers and students had sought refuge in the nearby farmers' homes for the night. Being sole masters, they naturally lacked the pampered and unruly demeanor, with the exception of Ning Rongrong. Accompanying Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu sensed something amiss with her friend, perceiving a hint of hypocrisy in her demeanor. Although lacking concrete evidence, Xiao Wu's instincts were astute. In the heart of the ruins of Shrek Academy, Dean Flinder began to lecture, and after a lengthy discourse, he intended to take Tang San and Fu Jin to the Star Dou Forest to assist Tang San in hunting for soul rings. However, recalling that Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Xiao Wu had already reached level 29, and with Tang San expressing no urgency in acquiring a soul ring, he decided to wait until they all reached level 30 to hunt soul beasts together. In truth, Flinder was reluctant to proceed in this manner, for the revelation of Fu Jin's secret would undoubtedly stir a tempest of bloodshed across the continent, especially with the presence of royal families and noble clans from the Douluo Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Sect within Shrek Academy. Well then, due to certain special circumstances, you are granted a day off. You may explore the surrounding villages or visit Soto City to familiarize yourselves with the Academy's environment. After his lengthy address, Flinder announced a day of respite, forcing a change in the original plans and allowing the 8 young prodigies of the Academy to acquaint themselves with their surroundings. Among these 8 peculiar creatures, Flinder held the highest regard for Fu Jiang, yet his fondness for Ma Hongjun was unmistakable, for he was his direct disciple. Just yesterday, he received a letter from the Seven Treasures Glazed School, which imparted some lessons on Ning Rongrong's authority. Flinder cast a discreet glance at Ning Rongrong. Having heard whispers of the exploits of this little sorceress, the cherished daughter of the sect's leader, her reputation had already spread beyond the confines of the school, as the words of the outer disciples were often less than discreet. With Flinder's command, the group instantly relaxed, dividing into 2 factions as they set forth towards Soto City. Fu Jiang, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar formed one group, where the boys naturally congregated to discuss various matters. Despite Fu Jiang's perpetual stern demeanor, Ma Hongjun remained unfazed. Their long-standing acquaintance and shared training experiences had fostered a deep familiarity between them. Friends of friends are indeed friends. And Dai Mubai and Oscar got along well with Ma Hongjun, despite their rocky first encounter where Dai Mubai had given Ma Hongjun a thorough beating. After all, one must engage in conflict to forge bonds. Dai Mubai exchanged a few words with Fu Jiang. Although Fu Jiang's responses were mostly terse, he understood that the Fu Jiang described by the chubby one bore the weight of considerable burdens. Burdens? He too carried some. Dai Mubai's gaze shifted towards Zhu Zhuqing. He had gleaned her identity, especially after hearing her name. What a remarkable transformation! Seemingly sensing Dai Mubai's scrutiny, Zhu Zhuqing met his gaze, her expression darkening as she recalled the tale spun by Xiao Wu about Dai Mubai, who was portrayed as a predatory tiger. Zhuqing, what are your thoughts on Fu Jiang? The ancient rabbit spirit, with her nefarious intentions, began to weave her schemes. It was evident that she perceived Fu Jiang's feelings for her. Yet she already had her 3rd brother, prompting her to promote Fu Jiang. Ning Rongrong, though hypocritical, did not harbor love for Fu Jiang. However, as a friend who had received from him a sealing technique to conceal one's aura and true nature, she could not betray him. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing remained the sole candidate. She possessed an alluring figure and beauty, albeit with a hint of chilliness, yet Fu Jiang himself was equally aloof, making them a strikingly compatible pair. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Xiao Wu, seemingly perplexed by her intentions. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong had already grasped the entire situation. Though they had known each other for less than a day, Xiao Wu's gregarious nature had led her to lavish praise upon Fu Jiang while portraying Tang San as an exceedingly ordinary individual. Even though Tang San at level 30 could be deemed ordinary compared to Fu Jiang at level 39, in contrast to other commoners or even other prodigies, he could still be regarded as a genius among geniuses. The deliberate elevation of Fu Jiang's stature was intended to enhance Zhu Zhuqing's impression of him, a sentiment that was already somewhat favorable given Fu Jiang's evident prowess. Deliberately portraying Tang San as ordinary was intended to prevent Zhu Zhuqing from developing any notions about him. Only an insecure young girl would resort to such tactics. She, along with her dear little bone, recalled the alluring and unscrupulous women at the Tian Dou Royal Academy. A cross appeared on Ning Rongrong's forehead. Nonetheless, she firmly believed that her little bone would never betray her, should it dare to do so. Her two grandfathers would undoubtedly administer a severe lesson. He is truly formidable. Zhu Zhuqing spoke up, somewhat perplexed by Xiao Wu's insinuations. Although she appeared composed, she was far less savvy in social matters than Ning Rongrong. Is he handsome? Xiao Wu revealed a mischievous smile. Intent on orchestrating a union between Fu Jiang and Zhu Zhuqing, a perfect scheme. Once Fu Jiang and Zhu Zhuqing were together, she could pursue Tang San without reservation. Handsome? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, beginning to grasp Xiao Wu's meaning. However, she sensed an odd dynamic among Xiao Wu, Fu Jiang, and Tang San. It was evident that Fu Jiang had affections for Xiao Wu, who in turn harbored feelings for Tang San. As for Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing could not discern his thoughts, although he seemed to care for Fu Jiang. This led her to envision peculiar scenarios, causing her cheeks to flush as she recalled certain tales she had heard. Fu Jiang was undeniably handsome, while Tang San exhibited a more earnest and honest demeanor. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's blush, Xiao Wu felt a secret thrill, convinced that her plan held promise. Zhu Zhuqing, I believe Fu Jiang is quite fond of you, and you have said he is exceptional, Ning Rongrong interjected with malice, relishing the disruption of others' romantic prospects, albeit only in minor matters. When faced with significant issues, she could prioritize accordingly. At this, Xiao Wu became instantly flustered, casting an indignant glare at Ning Rongrong. Ahem, Fu Jiang and I are far too familiar. We have grown up together, like brothers. Would you develop feelings for your brother? Xiao Wu anxiously clarified, genuinely fearing that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong would misconstrue her relationship with Fu Jiang and that such rumors might reach Tang San. If that naive wooden block were to hear such gossip, it would spell trouble. Perhaps not, Ning Rongrong slyly replied, her bright eyes glinting with the delight of a successful prank. Just look at Fu Jiang, so handsome, impressively strong, and gifted. While his character remains uncertain, I doubt it could be too lacking. Otherwise, Xiao Wu, you wouldn't sing his praises so highly. Soto City. This is the largest and most luxurious hotel in Soto City at present. Fu Jiang, indifferent to such superficialities, was taken aback by Xiao Wu's evident enjoyment of these luxuries. In truth, Xiao Wu merely relished the moments spent with Tang San. I never imagined you were so wealthy. Your card-drawing style is simply stunning, Oscar remarked, his hands resting on his chin, wriggling like a maggot. Fu Jin remained silent, merely nodding. Although they had only known each other for less than a day, it was evident that Fu Jin possessed a rather aloof demeanor and spoke little. They were not entirely comfortable with her presence, yet they did not reject her. After all, the strong are always afforded certain privileges. To achieve a rank of 39 at such a young age, and to compel Zhao Wujuan, the soul sage, to unleash his full power, left them devoid of any rebellious thoughts. By the way, Tang San, why haven't you gone to acquire your soul ring? Dai Mubai suddenly inquired, his tone tinged with confusion. To him, the acquisition of a soul ring was an urgent matter that could not be delayed. Taken aback, Tang San discreetly glanced at Fu Jin, fully aware that her secret must remain concealed. After all, a commoner may be innocent, but possessing a treasure could lead to disaster. The ability to sacrifice soul beasts could incite chaos across the continent. I wish to wait until Xiao Wu and the others reach level 30 before hunting for soul rings together. They are already at level 29, and my cultivation of soul power is gradually accumulating. Perhaps by then, upon obtaining my soul ring, I might even leap to a higher level. Tang San offered a rather feeble excuse, while subtly laying the groundwork for the benefits he would gain from his 9,000-year soul ring. I am already at level 40. I shall hunt for my soul ring tomorrow, Fu Jin proclaimed, her words astonishing everyone present. Dai Mubai stood speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. Oscar was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at Fu Jin. Ma Hongjun, his mouth full of food, had grown accustomed to Fu Jin's astonishing talent. Zhu Zhuqing dropped her chopsticks, her eyes igniting with fervor. She believed in the existence of prodigies, but could not fathom how someone could reach the soul master level at such a tender age through ordinary means. Xiao Wu, however, expressed that she was already used to it, having never regarded Fu Jin as an ordinary individual. Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, involuntarily comparing Fu Jin to her own little bone. She then realized that little bone was 1 year younger than Fu Jin, and her first soul ring was 1,000-year one, far superior to Fu Jin's. She conveniently forgot that her little bone had awakened his martial soul at the age of 5. Sometimes, I wonder if you are truly human, Tang Xin remarked, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He recognized his own genius, often reassured by his master that his potential was formidable, rivaling Fu Jin's. After all, he possessed twin martial souls, capable of bestowing 9 10,000-year soul rings upon his second martial soul. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that Fu Jin's first soul ring was also of the 10,000-year caliber. Coupled with her family's inherited soul skills and the terrifying characteristics of her martial soul, the gap between them might narrow, but surpassing her seemed utterly unattainable. Oscar struggled to find the right words to describe Fu Jin, as her pace of cultivation was simply beyond human comprehension. As fellow soul masters, they understood the arduous nature of their training, and none had ever heard of someone achieving such strength at such a young age. It's extraordinarily abnormal, isn't it? When I first encountered Fujiko, I thought the same way, but I eventually grew accustomed to it. Ma Hongjun, while continually chewing his food, lamented Fujiko's extraordinary talent. How did you cultivate such abilities? It is truly despairing. Dai Mubai's smile appeared somewhat forced, as he felt his reputation as a genius was rather unfounded. I think it's not so bad. Fujiko spends most of her time honing her practical skills, and her cultivation of soul power is rather average, said Xiao Wu nonchalantly, while discreetly observing Zhu Zhuqing's expression. She was not one to give up easily. In order to promote Fujiko, she needed to exert more effort. Fujiko, come play with me for a while. I know there's a great place at the Soto City Grand Hotel. Ma Hongjun swallowed his food and then became animated, his words taking on an exceedingly lewd tone. Instantly, everyone at the table fell silent, an atmosphere of tension enveloping the group. Fujiko glanced at Ma Hongjun, her eyes narrowing slightly, as a crimson light erupted from her gaze. The Sharingan appeared, its flickering brilliance sending shivers down Ma Hongjun's spine. Ahem, I was joking. He coughed awkwardly, realizing that when Fujiko's emotions surged, her martial spirit would involuntarily manifest. You, rotund one, Fujiko is pure and innocent. Do not make such jokes in the future. Xiao Wu, having known Ma Hongjun for a while and successfully befriending him, spoke more casually. She then stole a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, relieved to see her expression unchanged. Yes, Fujiko is as pure as the driven snow, just like third brother. Ma Hongjun nodded vigorously, his pride swelling. He knew that with Fujiko's arrival, his fortunes were about to change. Not only would he benefit from her third soul ring, but he would no longer have to frequent brothels. He would be dining at the Grand Hotel instead. He understood that Fujiko had no concept of money and did not care for it, which is why she often treated him to meals. It is due to your martial spirit that you find yourself in this state. Do not let it lead you astray, Fujiko remarked, the crimson glow in her eyes fading as if everything that transpired was but an illusion. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun continued to smile awkwardly, nodding absent-mindedly, fully aware of the truth but unable to restrain himself. Ahem, Dai Lauda, let us go later, he coughed again, directing his gaze towards Dai Mubai, prompting the entire table to look at him. Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly, regarding Dai Mubai with disdain, perceiving him as mere refuse. She had learned from Xiao Wu about the lecherous tiger and the twins, and today, she could tell that this was not the first time Ma Hongjun had invited Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback before promptly rejecting the invitation with righteous indignation. Get lost. What are you thinking? Be careful with your words in the future. I am not that kind of person. Dai Mubai's demeanor was both stern and somewhat flustered as he cast a furtive glance towards Zhu Zhuqing, only to find her expression largely unchanged, her gaze imbued with disdain and revulsion. The contempt and disgust reflected in her eyes ignited a flicker of irritation within Dai Mubai. Yet, recollecting his prior transgressions, having callously abandoned her in the Star Luo Empire, he chose to suppress his mounting frustration. I understand, but this time, I am not venturing into some dilapidated shack. My brother Fujiang is here, and he will cover the expenses. You may indulge in all of Soto City. Ma Hongjun, exuding an air of arrogance, patted his chest, oblivious to any outsider's perspective. Fujiang offered no rebuttal, viewing the currency merely as a trifling matter. Knowing once they departed this realm, it would hold no value. Shrek Academy. After a day's labor, Flinder, Zhao Wujin, and several other instructors, utilizing their formidable cultivation, had nearly restored Shrek Academy to its former glory. They rebuilt the structures, yet the interiors remained stark and empty. They refrained from hiring workers, recognizing that labor demanded compensation. Flinder had merely procured some raw materials without pilfering even a single copper soul coin from Fujiang. He relished the fleeting sensation of being treated as a distinguished guest within the bank, a sentiment that even Zhao Wujin shared, basking in the joys of affluence. Subsequently, each of you shall contribute 100 gold soul coins to Teacher Li, who oversees the finances. Flinder addressed the students, emphasizing the importance of escape as a vital quality for support-type soul masters, particularly when left unprotected on the battlefield. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, commenced 20 laps. If you fail to complete them before lunch, do not expect a meal. With that, Flinder seemed to single out Ning Rongrong, directly issuing the command. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's heart skipped a beat, and she furrowed her brow slightly. However, she refrained from dissent, simply nodding in agreement and trailing behind Oscar as they began their laps. Meanwhile, she dismissed Flinder's words with a sense of superiority, confident that her little bone would always safeguard her. As she pondered, her fingers absent-mindedly brushed against the stark white bracelet adorning her wrist, devoid of any gem embellishments. Watching Ning Rongrong depart, Fujiang discerned that this little witch would undoubtedly not adhere to Flinder's decree of completing 20 laps. She might well abandon the endeavor after merely half a lap to revel in the delights of Soto City. Mubai turned back and informed the new students of the Academy's regulations. Flinder's piercing gaze fell once more upon Dai Mubai as he spoke slowly. Understood, Dean. Dai Mubai bore no resentment, recognizing that he was the eldest among the students, albeit not the strongest. With this thought, he cast a discreet glance at Fujiang. The first lesson begins today after dark. Fujiang and Tang San, follow me, Flinder instructed before turning away. Fujiang and Tang San followed suit, ambling leisurely towards the dean's office. Though termed an office, it was quite rudimentary. Having just been rebuilt, it contained only a solid wooden table and a few precarious wooden chairs. Perhaps Flinder felt somewhat embarrassed. So he directly led Fujiang and Tang San to the balcony. They gazed upon the azure sky and fluffy clouds, with wisps of smoke curling up, evoking a sense of earthly beauty. How is the master? Flinder inquired, having not visited Notting City for 6 months. Therefore, he was uncertain about the master's current condition. Yet as a soul master, it was unlikely he would suffer from any serious ailments. The master is well, Tang San replied. You two little monsters are truly fortunate to have encountered the master. Flinder's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile, nearly bursting into laughter, especially when he looked at Fujiang. He felt that Shrek Academy was destined for greatness, poised to become the world's foremost institution, one that even the Spirit Hall would covet its graduates. Tang San was no less remarkable, possessing twin spirits, with his second spirit being the Haotian hammer. Reflecting on the formidable power of the Haotian Douluo from the previous day, Flinder's excitement grew. He believed that Tang San would surpass even the Haotian Douluo in strength. However, Tang San would inevitably stand against the Spirit Hall, considering that the Haotian Douluo had severely wounded the Pope, ultimately leading to his demise. That was the Pope, after all. If another title Douluo had slain the Pope, they might not have even been able to find the ashes. My encounter with the Master is my fortune. Tang San spoke eloquently, though his words rang true. Without the Master, he would not possess the knowledge he had today. It was folly to rely solely on oneself. Of course, Fujiang was equally significant. He could perceive the vast difference between a 900-year spirit ring and a 400-year spirit ring. By extension, the disparity between a 1,000-year spirit ring and a 9,000-year spirit ring would be even greater. Ha 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 indeed. However, your talents are a rarity, occurring perhaps once in a millennium. In the future, you both shall surely step into the Douluo Hall and become titled Douluos. Flinder laughed heartily, regarding Fujiang and Tang San as saplings destined to grow into towering trees, treating them with utmost care. You flatter me, Director, Tang Sen humbly responded, holding great respect for Flender, who had once shared life and death with his own teacher and forged a reputation as part of the Golden Triangle in the Soul Master realm. This is no flattery. By the way, little monsters, you have already reached level 30. When do you plan to hunt for your spirit rings? Flender had a few schemes in mind. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were also at level 29, and Ma Hongjun's first spirit ring was of 900-year caliber. His third spirit ring should be nothing less than 9,000 years. As for Oscar, a food-type soul master with innate full spirit power, he would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset to Fu Jiang and Tang San in the future. We plan to go tomorrow. We were just about to ask you to take us to the Star Dou Forest to hunt for spirit beasts, Tang San stated. All right, no problem. Has the master mentioned what kind of spirit beast you need for your third spirit ring? Flender readily agreed, his confidence unwavering. I need a 9,000-year poison-type spirit beast, preferably a cave spider or a human-faced spider. Fu Jiang requires a flying-type spirit beast around 60,000 years. Tang Sen continued, envisioning that Fu Jiang would require a 60,000-year-old electric bird, which would enhance Fu Jiang's speed and grant him the ability to soar through the skies. However, capturing such an electric bird proved to be a formidable challenge, especially one of such ancient lineage. Even a titled Douluo would struggle to pursue such a soul beast. Upon hearing this, Flender was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze toward Fu Jiang, as an audacious and unfathomable thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Fu Jiang? Flender's throat grew parched, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Although he deemed this notion improbable, should it prove true, it would render the so-called geniuses across the continent utterly humbled. I am at level 40, and based on my teacher's materials, I surmise that I can at most control a soul beast of 60,000 years. Fu Jiang spoke slowly, articulating the incredulous thought that lingered in Flender's mind. At these words, Flender was momentarily petrified, but he quickly regained composure, leaping from his chair and grasping Fu Jiang's shoulders with a frenzied expression. Fu Jiang, you are indeed an unadulterated monster. Flender stammered, his excitement palpable. Yet, alongside this exhilaration came an undercurrent of concern. A 60,000-year soul beast, especially of the flying variety. As a soul sage, he could only contend with soul beasts around 30,000 years old. A 60,000-year soul beast was a creature that only a soul Douluo or a titled Douluo could hope to hunt. Contemplating this, he found himself in a quandary. Even with Zhao Wujia's assistance and the collective strength of all the teachers at the academy, hunting a 60,000-year soul beast seemed nearly impossible. You may need to postpone your soul beast hunting expedition. I will require some assistance to seek out a 60,000-year soul beast, Flender suddenly declared with gravity. Envisioning a beautiful figure who, alongside himself and the master, might have a chance to hunt such a formidable beast, with Zhao Wujia providing support, success would be all but assured. Of course, that was contingent on ideal circumstances. The Star Dou Forest was fraught with peril, and he would need contingency plans to ensure that. After they executed their Trinity martial soul fusion technique, they could retreat unscathed with the little monsters in tow. Indeed, Fu Jiang nodded, unhurried. Tang Sen also nodded. Feeling no urgency, he wished to take this time to thoroughly study the Tang sect's hidden weapons. By the way, he had taught Fu Jiang the techniques of the Tang sect's hidden weapons, and in just half a day, Fu Jiang had mastered most of the throwing techniques he had previously learned. To be precise, after Tang Sen demonstrated a technique, Fu Jiang would effortlessly replicate it. In fact, Fu Jiang had even improved upon several techniques, leaving this Tang sect disciple genuinely astonished. As for the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, while its main hall might be slightly inferior to the Hall of the Pope in terms of construction cost, 10 Hall of the Popes would not compare to the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. The former pursued opulence, while the latter aspired to grandeur. The esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, sat gracefully upon his throne, observing the figure before him. The individual, Jun Malu, possessed silver hair adorned with 2 crimson marks between his brows, his complexion pale, garbed in the uniform of a Tian Dou Royal Academy student. Standing at approximately 1.60 meters, a broad smile adorned his face. From the Tian Dou Royal Academy, Ning Fengji had learned that Jun Malu had achieved a remarkable 36th rank. He mused that, in 3 years, at the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, the Academy might very well shatter the Martial Soul Hall's consecutive championship record. Ning Fengji firmly believed that Jun Malu would ascend to the rank of titled Douluo. surpassing even the formidable Sword Uncle. Although Sword Uncle had often regarded Jun Malu with a critical eye, he had never denied the young man's extraordinary talent. Perhaps Jun Malu could even reach the legendary pinnacle of 99, becoming the unparalleled Douluo. According to Sword Uncle's accounts, the chasm between the 99-ranked Douluo and the 98-ranked Super Douluo was akin to an insurmountable abyss. Sword Uncle's father, the former Sword Douluo, had been a 98-ranked Super Douluo who suffered a thorough defeat at the hands of the 99-rank unmatched Douluo, Tian Dou. Contemplating this, Ning Fengji felt a pang of concern, fearing that Jun Malu's prodigious talent might attract unwelcome attention. He was reluctant to expose Jun Malu to the gaze of the Martial Soul Hall and was still deliberating whether to allow him to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. Should he permit Jun Malu to compete, thus intimidating the Martial Soul Hall and other sects, or should he keep him secluded until he attained the title Douluo level? Yet wasn't a title Douluo earned through combat? The thought of a title Douluo lacking in experience was unsettling, while exposing Jun Malu to the Martial Soul Hall might invite assassination attempts. He doubted that the Martial Soul Hall would dare to openly confront the Seven Treasures Glazed School at this juncture. Moreover, with the protection of Sword Uncle and Ancient Uncle, both titled Douluos, even in the face of adversity, they could ensure Jun Malu's safety. Lu Heir, have you made any gains at the Tian Dou Royal Academy? Ning Fengji inquired, feigning ignorance, wishing not to make Jun Malu feel surveilled. I have reached the 36th rank, and I have made many formidable friends at the academy. In sparring, I sometimes find myself outmatched, Jun Malu replied, maintaining a focused demeanor, his gaze unwavering. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded approvingly, his smile widening. He paid little heed to the strength of Jun Malu's friends, as far as he knew. The youngest among them was 3 years Jun Malu's senior, and Jun Malu had already stated that he was often outclassed in practice. In a life-or-death battle, Ning Fengji trusted that Jun Malu would emerge victorious, given the terrifying prowess of his unique skill, the shared kill of Ashen Bones. That is splendid. Making a friend also means encountering new rivals. One must regard those stronger as targets to surpass, while not looking down upon those weaker, for your talent is truly unparalleled. Ning Fengji's voice was gentle, evoking the sensation of a warm spring breeze. Upon hearing this, Jun Malu nodded, signifying his understanding. My dear disciple, how I have longed for you. The booming voice of Bon Douluo Gu Rong resonated, accompanied by hearty laughter. As the sound reached Jun Malu's ears, Gu Rong had already arrived at his side, gazing at his handsome young protege with immense pride. Shortly thereafter, Sword Douluo and Xin also entered the grand hall, casting a glance at Jun Malu, whereupon a flicker of astonishment danced in his eyes. He could discern that Jun Malu's soul power had indeed increased. While this was undoubtedly a positive development, Chen Xin felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart as he observed the remarkable talent of the disciple of his old comrade, who had been his rival for a lifetime, while he himself had yet to find a disciple worthy of admiration. This sentiment left Sword Douluo and Xin rather discontented. As his thoughts became entangled, logically, he had reached level 96, while his old comrade had only just attained level 95. Master, Grandfather Jiang. Jun Malu slightly bowed, acknowledging the greeting, and then tilted his head to evade Gu Rong's sudden attack. My dear disciple, let me see if you have grown complacent. With that, Gu Rong's arm, which had just attempted the sneak attack, suddenly surged with soul power, conjuring a 3-meter-long miniature bone dragon that charged towards Jun Malu. Ning Fengji observed quietly, unperturbed by the potential damage to the hall. After all, the Seven Treasure Glazed School was wealthy and could easily absorb such losses, and the materials used in the hall were not easily destroyed. First soul skill, exoskeletal armor. Jun Malu's soul rings shimmered as 3 purple rings emitted a haunting violet glow, reminiscent of a predatory spider, captivating all in its wake. In an instant, an imposing set of armor materialized upon Jun Malu, its design both fearsome and angular. Adorned with sharp bone spikes at the joints, and the helmet resembled that of a demonic deity, crowned with 2 sharply pointed dragon horns. According to Jun Malu's account, the second and third soul rings had enhanced his first soul skill, a feat made possible by the knowledge imparted by his master, allowing him to legitimately augment his exoskeletal armor. Second soul skill, Dance of the Iron Wire Flower. Jun Malu called out, and the armor in his hands gradually transformed into a massive bone spear measuring 3 meters in length. The colossal spear clashed against the skull of the bone dragon. Producing a resounding clang of metal against metal, the spearhead shattered, yet it simultaneously obliterated the dragon's head. The fragmented bone dragon dissipated into soul power, leaving Bone Douluo Gurong in a state of shock as he stared at his disciple, mouth agape in disbelief. His disciple had managed to shatter the bone dragon he had meticulously formed with soul power without even invoking his third soul skill. Though this bone dragon possessed less than a fraction of Gurong's strength, it was certainly not something a 36th level soul master could withstand, as its level had been calibrated to 50, surpassing that of an ordinary defensive soul king. To have been vanquished in a single encounter was unfathomable. My friend Hinata Q once remarked that it requires considerable force to shatter a surface, yet finding the weak point allows one to accomplish this with minimal effort. Jun Malu spoke slowly, before dissipating his exoskeletal armor. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji composed himself, his astonishment gradually subsiding. This little fellow consistently brought unexpected surprises to him in the Seven Treasure Glazed School. He was aware that Ri Hikari was an orphan discovered by Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, possessing a strikingly beautiful appearance and a close relationship with the prince, even dining at the same table. Yet, Ri Hikari was a man. Consequently, rumors circulated that the reason Crown Prince Xue Qinghe remained unmarried at his age was due to his inclination towards the same sex. Emperor Xue Yi even summoned Crown Prince Xue Qinghe for a personal inquiry, ultimately discovering that Ri Hikari possessed a soul skill that ensured absolute composure, greatly aiding both his studies and governance. Eventually, Ri Hikari visited the imperial palace to demonstrate this soul skill, which allowed Emperor Xue Yi to rest easy. However, upon seeing Ri Hikari, the emperor was momentarily taken aback, subsequently placing the matter of Crown Prince Xue Qinghe's marriage in the forefront of his mind. This face, inherently capable of causing national calamity, might not pose an issue in the short term, but given time, Emperor Xue Yi could hardly believe that his son would remain unaffected. "Uncle Ning, where's Rongrong?" Jun Malu inquired, his eyes blinking innocently despite knowing the answer. Hearing this, Ning Fengji smiled subtly, for this was precisely what he wished to see and hear. "Ah, she has run away from home because you haven't played with her," Ning Fengji replied, his demeanor seemingly nonchalant as he spoke of his daughter's departure, as if genuinely indifferent to her absence. Upon hearing this, Jun Malu's aloof demeanor crumbled, replaced by a growing urgency. Yet, upon catching sight of Ning Fengji's subtly smiling face, he seemed to grasp something and restored his original composure. Observing this, Ning Fengji nodded approvingly, feeling increasingly satisfied with his prospective son-in-law, who possessed extraordinary strength and talent, coupled with a keen intellect. "By the way, I was just about to inquire about this matter, Fengji. How can you be at ease allowing Rongrong to venture out, especially with only 2 soul kings as her guardians?" Sword Douluo Xian stated sternly, aware that Jun Malu always had powerful soul masters accompanying him during outings. Yet, their little princess was afforded only the covert protection of 2 relatively inexperienced soul kings. Had it not been for the lack of time on his and Gurong's part, Ning Fengji would have preferred to send one of them to safeguard Jun Malu. Rongrong will face no danger. The reputation of the 7 Treasure Glazed School is sufficient to deter most soul masters, and she has successfully joined Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji replied, slightly exasperated. He understood that his sword uncle was particularly fond of Rongrong and spoiled her immensely, choosing to overlook her reputation as a little which despite being aware of her exploits. Shrek Academy? A little-known institution. Can it possibly compare to my teachings? Sword Douluo Xian retorted, clearly displeased. In truth, Shrek Academy was not as obscure as he claimed. The youngest elder of the Spirit Hall hailed from Shrek, and an exceptional teacher from the Tian Dou Royal Academy was also an alumnus of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji transitioned from exasperation to a headache, recognizing that his sword uncle was blatantly fabricating nonsense and causing a ruckus. Yet he found himself at a loss for how to respond. Grandfather Jian, my current instructor, Teacher Qin Ming, also hails from Shrek Academy. May I pay a visit to Rongrong? Jun Maru suddenly interjected, directing his gaze towards Ning Fengji. Upon hearing this, the expression on Jian Douluo Xian's face grew more somber, akin to a pig inquiring whether it may root through the cabbages painstakingly cultivated by its caretaker, a sentiment that eludes description. Rongrong's capriciousness is excessive. Allowing her to indulge in such behavior only serves to bolster her infamous reputation as the Little Witch. Should this obstinacy persist, It will inevitably lead her to become haughty and disdainful. Ning Fengji spoke slowly, his desire being to prevent his daughter from growing arrogant and overbearing. A domineering sect leader cannot command respect or ensure the continuation of their lineage. This truth is evident to him, despite the presence of Junmaru, a future super Douluo, and even a limit Douluo for protection. Yet, human life is finite, and enmity may be passed down through generations. Who can assure that the seven-treasure Glazed tile school will thrive eternally? I shall protect her, Junmaru asserted earnestly, surprised to find that the Tian Dou Royal Academy harbors numerous individuals destined for greatness. While they may seem inconsequential, even the smallest of contributions can accumulate to create something substantial. Ning Fengji's face nearly radiated with joy upon hearing this. This is also in Rong's best interest. However, if you find the time, you may visit Soto City to see her. If Rong were to learn of your visit, she would undoubtedly be elated, Ning Fengji remarked. Indeed, the reason for Rong's departure was Junmaru's enrollment in the Tian Dou Royal Academy. Originally, she intended to join him, but upon witnessing a rather voluptuous older sister delivering meals to Junmaru, she was utterly disheartened. Their ensuing quarrel, though labeled as such, was primarily one-sided, with Rong shouting at the top of her lungs while Junmaru offered only a few explanatory words. In response, Rong covered her ears, repeatedly declaring, "I cannot hear you. I will not listen." Consequently, she ran away from home to attend Shrek Academy. As for the voluptuous older sister, while Junmaru may not match Hinata's beauty, he is undoubtedly handsome, and his aloof demeanor is particularly captivating. Furthermore, Junmaru, despite his youth, has already attained the status of a Tian Dou level student. Although no one has witnessed him in combat, he has attracted a considerable following of admirers, most notably that voluptuous older sister, who fervently pursues him. However, Junmaru has categorically rejected their advances, for he perceives no trace of destiny within them. Despite his refusal, those admirers have not easily surrendered, as they are well aware of Junmaru's esteemed lineage from the seven-treasure Glazed tile school. When he was initially brought to the Tian Dou Royal Academy, it was a titled Douluo who personally accompanied him, even engaging in combat with 3 soul Douluos, which is precisely how they became aware of his identity. Teacher Qin Ming has stated that he will guide us to various cities within the Tian Dou Empire to engage in soul battles, thereby enhancing our practical experience. Among these cities is Soto City, Junmaru remarked, his tone steady and reporting as if conveying information. That is well, by the way. How many individuals in your current team can match you in combat? Gu Rong, the Bone Douluo, inquired, his smile unwavering. Among those present, only Jian Douluo and Xin appeared somewhat troubled. Upon hearing this, Junma Lu was momentarily taken aback, silently contemplating certain matters. There are 3. Hinata Kyo's combat instincts are exceptionally formidable, leaving virtually no openings, and he seems to possess a precognitive ability, always evading my strikes and identifying my weaknesses. Then there is Yashidu. At 15 years of age, he shares a close connection with Bailin Douluo and is likely his disciple. His serpent venom is exceedingly fearsome, and his martial soul is the white phosphorus serpent, rivaling the blue lightning tyrant dragon in strength, perhaps even surpassing it. With his potent venom, martial soul, and elusive attack methods, our battles often result in an even split. Next is Li Luoka. At 16, although his martial soul is merely bandages, he is a formidable assault-type soul master. Despite being only at the 23rd level, he can stand toe-to-toe with me. Junma Lu continued, having already designated the 3 small accounts, yet he knew that even if he refrained from speaking, Ning Fengji would inevitably uncover the information about the 3. It was better to disclose it outright. Among the 3, only Li Luoka lacks a backing, but he serves purely as a tool, intended to reap a significant harvest of destiny. Martial soul bandages? What special effects could such bandages possess? Ning Fengji felt a jolt. Bandage-type martial souls are typically auxiliary. Yet, this Li Luoka could become a powerful assault-type soul master, perhaps offering some insights into how auxiliary soul masters might attain self-defense capabilities. No, they are merely ordinary bandages. Their sole effect is pain relief. He engages in combat solely through sheer physical prowess, and his physical conditioning even surpasses that of Yu Tianheng, who possesses the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Junma Lu clarified with a shake of his head. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji fell into silence, though he did not dwell on it too much. If he could recruit Li Luoka, that would be ideal. If not, it was no great concern. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect already had a towering pillar of support, so there was no need for haste. Moreover, given the strength and wealth of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he was not worried that anyone would decline their invitation, especially since Li Luoka was a comrade of Junma Lu's team. In the Tian Dou Empire, within the palace of the East Prince, the current crown prince, Shui Qinghe, has long been regarded as the epitome of perfection. His character, integrity, influence, and cunning are beyond reproach, with no discernible flaws in any aspect. However, recently, rumors surrounding Crown Prince Shui Qinghe have taken a turn for the worse, with whispers suggesting an inclination towards certain preferences. He might be the most cherished child of the divine, bestowed with all the world's beauty, embodying every adjective of elegance without seeming out of place. Yet, should one attempt to encapsulate him in words or prose, such efforts would appear feeble and inadequate. Any attempt at description would be a profound desecration of his essence. Hinata Q stood silently, her form resembling a majestic pine, her visage akin to a captivating poppy, perpetually exuding an alluring aura of youthfulness. Even in her current demeanor, which radiated an air of aloofness, she was as coveted as the rare Tian Shan snow lotus, perilously beautiful yet fiercely untouchable. At this moment, she embodied the true self that Fujiwara had sought to conceal, merely lacking the tear mark at the corner of her eye. Is there any amusement within the academy, Q? Prince Shui Qinghe inquired, his eyes narrowing with a genuine smile that hinted at his lightheartedness. He vividly recalled the flutter of emotions he experienced upon first encountering Hinata Q. Not long after he ascended to the status of Shui Qinghe, during his travels for study, he encountered a ragged yet extraordinarily enchanting child. Despite having gained divine recognition and qualifying for the 9 tests of angels, with a promising future ahead, he felt an inexplicable inferiority upon witnessing the unparalleled charm of Hinata Q. This feeling of self-doubt was swiftly followed by a surge of possessiveness. Naturally, he kept Hinata Q close, and when she revealed her remarkable talents, it came as no surprise. After all, it would be utterly bizarre for such an extraordinary child not to possess formidable gifts. The disturbance caused by Jun Maru and Rong Rong was quite the spectacle, with Jiang Lin displaying interest in every male member of their team, except for Li Lok. This was somewhat understandable, given her average talent, at over 20. She had only reached level 28, and her family had fallen into decline. If she did not strive diligently within the academy, her lineage might struggle to retain even its noble title. Hinata Q spoke with a calm demeanor. Acknowledging Jiang Lin's plight, her family was indeed pressing her to secure a connection with a talented young man from the Tian Dou team, even if it were merely as a lover. Initially, Jiang Lin had set her sights on Hinata Q, and it was from that moment that her family's decline commenced. To be precise, ever since Shui Qinghe discovered Jiang Lin's interactions with Hinata Q, her family began to deteriorate. The only sole saint-level patriarch of the Jiang family mysteriously vanished during an outing, and smaller families, akin to sharks sensing blood, circled the Jiang family, methodically enjoying the spoils of their downfall. Like frogs in boiling water, the Jiang family found themselves powerless to act. Consequently, all hopes were pinned on Jiang Lin. Among Yu Tianheng, Hinata Q, Yao Shidu, and Jun Maru, Jiang Lin chose Jun Maru. Yu Tianheng hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and was possibly a young patriarch. His future spouse would undoubtedly also be a sole master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon lineage, ensuring the purity of their bloodline and the continuation of their martial spirit. Yu Tianheng, however, had little regard for romantic entanglements, for the Blue family's martial spirit was that of a dragon, known for its wild and capricious nature. What hope could one have in relying on such a frivolous man to confront the nobility of the Tian Dou Empire, who had set their sights on the lucrative Jiang family? Hinata Mirror is said to be the favored consort of His Royal Highness, sharing an intimate bond with him. Additionally, there are whispers of a connection between him and Princess Shueka, though Jiang Lin suspects that this may merely be a ruse orchestrated by the prince to obscure his true relationship with Hinata Mirror. His Royal Highness is indeed quite resourceful. However, one cannot completely dismiss the possibility that Princess Shueka has genuinely taken a liking to Hinata Mirror. After all, even knowing that he is the prince's favored consort, Jiang Lin cannot help but be captivated by Hinata Mirror's unparalleled beauty. Pharmacist Dou, a disciple of the Blue Scale Douluo, is in a confirmed romantic relationship with the granddaughter of the Blue Scale Douluo, Duge Yan. even if he resorted to underhanded means to eliminate Jiang Lin. No one from the Jiang family would come forth to seek justice for her. Previously, when pharmacist Dou and Dugu Yin had not yet solidified their relationship, she had attempted to seduce him, but to no avail. Thus, only Jun Malu remains. Jiang Lin had several compelling reasons for choosing Jun Malu. Firstly, his extraordinary talent far surpasses that of the three mentioned before him, having reached level 36 by the tender age of 12, destined to become a titled Douluo in the future. Secondly, due to his impressive aptitude, the seven-treasure Glazed tile sect places considerable importance on his opinions. Should Jun Malu develop an affection for Jiang Lin, even if it were merely a physical attraction, the sect's leader would undoubtedly refrain from taking action against the Jiang family, perhaps even offering them protection, thereby strengthening Jun Malu's sense of belonging to the sect. Thirdly, ever since Ning Rongrong left in a fit of anger, she has not returned to see Jun Malu, which has made Jiang Lin realize that her opportunity has arrived. As long as her tea skills are exceptional, there is no wall she cannot topple. It seems you are quite taken with Jiang Lin, Xue Qinghe remarked with a smile, though the insincerity of his grin was palpable, particularly under Hinata Mirror's discerning gaze. At that moment, Hinata Mirror could discern the emotions swirling within Xue Qinghe, a vast reservoir of negativity. Yet, with Xue Qinghe's remarkable willpower, he managed to suppress this overwhelming tide of despair. Do not overthink it. There is nothing between Jiang Lin and me, Hinata Mirror stated, suddenly emanating an intangible wave that compelled Xue Qinghe to calm himself. In Hinata's heart, he pondered if he truly was such a jealous person. Xue Qinghe smiled once more. And had it not been for Hinata Mirror's perception of the negative emotions surrounding him, he might have almost believed in Xue Qinghe's flawless act. Qian is not a jealous person. Rather, it is I who have been overly concerned, Hinata Mirror replied with a subtle smile, the corners of his lips curving upward. This expression was quite disarming, leaving Xue Qinghe, no, Xue Qian, on the verge of exclamation. Who could have imagined that the current crown prince was, in fact, a woman, aspiring to become a formidable empress in her own right? Xue Qian recounted her lineage to Hinata Mirror, revealing that her mother was not favored in the imperial harem. Upon giving birth to her, disappointment loomed when it was discovered she was a girl. However, her mother was astute. After all, the Snow Knight Emperor would not deliberately undress his own child, even if she were an infant. Through a series of cunning maneuvers, Xue Qian transformed into Xue Qinghe, and the princess became a prince. Subsequently, a considerable sum was expended to acquire a soul bone that could alter one's form. This was how she explained it to Hinata Mirror, though he did not fully believe her account. It was only after discovering that the current crown prince was a girl that he decided to approach her under the guise of Hinata Mirror. He was well aware of the allure his appearance held over women. As for how he knew this, his abilities extended beyond the mere Sharingan and Byakugan. He possessed those as well. The bloodline limit was not merely a boast. In the imperial city of Tian Dou, within the East Palace's crown prince's residence, Princess Xue Ke frequented the prince's abode with remarkable diligence, visiting almost daily. If the prince did not dismiss her, she would certainly not take her leave. Brother Mirror, your musical talent is exceptional. It is truly a pity you do not study at Yuexian, Xue Ke remarked, gazing up at the handsome Hinata Mirror, her voice still carrying a youthful lilt, clearly that of a young girl. Hearing her words, Hinata Mirror smiled gently, causing Xue Ke to blush and lower her gaze. Yet she could not resist stealing glances at him. Once I graduate, I will surely study at Yuexian, Hinata Mirror replied, speaking truthfully, as he was aware of some details regarding Yuexian. It was the place where all noble offspring of the Tian Dou Empire were trained in etiquette, and it seemed to be associated with the illustrious Haotian sect, the foremost sect in the realm. Upon hearing her brother Mirror speak thus, Xue Ke's eyes sparkled with joy. Initially, when she first heard of Hinata Mirror, she was taken aback and filled with disdain. Even rushing to the crown prince's residence in anger to expel the man she believed tarnished her brother's reputation. However, upon meeting Hinata Mirror, her first thought was that such a handsome individual could not possibly be of a sordid nature. Humans are inherently visual creatures. Despite being the most cherished princess of the Snow Knight Emperor, Xue Ke was no exception. After some time, she discovered that Hinata Mirror was indeed, as she suspected, a man of great integrity and unwavering loyalty, having been saved by the crown prince and subsequently dedicating himself to him, embodying the spirit of knighthood. Thus, she affectionately began to call him Brother Mirror, which incited jealousy in her crown prince brother. who sent Brother Mirror to the Tian Dou Royal Academy. Yet, she understood that her brother acted out of concern for her well-being. After all, a commoner could not unite with a princess. Although her brother Mirror possessed remarkable talent, without some gilding, ascending to nobility would pose challenges. In truth, her crown prince brother merely wished to keep Shueku away from Hinata Mirror, his jealousy genuine, although it was not directed at Hinata Mirror himself. How splendid! The teacher will surely take a liking to you. Shueku's smile was as melodious as the sound of silver bells, and her visage was undeniably beautiful. After all, she hailed from royal blood, and it was inconceivable for a princess to possess an unattractive appearance. No unattractive princess could ever receive such affection from the emperor of the snowy night. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Xue Qinghe entered. Upon seeing Shueku, a shadow flickered in her eyes, as her heart harbored murderous intent towards her so-called sister. One must never underestimate a woman's jealousy, nor her possessive nature. Oh, before the return of Hinata Q, my sister would never visit the crown prince's residence. Xue Qinghe feigned a sigh, then spoke with a smile that bore an air of indulgence, though to Hinata Q, it appeared painfully glaring. Beneath that indulgence lay a sinister malice and murderous intent that seemed barely contained. Brother Crown Prince, do not speak foolishly, Shueku replied. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she swayed nervously. Observing this, Xue Qinghe's expression stiffened. She noticed Hinata Q's smile, naturally illuminated by Shueku's presence. Indeed, it would be judicious to cripple him, reducing him to a caged bird. Your Highness, Hinata Q inclined his body in a respectful bow, then straightened, his smile unwavering. Yet to Xue Qinghe, it was exceptionally glaring. By the way, Brother Q, shall we go have something to eat together? I know a restaurant renowned for its delectable desserts. Shueku suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She had been shy throughout, meticulously adhering to royal etiquette, each step taken with utmost caution, never daring to overstep the bounds of propriety. However, every time she beheld Hinata Q, her heart raced as if it would leap from her chest. She scarcely dared to meet his gaze. Whenever their eyes met, peculiar images would flood her mind, igniting her cheeks with crimson embarrassment. Thus, Shueku resolved to take the initiative, confident that her crown prince brother would shield her. At her words, Xue Qinghe's countenance stiffened, yet Shueku, preoccupied with stealing glances at Hinata Q, remained oblivious to her sister's expression. Xue Qinghe understood Hinata Q well. If it were an invitation for another engagement, he might refuse. But dining? How agreeable that sounded. Hinata Q hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Xue Qinghe, yet ultimately acquiesced. Indeed, Xue Qinghe thought to herself. Though she refrained from obstructing the matter, she had no grounds to do so, for he was now the crown prince, a man. Brother, I shall come to see you again soon. Shueku tremulously grasped Hinata Q's hand, then turned to Xue Qinghe, her voice barely a whisper. Heaven knows the courage it took for her to make such a gesture. As she observed the retreating figures of Shueku and Hinata Q, Xue Qinghe's eyes began to twitch, suppressing her fury. In an attempt to numb herself, she immersed in state affairs, yet tranquility eluded her. The mere thought of Shueku and Hinata Q dining hand in hand, perhaps even in a candlelit setting, constricted her heart as if gripped by an invisible force, leaving her breathless. Before long, time flew by. The plates before Hinata were stacked high, yet Shueku paid them no mind, fully aware of Hinata's hearty appetite, which did not surprise her. Princess Shueku, a somewhat frivolous male voice broke the moment, causing Shueku, who had been covertly observing Hinata while ostensibly enjoying her meal, to startle. She looked up to see a handsome man. This man, known as Oris, was the son of a duke, currently pursuing Shueku. His family held considerable influence, and barring unforeseen circumstances, it was likely that Oris would eventually succeed in marrying her. Hello, Oris, Shueku greeted him with utmost politeness. In truth, she felt little affection for Oris, even harboring a slight aversion, yet her training in etiquette compelled her to smile and offer a courteous salutation. Oris, upon receiving her smile, beamed even more brightly. And who might this be? Oris inquired, noticing Hinata and momentarily captivated by his presence. However, he maintained his composure, being well-educated and keen to avoid offending anyone who appeared extraordinary. At that moment, Hinata also raised his gaze towards Oris, but felt no sense of destiny emanating from him, rendering him unworthy of further consideration. He is my friend. Shueku initially intended to introduce Hinata more formally, yet recalling Hinata's rather unfavorable reputation within their social circle, she opted for a more casual reference. Oris's interest was piqued. He sensed Shueika's concern for the handsome man, a sentiment that felt more intimate than mere friendship, which irked him greatly. He resolved to take action, though he refrained from resorting to the petty insults typically employed by lesser science. Moreover, he found himself inexplicably stirred by this handsome man, as he had previously considered himself solely attracted to women. Sensing Oris's hostility, Hinata glanced at him, his pure white eyes momentarily catching Oris off guard. This reaction prompted Oris to recall recent rumors circulating in his social circle regarding the Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, who, in an attempt to shield his male companion, had allegedly enlisted the help of his own sister, Shueika, even going so far as to push her towards his paramour. This male companion, who attended the Tian Dou Royal Academy, was a prodigy, having reached the rank of Soul Master at the age of 16, and bore strikingly pure white eyes. His martial soul, in fact. Hinata regarded Oris with a slight nod, acknowledging him. Princess Shueika, may I take a seat here? Casting aside his unsavory thoughts about Hinata, Oris turned his attention back to Shueika, shifting his focus entirely onto her. Though he was a duke's son, marrying a beloved princess would significantly bolster his future prospects. I'm afraid, Oris, we must be leaving shortly, Shueika replied. Shueika firmly declined, having eagerly awaited her brother Jing's return from the Royal Academy of Tian Dou. How could she allow a mere individual like Oris to disrupt the intimate world she shared with her brother? Upon hearing her words, Oris's expression momentarily stiffened before he quickly regained composure. He offered a slight bow and turned to leave, though he did not abandon his pursuit. It was merely a temporary retreat. Persistent meddling would only tarnish Princess Shueika's perception of him, and he was certainly not a foolish dandy like Prince Xue Qianqian. His name was Oris, the eldest son of the Duke of Tulip, and their relationship was merely that of classmates. Shueika hastily clarified, her demeanor tinged with anxiety, as she genuinely feared her brother might misconstrue her intentions. She was overthinking. Although she bore a semblance of destiny, it was faint and rather ordinary, sufficient to complement her status as a princess, but pale in comparison to the crown prince Xue Qianqian, like a firefly beside the bright moon, a nagging horse next to a unicorn. It appeared that the duke's son had quite the fondness for Shueku, remarked Hinata Jing with a teasing glint in his eyes, observing Shueku as one would a beloved younger sister. Seeing this playful expression on Hinata Jing's face, Shueku felt a pang of disappointment, yet she remained silent, casting a melancholic gaze at him. However, after less than 3 seconds, she bashfully lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. I do not like him. Although he always presents himself as approachable, he is quite hypocritical. I once witnessed him oppressing a smaller family among our classmates, Shueku asserted. One could not expect perfection from any individual, yet to Shueku, Hinata Jing epitomized flawlessness. This notion exemplified the adage that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Within Shueiku's heart, Hinata Jing was utterly perfect. Nobody is without flaws. Besides, aren't you often the one to bully your classmates? Hinata Jing chuckled, well aware of Shueiku's tendencies to admonish those who engaged in gossip behind others' backs, sometimes employing rather harsh methods. He found this endearing girl amusing, yet his affection remained merely that, affection. That's different. I don't bully them. They are simply too excessive, often speaking ill of others behind their backs. I merely administer a small correction, Shueku retorted, her face flushing as she resembled an indignant cat. Initially, she intended to mention that those people gossiped about him, but she caught herself just in time. Although she had resolved to pursue Hinata Jing, she understood the importance of maintaining some decorum. Hinata Jing smiled faintly, unperturbed. This girl was delightful and beautiful, exuding an undeniable charm. Yet her aura of destiny was rather weak. Then I must express my gratitude to Princess Shueku, he remarked with a smile, fully aware of whom Shueku referred to when she spoke of others. And how do you intend to thank me? Shueku's cheeks burned with heat, her voice stammering as she recalled the methods her friends had taught her. The girl, usually eloquent enough to recite complex texts with ease, now appeared remarkably awkward. Observing the somewhat inappropriate allure emanating from Shueku, Hinata Q merely smiled, taking her antics lightly. He returned to inform Xue Qianqian that if Shueku could survive this ordeal, it would be splendid. However, if she were to perish, he would suffer no loss. His suspicion that Xue Qianqian harbored intentions against Shueku stemmed from the intense malice veiled within her emotions when Shueku had been playfully affectionate towards him. After all, what did sisterhood matter? Moreover, Xue Qianqian might not even truly be Xueke's sister. This line of thought was not without justification. The tale narrated by Xue Qianqian was rather peculiar. A mere concubine concealing a child's gender within the palace for several years was indeed intriguing. Furthermore, he harbored doubts regarding Xue Qinghe's true surname. He sensed that Xue Qinghe possessed formidable strength, accompanied by an aura of high-ranking power, surpassing even that of celestial techniques. What does Princess Xueke desire? Hinata Q inquired, halting his meal, his gaze fixed intently upon Xueke, his eyes shimmering enticingly. At his words, Xueke felt a stirring within her, summoning the courage to meet his gaze. Aye. Xueke stammered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, yet boldly clasped Hinata Q's hand. His hand was exquisitely formed, befitting his striking visage. His fingers were slender and elegant, not overly long or thin, with skin fair and smooth. When Xueke grasped his hand, her heart fluttered with a subtle thrill. Ah, Princess Xueke, I am but a commoner, and my reputation is far from stellar. Hinata Q sighed, adopting a serious tone. I do not mind. With your talents, becoming a noble is merely a matter of time. I can plead with father. He favors me greatly and will surely acquiesce, Xueke hastily retorted, her initial seduction plan crumbling in an instant, her voice rising to echo throughout the dining hall. In that moment, Hinata Q could foresee the whispers that would circulate through the imperial city the following day, tales of Princess Xueke vying for the affections of the crown prince, Xue Qinghe. He had unwavering faith in the rumor-mongering capabilities of the idol. Within days, countless versions of the story would emerge. Ahem, he coughed lightly, signaling the presence of others nearby. While sensing his spiritual energy slowly dissipating, seemingly retreating toward the crown prince's residence, he recognized that Xueke was once again in peril, this time from the very brother she trusted and relied upon the most. Upon hearing Hinata Q's gentle cough, Xueke appeared to awaken to the gravity of her previous words, realizing they had been rather reckless. We should leave. Her face flushed crimson as she grasped Hinata Q's hand, eager to depart without settling the bill. Naturally, no one pursued them. Those dining in such an establishment were well acquainted with the beloved Princess Xueke of the Snow Night Emperor, thus they had no concerns about her absconding without payment. Hinata Q followed Princess Xueke as they exited, seizing a piece of pastry on their way out. Soto City, Shrek Academy. A pair of lovesick individuals exchanged silent glances, their gaze seemingly suspended in eternity. The master regarded Lu Erlong, while Lu Erlong returned the look, until a cough broke the spell. The primary reason for summoning you both here is to hunt a soul beast, Jiang, you understand. Flanders cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. Harboring his own ulterior motives, he cherished Lu Erlong, yet to love someone does not necessarily mean one must possess them. He could no longer turn a blind eye to Lu Erlong's suffering. The master's silence weighed heavily upon him. He felt compelled to take action. Once, he had harbored similar thoughts, grand plans, and this time, he had a perfectly justifiable reason. Hunting a soul beast? Flanders, are you already at level 80? Lu Erlong turned her gaze from the master, directing it towards Flanders with a feigned nonchalance, inquiring with a hint of a smile. Her demeanor reeked of insincerity, as though her smile were forcibly crafted. No, but we. Flanders hesitated, glancing at the master, aware that as a disciple of the master, he should seek his opinion. My disciple requires a soul ring, the master stated, fully cognizant that evasion was no longer an option. Observing Lu Erlong's expression, he recognized that she would not relent. With his soul power at 29, even having honed the ancestral soul technique of Fujin, escape from Lu Erlong's grasp was utterly impossible. Jiang, your disciple isn't already at level 80, is she? Lu Erlong gazed at the master in astonishment, her mind racing. Considering that even Flanders could not contend with a soul beast of at least 50,000 years. Yet, rational thought prevailed. She turned her grateful gaze towards Flanders, who felt somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny. No, my disciple possesses the ability to compel a soul beast to sacrifice itself. But first, we must capture the beast and ideally deplete its soul power to significantly enhance my disciple's success rate in obtaining a soul ring. The master spoke candidly, fully aware of the bond shared between Lu Erlong and himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Flanders, seemingly searching for a shared jest between him and the master at her expense. However, the expression she sought was absent, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. She then looked back at the master, The intensity of their earlier gaze had dissipated, replaced by a comical exchange of incredulous glances. "Is it true?" Lu Erlong asked, as if she had stumbled upon a mythic tale. The joy of reuniting with the master was overshadowed by this revelation, prompting her to seek confirmation from Flanders. Flanders nodded in affirmation, and upon seeing this, Lu Erlong turned once more to the master, who also nodded in agreement. There were no outsiders present, and it was certain that in the future, while hunting soul beasts in the Star Dou forest, Lu Erlong would undoubtedly witness it herself. After all, she was his sister. "Xiaojing, have you discussed this with your family?" Lu Erlong posed a question that even she felt was rather foolish. If the master had indeed communicated with the family, he would have already returned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Moreover, there is no need for her assistance in procuring soul rings for Fujikawa. The ability to compel soul beasts to sacrifice themselves is indeed terrifying. Were it not for Fujikawa's first soul skill, which allows him to alter the color of his soul rings, I would hesitate to permit him to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. The master shook his head, wishing to keep Fujikawa hidden from the eyes of those powerful factions, at least until Fujikawa possesses the means to protect himself. He wishes to avoid such exposure. Although Fujikawa may already be under the watchful gaze of the Spirit Hall, the current Holy Son, Uchiha Itachi, does not seem inclined to trouble him and even appears to have Fujikawa's best interests at heart. Thus, he can only leave matters to fate, doing his utmost to conceal Fujikawa. Lu Erlong expressed her astonishment for a moment, but ultimately decided to cast aside this momentous affair, choosing instead to cherish the presence before her and to gaze lovingly at the master. "Our objective this time is to venture into the Star Dou forest with a group of young monsters to hunt for soul rings. Among them are Xiao Gang's 2 disciples, Fujikawa at level 40, Tang San at level 30, and Oscar also at level 30. Our primary target is the 60,000-year lightning bird, followed by the 9,000-year faceless demon spider or the abyssal demon spider." Flinder adjusted his glasses and slowly began to speak. He refrained from discussing Oscar's soul rings, as he was uncertain which soul beasts would suit Oscar. The master was also researching Oscar's sausage martial soul, for food-type soul masters are exceedingly rare. It is evident how scarce the records of food-type martial souls are, given that even a food-type soul sage ranks among the top 5 on the continent. 60,000 years? How old is he this year? Lu Erlong's expression became somewhat peculiar, as she harbored doubts about whether Fujikawa was a reincarnated 10,000-year soul beast. 12 years old, the master replied. He had never doubted that Fujikawa was a reincarnated 10,000-year soul beast, firstly, due to his martial soul being the ocular martial soul, the Sharingan, and secondly, because Fujikawa had lived under the watchful eye of the Tian Dou. If he were indeed a 10,000-year soul beast, the Tian Dou would not have remained indifferent. For both 10,000-year soul rings and 10,000-year soul bones are the most coveted treasures within the realm of soul masters. Cough cough. Erlong, you and Xiao Gang should converse for a while. I will seek out those young monsters and inform them of the precautions to take in the Star Dou forest. Flinder coughed twice, rising to leave. His eyes felt somewhat moist. Despite his mental preparation, witnessing this scene still tugged at his heart. Flinder, the master, wishing to call out to Flinder, had not fully risen when Lu Erlong forcefully pressed him back down. It was not until Flinder's figure vanished completely that Lu Erlong spoke slowly. Am I such a source of distress for you? Her melancholic voice echoed behind the master, halting his struggles abruptly. Erlong, I am yours. The master attempted to articulate his thoughts, his voice trembling and fragmented, tears glistening in his eyes. A grown man, confronted by the sight of a former lover who is now his sister, found it difficult to accept and was unable to let go. I know, but I shall never relinquish my hold. No matter how you treat me, I shall not let go. Lu Erlong embraced the master tightly, her grip so strong that it rendered him somewhat breathless. Yet, whether it was the force of her touch or the tumult within her heart, only the master truly comprehended. She had waited for what felt like an eternity, longing for the master's presence. Regardless of his motives for seeking her out, she would accept them wholeheartedly. Even if it was merely for her utility, she would willingly comply. I apologize, but this is undeniably unfair to you. At the quaint inn on the outskirts of the Star Dou Great Forest, the soul hunting team, led by Flanders, arrived. The master and students occupied separate tables. Concurrently, another academy's soul hunting team, comprised of 6 young men and 1 woman, also entered. They appeared to be around 20 years of age. Clad in identical light blue soul master robes, albeit lacking the silver embroidery of the middle-aged man at the forefront. Regardless, both he and the 7 youths bore a distinct azure circular emblem on their left shoulders, indicating their affiliation with Tsanhui Academy, an institution barely qualified for the elite competition of high-ranking Soul Master Academies across the continent. Upon spotting Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Fu Jiang, the Tsanhui Academy students' eyes gleamed with excitement, yet they remained still, restrained by their anticipation. Just as they were about to act, Ma Hongjun preemptively spoke up. "That girl is quite attractive, Daida. These fellows must be from Tsanhui Academy." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated throughout the small and effortlessly. "What a trivial Tsanhui Academy," Dai Mubai remarked disdainfully, his expression revealing his annoyance, particularly as the Tsanhui students had entered with an air of arrogance that was rather infuriating. Fu Jiang remained silent, quietly savoring her meal, while the group possessed a hint of destiny. It was so faint as to be negligible. "Which academy do you children belong to?" a teacher from Tsanhui Academy inquired, having caught the attention of Dai Mubai after witnessing one of his students being sent flying. The youth's formidable soul power at such a young age suggested he was no ordinary, nameless soul master, and among these children, several appeared to be of noble lineage. While their appearance might have been a surprise, their innate demeanor was unmistakable. "Are you truly qualified to challenge me?" Dai Mubai retorted, returning to his seat with an air of utmost arrogance. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun began to eat nonchalantly, commenting on the mediocre taste of the food. "What a bunch of arrogant brats. Teach them a lesson." The Tsanhui Academy teacher's face turned ashen, barely containing his rage, disregarding the influence behind these children as he spoke. The Tsanhui students had been awaiting this moment. Aside from the struck youth and the female student, the remaining 5 surged towards Fu Jiang's table. "Sharingan!" Fu Jiang exclaimed softly, her eyes transforming into crimson. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Instantly, the 5 advancing youths halted in their tracks before collapsing to the ground, 2 of them even drifting into slumber. The absence of a soul ring on Fu Jiang signifies that she has not employed any soul skills. A glint of greed flickered in the eyes of the teacher from Tsanhui Academy. The fact that she could unleash soul skills without a soul ring could only imply one thing: soul bones. "Stop. Go awaken them." The teacher from Tsanhui Academy made a concerted effort to mask the avarice in his gaze, gesturing to the 2 other academies behind him. "I am Yijiqiu, the director of the External Affairs Department of Tsanhui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to?" As he spoke, the greed in his heart gradually yielded to caution. Soul bones are indeed precious, yet one must possess life to utilize them. To possess soul bones at such a young age, and to appear so well preserved, could only be the privilege of a direct disciple from one of the top 3 sects, particularly one favored as an exceptionally gifted talent. "We are from Shrek Academy," Ma Hongjun declared first, his demeanor exuding a sense of self-satisfaction that was quite irksome. As he spoke, his unabashedly lecherous gaze fixated on a female student from Tsanhui Academy. Yi Zhiqiu paused momentarily, a glimmer of contemplation surfacing in his eyes. He had never heard of the name Shrek Academy, nor had he encountered any mention of such a prestigious Soul Master Academy in the Tian Dou Empire. Nevertheless, he did not relax. The mere possession of soul bones, coupled with the audacity to use them openly, suggested that they were untroubled, and Fu Jiang was certainly not an ordinary soul master. "So, you are esteemed disciples of Shrek Academy. However, you have assaulted a member of Tsanhui Academy. Surely, you must provide an explanation." Yi Zhiqiu had no desire to lead a life of turmoil, and he sensed that with his own strength, he could not evade the pursuit of those formidable sections. Thus, he chose to concede, albeit with a semblance of dignity, seeking an explanation. In truth, this situation called for both parties to find a way to gracefully extricate themselves. Yet Yi Zhiqiu was oblivious to the fact that the youths before him were anything but compliant. Moreover, they were well aware that at least 3 soul saints stood behind them, emboldening their actions. Explanation? What is there to explain? Tsanhui Academy is accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. In my view, it is nothing but a trash academy, Dai Mubai boldly exclaimed, gradually regaining some of his confidence that had been shaken by Fu Jiang. Though he could not compare to Fu Jiang's terrifying talent, he remained considerably strong relative to the average genius. You, Xiangui, possess. Yi Zhiqiu found himself at an impasse. He had prepared himself to concede and even drafted a speech on how to accept an apology and encourage them with a few words. Despite being a soul king, He harbored his own pride and was not one to willingly offer his face for others to slap. Furthermore, even if the elders of the opposing party arrived, he would still have grounds to argue, as the president of Tian Dou Academy was also a soul saint. White, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. The chilling configuration of soul rings nearly elicited laughter from Dai Mubai. In his view, Yi Zhiqiu's achievement of becoming a soul king was likely due to sheer luck. Such a soul ring configuration might not even withstand a stronger soul sect's challenge. Despite the seemingly feeble configuration of soul rings, the formidable soul power exceeding level 50 served to dominate the atmosphere surrounding Shrek Academy. You children, lacking in understanding, ought not to speak so carelessly. Summon your teachers. Yi Zhiqiu's words were eloquent. He could not afford to act with undue aggression, lest his opponent gain the moral high ground. With you, old tortoise. You dare to seek an audience with our teachers? We are more than capable of dealing with you ourselves. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his tone brimming with arrogance. This audacious retort thoroughly incensed Yi Zhiqiu, prompting him to resolve to administer a measured reprimand. As the embodiment of the Xian Gui martial soul, his demeanor mirrored the tortoise's steadiness. He would refrain from crossing swords with these prodigies unless absolutely necessary. Times change, fortunes shift, he mused. At that moment, the innkeeper, desperate to avert disaster, emerged with a troubled expression, imploring, esteemed soul masters, I beseech you, refrain from fighting within my humble establishment. It is but a small business. I shall take it upon myself to educate your teachers about your behavior. Let us step outside, Yi Zhiqiu declared, turning to leave, his black tortoise shell swaying comically behind him. The others followed suit, and the 5 individuals gradually regained consciousness, albeit with a noticeable lack of vigor. Meanwhile, the teachers from Shrek observed the unfolding scene. Lu Erlong attempted to rise in defense of the young ones, only to be halted by Flander. These little ones are more than sufficient to handle that old tortoise. You need not worry, Flander stated confidently, asserting that even Fu Jiang alone could contend with the glaringly inadequate Soul King. Master nodded in agreement without voicing any dissent, recognizing that acclimating the youngsters to the rivalries within the Soul Master community would be beneficial. Lu Erlong settled back down, aware that Fu Jiang's 3 soul rings were indeed all of 10,000 years, coupled with formidable soul skills that would render even a weaker soul emperor outmatched. By the way, Teacher Erlong, are you aware of these children's backgrounds? Zhao Wujing initiated a conversation, appearing quite at ease, having witnessed Fu Jiang's prowess and feeling no apprehension. Backgrounds. Lu Erlong blinked in surprise, then turned her gaze toward Zhao Wujing. Dai Mubai hails from the Douluo Empire, his martial soul being the White Tiger. And given his surname, he is likely of royal lineage. Zhu Zhuqing also comes from the Douluo Empire, possessing the martial soul of the Nether Cat, presumably linked to the Zhu family. Tang San's father is none other than the one who vanquished the previous pope, the Tian Dou Royal. Ning Rongrong is the cherished only daughter of the current sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. She is likely the young sect master herself. Fu Jiang bears the Holy Sun's decree from the Spirit Hall, and it is said that the current Holy Sun, Uchiha Itachi, possesses the Sharingan as his martial soul. Zhao Wujing elaborated, but as he mentioned the Spirit Hall, Lu Erlong's gaze sharpened on the master, causing him to feel slightly uneasy. Brothers, unleash your martial souls. Dai Mubai bellowed, his aura illuminating in vibrant hues of yellow, yellow, and purple. 3 brilliant beams of light illuminated the scene, accompanied by the majestic emergence of a white tiger standing upright, unleashing a thunderous roar that resonated with formidable power. Tang San and his companions promptly activated their martial spirits. Among this group of children, none possessed a white 10-year soul ring, with the lowest being the yellow 100-year soul ring. Particularly striking was Ning Rongrong, who summoned the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, its resplendent brilliance unmistakably marking it as the continent's foremost auxiliary martial spirit. Yi Zhiqiu was momentarily stunned. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile was renowned throughout the continent, a formidable existence associated with dual Douluo. Regret washed over him, an overwhelming sense of remorse. Yet retreat was not an option. The academy behind him was watching, and should he falter now, he would forever lose the dignity to serve as their teacher. In his moment of distraction, Tang San's blue-silver grass ensnared Yi Zhiqiu, binding him within its grasp. First soul skill, Xian Gui's protection. Yi Zhiqiu stomped his foot, activating his white soul ring. As a green luminescence enveloped his tortoise shell, his eyes shimmering with verdant light. Witnessing this, Dai Mubai felt a surge of joy and hurriedly concentrated his soul power, while Ma Hongjun followed suit, channeling his own energy. First soul skill, White Tiger's Shield. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Such a formidable offensive conjured a swirling cloud of dust, leading the onlookers to believe the confrontation had concluded. However, only Fu Jiang remained observant, discerning that Yi Zhiqiu had sustained no injuries. Second soul skill, Xian Shui's Ice Seal. Yi Zhiqiu's yellow soul ring glowed, and a chilling gust erupted from his mouth, striking Dai Mubai, who began to freeze, his joints growing rigid. He understood the urgency of a swift resolution. Otherwise, should he unleash true flames, he would struggle to rein them in. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. Zhu Zhuqing's voice pierced the air, icy and clear, as Yi Zhiqiu felt an assault from behind. This minor attack was inconsequential to him. Zhu Zhuqing leaped high, her slender hands slicing through the air, creating ephemeral afterimages. In response, Yi Zhiqiu instinctively retracted his head, the Xian Gui shell swiftly shielding him. Perhaps giving rise to the idiom of the turtling turtle, Zhu Zhuqing's hand, ensnared by soul power, could not be withdrawn, leaving her awkwardly suspended in midair. Observing this, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow and removed the pallid bracelet from her wrist. The sight of that bracelet sent shivers down the spines of all present, as if some unseen force swept over them, raising goosebumps across their bodies. Particularly affected was Dai Mubai, who had once been targeted by this object. At that moment, his mind screamed at him to flee, yet his feet felt leaden. Had Fu Jiang not intervened, he feared for his life. This was the oppressive force stemming from the hierarchy of life, a terror that resonated on a spiritual level. Third soul skill, Xin Shui. At this juncture, Fu Jiang recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Freakish strength, Golden Tyrant Fist. Fujikawa unabashedly called out the name of her technique, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared before Yi Zhiqiu, her fists imbued with soul power, exuding an ordinary yet formidable presence. Yi Zhiqiu, upon seeing Fujikawa, refrained from retaliating, confident that his third soul skill, Xian Shui, would suffice to withstand her assault. The illustrious 7 treasures. The first is strength. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong's supportive radiance enveloped Fujikawa, a familiar power surging within her, enhancing Fujikawa's might significantly. Yet, this took a toll on Ning Rongrong, whose complexion turned pale after merely one act of assistance, leaving her somewhat drained. Boom! The sound of shattered turtle shell resonated through the street, accompanied by Yi Zhiqiu's anguished cry. Though he was a soul king with substantial soul power, his overconfidence and lack of formidable soul rings to reinforce his physique rendered him vulnerable. It was no surprise that Fujikawa's full-force golden fist sent him flying. Yi Zhiqiu soared several meters, crashing through a stone-bricked well and a wooden fence before finally landing on solid ground. Fujikawa maintained her punching stance, having expended roughly half of her soul power. Her incredible strength allowed her to modulate the output of her soul power to control the force of her strikes. Tang Sen had also studied this technique, albeit he lacked the finesse to execute it as precisely as Fujikawa. Wow, Fujikawa, you are incredibly strong, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, astonished by the extent of her power, realizing that she could send a soul king flying with a single punch. As Zhu Zhuqing descended from the air, her gaze was drawn to Fujikawa's flawless profile, the tear mole at the corner of her eye seeming to possess an enchanting allure. Yet, what captivated her even more was Fujikawa's unparalleled strength among her peers. Dai Mubai observed Zhu Zhuqing's unwavering attention on Fujikawa, and an indescribable feeling stirred within him, a longing akin to wanting to indulge in inebriation. The 2 students from Tian Dou Academy rushed out to check on their instructor, Yi Zhiqiu. Ha! Little monsters, well done. Flinder laughed heartily as he emerged. Though Fujikawa's decisive strike had secured victory, the cooperation of the other little monsters was commendable. He cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, acknowledging her adept handling of the battle dynamics as the young master of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School, skillfully knowing when to enhance whom. Principal, the crowd chorused, including Ning Rongrong, whose personality had evolved somewhat. After days of trials, she grasped the harsh realities of the world. Apart from her family, no one would coddle or indulge her. This made her long for her little skeleton, her grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bone, and her father. Yet, to surprise her family, she resolved to study diligently here, or rather, to train quietly and astound everyone. Let us return to rest. Tomorrow, we will split into 2 groups. I, Teacher Erlong, Master, and Fujikawa will hunt soul beasts, while you will be led by Teacher Zhao to hunt soul beasts. Tang-san, refrain from hunting soul beasts for now. Master has other plans for your 3rd soul ring. Flander chuckled, having already envisioned the pinnacle moment of Shrek's legendary status. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Only a handful, including Tang-san, Ma Hongjun, and Fu Jiang, were aware of Dean Flander's motivations. Indeed, Dean, they chorused, before promptly heading to their respective chambers. Observing the retreating figures of these remarkable youths, Flander felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Although that Soul King was not as formidable as some of the stronger soul sects, he was still a Soul King. Xiao Gang, let us strive to secure a spot in the prestigious elite tournament of advanced soul masters across the continent. Perhaps these extraordinary youths can shatter the Soul Palace's streak of consecutive victories. Flander was filled with visions of a bright future, even contemplating how to celebrate upon defeating the Soul Palace and claiming the championship. However, upon hearing this, the master shook his head. Not necessarily. The golden generation of the Soul Palace and the seed team of the Tian Dou Royal Academy are not to be underestimated. The master's expression grew serious. He had confidence in his 2 disciples, yet the Soul Palace had recently dispatched their team to the Douluo Empire, where they had triumphed over every academy, none of which could withstand even 4 minutes against the onslaught of the golden generation. Moreover, it seemed that the golden generation of the Soul Palace possessed methods to enhance the age at which soul masters could absorb their spirit rings, boasting 2 10,000-year soul rings even at the soul sect level. He was aware that the current holy son of the Soul Palace was Uchiha Itachi. Fu Jiang's soul hunting journey had not been smooth. He had not encountered the 60,000-year electric bird, let alone hunted it down, ultimately having to settle for a 60,000-year thunder beast. The Trinity Martial Soul Fusion technique was incredibly powerful, capable of standing against a Tian Dou, but it was merely a single confrontation. Among the trio, only 2 were soul saints, and managing to contend with a Tian Dou was already a significant achievement. The effort expended to hunt down the Thunder Beast had been considerable. Renowned within the realm of soul beasts, the Thunder Beast was exceptional, possessing the ability to summon thunder, excelling in both speed and destructive capacity, particularly during thunderstorms, where it could withstand even a 10,000-year soul beast with its millennia of cultivation. Ultimately, Fu Jiang managed to subdue the exhausted and barely alive Thunder Beast. Though it had strengthened his physique, it was still vastly inferior to his former self. What about you? What is your 4th soul skill? The master inquired excitedly. If Fu Jiang's 4th soul skill was also a status-type skill, the characteristics of his Sharingan martial soul could be largely ascertained, considering Fu Jiang was only 6 years old when he was unaware of his clan's soul skills. My 4th soul skill is Thunder Transformation, Fu Jiang declared, activating his 4th soul skill. A lightning mark appeared on his forehead, enveloping him in a coat of thunder. Despite the ferocity of the lightning, it behaved like a docile pet around Fu Jiang. He then began to explain the effects of this skill, expressing his exasperation. It was essentially a redundant enhancement of 100% for thunder release, yet he had no intention of relying on thunder release for combat in the future. Observing Fu Jiang's thunderous demeanor and listening to the almost grotesque effects of his soul technique, the master felt a surge of unexpected joy. Aware that many of Fu Jiang's ancestral soul techniques possessed a lightning attribute. Let us hasten to gather with Teacher Zhao, Fu Jiang stated decisively, resting his left fingertips against his forehead while his right fingers connected with the earth, beginning to sense Tang San's soul energy. The trio, witnessing Fu Jiang's actions, displayed little astonishment. They were already acquainted with his remarkable sensing technique, regarded as a divine skill for hunting souls. Were it not for the absence of the 30,000-year-old electric bird in the Stardow Forest, how could Fu Jiang's sensing prowess fail to locate it? Xiao Gang, how did you encounter such a monstrous disciple? Lu Erlong gazed at the master with tender eyes, still recovering from the aftereffects of their martial soul fusion technique. Her exceptional spirit saint physique rendered her fatigue nearly imperceptible. The master, taken aback by her question, realized he had essentially stumbled upon Fu Jiang. Had his previous luck and talent in cultivating soul power all been expended here? I found him, he admitted candidly, his words succinct. Yet Lu Erlong interpreted this as the master's reluctance to elaborate, igniting a flicker of irritation within her, which she managed to suppress, maintaining her demeanor as a gentle lady. Though Lu Erlong misunderstood, Flander was aware that Fu Jiang had indeed been found, right at the entrance of Nodding Academy. Tang San is in danger. Fu Jiang suddenly opened his eyes, his crimson Sharingan gleaming with a terrifying light, before sprinting in a determined direction. Witnessing Fu Jiang's fervor, the master felt an immediate urgency. Just as he intended to follow, Flander instinctively lifted the master, soaring towards Fu Jiang's path. This maneuver left Lu Erlong momentarily dumbfounded, her ire shifting towards Flander, as she had initially planned to give the master a princess carry and dash forth with him. Meanwhile, in another part of the Star Dou forest, a titan gorilla loomed like a small mountain, its mere presence rendering all but Zhao Wujie motionless. This was a titan gorilla of at least 10,000 years, the true king of the forest. Indeed, the titan gorilla, as a sole beast, possessed unparalleled strength, speed, attack, and defense, coupled with intelligence comparable to that of humans. More alarmingly, they could wield skills akin to soul techniques, capable of contending with other 10,000-year soul beasts in mere centuries. The master had once remarked that the titan gorilla was a uniquely formidable presence in the soul beast realm. Should one encounter a titan gorilla in the soul beast forest, it was prudent to abandon all else and flee. Noble king of the forest, we harbor no intentions of offense. If this is your territory, we shall withdraw immediately. Zhao Wujie quickly lowered his head, readily conceding. Aware of the titan gorilla's intelligence and understanding of human speech, he recognized the potential for negotiation. As Zhao Wujie's voice fell, the titan gorilla seemed momentarily taken aback, refraining from launching an immediate attack against Zhao Wujie and his companions. Only Xiao Wu silently gazed at the fearsome king of the forest, recalling a time when Ming did not possess such majesty. Just as everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, the titan giant ape raised its fist, relentlessly pounding its chest, as if intending to crush them with a single blow. Mubai, led everyone away, swiftly. Zhao Wujie commanded without hesitation, activating his martial spirit and employing his third soul skill, gravity enhancement, to amplify his strength. Xiao San, cover for everyone and retreat. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai unleashed his third soul skill, prepared to fight with all his might. You all go. I must assist them. The seven treasures are renowned for their strength and speed. Ning Rongrong also chose to stay, immediately aiding Zhao Wujie. With the bracelet gifted by Xiao Gu, she felt relatively safe. Their attack struck the titan giant ape's forehead, yet proved utterly ineffective, only inciting its wrath. The energy patterns on the titan giant ape's body gradually turned crimson, its eyes blazing with fury. Simultaneously, Tang San's eyes also glowed red, though devoid of the Sharingan. He stared in disbelief, bloodshot veins coursing through his eyes. Faced with the terrifying king of the forest, his blood chilled at the sight of such a formidable soul beast appearing at the forest's edge. Zhao Teacher had already been defeated, and Xiao Wu remained in the clutches of the titan giant ape. He felt utterly helpless. His most prized hidden weapons could not even pierce the creature's eyelids. And while Fu Wan's ancestral soul skills were immensely powerful, he could scarcely use them more than a few times. They merely served to tickle the titan giant ape without inflicting any real damage. If only Fu Wan were here, surely he could rescue Xiao Wu. For the first time in this life, Tang Xin desperately craved power. Any power that could save Xiao Wu, he would pay any price. Fu Wan, Tang Xin cried out, akin to a wounded beast. Then, as if in response to his plea, Fu Wan's voice echoed. In that moment, Tang Xin glimpsed hope, a ray of light. A flash of thunder. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Fu Wan formed seals with his hands, unleashing a torrent of flames that transformed into a menacing dragon head, 2 meters in diameter, crashing into the titan giant ape's rock-like skin. The temperature of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb was exceedingly high, particularly upon detonation. Yet against the titan giant ape, it was akin to an egg striking a stone, causing no damage whatsoever. Second soul skill, Deification. Third soul skill, Immortal Transformation. Fourth soul skill, Thunder Transformation. Overwhelmed by urgency, Fu Wan seemed to forget to conceal his soul rings. For pitch-black soul rings shimmered around him, blending with the golden and crimson light of his form. His long hair transformed into fiery gold and red, flowing like flames in the wind. As those 4 black soul rings appeared, the onlookers, save for Tang San, Zhao Wujie, and Ma Hongjun, were left in stunned silence. Even the titan giant ape momentarily transfixed. gazing intently at Fu Huan. The sun and moon shine brightly, golden transformation. At this moment, the master and his companions arrived, and upon seeing the Titan Great Ape, they collectively gasped in astonishment. The three of them once again unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. Although they were still in a weakened state, it was not overly challenging to employ the Trinity martial soul fusion technique once more, provided they were willing to pay a price. However, this time, their fusion technique was significantly less potent than before. A magnificent golden holy dragon emerged, exuding immense power. Yet, the Titan Great Ape merely cast a disdainful glance at the golden dragon before swinging its colossal fist, striking the dragon with tremendous force. In an instant, the golden holy dragon let out a mournful cry and crashed violently to the ground, flattening a vast expanse of trees. Simultaneously, the master, Flander, and Lu Erlong all coughed up blood, clearly indicating that the damage had been transmitted to them through their soul power. Amaterasu, Fu Jiang exclaimed, his eyes transforming into a six-winged windmill. A surge of black flames materialized and descended upon the Titan Great Ape. To the Titan, these flames were akin to a mere flicker. Though the temperature was not high, they indeed inflicted harm, inciting a fierce rage within the Titan Great Ape, which felt as if it had been stung by a bullet and, painful and relentless. Upon witnessing the black flames, Xiao Wu felt a chill run down her spine. She had no desire to test the might of those flames. Damn humans! The Titan Great Ape exclaimed in human speech. In that instant, all present were taken aback, and the Golden Iron Triangle's martial soul fusion technique nearly faltered. The ability to speak indicated that the Titan Great Ape had reached a level of 100,000 years. Even a titled Douluo would be compelled to retreat in its presence. Zhao Wujie, get the children to safety. The master shouted furiously, beginning to gather his soul power, intent on fighting to the death. The Golden Iron Triangle, connected in spirit through their Trinity martial soul fusion technique, understood the master's resolve and prepared to hold the Titan Great Ape at bay, allowing the children to escape. Lu Erlong and Flander showed no hesitation, channeling their soul power with reckless abandon, desperate to carve out a slim chance of survival. At that moment, Zhao Wujie acted without a second thought, using his martial soul's true form to shield the children, knowing that the more chaotic the situation became, the easier it would be for them to flee. The 7 treasures glazed tile increases 1's power. First, strength. Second, speed. Ning Rongrong, though gripped by fear, felt a surge of primal instinct rise within her, a reflection of humanity's deep-seated wildness. The 7 treasures glazed tile amplified a soul sage, while the golden holy dragon of the Trinity martial soul fusion technique drained Ning Rongrong's soul power entirely, leaving her incapacitated. Xiao Wu, Tangsen activated the first soul skill of Blue Silver Grass, attempting to snatch Xiao Wu from the Titan Great Ape's grasp. However, such a level of Blue Silver Grass was no match for the Titan Great Ape. The Blue Silver Grass could not even impede the Titan Great Ape and was snapped asunder. Lightning Strike. Fuji wielded a blade of lightning, its violent radiance flickering ominously, interwoven with strands of golden red threads. This was the most formidable strike in Fuji's conventional arsenal, in terms of sheer might. Even the recent Amaterasu paled in comparison to this lightning slash. The other students were equally resolute, none contemplating retreat. Witnessing this scene, Fuji could only marvel at the abundant fortune of the fated child. The ferocious lightning cut through the Titan Great Ape's finger, tearing open its thick hide and causing a trickle of blood to emerge. Although its defenses were breached, for the Titan Great Ape, it was but a minor wound, and due to the electrical shock, it felt a numbness, devoid of any pain. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. Dai Mubai's White Tiger's Radiant Wave struck the Titan Great Ape's foot, failing to stir even the slightest ripple, nor did it capture the creature's attention. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire Line similarly inflicted no damage, and it too went unnoticed by the Titan Great Ape. The assaults from these two powerful attack-type soul masters drew no response from the Titan Great Ape, and Zhu Zhuqing, being an agility type, could hardly be expected to make an impact, as her efforts were scarcely more than a mere tickle. At that moment, Fuji perceived the destiny embodied within the 100,000-year Titan Great Ape. It was neither scant nor excessive. Moreover, this ancient creature seemed to hold a connection with Xiao Wu. Fuji coveted the soul bone and soul ring of this Titan Great Ape, although he never relied on soul rings in battle, relying instead on his immortal mode, Dragon Vein Chakra mode, Rebirth Eye mode, and ultimately the six paths mode to confront adversaries. He acknowledged that a 100,000-year soul ring would undoubtedly surpass a 10,000-year one in strength. Any additional power would be a boon. However, he currently lacked the means to utilize the simple divine control technique to subdue the Titan Great Ape for sacrifice, and having just acquired a soul ring, he could only reserve this Titan Great Ape for later. Earth Escape. Earth Flow Wall. Fuji first formed seals, then struck the ground with both hands, conjuring a wall of earth before him. Yet, he never intended for this maneuver to shield him from the Titan Great Ape's assault. Boom. The earth flow wall shattered with a resounding crash, sending dust billowing into the air. Fuji's form concealed within the haze. He anchored his soul power to the Titan Great Ape's arm, seizing the opportunity to rush towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, witnessing Fuji's reckless bravery, was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze to Tang San, who was equally determined to rescue her, her heart a tumult of confusion. Fuji, quickly escape, Master roared in fury, his ire even extending toward Xiao Wu, who was ensnared in the Titan Great Ape's grasp. If it were not for her, his two disciples would not be fighting so desperately. Had the Titan Great Ape captured Tang San or Fuji, he would have had no objections. However, Xiao Wu, he understood the bond between his two disciples. The golden triangle they formed was strikingly similar to his own relationship with Flender. Yet Fuji and Tang San were not akin to himself and Flender. They were even more formidable. He feared that Fuji and Tang San might turn against each other over Xiao Wu. Fuji's pride was immense, and only in Xiao Wu's presence would he ever lower that pride. Tang San possesses a demeanor that is both refined and affable, placing great importance on Fu Jiang and Xiao Wu. The master believes that should Xiao Wu harbor feelings for Fu Jiang, Tang San would graciously withdraw. However, should they survive this ordeal, he is determined to find Fu Jiang a childhood companion. The battle, if it can be called such, unfolded with an overwhelming force. The Titan Great Ape was felled with merely 2 strikes, and the golden sacred dragon summoned by the Trinity martial soul fusion technique was instantly shattered. The master, Flender, and Lu Erlong were left spitting blood, collapsing to the ground, while Zhao Wujia's martial soul manifestation was shattered, his body drenched in blood, resembling a figure of pure crimson. The Shrek Academy students, save for Fu Jiang, were utterly depleted of soul power, slumped on the ground. Only Fu Jiang remained, positioned defiantly before the towering Titan Great Ape, a veritable mountain of a creature, making him appear insignificantly small. Yet, it was this seemingly inconsequential Fu Jiang who stood resolutely against the Titan Great Ape. Xiao Wu, held captive in the clutches of the Titan Great Ape, was engulfed in chaos. Her thoughts were a tumultuous mess as she gazed at Fu Jiang, battered yet unyielding. Put her down, Fu Jiang roared, and in that moment, a pattern resembling a 4-edged shuriken manifested in his eyes. Blood flowed from Fu Jiang's gaze, his precious eye power being siphoned away. The bleeding was genuine, and the consumption of his eye power was real, yet he was not truly at his wit's end. He still possessed several hidden cards, and utilizing this maneuver to elevate Xiao Wu and Tang San's affection towards him was indeed a clever stratagem. Divine light, Fu Jiang bellowed, and the Titan Great Ape's eyes transformed into kaleidoscopic Sharingan. With the eye power he emitted, he could maintain control over the Titan Great Ape for only a brief duration. And even if he succeeded, he lacked the means to breach the Titan's formidable defenses. Thus, Fu Jiang could only command the Titan Great Ape to gently place Xiao Wu upon the ground. Witnessing Fu Jiang's ability to control the 100,000-year soul beast, the master's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, only to succumb to a blunder that nearly every human makes: greed. Quick, have it sacrifice itself. For Xiao San's second martial soul, the master sputtered, his gaze intensely fixated on the controlled 100,000-year soul beast, having completely forgotten Fu Jiang's current soul power level, deluding himself into believing Fu Jiang could fully command this ancient beast. No soul master could remain unperturbed in the presence of a 100,000-year soul ring or bone. Even title Douluo would find it challenging. As the master's voice rang out, all the conscious individuals present fell into a stupor, turning their attention toward Fu Jiang. The weight of his words was immense, leaving the crowd momentarily speechless. It seemed that Fu Jiang had not only tamed this fearsome 100,000-year soul beast, but could also compel it to sacrifice itself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's heart jolted, and she cast a terrified glance at Fu Jiang. Tang San, Fu Jiang uttered softly, his eyes flowing with blood, an unceasing stream. His complexion paling as if he were losing life force. He has already devised a method for a complete retreat. Soon, the 100,000-year Titan giant ape will regain its senses. From my recent observations of Xiao Wu's demeanor, it is evident that she shares a profound connection with this Titan giant ape. When Xiao Wu heard the master's words, her expression revealed not only shock, but also a hint of panic. Upon hearing this, Tang San was taken aback, but he promptly summoned his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. The 100,000-year soul ring attached to the blue-silver grass is, without a doubt, a considerable waste, even to the master himself. Upon witnessing Tang San's hammer, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Among them, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, seasoned as they are, recognized the hammer enveloped in arcs of electricity. The Haotian hammer. They had already grown somewhat numb to the spectacle of controlling a 100,000-year soul beast, followed by the revelation of dual martial souls. The Titan giant ape turned to face Tang San, and the emotions reflected in its eyes sent chills down Tang San's spine. A Titan giant ape, imbued with human-like intelligence, gazed at him with deep affection, yet Tang San's heart swelled with excitement. The 100,000-year soul ring was secondary. The crucial matter was that Xiao Wu was saved. Second soul skill, charm. Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly shimmered with a pink hue as she fixated intently on Fu Jiang. Upon witnessing this, Fu Jiang hesitated, but ultimately succumbed to the charm. In an instant, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in the Titan giant ape's eyes vanished, reverting to their original state. At that moment, the Titan giant ape became acutely aware of the preceding events, and beads of sweat began to trickle down its back. Roar! The Titan giant ape unleashed a furious roar, causing all living creatures within 1,000 meters to lose consciousness in an instant. Fu Jiang retained a sliver of will, ensuring his wooden clone remained intact. Ming. No. Xiao Wu hurriedly intervened to prevent the Titan giant ape from delivering a fatal blow to Fu Jiang. In response, the Titan giant ape lowered its gaze to the ground at Xiao Wu. Big sister Xiao Wu, he nearly killed me just now. Ming expressed his grievances, having been startled to the core, with a chill now enveloping his neck. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, he felt death so perilously close. He is unaware of our acquaintance, Xiao Wu quickly clarified, touched by Fu Jiang's desperate attempt to save her. She could not allow him to perish here. What? He has discovered your identity? Ming exclaimed in shock, his murderous intent intensifying. He has known all along, yet he harbored no intention to kill me. Otherwise, I would have already become his soul ring. You saw for yourself. He possesses the ability to sacrifice soul beasts. You truly are quite foolish. You should have utilized this soul skill earlier, Xiao Wu remarked, wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic. She then began to reprimand Ming. A diminutive figure chastised a 100,000-year soul beast as if it were a child, and the Titan giant ape showed no inclination to retort, appearing utterly pitiful and aggrieved. But big sister Xiao Wu, this fellow can command soul beasts to perform sacrifices. If it weren't for your sudden attack, I might have perished. Ming is exaggerating. In reality, even without Xiao Wu's assistance, he would have been able to break free from that illusion. After all, the disparity in their soul power levels is too significant, and the Titan Great Ape is unlike other soul beasts, possessing wisdom comparable to that of humans from the moment of its birth. This serves as evidence that the Titan Great Ape's mental strength is certainly formidable. Oh dear, there are no ifs. I shall immediately condense my soul ring. So you should leave at once and convey my regards to Ming, Xiao Wu said, seemingly a tad impatient. Upon uttering these words, she prepared to condense her soul ring. Observing Xiao Wu's demeanor, Ming found himself at a loss. He cast a lingering glance at the unconscious Fu Jiang before turning to bid Xiao Wu farewell and departing directly. He had no concerns regarding Xiao Wu being attacked by other soul beasts. His presence alone assured that soul beasts under 100,000 years would not dare approach within a year. At that moment, Fu Jiang caught sight of the Titan Great Ape's retreating figure and subsequently dispelled the Flying Thunder God technique and the Divine Might technique he had been concentrating on. He felt a divine mandate descend upon him, enhancing his understanding of yin-yang escape, albeit slightly, yet it was far superior to his solitary studies. Slowly, Fu Jiang opened his eyes, his gaze vacant. However, he noticed Xiao Wu's diligent figure and the surrounding trees, which were already in a state of devastation. Trembling, he managed to stand. His eyes had entered a cooling phase, rendering him completely blind, He could not utilize his Sharingan for a month unless he recovered a wooden clone. Otherwise, he would have to wait. Seeing Fu Jiang suddenly awaken and stand unsteadily, Xiao Wu felt a surge of anxiety, especially since she had expended all her soul power in the recent enchantment. Do you recognize that Titan Great Ape? Fu Jiang first confirmed that they had not awakened, then spoke slowly, his voice remarkably calm. Xiao Wu was taken aback. Upon seeing Fu Jiang's vacant eyes, her heart ached, and she hesitated to meet his gaze. Yes, she replied softly, lowering her head like a child who had committed a misdeed, nodding slightly before taking Fu Jiang to a more secluded area to explain the situation. After all, those present could awaken at any moment. Fu Jiang did not resist as Xiao Wu led him away to a quiet spot. Once they had stopped, Xiao Wu turned to face Fu Jiang. His eyes remained devoid of life, and she felt a sense of unease. Controlling a soul beast over 10,000 years old, even for a brief period, was not something a mere soul master could accomplish easily. If it were possible, it would require a tremendous cost. At that moment, the lifelessness in Fu Jiang's eyes was the very price he had paid. Xiao Wu felt a pang of regret, lamenting her impatience in emitting her aura, thereby prompting Erming to seek her out. Had she refrained from doing so, Fu Jiang would not have. She realized that when Fu Jiang began to exert control over Erming, his first command was not to sacrifice Erming, but to let him go free. What has happened to your eyes? Xiao Wu asked, her voice laden with concern. She dreaded hearing any ill tidings. Yet she knew deep down that it could only be bad news. For the time being, the inability to wield one's martial soul is not a grave matter. Should you wish to condense a soul ring next time, simply inform me, and I shall concoct a reason to accompany you. Fu Jian shook his head, signaling that all was well, yet the dimness in his eyes betrayed the truth to Xiao Wu. The situation was far from as simple as he portrayed. Another wave of destiny had descended upon Fu Jian, igniting a flicker of joy within him, although he refrained from expressing any outward elation. I am sorry, Xiao Wu murmured, tears welling in her eyes, her heart filled with an unwillingness to delve further into the matter, a selfish desire to evade reality creeping in. Upon hearing her words, Fu Jian stiffened, as though he wished to avoid such a response. I have said, if anyone seeks to harm you, they must first step over my corpse, Fu Jian declared calmly, extending his hand as if to caress Xiao Wu's head. However, his hand met only emptiness, not because Xiao Wu had withdrawn, but due to his own failure to make contact. Witnessing Fu Jian's demeanor, Xiao Wu shuddered, confronted by the sight she dreaded most. Your eyes. Xiao Wu's voice trembled as she reached out, yearning to touch Fu Jian's handsome face. He did not flinch, yet her hand halted midway, faltering. It's nothing. It will be all right in time, Fu Jian reassured her, his arm extending once more in an attempt to connect with her. Initially taken aback, Xiao Wu instinctively took a step back, but upon seeing Fu Jian's expression, she pressed her small head against his hand. When the teacher awakens, you shall claim it was my illusion that drove away the Titan giant ape. Fu Jian withdrew his hand, having devised a convenient explanation, unafraid of excessive exposure of his powers. Xiao Wu shook her head at his words, yet realizing that Fu Jian could not see her gesture. Her heart ached anew. A flicker of amusement crossed Fu Jian's mind, his expression softening into a gentle smile, his captivating visage sufficient to captivate any woman. There is no need. Simply say it was a mighty roar that startled the Titan giant ape away, Xiao Wu insisted, shaking her head once more, then steadying Fu Jian, whose form trembled, nearly toppling backward. Let us hasten, we must leave the Tian Dou forest. Master S' voice was frail, urging them onward as he guided their escape. Lu Erlong supported the master, lifting him in a determined embrace, and upon ascertaining their direction, they dashed toward the forest's edge. Zhao Wujia and Flender, too, bore the weight of their weakened bodies, sprinting with the children towards safety. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in their minds, the urgency of survival prevailed. Uncertainty loomed over whether the Titan giant ape would return, and they were left pondering why they still clung to life. Along the way, they encountered a group of man-faced spiders, with 3 soul saints ensnared in a fierce battle. The soul power of all present had dwindled significantly, and the 3 soul saints found themselves in a weakened state. Fortunately, the leading man-faced spider possessed merely a cultivation of 1,700 years. Otherwise, they would have surely met their demise here. Tang Sen absorbed the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, which had existed for 1,700 years. The master deduced that Tang San was indeed capable of absorbing this soul ring, which is why he consented to it. The atmosphere, once fraught with tension due to the urgency of escape, had now eased considerably. At the very least, those who were meant to possess soul rings had now acquired them. Oscar with his phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, Fu Jiang with his thunder beast, Tang San with the human-faced demon spider, and Xiao Wu with her third soul ring. With the master's wisdom, he naturally perceived something amiss with Xiao Wu. After all, such matters were not easily dismissed. Shrek Academy. Gazing at the familiar yet dilapidated gates of Shrek Academy, a sense of nostalgia washed over the group. Tang San, Fu Jiang, Xiao Wu, please come to my office. The rest may go and rest, the master declared, not immediately retreating to rest himself, while also preventing Flender, who wished to take a break, from leaving. Seeing his old friend in this manner, Flender understood that the master had something important to discuss. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong also halted her steps, unwilling to leave the master's side for even a moment. Upon hearing the master's words, Xiao Wu's delicate frame trembled, instinctively taking a step back as she noticed a deeply concealed glimmer of greed in the master's eyes. However, Fu Jiang's hand suddenly rested on Xiao Wu's shoulder, his warm touch providing her with a measure of courage, reminding her of his previous words. Tang San, too, seemed to recall something. Positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu, he was no fool, and having shared his heart with Fu Jiang, he could infer certain truths from their exchanges. Observing this, the master silently sighed, then turned and departed with Flender and Lu Erlong watching the trio's retreating figures. Fu Jiang furrowed his brow slightly. He did not believe Xiao Wu would encounter any peril, for she was the destined protagonist, and her demise was inconceivable. If it were a side character fated to die, burdened with destiny, he could sense the aura of death surrounding them, much like with Hyuga Niji. Shrek Academy. In the office of the principal, the master, Flender, and Lu Erlong sat upon simple wooden chairs, while Xiao Wu, Fu Jiang, and Tang San took their seats opposite them. At that moment, Xiao Wu appeared somewhat anxious. Had Fu Jiang and Tang San not been by her side, she might have fled. Xiao Wu, why did you attack Fu Jiang? The master's tone was calm and unruffled, yet it carried an air of inquiry. He had always believed that Fu Jiang and Tang San were celestial compensations for his tragic early life, and thus he would never permit anyone to harm his two disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong, Flender, and Tang San turned their astonished gazes towards Xiao Wu, as they had not witnessed her attacking Fu Jiang. Only the master, having inadvertently seen Xiao Wu's second soul ring illuminate, began to grasp the situation. What? Xiao Wu feigned ignorance, though her slightly flustered expression betrayed her. I witnessed with my own eyes that when Fu Jiang controlled the Titan Great Ape, your second soul ring glowed. Your second soul skill is charm. At that moment, Fu Jiang was at his most vulnerable. Do you not understand? Without your intervention, Little San would now possess 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. The master spoke with a stern expression, contemplating that if his estimation was accurate, it was not too late. Once Fu Jiang recovered, he could once again possess 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong and Flandra exchanged glances filled with confusion towards Xiao Wu, unable to comprehend why she would attack Fu Jiang. Was it jealousy over Tang San's impending acquisition of a 100,000-year soul ring? Lu Erlong and Flandra had known Xiao Wu for only a few days, whereas the master had witnessed her grow up. Initially, the master harbored doubts. Xiao Wu, lacking any prominent background and possessing a martial spirit that was not particularly formidable, could only be considered a genius by her soul power level. In terms of combat capability, she positioned herself as an assault-type soul master, yet her two soul skills, one a bow and the other enchanting, seemed utterly incongruous. The master did not believe that such a Xiao Wu could hunt a 100-year soul beast, and he had never seen her attempt to do so. Xiao Wu wished to defend herself, but found her words feeble and ineffective. Xiao Wu did not attack me. It was my ocular power that was exhausted, rendering me unable to control the Titan Great Ape. Fu Jiang suddenly asserted, his tone resolute. In an instant, Xiao Wu's gaze shifted to Fu Jiang, then to Tang San, where she perceived a hint of regret on his face. After all, it was a 100,000-year soul ring. Tang San had experienced the potency of a 1,000-year soul ring and could imagine the terrifying enhancement a 100,000-year soul ring would bestow upon him. This was a natural reaction, yet at that moment, it appeared painfully glaring to the vulnerable Xiao Wu. Fu Jiang, You must understand, the master interjected, frowning. He was aware that both of his disciples valued their emotions deeply. One, born with a sense of righteousness, could articulate sentiments such as once a teacher, forever a father, while the other, having lost everything, cherished those close to him immensely. In Notting City, a soul master had spoken disrespectfully to him, and within half an hour, that soul master was seen running through the city in a state of undress, leading to his social demise and subsequent hasty departure from Notting City. I have known all along that the Sharingan possesses the power to see through all things. Fu Jiang nodded, his gaze unwavering, though he saw little clearly. His vision blurred to an extreme, akin to a severe myopia, rendering him nearly blind. Upon hearing this, the master was momentarily taken aback, but then his suspicions were fully confirmed. A soft-boned rabbit with innate full soul power? What nonsense! A top-tier martial spirit is not necessarily endowed with innate full soul power. Yet one with innate full soul power must be a top-tier martial spirit. The process of hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings is an inevitable journey for every soul master, but 100,000-year soul beast, possessing human form, does not require hunting to form a soul ring. The master had long harbored doubts, but had set them aside, focusing solely on the future development of Fu Jiang and Tang San. He even contemplated seeking out the woman who had deeply wounded his heart to resolve the issues surrounding dual martial spirits. Are you aware of the significance of a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone? The master's voice was profoundly somber. He wished to avoid conflict with his disciple and had no intention of claiming the soul ring or soul bone for himself. Achieving the 30th level was already the pinnacle of his life's journey. Even if gifted to him, such treasures would be a gross misuse. These soul ring and soul bone were intended for his disciples, be it Fu Jiang or Tang San. It did not matter who absorbed them. Ideally, Fu Jiang would absorb Xiao Wu's soul ring, while Tang San would harness the Titan Great Ape soul ring for his Haoyan hammer. After all, the Titan Great Ape greatly valued strength, and imbuing the Haoyan hammer with its soul ring would undoubtedly enhance its power considerably. Yet, 100,000-year soul beasts are not ubiquitous, and soul masters cannot afford to be selective among them. Master, I once vowed that if anyone sought to harm Xiao Wu, they would have to step over my corpse. Fu Jiang declared earnestly, his once dull eyes now faintly glimmering with an indescribable light, causing the master to furrow his brow, Xiao Wu to freeze in shock, and Tang San to press his lips together. At that moment, Flinder and Lu Erlong began to harbor suspicions, piecing together the master's and Fu Jiang's recent cryptic exchanges. They turned their gaze toward Xiao Wu, a chill creeping down her spine. Women are often governed by emotion, especially someone like Lu Erlong, who yearns for love, yet has been ruthlessly crushed by reality. Xiao Gang, we have grown old. Let these matters be resolved by the younger generation, Flinder remarked. Regardless, Xiao Wu had paid her dues and called him her principal. She was his student, and no matter her circumstances, she belonged to him and to Shrek Academy. Indeed, Xiao Gang, has our shared tragedy not been sufficient? Lu Erlong's voice was laced with a hint of hoarseness, her sorrowful gaze causing Xiao Gang to bow his head in silence. Fu Jiang has revealed his ability to make soul beasts sacrifice themselves. Flinder, you must speak with those students, particularly Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. The forces behind them cannot overlook Fu Jiang's capabilities. The master sighed, then turned to Flinder, offering his counsel. If matters grew dire, he could only rely on the Golden Iron Triangle. This title was not merely forged through the trio's fusion techniques, but was also the result of countless soul master sacrifices. Hearing this, Fu Jiang exhaled in relief, his spirit visibly rejuvenating, before reclining in his chair. The others present hurried to check on Fu Jiang's condition, reassured to find he had merely fainted. Take Fu Jiang to rest, the master instructed, gazing at Xiao Wu. In his view, Fu Jiang's current state was a consequence of Xiao Wu. He could not use his martial soul for a month, and he sensed that the price Fu Jiang had paid was far greater than it appeared. After all, we are speaking of a 100,000-year soul beast. Could controlling such a creature be restored within merely a month? The master, lost in thought, found himself growing increasingly disenchanted with Xiao Wu. Shrek Academy, the girls' dormitory. The morning sun bathed them in its gentle light, and Zhu Zhuqing, adhering to her meticulously structured routine, was the first to awaken. Soon after, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong followed suit. The three exchanged glances, each harboring unspoken thoughts, their spirits dampened by the harrowing life-and-death struggle they had endured the previous day. Ning Rongrong contemplated the 4 dark soul rings adorning Fu Jiang, which were even more formidable than her own Xiaoguo. A shadow flickered in her gaze. Despite Fu Jiang's striking appearance, she could not help but feel that her own Xiaoguo was superior in her heart. Zhu Zhuqing also pondered the dark soul rings on Fu Jiang, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. If Fu Jiang could command soul beasts to sacrifice themselves, she too desired a 10,000-year soul beast as her 3rd soul ring, not only to escape her cursed fate, but also to seek retribution against those who had wronged her. Xiao Wu's mind, however, was a blank slate, devoid of thoughts or purpose. She mechanically rose and washed up, her gaze hazy as she looked at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, a chill creeping into her heart. She realized that escaping by her own strength was utterly unrealistic. Regret washed over her. She lamented not heeding Ming's advice to remain in the Star Dou forest or to vanish before Tang San and Fu Jiang. Xiao Wu, what troubles you? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, a frown creasing her brow. Eager for a 10,000-year soul ring, she recognized that recklessly approaching Fu Jiang was unwise. It would be more prudent to start with those Fu Jiang cared for. At her words, Xiao Wu turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Remembering that only Master and Fu Jiang had witnessed her 2nd soul skill, charm, leaving Zhu Zhuqing unaware of her true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. Nothing, Xiao Wu replied, recalling how, prior to yesterday, she had racked her brain trying to match Zhu Zhuqing with Fu Jiang. Now, however, a twinge of regret surfaced within her. By the way, how is Fu Jiang? Zhu Zhuqing, still naive to the intricacies of human emotion, shifted directly to the subject after a brief greeting. The allure of a 10,000-year soul ring was simply too enticing. If she could secure one as her 3rd ring, she would be certain of exacting revenge on the Zhu family. Ning Rongrong paused in surprise, then turned her gaze to Xiao Wu. Who could possibly refuse a 10,000-year soul ring, especially as a 3rd ring? He suffered severe injuries and requires time to recuperate, Xiao Wu responded after a moment's hesitation. Throughout the night, she had been plagued by dreams in which countless soul masters assailed her, intent on killing her and claiming her soul bones. Each time, she met her demise, only to awaken, until the final dream in which Fu Jiang stood before her, shielding her from all harm. Xiao Wu, do you know how he acquired those 4 10,000-year soul rings? Ning Rongrong suddenly asked, her expression one of innocent curiosity. She was well aware that Fu Jiang's soul rings were the result of soul beasts being sacrificed, as the 100,000-year soul beast had indeed been controlled. And Fu Jiang's possession of 10,000-year soul rings confirmed his ability to command soul beasts to offer themselves. What are your intentions? Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, casting a doubtful glance at Ning Rongrong, who appeared unfazed. Do you understand the fate that befalls individuals with such abilities if they lack a powerful force to protect them? Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke with a serious demeanor, her previous innocent facade seeming like mere pretense. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was taken aback, narrowing her eyes as she regarded Ning Rongrong. Even a soul beast of 100,000 years cannot compare to Fu Jiang. While a 100,000-year soul beast may empower a single individual, Fu Jiang's capabilities can cultivate an entire generation of prodigies within a faction, Ning Rongrong asserted, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Xiao Wu. After all, she was the daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader and had to consider the future of her sect. She may be a little enchantress, yet she would not forsake anything that could augment the strength of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, my father is its leader, and we have 2 titled Douluos to safeguard us until Fu Jiang matures. Ning Rongrong placed her right hand over her left breast and spoke slowly, a confident smile adorning her beautiful face. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow slightly. The Douluo Empire and the Tian Dou Empire were adversaries, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was one of the top 3 sects supporting the Tian Dou Empire. Although she sought revenge against the Zhu family, it did not imply she would betray her nation. Strengthening the Tian Dou Empire would equate to treachery against her own country. However, she could not stop it. She did not represent the Zhu family, nor the Douluo Empire, and neither could Dai Mubai. She understood that her and Dai Mubai's existence served merely to empower their respective siblings. In simple terms, they were pawns, tools. I cannot represent Fu Jiang, Xiao Wu murmured, lowering her gaze and avoiding Ning Rongrong's eyes. She understood this truth, 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone could only enhance one person at a time. Although 100,000-year soul bone could be passed down, only one individual in a generation could wield it. Fu Jiang, on the other hand, was different. His martial soul could be inherited, and it could also compel soul beasts to sacrifice themselves, enabling an entire new generation within a faction to become monstrous geniuses. The legacy of a faction relies not only on its foundation, but also on the infusion of fresh blood from the new generation. If the new generation is weak, the faction risks annihilation at any moment. With Fu Jiang's ability to elicit sacrifices from soul beasts, even a mere pig could attain genius status. But he seems to care for you deeply. Even in the face of the 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan Great Ape, he stood his ground. Ning Rongrong remarked. I believe your words. He will surely give it serious consideration. If you and Fu Jiang join the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School, we will guarantee your safety. And you may freely access any resources at our disposal. Ning Rongrong spoke with a smile, her demeanor still somewhat youthful, yet already reflecting the grace of Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School. Knock knock. Little monsters, gather on the playground within 20 minutes. A voice from outside the door announced the presence of Flender. Given that it was a girls' dormitory, he could not simply burst in. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing paused briefly before responding in unison. Understood, Dean. After receiving their affirmative reply, Flender nodded and departed. Needing time to process the revelation that one of his students possessed a spirit beast that had existed for 100,000 years. To claim that he did not desire the spirit bone from such a beast would be a deception of the self. The distinction between man and beast lies in humanity's ability to restrain its desires, a trait absent in wild creatures. Xiao Wu, my words hold eternal validity. Let us proceed. Ning Rongrong said with a gentle smile, quickly reverting to her innocent demeanor before seizing Xiao Wu's hand and leading her away. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, though her head remained bowed, as if burdened by her own thoughts. At Shrek Academy, in the boys' dormitory, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar congregated, while Fu Jiang remained in his room, lost in slumber. Little San, Fu Jiang can indeed compel spirit beasts to offer sacrifices, Dai Mubai asked knowingly, his eyes glimmering with a light that unsettled Tang San. He envisioned surpassing Davis, believing that with a 1,000-year spirit ring as his fourth, neither Davis nor the ancient figures of the royal family would pose a threat to him. Yet, he also felt a twinge of regret for arriving at Shrek Academy too late. Of course, my 2 900-year spirit rings were acquired through Fu Jiang, Ma Hongjun interjected eagerly. Devoid of greed for a 1,000-year ring. Though he was known for his lustful disposition, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Had his first spirit ring been a 1,000-year one, he might have blossomed into a prodigy, yet an unrefined prodigy is merely a corpse. This realization came after guidance from the dean. Initially, he had yearned for a 1,000-year first ring. Both of your spirit rings are 900 years. While Dai Mubai had his suspicions, he was still taken aback to learn that both of Ma Hongjuan's rings were indeed 900 years old. What is this? Fu Jiang possesses only 1,000-year rings. Alas, if only I had a soul skill that could conceal the color of my rings. I would have Fu Jiang procure a full set of 1,000-year rings for me, Ma Hongjun proclaimed with pride, as though he himself were the one capable of commanding spirit beast sacrifices. Hearing this, Dai Mubai's breath quickened, accompanied by a sense of frustration. He finally comprehended why Dean Flender had advised him to delay his hunt for spirit rings. It turned out that a 900-year ring was exponentially superior to a 1,000-year ring. Dai Mubai felt a throbbing headache and harbored grievances toward Dean Flender. Had he been clearer from the outset, he would have willingly waited 2 months. In truth, Flender had his own hesitations, given that Dai Mubai's martial soul was the White Tiger and he bore the surname Dai. It was evident he was a member of the Douluo royal family. He had suggested that Dai Mubai postpone his hunt to confer with the master, weighing the potential benefits against the drawbacks of the situation. However, Dai Mubai lacked the patience to wait and implored Zhao Wujie to accompany him to the Star Dou forest to hunt soul beasts. Flanders, for his part, allowed it. But in truth, the master had thoroughly berated Flanders. Fu Jian's abilities were sufficient to drive the entire continent into a frenzy, and he hoped they could keep this secret. Tang San solemnly stated that he had no other options now. Fu Jian's powers had been exposed. He could sense that since Fu Jian's ability to compel soul beasts to sacrifice had come to light, the way everyone regarded him, Fu Jin and Xiao Wu had changed profoundly. The looks were laden with various implications, but the intent was singular. Of course, no problem, for we are friends. However, Xiao-san, could you speak to Fu Jin and ask him to assist me in obtaining a soul ring? Oscar, in a lively manner, draped an arm around Tang San's shoulder. His gestures exaggerated, rendering his previously handsome visage somewhat comical. That can be arranged, as long as we safeguard this secret, Tang San nodded, as though he had already acquiesced on Fu Jin's behalf. This minor matter was within his purview. As long as Fu Jin's secret remained intact, anything could be negotiated. Xiao-san, we have endured trials together as brothers. Have you and Fu Jin considered joining a faction? Dai Mubai began to meander in his conversation, centering around the theme of their shared struggles against the Titan giant ape, highlighting that none had flinched in the face of adversity. Once Dai Mubai had completed his lengthy discourse, his final statement struck at the heart of his intentions. If he could entice Fu Jin to join the Douluo Empire, he would ascend to imperial power, unopposed, with even some covertly orchestrating the downfall of Davis to pave his way. No matter how formidable or illustrious Davis was, a family capable of producing super geniuses among the royal lineage would eclipse him, especially since Davis lacked any particularly extraordinary talents. We have not considered that yet. Tang San realized Dai Mubai was keen on recruiting both him and Fu Jin, but primarily Fu Jin, with himself as an afterthought. Thus, he refrained from a direct answer. Such matters of allegiance ought to be discussed with Fu Jin first. If Fu Jin was amenable, he would have no objections. Take your time to contemplate. Suddenly, Dai Mubai remembered Tang San's second martial soul, the Haoyan hammer. He was well acquainted with its form, for it was the preeminent weapon martial soul of the continent. If Tang San's martial soul was indeed the Haoyan hammer, he must hail from the Haoyan Sect. This was not auspicious news. Although the Haoyan Sect had remained secluded for many years, he doubted they would relinquish a talent like Fu Jin, capable of revolutionizing the world of soul masters. Yet, seeing that Tang San appeared unaware of his second martial soul, Dai Mubai, after a series of subtle inquiries, was finally convinced that Tang San did not know his second martial soul was the Haoyan hammer. Could it be that he was a hidden offspring left behind by someone from the Haoyan Sect? Dai Mubai pondered with a hint of skepticism. However, even if Tang San were indeed a member of the Haoyan Sect, he would never relinquish his pursuit of Fu Jiang. This was his opportunity for a reversal. Boss Dai, it seems you intend for Brother San and Fu Jiang to be your subordinates, remarked Ma Hongjun, his forthrightness leading him to speak without much forethought. Thus his words seemed somewhat inappropriate. Not at all. I wish to forge a brotherhood with Xiao San and Fu Jiang. Even if I possess but a single golden soul coin in the future, I shall share half of it with them, Dai Mubai declared, shaking his head to demonstrate his resolve. Tang San felt no surprise, for he had heard from the master that once Fu Jiang's ability to sacrifice soul beasts was revealed, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed across the continent. The master had even asserted that Fu Jiang would become the protagonist of this era. Despite being a genius with twin martial souls, he paled in significance compared to Fu Jiang in the eyes of the various sections. What about us then? Oscar interjected, sensing the peculiar atmosphere, attempting to lighten the mood. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai realized he might have been a tad too fervent. However, faced with such a remarkable ability, no soul master on the continent could remain indifferent, especially those backed by formidable forces. You? Just barely adequate to be my underlings, Dai Mubai replied, his tone dripping with arrogant pride, though this conceit carried an air of mockery. Hey, Boss Dai, once I reach level 30, I'll have Fu Jiang procure a 9,000-year soul ring for me, and then we can spar. Ma Hongjun chimed in, instantly revitalizing the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression darkened, and he fixed a piercing gaze upon Ma Hongjun. No need to wait until you reach level 30. We can spar right now. Dai Mubai thought to himself, feeling a twinge of insecurity, knowing that despite the level disparity, facing Ma Hongjun with 2 900-year soul rings and 1 9,000-year soul ring would likely result in his defeat. Little monsters, gather on the playground. Teacher Xiao will look after Fu Jiang. Frander kicked open the wooden door, followed by the food system soul saint, Xiao Exine, with a smile gracing his face. He addressed the 4 little monsters assembled together. He regarded them much like seedlings he had nurtured himself. Once they grew into towering trees, they would undoubtedly spread the name of Shrek across the continent. Looking at the 7 little monsters before him, Flandra felt an overwhelming sense of ambition. Though one among them was a true prodigy, he paid it no mind. As long as they crossed the threshold of Shrek Academy, they would all be treated equally as his students. Ahem, little monsters, today was originally designated as a rest day. However, due to some special circumstances, we shall hold a meeting. Striving to embody the authority of the principal, Flandre raised a clenched fist to his mouth, cleared his throat lightly, and then spoke earnestly. His hawk-like gaze paired with a commanding presence, lending him an air of gravitas. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong slightly narrowed her eyes, well aware of Flandre's intentions. Even anticipating what he was about to say next, the individuals present were not lacking in intellect. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing shared a tacit understanding, both contemplating whether they should relay the information back to the Luo Empire. Dai Mubai hesitated to send the news, for the empire was rife with those loyal to his elder brother, Davis. Should his message reach them, there was a substantial risk of interception, leading to Davis arriving in Soto City to thwart him, resulting in his inevitable failure. Zhu Zhuqing, driven by vengeance, also refrained from conveying the message. Aiding the Zhu family in growing stronger would only incite further bloodshed should Fu Jiang's abilities come to light. The messenger might end up with little more than their life, serving as a mere pawn in future alliances. Regarding Fu Jiang's abilities, it was clear that you were already informed. Thus, I implore you to keep this matter undisclosed, especially from those formidable forces. After Flandre spoke, he deliberately focused his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, internally affirming her suspicions. Rest assured, Dean, my lips are sealed. I am as tight-lipped as a bottle, she declared. Oscar promptly added. His spirits lifted as he began to imagine the day he would acquire a soul ring of a 10,000-year caliber. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu nodded emphatically, indicating their understanding. Dean, have you considered that Fu Jiang's abilities will eventually be exposed? Rather than facing the world's powers unprepared, it would be wiser to align with a major force. I firmly believe that with Fu Jiang's talents, no significant power would refuse him, Ning Rongrong suggested, her expression radiating sincerity, as if genuinely concerned for Fu Jiang's welfare. Indeed, we must seek out a top-tier force. Although the three sects are formidable, they cannot contend directly with the martial Soul Hall or the two great empires. In my opinion, it would be prudent to choose between the two empires, Dai Mubai remarked, subtly influencing Ning Rongrong's perspective. His assertion held merit. Although the seven-treasure Glazed tile sect was powerful, it paled in comparison to the two empires and the martial Soul Hall. The former wielded an overwhelming number of low-ranking soul masters, while the latter boasted the majority of high-ranking ones. Quantity versus quality. Dai Mubai, I find your suggestion quite astute. The Luo Empire is notorious for its ruthless and barbaric tactics, even encouraging fratricide among royalty. While the Tian Dou Empire may not rival the Luo Empire in strength, all three sects are situated within it, granting them the capacity to confront any force in this world, Ning Rongrong asserted. Once Fu Jiang entered the Tian Dou Empire, he would effectively become part of her seven-treasure Glazed tile sect, as her father, Ning Fengji, was currently the instructor of the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe. Yet, she recognized that despite the seven-treasure Glazed tile sect's strength, it could not solely rely on its power to withstand the pressures from the entirety of the Soul Master realm. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression faltered, revealing a hint of discomfort. The Luo Empire's brutal methods were indeed notorious, marked by their cruel and savage nature, fostering a culture of sibling rivalry. I hail from the Luo Empire and am a prince of the empire. Should Fu Jiang wish to join, I am willing to share the empire with him. Dai Mubai expressed with a sense of unwavering confidence that securing Fu Jiang would undoubtedly solidify his position as the emperor of the Xingledi Guo. Regardless of how hard Daisu might strive, he would stand no chance against him. The ministers in the court would inevitably rally behind him, for who would not desire the eternal prosperity of their lineage? As for the shared empire, that was a matter for the future. If he failed to win Fu Jiang's favor, his fate would be nothing short of death. Dai Weisu, being his elder and possessing similar talents, would ensure his demise unless an unforeseen circumstance intervened. Prince, I have heard that the prince residing in the capital of the Xingledi Guo is named Ding. Ding began to insinuate, implying that Mubai was merely a figurehead prince, lacking any influence of his own within the empire. Once Fu Jiang agreed to support him, the ministers would undoubtedly endorse his claim. particularly if his fourth soul ring was of the Millennium grade. Dai Mubai fixed his gaze intently upon Tang Sen, yet before he could finish, he was interrupted by the master. Enough. I do not oppose your intention to court Fu Jiang, nor will I hinder it. For such talents as Fu Jiang's are far too perilous to remain unanchored among the top powers. The master's deep voice resonated with authority, silencing both Mubai and Ningguang. Gradually, his tone softened, instilling a flicker of hope within them. However, I urge you to refrain from disclosing your affiliations before graduation, particularly you, Ba Mubai. If I surmise correctly, your plan is to first acquire a Millennium Soul Ring and subsequently leverage it to defeat your brother Risu. I am somewhat familiar with the traditions of the Xingloi Diguo. The master's tone shifted sharply, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Yang, causing them to feel a twinge of anxiety. Moreover, Fu Jiang's brother is the saint of the Wuandang. Should you recklessly align with a faction, it could precipitate a catastrophic conflict. The master's declaration took them aback, and they exchanged glances filled with disappointment. Rest assured, Fu Jiang's relationship with her brother is not unlike yours with Douluo. Both are fraught with tension. The master provided a reassuring insight, rekindling a glimmer of hope in Mubai and Ningguang. Could it be that Fu Jiang is backed by a formidable force? Dai Mubai inquired hastily, for this matter was of utmost importance to his very existence. Not currently. To be precise, there was once a powerful backing, but it no longer exists. The master replied ambiguously, having achieved his goal. Now, he faced the more challenging issue of the cherished daughter of the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School's leader, whose status was incomparable to that of Dai Mubai, the discarded prince. Very well, you may rest now, but remember, do not leave the academy, Fu interjected, implying a sort of soft confinement. No one objected, and they dispersed in small clusters back to their dormitories, except for Tang, who remained rooted in place. After the crowd had dispersed, Tang Sen stepped forward, his expression tinged with urgency as he sought to inquire. Xiao-san, I harbor no ill will towards Fu Jiang. The master reassured Tang Sen with a comforting gaze, before slowly articulating his thoughts. He was acutely aware that the seven-treasured Glazed Tile School could not guarantee Fu Jiang's safety, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was even less capable of doing so. The dual martial soul disadvantage of the Haotian sect might only be resolved through Fu Jiang. Over the years, he had observed that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall did not seem as ruthless as Fu Jiang had portrayed. Perhaps there were deeper intrigues at play. At Shrek Academy's playground, Fu Jiang stood quietly, his demeanor somewhat awkward, a sentiment that did not go unnoticed by others, who collectively turned their gaze towards Dai Mubai. Since Fu Jiang's awakening, Dai Mubai had exhibited excessive enthusiasm, as if fearful that others might not recognize his intentions towards Fu Jiang. Next, you must familiarize yourselves with your teammates' combat style. Fu Jiang, you can utilize your soul power now, correct? The master suddenly interjected, prompting the attendees to direct their attention towards him before he turned to Fu Jiang. In response, Fu Jiang maintained his gaze, nodding slightly. If that is the case, then the seven of you shall spar with Fu Jiang. There are no restrictions. Even Xiao San's hidden weapons may be employed, but Fu Jiang, you are prohibited from using S-rank soul skills. The master nodded, his expression impassive, as this was also intended to showcase Fu Jiang's prowess to Dai Mubai and the others. Superficially, the stronger Fu Jiang appeared, the more unsettled Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong's backing forces would likely become. After all, their desire was merely for a tool that would empower their descendants. Should this tool prove too formidable, it would not align with their aspirations. Although this maneuver also placed Fu Jiang in jeopardy, a man had approached him the previous day, assuring him that regardless of the circumstances, he would safeguard Fu Jiang. This assurance provided him with considerable confidence, for that man was a formidable figure who had even bested the Pope. Upon hearing the master's words, everyone present, save for Xiao Wu and Tang San, was momentarily taken aback. They acknowledged Fu Jiang's strength, yet questioned his ability to contend against their seven combined forces, particularly with Tang San's hidden weapons and the external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, acquired from the 1,000-year-old faceless demon spider. While their combat capabilities could not be deemed invincible, they were undeniably potent. Even if Fu Jiang possessed 4 10,000-year soul rings, it seemed implausible for him to triumph under such constraints. Master, what constitutes an S-rank soul skill? Ma Hongjun suddenly inquired. Although he was aware of Fu Jiang's ability to make soul beasts sacrifice themselves, he was oblivious to Fu Jiang's true strength. in their usual sparring sessions. Fu Jiang had never employed soul skills, relying solely on physical prowess to dominate him, often leaving him in a disheveled state. In response, everyone but Tang San turned their attention to the master. Fu Jiang's self-created soul skills can be discussed with Xiao San. He has learned some as well, and is one of the individuals who understands Fu Jiang the best. You have a stick of incense's worth of time to deliberate on strategies to counter Fu Jiang. The master exhibited no fear regarding the revelation of Fu Jiang's abilities. After all, Fu Jiang's most alluring secret had already been unveiled, rendering the others inconsequential. Moreover, they were destined to become allies, facing adversaries together in the future. In truth, the master did not believe that anyone among the group, aside from Tang San, would ever stand alongside Fu Jiang in battle. Subsequently, he turned and departed, exuding an air of confidence in Fu Jiang. The crowd gathered, all eyes fixated on Tang San, who felt somewhat disconcerted by the attention. Fu Jiang had employed the S-rank soul skill, Thunder Escape, during his battle with teacher Zhao that day, and he was adept in 5 elemental attributes: wind, thunder, fire, water, and earth. His greatest strengths lay in the realms of thunder and fire. Tang San discerned the meaning behind the master's earlier glance. Thus he refrained from withholding information and spoke candidly. Although he could not fathom why the master had altered his stance overnight, he chose to trust his mentor. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present twitched in surprise. Are you implying that Fu Jiang's soul skills are categorized by rank? Ma Hongjuan's expression morphed into one of astonishment, his features becoming somewhat comical on his rotund face. Fu Jiang's soul skills ranged from D, C, B, A, to S, along with forbidden techniques that did not conform to any grade. Tang San began to elaborate on Fu Jiang's soul skills, noting that his most frequently utilized techniques were Fire Escape and Thunder Escape, as these two exhibited the greatest explosive power. Moreover, when battling Fu Jiang, one should never trust their own eyes. His martial spirit was the Sharingan, and its most formidable aspect was not the myriad escape techniques, but Fu Jiang's illusions. However, at present, Fu Jiang's martial spirit could not be employed, rendering his illusions presumably weaker. Yet caution was still advised, for some illusions need not be activated solely through the eyes. After articulating so much in one breath, Tang San observed the astonished expressions of those around him, feeling an unexpected swell of pride, as if the formidable Fu Jiang he described was a reflection of himself. In his past life, he had known neither parents nor friends. The concept of friendship had merely been something he had heard of. Yet in this life, it seemed as though the heavens were compensating him, for he not only had a friend like Fu Jiang, with whom he could share life and death, but also these classmates. Are escape techniques a general term? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, Thunder Attribute soul skills correspond to Thunder Escape, while Fire Attribute soul skills align with Fire Escape. These are the names Fu Jiang has coined, Tang San replied, swiftly devising strategies in his mind. In the past, when Fu Jiang could still wield the Sharingan, Tang San had never emerged victorious against him. This time, he was eager to test his mettle. Hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. So, Fu Jiang possesses at least 25 unique soul skills at his disposal? Oscar assumed a contemplative pose, his features contorting in a manner akin to someone suffering from constipation. No worries, Fu Jiang is currently blind and temporarily unable to see. We can fully leverage this opportunity to mount a counterattack. Ma Hongjun spoke candidly, though he quickly recognized the inappropriateness of his words as he caught sight of Xiao Wu's intense gaze fixated upon him, prompting him to amend his statement. Upon hearing this, Tang San shook his head with a grave expression. It was futile. Fu Jiang possessed a soul skill known as Kagura's Hard Eye, akin to an innate domain, capable of sensing even the slightest movement behind him. Tang San earnestly stated that he could not conceive of any strategy to counter Fu Jiang, nor could he fathom the formidable presence of Uchiha Itachi, whom Fu Jiang claimed to surpass by several magnitudes. At this moment, the group did not gasp in astonishment. They had grown somewhat accustomed to the shock. What is the point of fighting? Dai Mubai interjected, having witnessed Fu Jiang's lightning slash, his earlier confidence now utterly shattered. No, Fu Jiang is at his most vulnerable now. He can only utilize soul power and cannot employ his martial soul, which means the abilities derived from his 4 10,000-year soul rings are also unavailable. Tang San shook his head, realizing that this might be the closest encounter he had with Fu Jiang's strength before ascending to the rank of title Douluo. He was unwilling to concede defeat and yearned to gauge the extent of his disparity with Fu Jiang. Right, do not engage Fu Jiang in close combat. He possesses a soul skill known as Monster Strength, which even soul beasts 10 levels above him cannot match in sheer power. Tang Xin divulged yet another piece of despairing information. First soul skill, Bind. Second soul skill, Phoenix in Flames. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. Second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. First soul skill, Waste Bow. First soul skill, Restorative Sausage. I possess a Grand Sausage. Second soul skill, Flying Mushroom Sausage. I possess a Mushroom Sausage. 7 treasures turn out with glazed light. First is Strength. Second is Speed. Little Wu and Zhu Zhuqing launched a direct assault, while Tang Xin aimed to restrict Fu Jiang's attacks. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun provided ranged support, and Oscar prepared his first soul skill and third, the Restorative and Mushroom Sausages in hand, subsequently supplying one to each of his comrades. Despite being besieged, Fu Jiang remained composed. Through his Kagura's hard eye, he perceived the incoming attacks. With hands striking like lightning, he seized Little Wu's ankle with one hand and Zhu Zhuqing's wrist with the other, then violently flung them aside. Following this, he formed seals, causing 4 earthen walls to rise from the ground, encasing Fu Jiang within. The Phoenix Fire Line and White Tiger Radiant Wave struck the walls, merely causing them to tremble slightly, dislodging some dust, but failing to breach the integrity of the structure. Watch your feet. Fu Jiang can burrow underground, Tang Xin shouted, then consumed the mushroom sausage in his hand, unfurling his wings and soaring upwards. The others paused momentarily before following suit, devouring their mushroom sausages in an attempt to ascend into the sky. However, one individual was a step too late, Ma Hongjun. Earth Escape. Decapitation Technique. A pair of hands grasped Ma Hongjun's legs, dragging him beneath the surface, leaving only his head exposed. In an instant, their ranks diminished by 1. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. In midair, Tang Xin activated his Purple Extreme Magic Eye, seeking the whereabouts of Fu Jiang. Ultimately, he located Fu Jiang beside the exposed head of Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing Fu Jiang, Tang Xin's complexion flushed slightly. He understood that Fu Jiang merely chose not to conceal himself. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Fu Jiang's hands moved like fluttering butterflies, weaving intricate seals that dazzled the eyes. Yet, through Tang Xin's Purple Extreme Magic Eye, everything appeared remarkably clear. Scatter! Tang Xin shouted forcefully, instantly vacating his original position. He recognized this was Fu Jiang's great fireball technique, though he possessed it as well. He could not match Fu Jiang's formidable power and speed. It was not that Fu Jiang had failed to teach him, but rather that his hands were too clumsy, unable to keep pace with his thoughts, resulting in a slow sealing speed. A colossal fireball, 5 meters in diameter, materialized, accompanied by a scorching wind, hurtling towards the crowd above. They barely managed to evade it, but the fireball exploded midair, scattering flames that allowed them a taste of Fu Jiang's fiery technique. Is this a self-created soul skill? Oscar exclaimed, his skin reddening from the heat, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Do not engage Fu Jiang in close combat. Third soul skill. Spider Web Binding. Tang Xin bellowed again, his third soul ring igniting fiercely. A spider web, seemingly laced with toxins and glowing a ghostly blue, shot towards Fu Jiang. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, lacking any ranged soul skills, were momentarily at a loss. As the web sped towards him, Fu Jiang was enveloped in crackling lightning, now embodying the lightning release chakra mode. Perhaps it should be referred to as lightning release soul power mode. The onlookers barely registered a flash, and Fu Jiang had vanished from sight. When they heard the thunderous crack, Fu Jiang had already positioned himself before Oscar, who was airborne. Upon seeing Fu Jiang's handsome visage, Oscar's previously relaxed expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, he was struck by a sharp pain in his abdomen. Acidic bile erupted from his mouth, and agony etched itself across Oscar's face. Though he plummeted toward the ground like a falling aircraft, he ultimately landed atop a pile of burlap sacks, significantly reducing the impact. Yet he fainted spectacularly. The battle had only just commenced, and Tang Xin had already lost 2 allies, one being the primary assault powerhouse, Ma Hongjun, and the other, the logistical support, food specialist Oscar. Third soul skill. Spider Web Binding. Second soul skill. White Tiger Light Wave. A control technique and an offensive one, Dai Mubai and Tang San coordinated well. However, with Fu Zhang's speed, he could effortlessly evade these feeble attacks and control. Tang San understood that in a friendly match, Fu Zhang would not repeat his techniques. It was merely a display of skill, a deliberate concession. Uchiha rebound. Fu Zhang summoned a towering fan, its handle linked by a chain to a scythe. The white tiger light wave struck the fan but did not explode. Instead, it transformed into a sphere of white energy, which Fu Zhang sent flying with the fan, shattering Tang San's third soul skill, spider web binding. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's pupils constricted. He recognized the weapon as a treasured heirloom of the Uchiha clan, the sword of death, impervious and unyielding, paired with the flame fan, a shield of unparalleled strength. It was indeed a remarkable fusion of the mightiest spear and the most formidable shield. Even he could not discern the material of this divine artifact, particularly that of the flame fan, as nothing in his memory resembled it. What could this be? Dai Mubai and the others stood in stunned silence. Having never encountered such a weapon as the flame fan, Fu Zhang's ancestral relic, capable of reflecting any form of energy attack. Tang San withheld some of the information from Dai Mubai and the others. Nevertheless, they understood that this flame fan could indeed deflect any energy-based assault. Upon hearing this, the group gasped in astonishment, though Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow slightly, pondering the existence of a family legacy. Why, then, did they seek Master as their mentor? Dance of the Blade. Fu Zhang barked, and with a sudden flash, the sword of death gleamed in his left hand. A brilliant sword light erupted from the scythe, slicing towards Tang San. As he attempted to evade, despite Fu Zhang having restrained his power, the sword light still left him in disarray, tearing a piece from his clothing. First soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. Zhu Zhuqing, overestimating her own abilities, approached Fu Zhang from behind, intending to launch a surprise attack. However, before her claws could reach him, she found herself ensnared by the chains connecting the sword of death and the flame fan. The chains accentuated Zhu Zhuqing's already striking physique while simultaneously siphoning her soul power. This solidified her determination. Alas, she had no choice but to withdraw. Zhuqing, Xiao Wu cried out, then wrapped her long legs around Fu Zhang's waist, aiming to throw him off. Witnessing this, Tang San felt a surge of anxiety. He had explicitly stated that they must not engage Fu Zhang in close combat. Fu Zhang relinquished both the sword of death and the flame fan, seizing Xiao Wu's ankles and gently prying her away, allowing her to descend from him. Feeling his tender touch, Xiao Wu's heart fluttered. Observing Fu Zhang's disparate treatment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of irritation. Her soul power had long been depleted, leaving her completely incapacitated on the ground, devoid of any means to resist. Dragon Whisker Needle. Tang San silently vowed, then executed a specialized technique, launching the thin, hair-like Dragon Whisker Needle. In the air, it produced little sound, yet Fu Zhang still perceived its presence. Wind Release. Great breakthrough. Fu Zhang released his grip on Xiao Wu's ankles, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing a gust of wind that scattered the Dragon Whisker Needles. Tang San, aware of Fu Zhang's capabilities, was momentarily taken aback. The Dragon Whisker Needle, so fine, had gone unnoticed, and he had employed it merely as a trial, harboring no grand expectations. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Fu Zhang's fingers converged, aiming directly for Xiao Wu's forehead. In an instant, Xiao Wu realized that she had been defeated. With a heavy heart, she pulled the already released Zhu Zhuqing towards the audience seats. Thousand Birds, Sharp Spear. Fujikawa whispered before his palm gradually became enveloped in lightning, emitting a sound akin to a chorus of 1,000 birds. The lightning surged forth, piercing directly towards Tang San. Caught off guard, Tang San was struck in the shoulder by the 1,000 Birds' sharp spear, and as the lightning coursed through him, he let out a cry of agony, plummeting from the sky. Witnessing this, everyone present, except for Xiao Wu and the master, was momentarily stunned. Soon after, Flinders soared into the air to catch Tang San, intending to have the food system Soul Saint Xiao Xin provide healing, only to be stopped by the master. The wound has already stopped bleeding. Fujikawa will heal him shortly, the master stated, his eyes as calm as an ancient well, revealing no trace of emotion. Such a degree of injury was trivial. Fujikawa could certainly assist Tang San in recovering. Never before had he encountered such a versatile prodigy, capable in close combat, ranged combat, illusions, and healing. What sort of formidable race were the Uchiha, and what powerful race could annihilate them? Healing? He possessed auxiliary soul skills as well. Flinder's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the master, who calmly nodded, adjusting his glasses. The onlookers felt a bitter taste in their mouths. They had never seen such a comprehensive and powerful genius. How can we fight against this? Dai Mubai muttered, his eyes twitching. In less than 20 seconds, their group of 7 had dwindled to just 2, himself and Ning Rongrong, a powerhouse and an auxiliary, leaving them with no hope of victory. Ning Rongrong narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that her future rival would be Fujikawa. Let us call it a day. Stop, the master's voice rang out, having achieved his objective and deeming further continuation unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Fujikawa swiftly appeared before Tang San, a glimmer of green light appearing in his hand. The charred wound on Tang San's shoulder began to heal slowly. Within 30 seconds, the injury vanished without a trace. The outcome of this battle had been predetermined from the outset. Though you may be geniuses, remember, there are those beyond you, and realms beyond realms. Fujikawa was unable to utilize his martial soul or the soul skills granted by the 4 10,000-year soul rings, and he was in a weakened state. Even so, you couldn't even manage to cause him the slightest inconvenience. The master began to admonish Tang San and his companions, choosing not to reprimand Fujikawa, recognizing his resilient character and being thoroughly satisfied with him. What he could offer Fujikawa was merely knowledge and some secrets of the continent. Upon hearing this, the crowd expressed their gratitude for the lessons, with everyone except Ning Rongrong having experienced Fujikawa's overwhelming might, more accurately, his instantaneous defeat of them. All right, you may rest for now. The master glanced subtly at Xiao Wu, then at Fujikawa and Tang San. He had relinquished any hopes for Xiao Wu's soul rings and soul bones. Observing that both of his disciples seemed quite concerned for her, he discerned that Xiao Wu harbored a clear affection for Tang San, prompting him to contemplate the presence of outstanding young women within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Driven by the desire to keep desirable prospects within familiar confines, he began to assess his options but ultimately abandoned this tempting notion, as there were no suitable candidates in the clan. His criteria extended beyond mere appearance and age. He also considered talent and character, and it was evident that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family did not boast any remarkable young women. Thus, was he to confine his choices here? Ning Rongrong hailed from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, while Zhu Zhuqing was from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire. He found himself leaning towards Ning Rongrong. However, observing her demeanor and the mention of Little Bone, it was clear she had already captured someone's heart, and Fu Jiang appeared indifferent towards her. Then there was the enigmatic relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, which likely indicated a pre-existing engagement. As Master S words echoed, everyone acquiesced and turned to depart. Xiao Wu, caught in a dilemma, pondered whom she should attend to first. In the midst of her indecision, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and supported Fu Jiang. Despite Fu Jiang's earlier display of strength against them, Zhu Zhuqing approached, seeking his assistance to survive and perhaps even exact revenge on the Zhu family. Xiao Wu. A sudden smile graced Fu Jiang's handsome yet austere face, for he had now closed his divine vision, rendering him blind once more. Allow me to escort you back. Your eyesight is compromised. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated but ultimately reached out to support Fu Jiang, her voice cold and composed. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang's smile vanished. He withdrew his arm from Zhu Zhuqing's grasp and activated his divine vision, striding directly towards the dormitory. Observing Fu Jiang's retreating figure, Zhu Zhuqing's expression stiffened, her delicate hands clenching into fists. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai released a silent breath, casting a frigid glance at Zhu Zhuqing, only to smirk self-deprecatingly as a thought crossed his mind. He had left Zhu Zhuqing to fend for herself. Now that she sought to grow stronger, what reason did he have to hinder her? Simply because she was his so-called fiancée? Deep within, a shadowy emotion flickered. He wished for Fu Jiang and Zhu Zhuqing to unite, believing he could later express his willingness to let go, confident that Fu Jiang would then be compelled to assist him. Upon witnessing Fu Jiang's demeanor, Xiao Wu felt a surge of joy, but as her gaze shifted to Tang San, she realized that without the incident, she would have rushed to him, chattering with concern. Yet, seeing Zhu Zhuqing approach, Fu Jiang left her feeling uneasy, and her earlier excitement towards Tang San had dissipated. Xiao Wu, let us depart. Ning Rongrong, unlike Zhu Zhuqing, was not naive. She set her sights directly on Xiao Wu. She perceived the bond she shared with Little Bone to be akin to that between Xiao Wu and Fu Jiang, albeit with the distinction that her feelings were reciprocated. In contrast, Xiao Wu and Fu Jiang's relationship was fraught with unrequited affection, where one basked in favor while the other yearned in vain. However, ever since the expedition to the Starry Forest, Xiao Wu seems to have experienced some wavering. The Soto City Great Spirit Arena. Now, Fu Jiang has already acquired the Golden Spirit Badge, prompting Tang San and his companions to form a 7-member team, aptly named the Shrek 7 Monsters. It common knowledge that the Shrek 7 Monsters originally comprised 8 individuals? At this moment, the Shrek 7 Monsters are engaged in battle against a spirit battle team known as the Frenzied Warriors. In Fu Jiang's eyes, this Frenzied Warriors team is merely a rabble. Nevertheless, for the current Shrek 7 Monsters, it presents a considerable challenge. The battle does not conclude swiftly, yet Master remains somewhat satisfied, as Tang San's crucial trump cards have not been revealed, with only the 8 spider lances being exposed. The opponents merely recognized the 8 spider lances as Tang San's martial spirit, clearly unaware of the existence of external spirit bones. Your coordination is commendable, Master remarks blandly. He already has 2 exceptionally talented disciples, thus his enthusiasm for the other 6 students of reasonable talent is notably subdued. Furthermore, among these 6 students, there lies one who is a spirit master of 100,000-year spirit beast. The conflict between spirit masters and spirit beasts is fundamentally irreconcilable unless spirit masters no longer require the acquisition of spirit rings and spirit bones. Otherwise, spirit masters and spirit beasts remain mortal enemies. Fu Jiang, your next opponent, is a level 49 assault-type spirit master, possessing the beast martial spirit, Fire Wolf. The first spirit ability is. Master patiently reads aloud the information regarding Fu Jiang's next opponent from the document. Initially, Fu Jiang is indifferent, after all. Within this small Soto city, while the Golden Spirit Badge is commendable, it holds little significance for Fu Jiang. The triumphant return of Tang San and the others does not elicit any comments regarding Master's apparent favoritism. They understand that the Frenzied Warriors are merely a practice team designated by Master, containing only one spirit master with a perfectly matched control spirit ring. If they were to lose, that would indeed be unexpected. Xiao Wu, are you tired? Shall we indulge in a hot spring later? Ning Rongrong is overly attentive to Xiao Wu, eager for others to realize that she has placed her initial focus on Fu Jiang through Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai wishes to shower Xiao Wu with compliments, yet considering his male identity, he fears that Fu Jiang might misinterpret his intentions, as his reputation is not particularly favorable. Thus, he turns to Tang San. Xiao San, how about we grab a drink later? My treat. Dai Mubai drapes an arm over Tang San's shoulder, displaying a camaraderie, while simultaneously exchanging knowing glances, suggesting an understanding. This display causes Zhu Zhuqing to furrow her brow slightly, yet she refrains from voicing any objections. She has already discussed matters with Dai Mubai, and he has resolved to join forces with her to win over Fu Jiang. All right, Boss Dai, let us head to the Soto Grand Hotel later. Ma Hongjun exclaims, currently feeling both famished and overwhelmed by a surge of fiery energy that he struggles to contain. Each time he utilizes his martial spirit, he experiences a sensation of burning desire. Thus, releasing it promptly is essential to maintain clarity of mind and prevent any irreparable actions. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai nods in agreement, indicating that there are no issues, and then turns to Tang San. Tang San nodded slightly. Possessing a heart as intricate as a 7-orifice exquisite gem, the master had specifically advised him to cultivate a good relationship with Dai Mubai, as it would greatly enhance Fu Jiang's safety. Fu Jiang, are you coming? Oscar approached Fu Jiang directly, offering a comforting pat on his back while speaking. Though he did not need to be so solicitous, the allure of the 4th spirit ring, which was of a millennium grade, was too tempting, directly impacting his future achievements. Thus he was quite earnest in his efforts. All right, Fu Jiang replied, rubbing his eyes. He could already discern some shapes, and might even be able to utilize his martial soul soon. Wonderful, you can see me. Dai Mubai beamed, a glimmer of delight dancing in his eyes. He then noticed Fu Jiang's eyes gradually regaining their brilliance, first in surprise, then in joy. He was aware that Fu Jiang would likely recover his sight within a few days, and regaining his vision would mean restoring his ability to summon spirit beasts for sacrificial offerings. Indeed, it's just a bit blurry, but my vision is fundamentally restored, Fu Jiang said, squinting slightly at the master, whose smile widened, inciting a twinge of envy in Lu Erlong, who had been closely following the master. Has your soul power recovered? The master inquired, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. Yes, even the divine power can now be utilized, Fu Jiang affirmed, nodding as he rose to his feet and stretched his shoulders. His soul power and vision were nearly fully restored, ensuring that the forthcoming soul battles held no uncertainties for him. To be precise, there had never been any doubt regarding Fu Jiang's prowess in battle. Very well. Off you go. Remember not to reveal too many of your hidden cards, the master advised with a smile. Fu Jiang nodded and exited the room. Watching Fu Jiang's retreating figure, Xiao Wu felt a strong urge to catch up and say something to him, yet she restrained herself. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong noticed Xiao Wu's hesitation, their perspective clearer as outsiders observing the situation. They could discern Xiao Wu's inner turmoil, which stemmed from her uncertainty about whom to choose. To be frank, Zhu Zhuqing felt that this was not a matter of choice at all. Although Tang San possessed a twin martial soul, with his second being the unparalleled Haotian hammer, in terms of talent and current strength, he was still far from being Fu Jiang's match. In terms of appearance, Fu Jiang's visage was such that not even Tang San, nor the flower-faced Oscar among the seven monsters, could rival him. It was precisely for this reason that Zhu Zhuqing found it perplexing why Xiao Wu was so conflicted. Xiao Wu, it seems you have something to say to Fu Jiang? Ning Rongrong interjected, her voice deliberately loud, causing Fu Jiang, who was about to leave, to pause. Surprised, Fu Jiang turned to Xiao Wu, narrowing his eyes as if his vision remained somewhat unclear. Taken aback, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed crimson. Her gaze towards Fu Jiang tinged with nervousness and shyness. Just be careful, she managed to say. Xiao Wu hesitantly spoke, casting a furtive glance at Tang San, only to find his expression unchanged, adorned with his usual smile. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. It appeared that Tang San truly regarded her as nothing more than a sister. Rest assured, Fujiko murmured softly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her demeanor radiating a charm that captivated even Ning Rongrong, who momentarily found herself entranced. Secretly noting Fujiko's expression, she resolved to encourage Xiao Wu to adopt a similar demeanor towards her upon her return. Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Fujiko before shifting her gaze to Dai Mubai, her heart filled with a tinge of disappointment. Having spent considerable time with Fujiko, Xiao Wu found herself awestruck yet composed, not wishing to overreact. In the opulent private room of the Soto Grand Hotel, a group of youths engaged in spirited revelry, the atmosphere brimming with joy. Fujiko's cheeks flushed, resembling someone with poor tolerance for alcohol. Her words were few, yet it was evident to discerning eyes that she was the centerpiece of the gathering. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ma Hongjun busily indulged in their meals, occasionally lifting their heads to contribute a few lively remarks. Fujiko, do you have any dreams? Slurred Dai Mubai, his speech slightly muddled from drink, but his purpose remained clear. Fujiko paused, her gaze drifting to the luminous moon outside the window, as if pondering deeply. Perhaps to become a formidable force and seek vengeance, she replied, her voice tinged with melancholy, subtly glancing at Xiao Wu, seemingly attuned to her feelings. This secretive gesture did not escape the notice of the others present, and naturally, Xiao Wu, as the protagonist, was aware of it too, yet she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Curiosity flickered in the eyes of all present, yet none dared to pry, respecting the unspoken boundaries of personal wounds. And what about you, Dailata? Oscar interjected, effortlessly restoring the lively atmosphere. Taken aback, Dai Mubai contemplated for a moment. His former ideal had been to simply live until old age. However, encountering Fujiko had ignited a new ambition within him. I want to be the emperor, he declared earnestly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve. In an instant, the room fell silent, Ma Hongjun nearly choking on his food, forgetting to chew as he swallowed hastily. Fujiko narrowed her eyes slightly, regarding Dai Mubai with a detached interest. Perhaps this ambition could serve as a means for him to infiltrate the imperial family of the Luo Empire. Despite not being the favored son of destiny, he was certainly not a mere supporting character to be dismissed. Over the years, he had sent his avatars to various kingdoms, yet the chosen ones in those lands were few and far between, almost non-existent. And you, Xiao-san? Dai Mubai turned to Tang San, setting his cup down, his spirits buoyed by the spark of interest he had just perceived in Fujiko's eyes. Upon hearing this, Tang Xin smiled shyly. His former aspiration was to elevate the Tang sect within this realm, and that ambition remained, albeit now accompanied by the desire to protect two individuals dear to him. Although one of them hardly required his guardianship, he expressed a yearning to establish a sect, yet found himself devoid of any clear direction at present. Tang Xin hesitantly voiced that the Tang sect existed merely as a concept in his mind. To truly establish it in this world, he would require numerous resources. The birth of a sect entails not merely the formidable strength of its leader, but also wealth, pathways to prosperity, distinctive characteristics, and the talents of its members. At this, the assembly erupted in laughter, fully aware of the formidable challenges associated with conjuring a sect from thin air. Their amusement stemmed from both Tang Xin's seemingly naive aspirations and the irony that he was already part of the most prestigious sect in the world, yet remained oblivious to this fact. Only Fu Jiang regarded Tang Xin with earnestness, recognizing him as a pioneer of this era, a child of destiny. Believing firmly that the sect Tang Xin envisioned would indeed flourish in prominence. "I shall assist you," Fu Jiang declared solemnly, raising his goblet and draining its contents in one swift motion. The alcohol flushed his handsome visage, rendering it adorably rosy, which momentarily startled Xiao Wu. While Zhu Zhuqing averted her gaze, and Ning Rongrong continued her playful pursuit of Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback before turning his attention to Tang San. "I will support you as well, brother." Dai Mubai refrained from uttering any platitudes about guaranteeing the supremacy of Tang San's sect within the Douluo Empire. Instead, he offered his genuine assistance. "Third brother, if you wish to establish a sect, I believe I can offer my help, as I hail from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and possess considerable experience." Ning Rongrong chimed in, her crescent-shaped eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. In response, Dai Mubai glanced at Ning Rongrong but chose silence. He did not wish to provoke discord with her. After all, despite his backing from the Douluo Empire, he was merely a pawn, while Ning Rongrong was the cherished daughter of the sect's leader and the sect's young master. Tang Xin smiled in gratitude, fully aware that Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai's primary intentions did not center on him, thus recognizing that Fu Jiang was the only one sincerely willing to assist him. Subsequently, Dai Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, noting that a disciple from the Haotian sect had already established a rapport with Fu Jiang. Although this disciple was unaware of his own identity, this development marked an unremarkable beginning for Dai Mubai. "Fu Jiang, would you like to unwind for a bit?" "My treat," Ma Hongjun suggested exuberantly, his expression rather unsavory, prompting disapproving looks from the surrounding individuals. In response, Fu Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly, maintaining a placid demeanor as he regarded Ma Hongjun. In truth, Ma Hongjun had not anticipated Fu Jiang would acquiesce. He merely sought to enliven the atmosphere. "Fat fool, do not presume everyone shares your repulsive inclinations." Xiao Wu launched into a scathing verbal assault. Although her words were harsh, Ma Hongjun understood her nature. And given Fu Jiang's evident concern for Xiao Wu, he felt no anger in return. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that form often surpasses the individual. Should he dare to utter any derogatory remarks to Xiao Wu, it is likely he would find himself running naked around Soto City for 10 laps the following day. Xiao Wu seems to hold a significant concern for Fu Jiang. Ning Rongrong interjected, her tone laced with playful teasing, cognizant that this would likely endear her to Fu Jiang. After all, when she heard the rumors surrounding herself and Xiao Gu from within the sect, her heart fluttered with a hint of excitement. "Fu Jiang is my younger brother. Naturally, I care for him," Xiao Wu replied, her face flushed, genuinely troubled about Fu Jiang. Prior to their expedition into the Star Dou forest, she had maintained a certain distance from him. Although Fu Jiang was aware of her soul beast identity and continued to regard her as family, which deeply touched her, the words spoken by Tang Xin unsettled her heart. Following their journey in the Star Dou forest, she found herself in turmoil, uncertain of the nature of her relationship with Fu Jiang. The sight of Fu Jiang's self-sacrificial determination profoundly impacted her, and upon returning to Shrek Academy, his declaration of wanting to share life and death with her left her even more confused. The comb she had originally intended for Tang Xin now seemed to lack a rightful recipient. Thud! Fu Jiang's head landed squarely on the table, embodying his persona of being easily inebriated. This caused everyone present to freeze momentarily, exchanging glances. utterly astounded that such a formidable figure as Fu Jiang could possess such poor tolerance for alcohol. Xiao Wu, why don't you take Fu Jiang back? Ning Rongrong suggested. Despite Fu Jiang's current state of drunkenness, it was evident to all that he would recognize Xiao Wu as the one escorting him home, and that it was her own proposal. Taken aback by the suggestion, Xiao Wu eventually nodded in agreement. That night, the radiant moonlight spilled across the earth, as if draping it in a veil of ethereal silver mist. Fu Jiang, with a rosy complexion, gazed intently at Xiao Wu, his eyes ablaze with fervor. His hand subtly clenched into a fist, brimming with nervous anticipation as he awaited her response. Upon regaining some sobriety, he noticed Xiao Wu almost carrying him forward. For a soul master, Fu Jiang's weight was trivial. Emboldened by the effects of alcohol, he ventured to pose a question that made both their faces flush crimson. Xiao Wu, may I express my affection for you? The words felt humble, yet, after uttering them, Fu Jiang could distinctly sense an increase in the destiny that enveloped him. At his words, Xiao Wu was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond, as if the very ability to articulate had been stripped from her. Fu Jiang, she stammered, failing to complete her thought, perhaps due to her anxiety or the overwhelming uncertainty of how to address Fu Jiang's inquiry. Observing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Fu Jiang's eyes, and he forced a smile that appeared strained and unconvincing. I was only joking. I apologize if I startled you. Let us return now, or our teachers will soon grow impatient. With a bitter smile, he bowed his head and turned away, not wishing for Xiao Wu to witness his expression. Xiao Wu understood that Fu Jiang had always been serious and unsmiling throughout their long acquaintance. She had never witnessed him engage in jest. She extended a hand and firmly grasped the shoulder of Fujiko, feeling an unmistakable shiver run through her. In that moment, Fujiko suddenly turned around, her eyes alight with surprise as she gazed at her. Xiao Wu had never before witnessed such a look of joy on Fujiko's face, nor had she ever seen her so exuberant. I'm sorry, could you give me a moment? I'm still quite confused and don't know what to do. Xiao Wu stammered, grappling with a situation she had never encountered in her life. A choice, Fujiko or Tang-san. When did she begin to harbor feelings of resentment towards Fujiko? It seemed to have originated from their very first meeting, which had dredged up nightmarish memories. Although her perception of Fujiko had improved considerably since then, a lingering animosity remained. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Fujiko paused momentarily before nodding. It's all right, I will wait for you, she replied, the initial surprise in her eyes gradually fading. Suddenly, Fujiko activated her martial soul, the Sharingan, and swiftly turned to face the street behind them, shielding Xiao Wu with her own body. 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rose into the air in an instant. Observing Fujiko's abrupt display of power, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Before also activating her martial soul, her 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, glimmering faintly. Who goes there? Fujiko shouted, drawing a kunai from her storage wristband. Calculating her angle, she released the kunai, which first struck the wall before its formidable force redirected it towards the source of the soul power she sensed. It's me, came the voice of the master, as he stepped out from a nearby alleyway, exuding an air of understated authority. Following closely behind him were Lu Erlong and Flender. At that moment, Flender's sleeve was grazed by the kunai, and had he not reacted swiftly, he would have sustained a wound from the attack. Master, Dean, Teacher Lu. Fujiko greeted politely as her Sharingan gradually faded. The master waved his hand dismissively, signaling that no further formalities were necessary. I did not intend to interfere in your matters. But seeing your current state, Fujiko, it may impact your path of cultivation, the master began, pausing to glance at Xiao Wu. An important reason remained unspoken. He feared that if Xiao Wu continued to dangle Fujiko along and ultimately chose Tang-san, Fujiko might be unable to bear such a blow. Xiao Wu, you face only 2 choices, reject Fujiko or accept her. If you make Fujiko wait, how long should she endure? 10 years. I believe Fujiko could wait. 20 years. I am equally convinced she could wait. But Fujiko is human. Even if she becomes a title Douluo, her lifespan is merely 200 years. Her life is not as abundant in decades as yours, the master stated candidly, wishing to prevent Fujiko from being hurt, while subtly indicating that Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast, having lived for 10,000 decades. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu stiffened, realizing just how hurtful her earlier words had been. Wait, what right did she have to make Fujiko wait? Fu Jin's talent is exceptionally rare. At merely 12 years of age, she has already attained level 43. It is conceivable that she may eventually surpass the 100 level, reaching that legendary realm. As a soul beast of 100,000 years, she is acutely aware of the significance of ascending to godhood at level 100. Xiaowu, love is love, and indifference is indifference. Do not conceal your feelings out of concern for Fu Jin, for such concealment harms not only her. Lu Erlong suddenly spoke, and his words caused both Flandra and the master to stiffen in surprise, as they recalled the tales of their former glory as the Golden Iron Triangle. However, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Fu Jin are far superior to them and are destined to reach the rank of titled Douluo. Lu Erlong also understood that at such a tender age, the youth often find themselves bewildered by the concept of love. Yet, Xiaowu is different. She is a soul beast of 100,000 years, incapable of such naivete regarding love. Should Xiaowu reject Fu Jin now, both she and the master are confident in guiding Fu Jin through the heartache. Yet, if Fu Jin were to grow up clinging to the sweet memories of childhood love, especially one as precious as first love, then Xiaowu's refusal at that time would be truly heart-wrenching. Xiaowu gazed at Fu Jin's retreating figure, comprehending this truth, yet she found herself at a loss for a decision. Both individuals would willingly sacrifice their lives for her, standing resolutely by her side, even when aware of her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. The weight of her choice was unbearable. I'm sorry, Fu Jin. Xiaowu ultimately rejected Fu Jin, and as the words left her lips, a sharp pain pierced her heart, as if a knife were twisting within. She had not deliberated deeply. Almost immediately, regret washed over her. In an instant, Fu Jin froze, enveloped in silence. The atmosphere around them grew heavy. The night in Soto City was anything but tranquil, with the incessant chirping of cicadas filling the air, as if their song were a testament to their existence in this world. After 2 long minutes, Fu Jin shattered the silence. It's all right. I wish you happiness. I will continue to protect you. If anyone dares to harm you, they shall first have to step over my corpse. His words remained resolute. Fu Jin turned away, his voice wavering, the pitch and tone slightly askew. Though a smile graced his face, it was a mere facade, betraying the sorrow hidden beneath. Master, I need some time alone. I want to return to the academy today, but I shall be back by tomorrow morning. With that, Fu Jin lowered his head and hastily departed. Witnessing Fu Jin's demeanor, the master felt a deep sense of unease and exchanged a knowing glance with Flandra, who promptly followed after him. Seeing Fu Jin in such distress, Xiaowu felt her heart ache anew, tears welling up within her, yet she held them back, refusing to let them fall. At the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Fu Jin coldly confronted a level 49 assault-type soul master, foregoing any formalities of spirit summoning or seals, and instead charged in, engaging in close combat. Every punch landed with a resounding impact. Boom. The 49th level soul master of the assault system had his left arm shattered, twisted at an agonizing angle. Even if healed, his future capabilities would be significantly diminished. Congratulations to the Avenger for achieving a remarkable 26 consecutive victories. Let us bestow a resounding round of applause upon the invincible Avenger. The referee's voice resonated with infectious enthusiasm, stirring the crowd's emotions. Fu Jin silently descended from the arena and returned to the lounge. Noticing his disciple's altered demeanor, the master sighed but refrained from speaking, believing it best for Fu Jin to find solitude in this moment. It was fortunate that the worst had not transpired. Upon entering the lounge, Fu Jin spotted Xiaowu, offering a gentle nod as a greeting before acknowledging others with similar gestures. He then settled into a corner chair, closing his eyes to meditate. Seeing Fu Jin in such a state caused Xiaowu's heart to ache. She understood that he had become even more taciturn than before, a change wrought by her own actions. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, having learned of Xiaowu's rejection of Fu Jin. She struggled to comprehend Xiaowu's reasoning. Were it not for her attachment to Xiaogu, she might have found herself drawn to Fu Jin, whose talent and prowess were unparalleled. After all, during the encounter with the Titan ape, Fu Jin had fiercely protected Xiaowu, and any girl in her position would likely have reciprocated his affections without hesitation. Moreover, she could perceive that Zhu Zhuqing seemed restless, particularly after witnessing Xiaowu's dismissal of Fu Jin. The smile on Zhu Zhuqing's face had nearly faltered. Zhu Zhuqing approached Fu Jin directly, causing Xiaowu to momentarily freeze, her heart heavy with unease, yet she recognized her previous rejection of him. You seem unhappy. Zhu Zhuqing stated nervously, as it was her first time initiating conversation with someone in such a manner. Upon hearing her, Fujin opened his eyes, casting a cool glance in her direction. "Is there something you need?" he replied, his voice calm, yet imbued with a sense of desolation. "I seek revenge, yet my strength is insufficient to achieve it. So I wish to request your assistance," Zhu Zhuqing declared earnestly, her gaze sincere. She had entertained a flicker of hope, considering Fujin's title as the Avenger, believing it might resonate with his own motives. Were this request made in the ninja world, Fujin might have found it amusing, given that he and Zhu Zhuqing were essentially strangers. It reminded him of that fellow, Yahiko, though Zhu Zhuqing lacked even the innocence and charm of Yahiko, whose aspirations were for world peace. "Why should I help you?" Fujin frowned, glancing at Xiao Wu, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Although she had anticipated such a response, hearing it from Fujin still left her feeling disheartened. Every girl, to some extent, harbors a touch of Mary Sue fantasy, secretly yearning for a perfect man who would wholeheartedly devote himself to her unconditionally. "For the sake of revenge, I am willing to sacrifice everything," Zhu Zhuqing asserted earnestly, genuinely prepared to give her all. With a flicker of anticipation, for Fu Jiang surpassed all standards in both appearance and strength, certainly far exceeding Dai Mubai. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly. "After the battle of souls concludes, seek me out," he declared, closing his eyes once more. It was already 8 in the evening, and following the conclusion of the duel, it would be at least 9. Fu Jiang's invitation to Zhu Zhuqing at this hour inevitably sparked the imagination. The atmosphere in the lounge grew increasingly peculiar. Dai Mubai trembled slightly, not from anger, but from excitement. He had already discussed with Zhu Zhuqing the annulment of their engagement. Yet he urged her to join Fu Jiang in reclaiming the throne of the Star Luo Empire. A lewd smile crept onto Ma Hongjuan's face as his small eyes darted back and forth between Fu Jiang and Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong frowned slightly and glanced at Dai Mubai, a trace of disdain flickering across her mind. Reflecting on her own bond with Xiao Gu, she acknowledged her excessive leniency. Yet, that woman was practically pressing herself against Xiao Gu. Was she not entitled to express her displeasure? Oscar, meanwhile, was the epitome of a bystander, thoroughly engrossed in his watermelon. Tang San, momentarily taken aback, contemplated whether he should advise Fu Jiang against such early indiscretions. Xiao Wu shuddered, a pang of pain coursing through her, her mouth opening as she struggled for words. What right did she have to speak? In what capacity could she voice her thoughts? As for Zhu Zhuqing, her face flushed uncontrollably, utterly unprepared for Fu Jiang's directness. The Rose Hotel, as Xiao Wu had mentioned, was a splendid establishment, conveniently close to the school. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks grew increasingly crimson as her mind raced with thoughts. If Fu Jiang were to discern their thoughts, he would only scoff inwardly. While Zhu Zhuqing was indeed beautiful and possessed an alluring figure, he was not the type to be easily swayed by a woman's charms. Rather, he found her destined aura far more appealing. Meanwhile, the master remained unperturbed in the lounge. If this could coax Fu Jiang out, he held no objections. Furthermore, this pertained to his disciple's private affairs, which he believed should not be excessively monitored. Next came the team battle of the Shrek 7 monsters, with the opponent's data laid before them. With your prowess, you can undoubtedly conclude the battle within 5 minutes, the master announced, holding a dossier. At his words, everyone present gathered around, attentively listening to the master as he outlined their strategy. They would not allow themselves to be distracted. After all, if they failed to meet the master's expectations in the upcoming team battle, they would face rigorous training the following day. Fu Jiang's mind was deeply immersed in itself, beginning to utilize the study of yin and yang evasion under the guidance of destiny. That night, the full moon hung high in the sky, its radiant light cascading down and cloaking the earth in a silvery veil. In a tranquil grove, Fu Jiang and Zhu Zhuqing stood facing each other. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat unwell, not due to the recent loss of soul power from their battle, but rather due to her dissatisfaction with the surrounding environment. After all, as a girl, she had often fantasized about where her first time might take place. She disliked this location and lamented the absence of a place to bathe afterwards. Yet, in her quest for strength, she had no alternative, and Fu Jiang was rather pleasing to the eye. What do you wish to learn? Fu Jiang asked coldly. He possessed a plethora of skills, and although he had already contemplated Zhu Zhuqing's future path, such arrangements would leave her with no opportunity to feel grateful toward him. It was imperative to allow her to stumble on the wrong path for a while before he would intervene to guide her back onto the right one. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing paused, staring somewhat dazedly at Fujiang. Illusion techniques, physical techniques, or soul skills? Which do you wish to study? Fujiang continued. In his eyes, Zhu Zhuqing was more suited to physical and illusion techniques, while for soul skills, he recommended the wind attribute. The wind attribute could be honed through practice to enhance qualities like sharpness and cutting ability, and a complementary study of the lightning attribute would also be advantageous, as penetration was equally crucial. Realizing this, Zhu Zhuqing understood that everything was different from what she had imagined. Fujiang harbored no ulterior motives. Her earlier thoughts had been mere self-delusion. Soul skills. Zhu Zhuqing blurted out without a moment's hesitation. After all, illusion and physical techniques could not compare to the might of soul skills, especially given the alluring and powerful soul skills that Fujiang possessed. Very well, I shall first teach you 5 simple soul skills. After successfully practicing each, you must record the time taken as a measure of your talent, Fujiang said, his eyes narrowing slightly. Come here, he added. Zhu Zhuqing obediently stepped closer to Fujiang, who then extended his hand to rest upon the crown of her head. Soul power flowed from Fujiang's palm into Zhu Zhuqing's body. Remember the meridian pathways through which the soul power flows. 2 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing had commenced practicing the formation of seals with great enthusiasm, occasionally glancing at Fujiang, her eyes shining with a faint glimmer. All right, you should return and rest now. Fujiang's voice was calm as he prepared to rise and depart. Seeing Fujiang about to leave, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly froze. Wait, she exclaimed, abruptly grasping Fujiang's hand. In that instant, a shiver ran through her. She sensed that the sensation of Fujiang's hand was far superior to her own. What is it? Fujiang frowned, turning to look at Zhu Zhuqing, then glancing at her hand still holding his. I want to talk to you. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, then spoke. She could not directly reveal the truth. After all, she felt the favor of destiny bestowed upon her. Fujiang's heart leaped with joy, though he maintained a facade of composure. Speak, he replied, his words measured and sparse, exhibiting ample patience toward Zhu Zhuqing. Did you agree to assist me today because of Xiao Wu? Zhu Zhuqing's words struck a sensitive nerve, and any 12-year-old lad would likely erupt in fury at such a provocation. Yet, Fujiwara felt compelled to uphold his persona. Suddenly, Fujiwara wrenched his hand free from Zhu Zhuqing's grasp and turned away, departing without uttering a single word, although his demeanor clearly conveyed his ire. Taken aback, Zhu Zhuqing felt a jolt of alarm, her instinct urging her to pursue him for an explanation. However, after only a few hurried steps, Fujiwara had vanished from her sight. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing wished fervently to slap herself awake, questioning her own folly in posing such a bewildering inquiry. It is not uncommon for young women to voice peculiar and awkward questions, and Zhu Zhuqing was certainly not an exception. As twilight descended, Zhu Zhuqing abandoned any notion of seeking Fujiwara in the boys' dormitory for clarification, returning instead to the girls' quarters. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong seated by the bedside, their expressions markedly dissimilar, yet neither appeared particularly pleasant. Xiao Wu, in particular, harbored suspicions that Zhu Zhuqing had been involved with Fujiwara, leaving her heart gripped by an invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. Conversely, Ning Rongrong maintained an air of subtlety regarding her true feelings. Though she had never experienced it herself, she understood that a girl's gait often changes, at least to some degree, after her first encounter. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing's movements remained as agile as ever, leading Ning Rongrong to conclude that if anything had indeed transpired, Zhu Zhuqing would not have returned. Zhuqing, why are you back? Ning Rongrong inquired, a playful smile gracing her delicate features. Although she addressed Zhu Zhuqing, her true intent was to provoke Xiao Wu. Predictably, Xiao Wu's shoulders trembled slightly as she slowly lifted her gaze to Zhu Zhuqing, her expression marred by discomfort as she managed a greeting. I finished my studies and naturally returned, Zhu Zhuqing replied, wishing to steer clear of the current topic. She sensed Ning Rongrong's ulterior motives. If Ning Rongrong discovered her slip of tongue earlier, her mischievousness would undoubtedly escalate into schadenfreude. Simultaneously, she noticed Xiao Wu's unusual behavior, and a flicker of joy ignited within her at the thought that this was Xiao Wu's own relinquishment of Fujiwara, achieved without any manipulation on her part. Studying? How did it go? Do tell. Xiao Wu is quite curious. Ning Rongrong chimed cheerfully, then turned her attention to Xiao Wu, whose reaction was noticeably intense. A tumult of emotions roiling within her. Despite having dismissed Fujiwara herself, she could not comprehend why seeing Zhu Zhuqing with him caused her heart such distress. She had made her choice, yet her resolve wavered, even leading to regret. At this moment, she harbored resentment towards the master, had he not compelled her to decide. Perhaps she would still be deliberating. Life offers no what-ifs, and she understood the master's intentions. She was a soul beast, and he believed she was unworthy of Fujiwara. Fearing that a bond between them might jeopardize the legacy of Fujiwara's martial spirit. Quite well, Fujiwara is an excellent teacher, patient and thorough, Zhu Zhuqing replied candidly. Indeed, Fujiwara was patient and adept, yet the question she had asked before his departure struck her as undeniably foolish. That is well, Xiao Wu, will you not say a word? She now aspires to be Xiao Wu's confidant, the kind with whom one shares everything. It is evident to her that Fu Jiang holds Xiao Wu in high regard. Should Xiao Wu merely turn around, Fu Jiang would undoubtedly choose her. Thus, Ning Rongrong resolved to become Xiao Wu's closest friend, to persuade her to reconsider, and subsequently encourage her to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With Xiao Wu already part of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, could Fu Jiang still align herself with another sect? Congratulations to you, Zhuqing. Xiao Wu recalled the words Ning Rongrong had just spoken to her. No matter what, she would always stand by her side, and under any circumstances, she must not falter in her encounters with Zhu Zhuqing. Your talent for wind release is remarkable. You might consider infusing the sharpness of wind release into your claws, enabling each of your strikes to rival the potency of your first soul skill. Fu Jiang, with a serious demeanor, instructed Zhu Zhuqing while simultaneously cultivating her own soul power. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing responded with equal seriousness. Her glistening sweat combined with her alluring physique capable of captivating any young man. Fu Jiang, however, felt little of this stir. She was no longer a girl. Observing the interaction between Fu Jiang and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu felt a pang of discomfort, especially during moments of physical contact between Fu Jiang and Zhu Zhuqing. As if her beloved was being eyed by another. Regret consumed her. She had not slept well for several days. Her mind plagued by visions of Fu Jiang and Zhu Zhuqing together, driving her nearly to madness. Noticing Xiao Wu's unease, Ning Rongrong smiled slightly, her squinted eyes adorably crescent-shaped. Yet, only the disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School understood that when the little which displayed such an expression, it signified the execution of a grand scheme. Xiao Wu, you have feelings for Fu Jiang, do you not? Though posed as a question, Ning Rongrong's tone was decidedly assertive. At this, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Turning to face Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Had this inquiry been made prior to their expedition in the Stardow Forest, she would have laughed it off nonchalantly. However, now she felt akin to a rabbit whose secrets had been laid bare, a shiver coursing through her. Who said that? Xiao Wu's voice involuntarily rose several octaves. Fortunately, they were far enough from Fu Jiang that even her raised voice would only register as background noise to him. Moreover, Fu Jiang was preoccupied training Zhu Zhuqing, striving to extract as much destiny from her as possible. Do not hastily deny it. Your various reactions over these past days have revealed your affections for Fu Jiang, though I do not comprehend the nature of your current relationship with him. I can assist you. Ning Rongrong spoke with a cheerful demeanor, as if all were under her control. No, Rongrong, do not speak nonsense. Xiao Wu currently finds herself unable to discern the true nature of her feelings for Fu Jiang. Is it gratitude for his unwavering presence when the master and others learned of her identity as a 10,000-year soul beast, and his resolute declaration that anyone wishing to harm her must first tread over his corpse? Or is it the unsettling thought that she should consider her situation carefully, especially with Zhuqing now spending her days alongside Fu Jiang? Although their interactions are merely for training, there is a saying that affection often blossoms over time. Zhuqing's proactive demeanor and her alluring physique raised doubts. Can one guarantee that Fu Jiang's heart remains untouched? Ning Rongrong interjected, her intentions cloaked in subtle malice. Yet, for Fu Jiang, her scheming serves a beneficial purpose. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu paused, reflecting on Ning Rongrong's words. Indeed, Zhuqing possesses an enviable figure and actively seeks to please Fu Jiang. While Fu Jiang has never expressed any particular desires, Xiao Wu has recently rebuffed him. A precarious moment when he is most vulnerable, allowing Zhu Qing to potentially seize the opportunity. The more Xiao Wu contemplated, the greater her unease grew. Though she harbors little knowledge of the human world, she has perused her fair share of romantic novels, wherein the protagonists often find solace in one another post-heartbreak. Xiao Wu hesitated, glancing at Tang San and then at Fu Jiang, both willing to protect her with their lives. Her mother had once told her that upon encountering someone ready to sacrifice for her, she should hand over a certain comb. But what should she do if faced with two such devoted individuals? Consider this carefully. Perhaps Fu Jiang will wait for you, but his patience is not infinite. The moment Zhu Qing penetrates Fu Jiang's heart will dictate the duration of that wait, Ning Rongrong further incited. Her motives entwined with the ambitions of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Fu Jiang's extraordinary abilities could elevate the school to unprecedented heights if he were to propagate his lineage. As for the potential dominance of Fu Jiang's Uchiha clan over the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, she held no concerns. The school excels in fostering a sense of belonging among its disciples, which begs the question, how could it boast two titled Douluos from external families otherwise? I do not know if I harbor feelings for Fu Jiang. Xiao Wu finally sighed, her uncertainty palpable. Then share your sentiments regarding Fu Jiang, and I shall assist you in unraveling them. Ning Rongrong replied with a cunning smile, ready to steer Xiao Wu's thoughts towards Fu Jiang regardless of her response. Fu Jiang and Brother San would both fight to protect me in times of peril. I once wished to be with Brother San, which is why I introduced Zhu Qing to Fu Jiang. However, after the harrowing encounter with the Titan giant ape in the Dou forest, I have witnessed Fu Jiang's resolve, and I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Xiao Wu murmured, her voice barely audible, yet just within Ning Rongrong's earshot. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Xiao Wu. After all, both Fu Jiang and Tang San were extraordinary talents, rare gems among countless individuals. The former possessed the remarkable ability to make soul beasts sacrifice themselves, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Having achieved a formidable rank of 43 at the tender age of under 12, with all four soul rings being of the Millennium Grade. The latter, a dual-wielding soul master, boasted the unparalleled second soul, the Haotian hammer, hailing from the most prestigious sect, the Haotian sect, and was adorned with a luminous halo. However, in Ning Rongrong's eyes, this presented an excellent choice. What significance did a dual-wielding soul hold? The continent had witnessed instances of dual-wielding souls before. Yet Fu Jiang's ability to compel soul beasts to sacrifice themselves was truly unparalleled. A dual-wielding soul might enhance a single individual's strength, but the ability to summon soul beasts for sacrifice could empower generations to come. Then why didn't you take a liking to Fu Jiang before we ventured into the Dou forest? Ning Rongrong inquired, her curiosity piqued. One would expect a girl of such youth to be captivated by a strikingly handsome and powerful youth like Fu Jiang, especially since Tang San's appearance was rather ordinary, with little to compare to Fu Jiang aside from his decent demeanor and physique. When I first encountered Fu Jiang, he directly used an illusion to attack me. Xiao Wu recounted, her expression drifting into reminiscence. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong began to understand. First impressions held significant weight, much like her own initial encounter with Xiao Gu. It seems the first impression was indeed flawed. I am now quite certain you have feelings for Fu Jiang. Your eyes nearly sparked with flames when you witnessed him training with Zhu Qing. Ning Rongrong launched into a lengthy discourse, embodying the role of a seasoned romantic advisor. She had read extensively on human emotions and social intricacies, as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School employed dedicated personnel to educate on these matters. A significant portion of the curriculum focused on harmonizing with one's future partner, rendering Ning Rongrong a master of theoretical knowledge. Xiao Wu, momentarily taken aback, clenched her delicate fists and gazed intently at Ning Rongrong. Observing this, Ning Rongrong smiled gently and continued her elaborate exposition, weaving reason and clarity into her words, utilizing Xiao Wu's naive notions to ensnare her thoughts. Although Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year soul beast, her understanding of human schemes and emotional entanglements was somewhat lacking. Soto City Soul Arena. Shrek's Seven Monsters Lounge. Today, Fu Jiang temporarily replaces Xiao Wu to battle the Royal Fighting Team. The master unveiled his trump card. Currently, the Shrek's Seven Monsters have triumphed in numerous matches, while their opponents, the Royal Fighting Team, have also enjoyed a string of victories. featuring 2 soul ancestors for soul masters and 1 great soul master. Moreover, the royal fighting team is the seed team of the Tian Dou Royal Academy. My nephew, the foremost genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Yu Tianheng, can only be considered a bottom-tier member within the ranks of that seed team at the Tian Dou Royal Academy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was taken aback. Indeed, her strength was the weakest among the 7 monsters. Ma Hongjun already possessed 2 900-year spirit rings, and after he broke through to level 30, Fu Jiang had led him to acquire a 9,000-year spirit ring. In terms of explosive power, excluding Fu Jiang and Tang San, he had become the most formidable among the Shrek's 7 monsters. Dai Mubai had now reached level 38, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar were both support-type spirit masters. Zhu Zhuqing had also achieved level 30, possessing a 9,000-year spirit ring, and under Fu Jiang's tutelage, her combat prowess could easily overpower Xiao Wu. The royal battle team? Is there someone named Junma Lu in it? Ning Rongrong suddenly spoke, her excitement evident, as she had not seen her little bone for quite some time. Indeed, this Junma Lu hailed from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and had now become a powerful soul master at level 39, with his first and second spirit rings being of the 1,000-year variety, and his third spirit ring even reaching the 10,000-year mark. Unlike Fu Jiang, he had forcibly absorbed his spirit rings purely through his physical strength. According to the information, Junma Lu's martial spirit was bone, and he was the direct disciple of the world's most enigmatic bone Douluo. His first spirit ability, exoskeleton, allowed him to form a remarkably sturdy armor on the surface of his body, which withstood a full-force strike from a level 49 assault-type soul master, only resulting in cracks on the armor. His second spirit ability, Dance of the Iron Wire Flower, enabled him to condense a 3-meter-long bone spear with incredible penetrating power. In all known soul battles, this ability was nearly invincible. The first spirit ability could be considered the most robust shield, while the second was the sharpest spear. However, he had never utilized his third spirit ability, leaving us entirely unaware of its capabilities. Yet, one should never underestimate any 10,000-year spirit ability. The master cast a discreet glance at Ning Rongrong and slowly began to speak, suspecting that this Junma Lu was indeed the little bone she mentioned. He is a genius. It is unfortunate that he exists in the same era as Fu Jiang. For any genius sharing the same timeline as Fu Jiang is indeed a pity. The master thought to himself before turning to the next page of the document in hand. Upon hearing the master's praise for her little bone, Ning Rongrong smiled as sweetly as if she had tasted honey, leaving Xiao Wu next to her utterly perplexed. Captain Hinata Kagami. His martial spirit is the Byakugan, possessing formidable insight. He rarely makes a move, and his spirit rings consist of 2 yellow and 2 purple, seemingly weaker than Junma Lu. However, his role as the captain of the royal battle team, arguably its soul, speaks volumes of his exceptional nature. Moreover, in past soul battles, he has never utilized his spirit abilities. He always finds his opponent's weaknesses, achieving maximum effect with minimal expenditure. Furthermore, his soul power has reached level 46. The master spoke again, his brow slightly furrowed, reminding the Shrek's 7 monsters, excluding Fu Jiang, of this. He held high hopes for Tang San's future, as the activation period for dual martial spirits occurs later when the second martial spirit is endowed with spirit rings, a time when Tang San's combat power is generally at its lowest. Certainly, this is relative in nature. Yet, for an ordinary genius, Tang San's combat prowess remains extraordinarily formidable. Yaoshi Dou, with his martial soul, the white phosphorus serpent, possesses an exceptionally potent toxin, and the strength of his martial soul is impressively high, marking him as a powerful assault-type soul master. His soul ring configuration consists of 2 yellow and 2 purple rings, with a soul power level reaching 45. The first soul skill, named White Phosphorus Serpent Hand, is an instant-release soul skill that carries venom. Its attack power is not to be underestimated, particularly due to its remarkable activation speed. It is crucial to maintain distance from Yaoshi Dou. The second soul skill, White Phosphorus Serpent Movement, is also an instant-release skill with 2 modes of release. One involves unleashing an ordinary-looking white phosphorus serpent that can explode mid-course, exhibiting tremendous power. The other allows him to conceal himself within the serpent, temporarily submerging underground, and then surging forth to ambush the opponent when they are unsuspecting. The third soul skill, White Phosphorus Serpent Swarm, summons countless white phosphorus serpents, Although these serpents do not explode like those from the second skill, instead, they ensnare the opponent with their overwhelming numbers. The fourth soul skill, White Phosphorus Cut, releases a miniature version of the White Phosphorus Serpent, which possesses formidable cutting abilities, rendering it nearly indestructible to those facing it. The master, initially furrowing his brow, now tightened it further. On the surface, Yao Shidou appears to be merely an ordinary genius based on his soul skills and martial soul. However, he suspected that Yao Shidou harbored additional hidden strengths. After all, he was capable of becoming a primary force within the Royal Combat Team at such a young age, achieving level 45. Nonetheless, he paid little heed, as Fu Jiang was more than sufficient to sweep aside these individuals. Yu Tianheng, with his martial soul, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, stands as a 39-level assault-type soul master. Du Guyan, with her martial soul, the green-scaled serpent, is a 35-level control-type soul master. Yi Lingling, possessing the martial soul of Nine-Heart Begonia, is a 35-level support-type soul master with a soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. Her presence ensures that the Royal Combat Team shall never lose their fighting spirit. Li Luoka, wielding the martial soul of bandages, is a 28-level assault-type soul master with a soul ring configuration of 1 white and 1 yellow. This individual is certainly not simple. His inclusion in the Royal Combat Team signifies his extraordinary capabilities, and his close combat skills are deemed invincible. There was once a soul master who was knocked unconscious after engaging him in close quarters. The master concluded his exposition, surveying the Shrek 7 monsters and Fu Jiang. He had positioned Fu Jiang to substitute for Xiao Wu, aiming for victory in this soul battle. However, he did not desire for the little monsters to achieve victory too easily. Fu Jiang, you are prohibited from utilizing S-grade soul skills, and you must refrain from intervening until your teammates are in dire peril. Your sole task is to safeguard Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the 2 support soul masters. The master gazed at Fu Jiang, wishing for the Shrek 7 monsters to comprehend that there are always greater beings beyond them, while simultaneously desiring not to see them lose the match. Moreover, this was a requirement set forth by the event organizers. After all, there was not a single soul master among the Shrek 7 monsters. The temporary inclusion of a soul master, counted as part of the Shrek 7 monsters team, was a privilege granted by the organizers of the Grand Soul Arena. Understood, Fu Jiang nodded, feeling no peculiar sense of self-sabotage. He had grown accustomed to it. In the arena of soul battles, Tang Xin glanced curiously at the leader of the Imperial fighting team, Hinata Q, perceiving a striking resemblance to Fu Jiang, almost as if he were a reincarnation of Fu Jiang from years hence, with the only difference being the absence of a tear mole at the corner of his eye. Were it not for the knowledge that Fu Jiang's brother is presently the holy son of the Spirit Hall, he might have mistaken this soul master, whose power lay in his eyes, for Fu Jiang's sibling. Ning Rongrong looked at the petite figure across from her, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She sensed that this little skeleton had recognized her. This is the arena of battle, and we must all give our utmost effort. Tang Xin noticed Ning Rongrong's peculiar demeanor and had heard tales of her little skeleton, prompting him to voice a reminder. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong nodded. As a support-type soul master, she possessed little combat prowess, primarily aiding others. Should the little skeleton dare to strike at her, she resolved to simply disregard it. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun initiated the encounter with the Imperial fighting team, unleashing a fiery line as thick as an adult's waist that surged toward them. From afar, the members of the Imperial fighting team could feel the searing heat emanating from the flames. Jun Maru took the lead, instantly donning a menacing skeletal armor that shielded the team. His role within the Imperial fighting team was that of a defensive soul master. Although Jun Maru's offensive capabilities were commendable, he was the only one among them with the highest defense. The Phoenix Fire Line was aimed directly at Yi Lingling, who was unable to shoulder any burden or wield any weapon and typically relied on others for protection, often merely standing by and occasionally casting a soul skill, sometimes not even employing a single skill throughout a match. Third soul skill, White Phosphorus Serpent Swarm. Beneath Yao Shidou's feet, an eruption of serpents composed of white phosphorus emerged, countless serpents rushing toward Shrek and the others, with Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing being the first targets. Zhu Zhuqing immediately activated her martial spirit. Her slender fingers enveloped in a faint azure glow, a wind attribute soul power enhancement that sharpened the edges of her claws. Dai Mubai likewise activated his martial spirit, unleashing his first soul skill, White Tiger Barrier, alongside his third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, continuously slashing with his tiger claws to sever the white phosphorus serpents. In contrast to Dai Mubai's somewhat clumsy maneuvers, Zhu Zhuqing exhibited remarkable agility, moving with an effortless grace. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Tang San gasped for breath, having exerted all his strength to defeat Yu Tianheng and Duge Yan. Now, his 8 spider lances were exposed, and his soul power was nearly depleted. The Imperial fighting team had lost 2 members, while Shrek 7 had also sustained losses, with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun being knocked off the stage. Dai Mubai was struck down by a soul master named Jun Maru, while Ma Hongjun was swiftly overpowered by a fellow named Li Luoka, who, in just a second, sent Ma Hongjun flying off the stage, bruised and battered. Little skeleton, you have gone too far. Ning Rongrong was infuriated, having just witnessed Jun Mulu's blatant brutality as he unceremoniously thrust Dai Mubai off the battle arena. Had it not been for Dai Mubai's dual soul skills, he might have been pierced through by that attack. Her ire did not stem from the severity of the assault, but rather from the realization that, despite her loud outcry, her companion, Xiao Gu, had failed to glance back at her. Upon hearing her, Jun Mulu paused momentarily, fixing a steady gaze upon Ning Rongrong, opening his mouth, yet saying nothing. If you cannot act, then allow me to intervene, said Yashidu with a disarming smile, his demeanor exuding a sense of amiability. However, when he smiled, it seemed to shatter that facade, revealing something lurking beneath his geniality. As he spoke, Yashidu's hand transformed into a phosphorescent serpent, lunging directly towards Ning Rongrong. Yet, it was evident to the astute that his true target had been the motionless Fu Jiang, who stood undeterred since the onset of the battle. Fu Jiang slowly opened his eyes, his crimson Sharingan suddenly ablaze with its distinctive radiance. Water release. Water chaos wave, he pronounced sharply, conjuring swirling streams of water that morphed into blades, swiftly decapitating the phosphorescent serpent. Crimson serpent blood gushed forth as Fu Jiang deftly evaded the scene. And when the onlookers beheld him again, he had already arrived before Yashidu. Yashidu's pupils constricted, his second soul ring flickering ominously, yet his speed remained insufficient. Golden Fist. Fu Jiang struck Yashidu in the abdomen with a tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward, blood erupting from his mouth, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Witnessing this, Jun Mulu retreated abruptly, his 1,000-year second soul ring illuminating instantly. Second soul skill. Dance of the Iron Wire Flower, he shouted, transforming the skeletal armor on his right arm into a spiraled spear, its soul energy shimmering before it was launched with speed. Water release. Water mirror technique. An elliptical mirror of water materialized beside Fu Jiang, from which emerged a duplicate of Jun Mulu. The colossal spiraled bone spear collided with a thunderous noise, forcing Jun Mulu back 2 steps while the doppelganger dissolved into a puddle. Lightning release. Ground walk. Fu Jiang formed hand seals and struck the ground forcefully. The lightning was guided along the water on the ground, and Jun Mulu's footwear, not being rubber-soled, allowed the electricity to course up his legs. The shock brought not only paralysis but excruciating pain. Jun Mulu's legs lost sensation instantly, and a colossal fist imprint loomed larger in his vision, consuming it entirely. Boom. Before he could utter a cry of agony, Jun Mulu was propelled away, with a third soul skill still at his disposal. Yet he found himself bereft of opportunity to employ it. In an instant, the tide of battle appeared to have turned, leaving only Yi Lingling, Li Lok, and Hinata Mirror from the Imperial fighting team, while Shrek 7 monsters still stood resolute with Ning Rongrong, Oscar, Fu Jiang, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San. A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd, fervently chanting the name of the Avengers, their frenzied demeanor and thunderous voices nearly overturning the entire Soto Great Arena. At this moment, Tang San's soul power had been entirely depleted, rendering him incapable of functioning as a complete combatant. In contrast, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were brimming with energy, and Oscar had already begun crafting sausages to aid Tang San's recovery. Naturally, Hinata Mirror could not idly watch as Tang San regained his strength. Thus, he unleashed his first soul skill, 8 trigrams palm. With a swift motion of his hand, the first soul ring around him illuminated, and an invisible force surged towards Tang San. Caught off guard, Tang San was instantly knocked off the stage, prompting Oscar to retreat several paces. his expression a mix of fear and vigilance as he regarded Hinata Mirror. At this juncture, Fujikawa and Hinata Mirror stood facing each other, and in an instant, both vanished from their positions. Little Bone, Ning Rongrong called out with concern, fully aware that such minor injuries were inconsequential for Junma Lu, yet unable to suppress her empathy upon witnessing Little Bone's plight. It is truly unexpected to see your prowess in this humble Soto city, Hinata Mirror remarked softly, raising his hand to assume the initial stance of the 8 trigrams palm. Being the captain of the royal fighting team, his strength was undoubtedly formidable, as he had to command respect even from the other members and the esteemed instructors of the Tian Dou Royal Academy. Monstrous strength, golden heroic fist. Fujikawa, clearly not one for idle chatter, appeared before Hinata Mirror in a flash, forming a fist imprint that shimmered with a faint glow. However, no one dared to underestimate this punch, especially after witnessing how Junma Lu's armor had been nearly shattered by a single blow. Suddenly, Hinata Mirror's second soul ring illuminated, and beneath his feet, a Taiji Bagua diagram emerged, centering around him. The tremendous force of Fujikawa's punch collided with Hinata Mirror's palm, yet it failed to propel him away. Nor did it even cause him to stagger. With a resounding crash, the arena floor behind Hinata Mirror shattered, not due to his physical prowess absorbing the force, but rather because he redirected that energy onto the tiles a short distance behind him. Absolute healing. Yi Lingling's cool voice resonated, causing Fujikawa to glance over at the sole support-type Soul Master in the Royal Fighting Team. Upon meeting the gaze of Yi Lingling's blood-red Sharingan, she felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, enveloped by boundless darkness. Overcome with weakness, she fainted. Though Yi Lingling had lost consciousness, her soul skill was still released, allowing all members of the Royal Fighting Team, except for her, to rise once more. However, 4 of them had already been knocked off the stage and were thus rendered incapable of combat. The 8 gates of Duanjia formation. Open the first gate. Open the rest gate. Open. Li Lok bellowed, as steam began to billow from his body, and his skin grew increasingly heated. Upon witnessing this, both Dugu Yan and Yu Tianheng from the Royal Battle Team exhaled a sigh of relief. In Dugu Yan's perspective, once Li Luoka activated that secret technique, all foes would be ruthlessly vanquished. There was no doubt about it. Even the formidable Hinata Q, Yao Shidou, and Junma Liu, the 3 strongest talents of the Tian Dou Royal Academy, would still be utterly defenseless against Li Luoka's secret arts, the technique of burning life. Fu Jiang narrowed his eyes slightly and then called out in a low voice. Though not loud, it was audible enough for Dugu Yan and Yu Tianheng to hear. Yu Tianheng frowned slightly, recalling the words of his grandfather, the only titled Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Thunder De Yuanjin, who had advised him to cultivate a closer relationship with Li Luoka, as his secret technique held immense significance for their sect. However, hearing Fu Jiang's remark, he seemed somewhat unsettled. The technique of Narrow's vision. A crimson glimmer flickered in Fu Jiang's eyes, causing Li Luoka to freeze momentarily before collapsing to the ground like Yi Lingling. In an instant, the arena was left with only Hinata Q from the Royal Battle Team. All gazes turned toward Fu Jiang, with a trace of malice evident in Ning Rongrong's eyes, effortlessly dispatching her teammate, though Xiao Gu had also underestimated his opponent. Showcased Fu Jiang's formidable prowess. Upon witnessing Li Luoka's swift downfall, Yu Tianheng's eyes nearly bulged out. The last time Li Luoka had fought him, he had merely opened the first gate and had been helplessly beaten. Now, under the hands of this avenger, he could not withstand even a single strike. Perhaps it was due to Li Luoka only having opened 2 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Yet this did little to soothe Yu Tianheng's dismay. You are indeed powerful, Hinata Q exclaimed, activating his 4th spirit ring. A deep azure light flickered in his eyes, and an intangible wave surged forth, propelling Fu Jiang backward. Oscar, already at the edge of the arena, was sent flying off, barely managing to toss the sausage in his hand to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Defiant resistance? Fu Jiang narrowed his eyes, slowly speaking, and swiftly began forming seals with his hands, executing a multitude of them as if preparing a grand move. Royal Battle Team concedes. A voice suddenly rang out from outside the window, belonging to a handsome man who used his soul power to project his words. He was Qin Ming, the leader of the Royal Battle Team and a teacher at the Tian Dou Royal Academy. Aware of Hinata Q's trump card, he wished to prevent him from utilizing it in this modest spirit arena. Hinata Q, Junma Liu, and Li Luoka represented the golden generation of the Tian Dou Empire, The first two had gained the recognition of the Empire's upper echelons and were destined to become titled Douluos. They also served as a crucial asset for the Tian Dou Empire in curbing the arrogance of the Spirit Hall, especially after hearing that the current seed teams from the Spirit Hall had ventured to the Douluo Empire and dominated its youth. Qin Ming understood that should Hinata Q reveal his secret here, it would not be long before the golden generation of the Spirit Hall devised countermeasures against him. Hinata Q had ceased his actions and descended from the arena with remarkable decisiveness, as if he had rehearsed this countless times before. Meanwhile, in the audience, Qin Ming gazed intently at Fujiko, whose imposing figure radiated invincibility. The Shrek's 7 monsters possessed formidable strength, especially with the vengeful leader among them, who appeared to be no older than 15. If he could be persuaded to join the Tian Dou Royal Academy, the prospects of breaking the Spirit Hall's consecutive championship curse would become attainable. It was rumored that the Spirit Hall had a holy son of unparalleled might, so potent that even the young elite of the Douluo Empire had been vanquished without ever forcing him to reveal his spirit. A wise decision, Fujiko murmured, before turning to descend the ring and approach Tang-san, commencing his healing with palm techniques. Fujiko, I owe you a great deal this time, Tang-san remarked with a bittersweet smile, fully aware that without Fujiko's intervention, the opposing duo of the Apothecary Do and Junma Lu could have easily annihilated them. He had exerted every ounce of strength to defeat Donggu Yin and Yu Tianheng, having nearly resorted to employing those insidious hidden weapons. His power still fell short, and although he recognized that his strength was in the later stages of development, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Perhaps he could attempt to augment his Haotian hammer with 2 soul rings, but that would necessitate Fujiko's assistance. He had faith that Fujiko would aid him. Yet he understood that Master would categorically oppose the addition of soul rings to the Haotian hammer, especially given that the first individual with twin martial souls had perished violently while attempting to do so. At the Soto Great Spirit Arena's hotel, Qin Ming had met the Dean and Mr. Zhao. He knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in a gesture of profound respect towards Flinder and Zhao Wujia. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's demeanor, Flinder burst into laughter. The accomplishments of his former student brought him immense pride. Flinder stepped forward to assist Qin Ming in rising, expressing his fondness for the young man. Shrek is my life's work. I shall not permit anyone to lay claim to Shrek, Flinder bellowed, his gaze fixed upon his old friend, a glimmer of tears in his eyes, for Shrek was akin to his very existence. Flinder, I wish to pose a few inquiries. Should you be able to address them, the child's decision to attend Heavenly Do would be inconsequential. Master spoke calmly, fully aware that Shrek was Flinder's lifelong dedication. Yet he could not allow the talents of these children to languish. After all, Shrek Academy was but a modest institution, while its teaching staff was indeed formidable. It lacked in other vital areas. Educating students required more than just the knowledge and prowess of the instructors. It demanded supplementary resources. Just as he had devised a rigorous training regimen for the children, the ideal equipment would not be the crude backpacks, but rather specialized iron armor that enveloped the body. Upon hearing this, Flinder paused, a look of dejection crossing his features as he lowered his head, understanding the direction in which Master was headed. First, can you provide the children with a simulated training environment? Secondly, can you grant them the opportunity to participate in the elite competition for Spirit Master Academies across the continent a year from now? The final question posed by the Master was regarding the significance of establishing Shrek Academy. Each of the 3 inquiries struck at the very core of Flinder's intentions, with the first 2 highlighting the impossibility of providing the current Shrek environment for the children. Not even the combined efforts of all the teachers at Shrek could create a simulated training environment through theft or deception. Rendered speechless, Flinder could only gasp for breath and frustration. A simulated training environment would significantly enhance their cultivation speed. In the elite competition of the Soul Master Academies across the continent, only officially registered institutions could participate after passing the preliminaries. Our academy, however, was not registered and therefore could not be considered a legitimate institution. When you initially established Shrek Academy, your aim was to cultivate prodigies within the realm of Soul Masters. My proposal seeks to ensure a smoother path for them under the most favorable circumstances, and I have yet to finish my statement. I have a condition for these children to join the Tian Dou Royal Academy. The institution must accept all current teachers from Shrek Academy and allow us to educate these children directly, without any interference from Tian Dou Royal Academy. The Master articulated this in one breath, then fixed his gaze upon Qin Ming. At that moment, Qin Ming felt a surge of excitement, his blood racing, fingers entwined, yet he refrained from expressing his joy audibly. However, Shrek Academy was the culmination of Flinder's dedication, and it seemed that Qin Ming's eyes inadvertently sought out Fu Jiang, suppressing a smile that threatened to emerge, feigning a look of hesitation and concern. Before he could finish his thought, Flinder interrupted. Enough. Let us proceed as Xiao Gang suggested. He is right. I should not be solely focused on my own pride. Everything must be for the benefit of the children. The current teachers at Shrek deserve a place to retire, so it is settled. You may continue your discussions. Xiao Gang and Wu Ji will represent me in full. With that, Flinder turned and left the room, enveloped in a heavy sense of melancholy. Observing Flinder's forlorn figure, Zhao Wuji exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Hongjun, who promptly followed suit. Meanwhile, Qin Ming engaged in conversation with the master, expressing his belief that Dugu Yin's capabilities were rather ordinary. Though she possessed poison control, the potency of the apothecary's toxins was formidable, placing Dugu Yin in a rather awkward position within the royal fighting team. With a control-type soul master already present, and despite Hinata Jing being a powerful assault-type soul master, his wide eyes and second soul skill granted him sufficient control abilities to be considered a control-type soul master as well. If this child named Fu Jiang could replace Dugu Yin, the royal fighting team would become an invincible force. Moreover, Qin Ming sensed a resemblance between Fu Jiang and Hinata Jing, yet something felt amiss. Hinata Jing exuded warmth like an angel, while Fu Jiang seemed to embody a demonic allure, particularly with the tear mole at the corner of his eye, drawing one's gaze irresistibly. Regarding this young brother Fu Jiang, Qin Ming felt compelled to speak, his primary focus resting upon Fu Jiang. As the other members of Shrek's 7 were of little consequence to him, at most expected to be assigned to the second team. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang turned his attention to Qin Ming, recognizing him as a mentor of sorts. He is a member of Shrek Academy, and naturally, he will join the Royal Academy of Tian Dou. The master spoke directly, indicating that among Shrek students, only Fu Jiang and Tang San hold significant importance. Perhaps Qin Ming is merely captivated by Fu Jiang, while the other 7 students are merely supplementary. Nonetheless, the master is indifferent. He merely wishes to provide a simulated training environment for Tang San and Fu Jiang. That is splendid. Qin Ming could not suppress his laughter, his legs trembling uncontrollably. By the way, what is this young brother Fu Jiang's martial soul? At what level is he now? Qin Ming inquired with a smile, displaying considerable interest in the prodigious Fu Jiang. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang glanced at the master, who, after a slight frown, nodded. In an instant, Fu Jiang understood the master's intent. My martial soul is the Sharingan. At the level of 45, Fu Jiang replied coldly, his tone rather harsh. However, Qin Ming did not take offense. After all, geniuses are always afforded certain privileges, as has been the case throughout history. The martial soul of your type? It bears a striking resemblance to that of Jiang. Qin Ming mused thoughtfully. He sensed an intriguing connection between Fu Jiang and Hinata Jing, given their similar appearances and the nature of their martial souls, both of which are eye-related. One is referred to as Sharingan, and the other as Byakugan. Jing? He is the captain of the royal combat team? The master exhibited notable interest, recognizing that Hinata Jing's prowess is undoubtedly formidable, and his eye-based martial soul might yield some subtle interactions with Fu Jiang's Sharingan, perhaps even martial soul fusion techniques. Indeed, that is him, one of the golden generation of the Royal Academy of Tian Dou, Qin Ming proudly proclaimed. Hinata Jing, Yao Shidou, and Jun Malu are all considered part of this illustrious golden generation. In fact, Li Lok can also be regarded as part of it, though his soul power level is a significant drawback. The master pondered this. The Spirit Hall boasts a golden generation, and the Tian Dou Empire has produced its own. Although there is an element of imitation, the master recognized the confidence of the Tian Dou Empire. However, he held reservations regarding this so-called golden generation. Fu Jiang is already remarkably powerful. Yet he has mentioned that his brother, who serves as a saint in the Spirit Hall, is even stronger. Shrek Academy. Today marks the final day at Shrek Academy, and all students have been granted a day off. Zhu Zhuqing showed no signs of relaxation. After completing her training with Fu Jiang, she returned to her dormitory, somewhat fatigued. Upon her return, she discovered Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu seated there, seemingly waiting for her with a serious demeanor, as if preparing for an interrogation. Zhuqing, you have returned. Ning Rongrong greeted with a smile. She and Xiao Wu had conferred, deciding to adopt a diplomatic approach first. Moreover, Xiao Wu had already made her choice clear in her heart. She intended to clarify matters with Fu Jiang today, but had yet to find an opportune moment. However, to secure her choice, she felt compelled to first address Zhu Zhuqing, who could potentially threaten her position. Zhu Zhuqing nodded noncommittally, sensing something amiss. Yet she paid it no mind and headed straight for the dormitory's bathroom. Xiao Wu had intended to greet her, but as soon as she raised her hand, Zhu Zhuqing entered the bathroom, leaving Xiao Wu in an awkward position with her arm still half raised. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Zhuqing emerged, gently drying her damp hair. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's graceful appearance, Xiao Wu instinctively measured the distance between them with her hands, her expression darkening slightly. What is the matter? Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative. Having learned from Fu Jiang today about a concept known as momentum. To elaborate, it encompasses presence, spirit, and authority. In simpler terms, it translates to confidence. In battle, one can intimidate weaker opponents with their own momentum. However, when confronting stronger foes, the efficacy of this momentum diminishes significantly, though its enhancement to oneself should not be underestimated. She felt immensely confident, even brimming with self-assurance. Xiao Wu opened her mouth, her stammering causing Ning Rongrong to feel a bit anxious. If she were in Xiao Wu's shoes, she feared that Xiao Gu would run off with someone else the very next day. Xiao Wu wants you to keep your distance from Fu Jiang, Ning Rongrong bluntly stated, harboring a slight resentment. When Xiao Gu visited her today, despite having recovered from her injuries, she still felt a pang of heartache. Thus, her tone carried a hint of a little sorceress's mischief. She had been overjoyed to see Xiao Gu today and had not disclosed Fu Jiang's abilities to her father. She feared that her father, upon witnessing Fu Jiang's exceptional strength and his ability to alter the balance of power, might interfere in her affairs, complicating her relationship with Xiao Gu. No matter how exceptional Fu Jiang was, she had no interest in him. She only wished to grow up and solidify her bond with Xiao Gu. Why should that be? Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow, sensing that Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were being somewhat unreasonable. Moreover, she was aware of Ning Rongrong's little secret. As a citizen of the Douluo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing was inherently opposed to Ning Rongrong, who hailed from the seven-treasure, glazed tile school of the Tian Dou Empire. If not for the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Empire would have long since vanquished the Tian Dou Empire. Additionally, she knew that Ning Rongrong had already found someone special. Otherwise, she would have likely pursued Fu Jiang herself, rather than rallying Xiao Wu to confront her. Just because Fu Jiang likes Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong asserted confidently, believing that Xiao Wu had the upper hand. As long as Xiao Wu clarified her feelings with Fu Jiang, Zhu Zhuqing would have no chance whatsoever. Her visit today was merely to dissuade Zhu Zhuqing from her little ambitions. Xiao Wu, do you like Fu Jiang? Zhu Zhuqing did not glance at Ning Rongrong, but instead fixed her gaze on Xiao Wu, determined to stir up trouble in her own way. In Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Fu Jiang was the epitome of a perfect partner. Despite his often cold demeanor, she had discerned the warmth within him during their recent interactions. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, then lifted her gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. In truth, just a few days prior, she was not entirely certain, as two men willing to sacrifice their lives for her had simultaneously entered her life, leaving her at a loss on whom to choose. Even though Fu Jiang excelled in many aspects compared to Tang San, she had remained indifferent to him before their time in the Dou forest. Now, however, Xiao Wu felt a pang of regret, especially after witnessing Zhu Zhuqing and Fu Jiang frequently training together, along with the words Ning Rongrong had imparted to her. In the past, seeing Zhu Zhuqing and Fu Jiang together would have filled her with joy, but now her heart ached with anxiety. I like him, Xiao Wu declared earnestly, having resolved to gift the comb left by her mother to Fu Jiang. If you truly like him, then why did you reject him back then? Zhu Zhuqing narrowed her eyes, exuding an overwhelming presence. Even clad only in a bath towel, she radiated dominance, as if she were a celestial being from the moon. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's complexion paled. Her previous rejection of Fu Jiang had stemmed from the immense pressure exerted by the master. If given another chance, she would certainly not refuse Fu Jiang. At that time, I hadn't made up my mind. And are you not aware that Fu Jiang has always harbored feelings for you? Ning Rongrong remarked, her voice tinged with frustration as she stood up abruptly, confronting Zhu Zhuqing. To an outsider, It might seem that Ning Rongrong was the one in contention with Zhu Zhuqing. I understand, but what does that have to do with me? Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with arrogance, as if she regarded both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong with disdain. You, Ning Rongrong, incensed, thought that if she weren't a support-type soul master, she might have already resorted to violence. Xiao Wu, taken aback by Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, instinctively furrowed her brow. Xiao Wu, there are no remedies for regret in this world. Even if you confess to Fu Jiang now, your prior rejection will remain, serving only as a seed. Besides, do you not already have your third brother? Why seek Fu Jiang as well? Are you attempting to navigate two boats at once? Zhu Zhuqing's words were harsh, yet they contained a semblance of truth. After all, Xiao Wu had been wavering between Fu Jiang and Tang San for some time, and even Zhu Zhuqing had observed her often lost in thought while holding a comb. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's complexion grew even more ashen, verging on lifeless. For such words transcended mere harshness in her heart. They bordered on insult. No, that is not true. Xiao Wu, with her blunt nature, began to doubt herself, questioning if she truly was straddling two boats. Witnessing this, Ning Rongrong's expression darkened as well. She had not anticipated Zhu Zhuqing to be so formidable. You know in your heart the truth, I merely voiced it. If you had to choose between Tang San and Fu Jiang, whom would you select? Or rather, if only one could survive, whom would you choose to live? Zhu Zhuqing's combat prowess is astonishing. Despite her usually taciturn demeanor, she unexpectedly possesses a sharp tongue. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's words, Xiao Wu immediately lowered her head, ensnared in her own thoughts. Contemplating whom she would choose between Fu Jiang and Tang San, if only one could survive. This tactic was clearly aimed at Xiao Wu. Had it been Ning Rongrong, she would have deftly shifted the conversation. Observing Xiao Wu's reaction, Zhu Zhuqing smirked, surprised at how easily she could manipulate her. Her previously prepared incisive remarks found no place in this moment. In Silv City, Fu Jiang regarded the visibly troubled Zhu Zhuqing with an unyielding expression. Moments ago, the Shrek 7, in the Grand Soul Arena, had faced a level 40 Silver Soul fighting team, the Fearsome Team, which was utterly annihilated by the Zhuge Divine crossbows crafted by Tang San. Fu Jiang had participated in the creation of those crossbows, enhancing them with explosive runes. When the bolts pierced the bodies of the Fearsome Team, they detonated, transforming 7 individuals from whole beings into mere heaps of mangled flesh and severed limbs. The gruesome scene caused Ning Rongrong to vomit on the spot, even leaving someone as steadfast as Tang San feeling nauseous. Though Tang San had taken lives in his past life, his methods were typically swift and lethal, often involving a single strike to the throat. Even the 3 Buddha's Fury Lotus he crafted was used for self-destruction. The sight of dismembered bodies was indeed difficult to bear. After the slaughter, Zhu Zhuqing made a beeline for Fu Jiang, pulling him away before Xiao Wu could call out to him. Left standing alone, Xiao Wu felt a pang of injustice. Yet her resolve to gift Fu Jiang the comb grew stronger. Under the moonlight, Fu Jiang gazed coldly at Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared pale and pitiful. What is it? He asked icily, unmoved by the carnage that had unfolded. Those perishing under the explosive runes certainly did not meet a serene end. Witnessing Fu Jiang's indifferent demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of injustice. Had he offered her even a few comforting words, the ensuing events might have unfolded seamlessly. However, Fu Jiang showed no sign of consolation, instead coldly inquiring about her intentions. I like you, Zhu Zhuqing stammered, struggling against the turmoil within her. She resolved to take the initiative, hoping to secure her relationship with Fu Jiang before Xiao Wu could intervene. At that juncture, even if Fu Jiang later had a change of heart, she would have grounds to confront Xiao Wu. Hearing her confession, Fu Jiang frowned slightly, narrowing his eyes. I will assist you in hunting for soul rings. There is no need for, he began with unrefined straightforwardness, but Zhu Zhuqing interrupted him. I'm not doing this for that. I genuinely like you. Perhaps my initial motives for approaching you were not pure, but during our time together, I have come to realize my feelings for you. Zhu Zhuqing declared, her voice trembling. She understood her affection for Fu Jiang. Indeed, his strength, talent, and appearance were truly exceptional and rare in this world. Such an exceptional man, who could possibly resist his charm? Perhaps her initial intention in approaching Fujikawa was to exploit his unique ability to sacrifice soul beasts, seeking to win him over for her own vendetta. Yet now, Zhu Zhuqing finds herself captivated, No one could remain indifferent to a man of such caliber. Is this not the essence of love? The phenomenon of love at first sight is merely an attraction to beauty, for an alluring exterior is a prerequisite for such infatuation. Moreover, Fujikawa is not solely defined by his physical allure. His strength and capabilities are unparalleled. Please, take a moment to rest, Fujikawa remarked with a frosty demeanor. Though Zhu Zhuqing discerned a flicker of anxiety and tension in his eyes. As he turned to leave, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Not merely due to Zhu Zhuqing's so-called confession, but because he sensed a monumental destiny weighing upon him. Observing Fujikawa's intent to depart, Zhu Zhuqing recalled the momentary panic reflected in his gaze and hurriedly stepped in front of him, grasping his wrist firmly. However, Fujikawa effortlessly broke free from her grasp. Regarding her with a chilling stare, his eyes glimmering with a fierce crimson light. "Leave me be," he commanded in a low, cold voice. An aura of lethal intent erupting around him, compelling Zhu Zhuqing to retreat under the sheer force of his presence. This was the very essence of the imposing aura Fujikawa had imparted to her, yet at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing had no leisure to appreciate such a lesson. Tears streamed down her delicate cheeks, despite her trembling legs and a heart racing uncontrollably from the terror he exuded. She summoned her last vestiges of strength to leap into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around him. This moment was pivotal. Should she succeed, she could claim the identity of Fujikawa's girlfriend. Displacing Xiao Wu would merely be a matter of time. Her ambitions were grand. She yearned to possess Fujikawa entirely, to be his sole companion. She recognized that Fujikawa was deeply emotional, valuing those dear to him immensely. Thus, becoming his girlfriend would at the very least allow her to exact revenge on the Zhu family. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing held an inflated perception of herself. Her desire to follow Fujikawa was rooted in the notion of destiny, a reality he had acquiesced to primarily due to the fateful circumstances rather than her own merits. She mistakenly believed that while much of his compliance was to provoke Xiao Wu, her own exquisite appearance and figure were undeniably compelling, leaving no man unmoved by her presence. "I refuse," Zhu Zhuqing protested, feeling utterly wronged. Having thrown caution to the wind, she was unafraid of any consequences. After all, she did not believe Fujikawa would resort to harming her. She was correct. Fujikawa had no intention of ending her life, yet he regarded their situation with long-term considerations. The destiny tied to Xiao Wu was far greater than that which Zhu Zhuqing bore, hence his words, "My patience has its limits," were delivered with chilling clarity as he fixed his icy gaze upon her. "Is it wrong to like you? Why must you be so distant? Is it solely because of Xiao Wu?" Zhu Zhuqing could not restrain her tongue, stepping deeper into perilous territory. Her tears flowed unabated, her enchanting face now resembling a rain-soaked flower, undeniably endearing. Sharingan. Fujiang's eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, intent on casting an illusion upon Zhu Zhuqing. However, having trained alongside Fujiang for an extended period, Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of the Sharingan's formidable power. Never gaze directly into the Sharingan. This was Fujiang's stern warning during their training sessions. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing shut her eyes and buried her face against Fujiang's chest, clinging tightly to him as if to merge their beings into one. "Do not overstep," Fujiang said coldly. Although he possessed other means to extricate himself from Zhu Zhuqing's grasp, he understood that if he did not resolve this matter, a similar situation would inevitably arise upon their next encounter. "I merely wish to ask one question. Can you accept me? Or rather, will you attempt to accept me?" Zhu Zhuqing's words were laced with caution, fearful of provoking Fujiang's ire once more. "Release me first," Fujiang continued in a frosty tone. Despite his familiarity with such situations, they remained a source of annoyance. "No, I will not let go." Noticing a slight softening in Fujiang's demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to press her advantage. "You can accept me. Now, please let me go." Fujiang's voice carried an inexplicable trace of resignation, causing Zhu Zhuqing to doubt whether she had fallen victim to his illusion. Yet, she resolutely kept her eyes shut. She had encountered Fujiang's Sharingan far too many times and had suffered its torment repeatedly. "Really?" Zhu Zhuqing asked uncertainly, tightening her embrace around Fujiang. "Indeed," Fujiang replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Upon returning to the inn, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, seemingly having forgotten the recent bloody scene. Her lovely face adorned with an unmistakable smile that shattered her previously aloof demeanor. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's transformation, Xiao Wu felt a pang of anxiety, sensing an ominous premonition. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong remained lost in the harrowing memories of the death of the fierce god squad, showing no signs of emerging from her thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing hummed a cheerful tune as she leaped onto her bed, playfully revealing the kunai she had acquired from Fujiang, which she referred to as a token of affection. Yet, Fujiang refused to acknowledge it, explicitly stating that he could only attempt to accept her. Zhu Zhuqing understood that this was his way of encouraging Xiao Wu, or perhaps more accurately, to provide her with reassurance. In Fujiang's heart, he believed Xiao Wu had rejected him, and he wished for her not to harbor resentment toward this matter. His effort to accept Zhu Zhuqing was merely a convenient endeavor. Zhu Zhuqing recognized her role as merely a tool, a means to ease Xiao Wu's mind. However, the execution of this plan was highly feasible. In her perception, Fujiang, believing that Xiao Wu had spurned him, would develop feelings of guilt, prompting him to attempt to accept Zhu Zhuqing for Xiao Wu's sake. Little did he know that Xiao Wu was currently filled with regret. Zhu Zhuqing intended to exploit this information gap to catch Xiao Wu off guard. Xiao Wu noticed the kunai in Zhu Zhuqing's hand, which bore a unique technique. Both she and Xiao Sen possessed one. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Wu appeared somewhat dazed. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly called out, and then carefully stowed away the precious kunai. Startled by the sudden mention of her name, Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. Even Ning Rongrong, who was trembling beneath the bed, was drawn to the exchange. Though she was in a poor state, she had to endure her discomfort for the future of the seven-treasure Glazed tile school, resolutely standing by Xiao Wu's side. I hope you can keep your distance from Fujiang in the future. Zhu Zhuqing echoed Ning Rongrong's words from days prior, but this time directed them at Xiao Wu. At this, Xiao Wu's body quivered, and she fixed her gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, her beautiful eyes glinting with a hint of malice. However, before Xiao Wu could respond, Ning Rongrong erupted in indignation. Why should I? The situation mirrored that of several days ago, yet now their positions and stances had shifted, with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu lacking Zhu Zhuqing's formidable confidence. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing had prepared her arguments meticulously. No matter how Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong resisted, they would remain ensnared in her grasp. Since you have already rejected him, do not entangle yourself further. And do you not understand anything upon seeing this? Zhu Zhuqing lightly tapped the kunai at her waist, her voice laced with a subtle taunt and a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Instantly, Xiao Wu lowered her head, seemingly intimidated by the prospect of meeting Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. Xiao Wu's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes as she parted her lips to speak, but was interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing. You have refused him. Why do you still cling to him? Or do you wish to have both? Zhu Zhuqing's words were undeniably venomous. Her resolve was unyielding and would not be swayed. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong lost their composure. Xiao Wu was unsettled by Zhu Zhuqing's cruel words, while Ning Rongrong was agitated by the fact that Zhu Zhuqing had been sidestepping a crucial question, whether she had definitively established a relationship with Fujiang. Even if a relationship had been confirmed, Ning Rongrong was confident she could sabotage Zhu Zhuqing's plans. It is said that the imperial family of the Douluo Empire and the Zhu family engage in marital unions for the sake of martial soul fusion techniques and the enhancement of martial souls. It has been a tradition for generations. Since you have made your choice, do not waver. Fujiang initially suffered greatly. He is only just beginning to recover. You could refuse Fujiang for Tang San, but once such an event occurs, it will surely happen again. Your indecision will only lead to Fujiang being hurt by you once more. Zhu Zhuqing spoke rapidly, each word piercing Xiao Wu's heart like a knife. Lacking experience in such matters, Xiao Wu found herself begrudgingly acknowledging the logic in Zhu Zhuqing's assertions. Ning Rongrong could no longer bear to watch. She realized that Xiao Wu was being ensnared by Zhu Zhuqing's words, who was persistently avoiding a pivotal topic. What is your current relationship with Fujimura? Are you lovers? Ning Rongrong cut straight to the chase, striking at the heart of the matter. Xiao Wu also lifted her gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes glimmering with a hint of expectation, as if she yearned to hear Zhu Zhuqing's denial in person. Of course, Zhu Zhuqing shamelessly replied, showing no signs of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu averted her gaze once more, her rabbit ear adornments drooping disconsolately. You and Dai Mubai must be engaged, right? Does Fujimura know about this? Ning Rongrong's words successfully revived Xiao Wu, while Zhu Zhuqing's expression stiffened. Every man harbors a common flaw, or perhaps a psychological aversion. When a man discovers that his girlfriend has a fiancé, he cannot simply pretend that nothing has occurred, even if his girlfriend remains untouched. He will inevitably feel a sense of unease. This is unavoidable, unless it is an impenetrable bond, where both parties are indifferent to each other's pasts. The current situation is that Zhu Zhuqing has yet to solidify her relationship with Fujimura, and Fujimura has merely indicated a willingness to accept Zhu Zhuqing. If Fujimura were to learn of this now, it could spell the end for their relationship. The only viable option left is for Zhu Zhuqing to preemptively clarify her situation with Fujimura before Ning Rongrong intervenes, declaring that she has severed her engagement with Dai Mubai. I have dissolved my engagement with Dai Mubai. You may inquire with him if you doubt my word, Zhu Zhuqing stated calmly. Yet Ning Rongrong still sensed a flicker of panic in her eyes. Is that so? Xiao Wu, let us go speak with Fujimura. Ning Rongrong believed Zhu Zhuqing's assertion. But to what end? The fact remains that Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's engagement is a reality, one that neither can unilaterally dissolve. With that thought, Ning Rongrong disregarded her discomfort and grasped Xiao Wu's arm, determined to seek out Fujimura. Witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists, realizing that she had reached a point of no return. If she were to leave immediately to confess to Fujimura, and later Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu confronted her, it would leave Fujimura with the impression that she had only confessed due to coercion. The scenery at the Royal Academy of Tian Dou is indeed breathtaking, particularly as the sun sets and the evening glow envelopes the sky. In the embrace of the western red hues, both the lake at the foot of the mountains and the diverse flora adorning the towering peaks create an ethereal paradise. This locale is less than 20 kilometers from the capital of the Tian Dou Empire, Tian Dou City, and with such an exquisite environment, the instructors, including Zhao Wujia, expressed their satisfaction at this being their future abode. Only Flanders remained dissatisfied, continually muttering that despite Shrek Academy being small, it is home to numerous prodigies, far surpassing the Royal Academy of Tian Dou. Amidst the opulence of the academy and the elegantly dressed students, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, two boys from Shrek who had not encountered much grandeur, were left in awe, marveling at their surroundings. Due to the loud voices of Ma Hongjun and Oscar, they attracted the attention of several onlookers. Halt! Who are you? A small group of approximately 10 individuals obstructed the path of Shrek's party, with the leader speaking haughtily. Upon observing their attire, it was evident that they were students from the Royal Academy of Tian Dou. We are from Shrek Academy, invited here by your esteemed Tian Dou Royal Academy for an exchange. Please lead the way, Flanders stated boldly, causing Lu Erlong nearby to chuckle as she reminisced about the daily antics of the Golden Iron Triangle, where Flanders often adopted such a demeanor, bringing forth much amusement. Initially, Lu Erlong had reservations about allowing Flanders to visit the Tian Dou Royal Academy, considering she also had her own Blue Tyrant Academy. She suggested that Blue Tyrant Academy be renamed Shrek Academy, with Flanders as the headmaster. However, Flanders, a man of principles, declined her offer. Despite his avarice, he would never accept financial support from his students, especially not from the woman he once revered as a goddess. In the original narrative, his decision to join Blue Tyrant Academy stemmed from his desire not to hinder the growth of the Shrek 7, as well as to prove a point to the Tian Dou Royal Academy about what they had overlooked. What a bunch of bumpkins. Thinking you can come to our academy for an exchange? You must be beggars from some backwater place. Leave now, or we shall resort to force. The young leader scrutinized Flanders and the others, his face displaying contempt. After nearly 10 days of travel, Shrek's group appeared somewhat worn, though certainly not as disheveled as the young man suggested. His dismissive attitude was clearly based on superficial judgment, as he perceived Shrek Academy's members to be modestly dressed. Flanders' proud and imposing words further aggravated him. In truth, very few who entered the Tian Dou Royal Academy possessed genuine skill. Most gained admission through connections and noble titles. This flaw had long plagued the academy. Otherwise, how could they boast the title of the foremost academy of the Tian Dou Empire without the corresponding strength? It is worth noting that the instructors of Shrek Academy were all individuals of great pride, having chosen to forsake opportunities to join soul master families or various factions in favor of founding Shrek Academy. At that moment, even the Shrek 7 were incensed by the unceremonious remarks of their adversaries. Suddenly, Fu Jiang emerged from the blind spot of the young leader's gaze, her crimson eyes locking onto his. In an instant, the young leader staggered backward, and his companions fell in unison, all rendered motionless. He recognized the young leader as Shui Lang, a prince of the Tian Dou Empire, a man of considerable cunning who, despite possessing notable talent, had squandered his potential and adopted a brash demeanor merely to survive. Moreover, Shui Lang bore significant destiny, comparable to that of the Snow Knight Emperor. If he is not mistaken, this avalanche should be the future emperor of the Tian Dou Empire, while his female disguise, the Prince Shui Qianqian, would have been discovered had it not been for his intervention. Observing the disheartened expressions of Shui Lang and others, struck down by a mere glance from Fu Jiang, the teachers, including Flanders, couldn't help but frown. Their dissatisfaction did not stem from Fu Jiang's usage of illusion, but rather from the lamentable quality of the students at the Tian Dou Royal Academy. Is this truly the esteemed Tian Dou Royal Academy? It appears to be nothing more than a heap of refuse. I am beginning to question whether my decision to come here was a grave error. Flanders turned to Zhao Wujia, ostensibly addressing him, but in truth, he was speaking to the master, who had suggested they come to the Tian Dou Royal Academy. The master remained silent, viewing this merely as a means to an end, utilizing the resources of the Tian Dou Royal Academy to cultivate his 2 disciples alongside the other 6 prodigies. The students of the Tian Dou Royal Academy should not be overly weak. Rather, it is simply that Fu Jiang, this little monster, is exceedingly formidable. The number of soul masters of the same rank who fell before Fu Jiang could easily reach 800, if not 1,000. The Sapphire Battle Soul had achieved continuous victories, even challenging Soul Kings, as there are not many soul sects of the Sapphire Battle Soul caliber. Flanders understood this logic, yet he remained somewhat resentful. He glanced at the master, who chose to remain silent, entirely ignoring Flanders' gaze. What is happening? A figure swiftly approached through the shaded path, clad in silver attire, appearing to be of a similar age to Flanders, with a face as radiant as silver and prominent features. The individual bore an air of a seasoned expert, hands clasped behind his back. Upon the arrival of the Tian Dou Royal Academy's teacher, Fu Jiang dispelled the illusion of the Sharingan, and Shui Lang and the others gradually regained their senses. Upon seeing the teacher, they appeared as if they had discovered a lifeline. Moments ago, within his illusion, Shui Lang had seen his elder brother, Shui Qinghe, approaching him with a sinister smile, nearly scaring him into losing control. How splendid, teacher's son has arrived. At this moment, Shui Lang caught sight of Fu Jiang's visage and, recalling what Hinata Q was about to say, abruptly faltered, stumbling back as if he had seen a ghost, landing unceremoniously on the ground once more. This disheveled appearance caused teacher's son to frown, feeling that the dignity of the Tian Dou Royal Academy had been utterly tarnished. However, as Shui Lang was a prince of Tian Dou, he could not administer punishment. He lacked the authority of a Tian Dou-level teacher and could only express a few words of admonition. After chiding Shui Lang briefly, teacher's son followed his gaze and was taken aback. Hinata Q was somewhat renowned within the Tian Dou Royal Academy, having garnered the attention of both the Night Emperor and Prince Shui Qinghe, and was celebrated as a member of the Academy's golden generation. His visage had long been etched into the minds of all teachers and students at the Academy. Why you are? Teacher's son stammered, his mind racing as he recalled a conversation from a few days prior during a meeting with his colleague, Tian Dou-level teacher Qin Ming. His alma mater, Shrek Academy, would bring 8 prodigies to the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou for exchange and study. Among them was one who single-handedly defeated the seed team of the Royal Academy, known as the Imperial Fighting Team, led by him. This individual bore a striking resemblance to Hinata Kagami, save for a single tear mole at the corner of his eye. We are here to find Qin Ming, Flanders remarked nonchalantly, his tone exceptionally calm, though a hint of resentment lingered within him, as the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou had left a rather unfavorable impression. Are you looking for Teacher Qin? I presume you hail from Shrek Academy in the Barak Kingdom? Teacher's son, regaining his composure, slightly bowed to express respect before speaking slowly. The group from Shrek arrived at the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou, where Qin Ming had made all necessary arrangements, even elevating their reception to a level just below that of the 3 Soul Douluo committee members. After all, Flanders and Zhao Wujia were both formidable soul saints renowned in the world of soul masters. Receiving such treatment was entirely reasonable, and the other instructors shared the same sentiment, which greatly pleased Flanders and his companions. The students were also accorded high standards of treatment, each granted their own independent dormitory, complete with a small kitchen. As they made their way to the central teaching building of the Royal Academy, Qin Ming took the opportunity to explain the institution's hierarchy to Flanders and his group. Students below level 25 were classified as Tianwei, those between 25 and 30 as Tianji, and those above 30 as Tian Dou. Not only did students have ranks, but teachers did as well. Teachers between levels 40 and 50 were categorized as Tianwei, those from 50 to 60 as Tianji, and those above 60 as Tian Dou. Does this mean Fujikawa could become a teacher? Oscar interjected, clearly enamored with the place. The abundance of beautiful women captivated him, though most seemed indifferent to his charms. Yet, he believed he could win their hearts with sincerity. With a playful wink at a passing female student, he caught her attention. For Oscar's striking looks were not to be underestimated. Soon, that female student was drawn to Fujikawa, not only due to his stunning visage but also because his features bore a remarkable resemblance to Hinata Kagami. If Fujikawa were to consider a teaching position at the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou after graduation, I would wholeheartedly support it. However, for now, he must participate in the grand gathering of soul masters, Qin Ming said with a smile, subsequently elaborating on the Academy's salary structure and the scholarships awarded to students. This scholarship had been devised overnight in consultation with the three Seoul Douluo committee members, considering that students fortunate enough to attend the Royal Academy naturally hailed from affluent backgrounds. The scholarship was specifically tailored for Shrek students. These scholarships were merely a strategy employed by the Royal Academy of Heaven Dou to attract Shrek students, regardless of their effectiveness, as the Academy was certainly not lacking in funds. Upon hearing this, the members of Shrek Academy erupted in laughter, though only Xiao Wu appeared somewhat troubled. The sealing technique I imparted to you can effectively mask the aura of your soul beast. There is no need for alarm. Fujiang's voice resonated in Xiao Wu's ear, startling her momentarily. However, as she recalled Fujiang's spiritual soul skill, a sense of calm gradually enveloped her, soon followed by a wave of sorrow. She had always taken Fujiang's sacrifices for granted, but now, in the face of loss, she realized just how much she owed him. Subsequently, the Shrek team arrived at the Education Committee. Within the entire main campus, the Education Committee stood as the most imposing structure. Although it was a single-story building, its apex soared to a height of 10 meters, reminiscent of the Spirit Hall. A pang of bittersweet nostalgia struck Flender. No matter how esteemed the Tian Dou Royal Academy may be, it could never rival the warmth of Shrek Academy. At the entrance of the Education Committee, three elderly men stood with an air of distinctiveness, as if they were the very essence of the Tian Dou Royal Academy, indeed the heart of the entire institution. Even with their gentle smiles, the unique aura of strength they exuded was undeniable. Though no formal introductions were made, the Shrek group instantly recognized them as the three Seoul Douluo members of the Education Committee that Qin Ming had mentioned. Shrek Academy, Flender, Wuhuan Cat Eagle, Level 78, 7-Ring Battle Soul Saint of the Agility System. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed elders. Flender crossed his arms over his shoulders, slightly bowing with a grave expression as he introduced himself. This was the customary respect shown by juniors to their seniors in the Soul Master realm, and Flender, seasoned in this domain, was well aware of the etiquette. The three elders promptly welcomed Flender and his companions inside, their gazes occasionally landing on Fujiang. They had already learned of his prowess through Qin Ming, who had informed them of Fujiang's capability to defeat both Yao Shidou and Jun Malu in mere 2 moves, even swiftly vanquishing Li Luoka, who had just activated his secret soul skill. It was noteworthy that this was indeed the golden generation of the Tian Dou Royal Academy. Once inside the Education Committee, Meng Xinji engaged Flender in earnest conversation, expressing that as long as these children bore the name of Tian Dou Royal Academy on their future resumes, they would be content. These children would forever remain Shrek's students. Furthermore, Meng Xinji declared that the teaching methods would still be under the guidance of Shrek's original faculty, and he would never impose students upon Shrek's teachers whom they deemed unworthy. This heartfelt discourse moved Flender, instilling in him a sense of sincerity towards the three Seoul Douluo members. I have heard from Teacher Qin that among the 8 students in your esteemed academy, there are 2 exceptionally gifted soul masters. May I inquire who they might be? The seemingly unremarkable Jolene Seoul Douluo suddenly interjected, his gaze fixed intently on Fujiang. Having spent the previous night in conversation with Meng Xinji and Bai Baoshan, they had devised an almost unsolvable battle team based on the information provided by Qin Ming. This team would see Fujiang and Tang San, both hailed as rare geniuses by Teacher Qin, replace the current members of the Imperial Battle Team, Dugu Yin and Yu Tianning. Though the venom of Dugu Yin is formidable, it pales in comparison to that of Yashidu. Additionally, she is a control-type soul master. And the one named Tang San is also a control-type soul master who has triumphed over Dugu Yin in direct combat. As for Yu Tianheng, he was completely overwhelmed by Fu Zhang's sheer prowess. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, while powerful, falls significantly short when compared to Fu Jiang, the prodigy who effortlessly defeated both Yashidu and Junmulu in mere 2 moves. To claim the title of genius would be an overstatement. Fu Jiang and Tang San. The master smiled serenely, his eyes radiating pride. These 2 disciples are the most precious treasures of his life, having endured a tumultuous first half of his existence. These disciples are heaven's compensation bestowed upon him. Fu Jiang and Tang San acknowledged with a response before stepping forward, bowing slightly in respect to the 3 Soul Douluo committee members, displaying ample decorum and honoring their presence. Soul Douluo Jilin smiled faintly, and the air around him subtly warped. Others remained oblivious, but Fu Jiang and Tang San acutely sensed the air around them congealing, an immense soul power surging forth, constraining their bodies and rendering them immobile. They recognized this as Jilin's Soul Douluo, testing their strength, and thus remained unfazed. 20 levels, 30 levels, 35 levels, 36 levels. The soul pressure escalated until it reached 40 levels, finally compelling Tang San's martial soul, Blue Silver Grass, to manifest. However, Fu Jiang maintained a demeanor of tranquility, seemingly unperturbed. At 45 levels, Tang San's physique expanded noticeably. His external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, was unleashed, astonishing the 3 Soul Douluo committee members. Soul bones. Jilin's Soul Douluo promptly withdrew his soul pressure, exclaiming in astonishment. Such artifacts are rare and coveted in the world of soul masters, valuable yet scarce. Even he possesses only one, a gift from the Tian Dou royal family. Thank you, Jilin's Soul Douluo, for your support. The master rose with a smile and bowed respectfully to Jilin's Soul Douluo. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the committee members occasionally cast furtive glances at Fu Jiang. After all, the recent display of 45 levels of soul pressure failed to even elicit Fu Jiang's martial soul, a talent that transcends mere fearfulness. The hearts of the 3 Soul Douluo committee members were ablaze with enthusiasm. They envisioned the dissolution of the Martial Soul Hall's consecutive championship with such a formidable student joining the Tian Dou Royal Academy. Having just been humiliated, the once cowering Shui Beng now strode into the committee chamber with an air of arrogance, his gaze toward Fu Jiang brimming with intense animosity. Preceding him was an elderly man clad in splendid yellow robes, adorned with intricate floral embroidery, yet appearing effortlessly dignified. His silvery hair was neatly arranged at the back of his head, his stature average but slightly portly, and his appearance quite respectable. However, his eyes were notably small, detracting from the overall harmony of his features. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he exuded an air of superiority without overtly displaying arrogance. Accompanying the elderly gentleman clad in ornate attire was another elder, yet distinct in appearance. This individual was tall and slender, resembling a javelin, with hair and beard of a deep emerald hue, and eyes that sparkled like precious emeralds. As he moved, the surrounding flowers withered, and the insects fell silent, rendered motionless. He surveyed the assembly within the education committee, his gaze resting momentarily upon Fujikawa, pausing for a few seconds. He perceived a striking resemblance between Fujikawa and a peculiar creature named Hinata Kyo, who was associated with the imperial figure known as Shueqinghe. In terms of countenance, he considered Fujikawa and Hinata to be akin to brothers. Your Highness, what brings you here? Dream Machine inclined his body slightly in a gesture of respect. Yet, both he and the other 2 members of the Soul Douluo Education Committee had their attention drawn to the green-haired elder. At that moment, Shui Beng whispered a few words into the ear of the gentleman in ornate attire, before casting a fierce glare at Fujikawa. Hinata Kyo was quite the figure at the Tian Dou Royal Academy, and indeed within the noble circles of the Tian Dou Empire, a future titled Douluo, the towering pillar of the Tian Dou Empire, and a close friend of Prince Shueqinghe, part of the golden generation of the Tian Dou Royal Academy. How could Shui Beng not recognize Hinata Kyo, or fail to notice the resemblance between Fujikawa and Hinata? However, to maintain his extravagant persona, he felt compelled to exact revenge on Fujikawa by any means necessary. What? Are there guests among the 3 esteemed members of the committee? Would you not introduce them to me? The elder in ornate attire smiled dispassionately, casting a sweeping glance over the Shrek individuals, his eyes gleaming with haughtiness. Your Highness, allow me to introduce you. This is the esteemed Dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder. He has come to discuss matters of collaboration with us. Dean Flinder, this is His Highness, Prince Xuexing of the Tian Dou Empire, under whose jurisdiction the Royal Academy currently operates. Although Dream Machine felt considerable dissatisfaction towards the prince's arrogance, he managed a slight smile as he introduced the Shrek individuals. Shrek Academy? I do not recall hearing of it. It must be an insignificant institution. Prince Xuexing remarked disdainfully, his tone icy, without even sparing a glance at Flinder, inciting great indignation in the proud Dean. Upon hearing this, Dream Machine's expression shifted, and he began to counsel Prince Xuexing. He had witnessed the talents of both Fujikawa and Tang San. The former remained unfazed in the face of a 45-level soul power pressure, while the latter possessed the legendary external soul bone. With these two extraordinary individuals, shattering the Martial Soul Hall's consecutive championship would no longer be merely a dream. A heated debate ensued, and it became evident to all that Prince Xuexing had come seeking conflict, with a clear target, the group from Shrek. As long as you can withstand 5 minutes in the presence of this Mr. Douluo, I shall acknowledge your talents and offer favorable treatment. Otherwise, as per Xuebing's words, you are to leave this place at once. Prince Xuexing exhibited no mercy. His actions were aimed at undermining the fresh blood of Crown Prince Xueqing. The talented individuals accepted by the 3 committee members would undoubtedly become the future subordinates of Crown Prince Xueqing. Xuebing was forced to feign a frivolous demeanor for self-preservation, relying solely on Xuexing to win over those formidable soul masters, to the extent that even Xuebing could not intervene. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was instantly enraged, ready to charge at Prince Xuexing to teach him a lesson, only to be vanquished by a mere glance from the green-haired elder, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Jeline, the soul Douluo, utilized the heavenly blue vine to pull Dai Mubai back, then glared furiously at Douluo. Prove your strength. All of you, come forth. Douluo said nonchalantly, as a layer of green light suddenly emanated from his being, followed by a series of soul rings gradually rising from beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings swirled around him, their blinding brilliance transforming the entire committee hall into a dazzling spectacle. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, including that of Fu Jiang, who, however, feigned his astonishment, having recognized Douluo the moment he entered. 91 Level Control System Title Douluo by Lin Douluo. Douluo. The title conferred upon Douluo by the Spirit Hall was by Lin Douluo, yet the populace preferred to refer to him as the Poison Douluo. Your surname is indeed Douluo. The scent of blood is overwhelming. If I am not mistaken, you must be the esteemed by Lin Douluo. The name Poison Douluo is a colloquial term, while the formal address should indeed be Douluo's true title. The master stepped forward, obstructing the furious teachers of Shrek Academy, and cupped his fists in salute to Douluo. Since you are aware of my name, why do you not leave? Douluo spoke coldly, his narrowed eyes gleaming with undisguised disdain. Very well, we shall depart. Flandra, let us go, the master replied, his demeanor calm as he nodded earnestly, pulling Flandra away. Although he, Flandra, and Lu Erlong could execute a Trinity spirit fusion technique, they were still somewhat lacking in strength to confront a genuine title Douluo, especially with Lu Erlong absent at that moment. Since arriving in the Tian Dou Imperial City, Lu Erlong had returned to the Lamba Academy to manage the mountain of paperwork accumulated during her absence. Xiaogang, I cannot allow Shrek to suffer this humiliation. Flandra forcefully broke free from the master's grip, his eyes glinting with a fierce intensity as he spoke in a low voice. Aren't you afraid of death? Do you wish for everyone to perish alongside you? A title Douluo is beyond your capacity to contend with. If you were also a title Douluo, you could command others to leave at will, but you are not. Even if we old ones are unafraid of death, do you wish to drag the children down into oblivion with you? The master's words struck Flandra's weak spot, causing the fierce light in his eyes to instantly fade. Indeed, if I were to perish, so be it. The children still have bright futures ahead of them, and they will surely surpass him. I cannot lead the children into the abyss. To the 3 committee members, my sincerest apologies. Let today's events conclude here. However, we shall never forget the warm hospitality you have extended to us. Until we meet again, Upon concluding his words, the master took Flander and departed from the education committee. However, they were intercepted by the Dream Machine. The Dream Machine and his companions were resolute in their determination not to relinquish Fujiang and Tang San. Despite the formidable prowess of Hinata Mirror, Medicine Master Dou, and Jun Maru, the addition of another genius would undeniably enhance their chances of victory. Wait, Dugubo? Allow us 3 old fellows to experience your poison. With that, the Dream Machine, by Baoshan, and Jilin radiated a brilliant light, summoning their soul rings, seemingly prepared to engage Dugubo in a battle to the death. Witnessing this, Prince Xuexing was instantly alarmed. These 3 members of the education committee were esteemed by the Night Emperor and were unwaveringly loyal to the Tian Dou royal family. Should any complications arise, he would bear the weight of the consequences. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a delicate young girl suddenly dashed in from outside. Grandfather. The girl was none other than Duguyan. Upon entering, she rushed straight towards Dugubo, whose previously indifferent demeanor softened upon seeing her, and he embraced her with a hearty laugh. Yen Yen, splendid. Your strength has indeed progressed. Dugubo retracted his soul ring, speaking with warmth. At this moment, everyone present exhaled in relief, and Prince Xuexing's anxious heart found solace. The 3 members of the education committee also withdrew their soul rings, casting dark glances at Prince Xuexing, who feigned ignorance. When Duguyan's gaze fell upon Fujiang and Tang San, a flicker of trepidation crossed her eyes. The image of Fujiang effortlessly defeating Jun Maru and Medicine Master Dou played vividly in her mind, while Tang San had demonstrated the ability to counter her poison. Although he had not succeeded in neutralizing Dou's poison, he had managed to suppress it to some extent. She leaned closer to Dugubo and whispered a few words, redirecting his attention to Fujiang and Tang San. The Shrek team, disheartened, exited the Tian Dou Royal Academy, coincidentally encountering Lu Erlong, who had just concluded matters at the Lamba Academy. Upon hearing the master's account of Shrek's tribulations at the Tian Dou Royal Academy, Lu Erlong erupted in fury, intent on confronting Prince Xuexing alongside Flander and the master. However, the master restrained Lu Erlong, reminding her that the one protecting Prince Xuexing was none other than the formidable by Lin Douluo, Dugubo, the poison crown of the world. A single strike capable of annihilating a city is not mere rhetoric. Ultimately, Lu Erlong entrusted the Lamba Academy to Flander, insisting that it be renamed Shrek Academy, determined to avenge Flander's grievances. Initially, Flander was reluctant to accept this, but upon witnessing Lu Erlong's unwavering resolve and recalling Prince Xuexing's imposing demeanor, he ultimately acquiesced. Upon arriving at the newly established Shrek Academy, the group settled in, their spirits dampened by the overwhelming pressure exerted by Dugubo Fujiang. Shall we take a stroll? Zhu Zhuqing, her complexion somewhat pale, invited. The pressure from the title Douluo was immense, yet she remained confident in her ability to surpass that formidable opponent. Now at the 29th level, she was just 1 level shy of 30. She must acquire a 9,000-year soul ring, or even a 10,000-year soul ring. With a 10,000-year third ring, she could entirely compensate for her innate soul power of 6.5 levels. Indeed, Fujiang nodded, then rose to his feet and stepped outside first. Behind him, Xiao Wu's gaze was tinged with anxiety. She had once again felt Fujiang's concern today. Just as Dugubo unleashed his soul power pressure, the seal on her body nearly shattered. Had it not been for Fujiang suddenly channeling some soul power into her, exposing her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast beneath the watchful eyes of a titled Douluo and 3 soul Douluos would have been an unimaginable prospect for Xiao Wu. Wait, Zhuqing, let us go together, Ning Rongrong said, directly pulling Xiao Wu along, her smile charming and delightful. Xiao Wu, mustering her courage, lifted her head to look at Fujiang and Zhu Zhuqing, devoid of her usual shyness and hesitation. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure, as Ning Rongrong had repeatedly disrupted her plans. However, upon witnessing Xiao Wu's radiant demeanor, she was taken aback, realizing that Xiao Wu had moved past her previous stubbornness. Very well. To maintain her image in Fujiang's eyes, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from outrightly rejecting Ning Rongrong. Instead, she began to communicate with Ning Rongrong through her gaze, even conveying a silent threat. Ning Rongrong, however, was unfazed by this menacing look, for she had the backing of the 7 treasure Glazed tile school. Should Zhu Zhuqing make a move against her, The Zhu family of the Luo Empire would be powerless to protect her. After all, the seven-treasured Glazed tile school boasted dual-titled Douluos, and the Luo Empire would have to weigh whether they could withstand the wrath of two such formidable beings. It was unlikely that the Luo Empire would wage war against the seven-treasured Glazed tile school over the Zhu family's discarded second daughter. Thus, surrendering Zhu Zhuqing was the most favorable outcome. "Where are we going?" Xiao Wu inquired, her rabbit-like eyes fixed intently on Fujiang. In response, Zhu Zhuqing first grasped Fujiang's arm, allowing him to feel her considerable advantage over her peers. "How about we visit the auction house in Heavendou City?" she suggested, but before she could finish, she felt a void beside her as Fujiang vanished, only to reappear at an astonishing speed alongside teachers Lu Erlong and Flinder, before disappearing once more. In the forest of Shrek Academy, Fujiang, Lu Erlong, and Flinder gazed upon the corrupted blackened ground and the surrounding withered trees, instantly comprehending who had been there. "Douluo Bo." Flinder squeezed out those three words through clenched teeth, his fists tight, his not-so-sharp nails digging into his palms until blood flowed freely. At that moment, Lu Erlong was seething with rage, instinctively summoning her martial soul, a fiery dragon's phantom manifesting behind her. Only Fujiang remained silent. His gaze lifted as he activated his divine eye, beginning a search around him. Yet he found nothing. Such is the nature of a title Douluo. Even as Fujiang divided his internal soul power into several portions, he was unable to detect Douluo Bo's presence. Nevertheless, he harbored no concerns for Tang San's safety. For Tang San was the child of destiny. Meanwhile, at the center of the Sunset Forest, in the medicinal den of the Emerald Dragon Douluo Bo, Yao Shidu was diligently channeling his martial spirit, the white phosphorus serpent, to absorb the surrounding toxic miasma. Meanwhile, Douluo Yin cradled her face in her hands, utterly captivated by the profile of Yao Shidu. While Yao Shidu could be deemed handsome, he paled in comparison to Hinata Kyo, and even more so when juxtaposed with the icy beauty of Kimimaro. In terms of innate talent, Yao Shidu could not measure up to Kimimaro, a prodigious soul master at the tender age of 11, nor could he rival the enigmatic Hinata Kyo, whose depths remained unfathomable. Yet, Douluo Yin found herself inexplicably drawn to him, perhaps due to the allure between serpent-like martial spirits, or perhaps because of Yao Shidu's unassuming and gentle smile. No matter the circumstances, Yao Shidu embodied the role of an elder brother, providing her with unwavering support and affection, never casting her a displeased glance. Just as Douluo Yin contemplated preparing a heartfelt lunch for her beloved, her grandfather, the blue-scaled Douluo Bo, returned. Grasping the collar of an unconscious individual, he approached. And while the figure seemed vaguely familiar, the distance prevented her from confirming his identity. "Yin Yin, I have returned," Douluo Bo announced with a smile as he casually discarded Tang San to the side, affectionately ruffling his granddaughter's hair. Upon noticing her romantic interest, Douluo Bo felt a twinge of irritation, even though he had personally brought Yao Shidu here. It did not prevent him from feeling vexed by this young man who had encroached upon his territory. "Boy, you have the audacity to ignore me upon our meeting." Douluo Bo began to nitpick, which incited Douluo Yin's strong discontent. "Grandfather, Shidu is still cultivating. Please lower your voice," she implored, wary of disrupting Yao Shidu's concentration. This only deepened Douluo Bo's displeasure. Even before formally welcoming Yao Shidu into the family, his granddaughter was already turning her back on him. Not wishing to blame Douluo Yin, he instinctively transferred his frustrations to Yao Shidu. Sensing her grandfather's discontent, Douluo Yin hastily sought to divert his attention. "Grandfather, whom have you brought back? Is he your disciple?" she inquired, her gaze shifting to the unconscious Tang San sprawled on the ground, his face obscured. At her words, Douluo Bo kicked Tang San over, revealing his rather ordinary visage. In an instant, Douluo Yin recognized him. "Isn't this Tang San? Grandfather, you captured him. How wonderful." Douluo Yin's reckless nature was a product of Douluo Bo's indulgence. Having previously been bested by Tang San, she harbored a lingering grudge against him. "By the way, grandfather, did you only capture Tang San? What about Fujiang?" Douluo Yin questioned, perplexed as to why her grandfather had returned with only one individual when she had mentioned two. Douluo Bo paused, realizing he had intended to capture Fujiang as well, but the latter was always surrounded by companions, one of whom was the young master of the seven-treasure Glazed tile school. He harbored no fear of the seven treasures Glazed tile school. However, should he truly harm the young master of that sect, he would inevitably face the wrath of two titled Douluos surpassing level 95. While he could safeguard himself, the fate of his granddaughter, in the sunsetting forest, weighed heavily upon him. Douluo Bo's expression was fierce as he gripped Tang San's throat. Yet beneath that ferocity lay a mixture of helplessness and indignation. Tang San had struck a nerve. He was but a wretch. A father who had bequeathed a legacy of ruin, for his son had perished in his prime due to the very poison he wielded. Now, his granddaughter too was afflicted by that venom. Douluo Bo, your poison is truly the most formidable in existence. Tears in Douluo Bo's eyes evaporated under the pressure of his soul power. He was left with only his granddaughter as kin. He had lost his mother in childhood, his father in youth, his wife in middle age, and his son in later years. His life was a tragedy. What did it matter that he had become a titled Douluo? In a few more years, he would once again endure that heart-wrenching agony. Kill me if you must. Your granddaughter will suffer a fate far worse than mine, for she has been steeped in this toxin since her very inception. Tang San, resolute in his defiance, thought of his teacher, Fujiang, Xiao Wu, and his father. Yet he too feared death. If he were to perish, his teacher and Fujiang would surely seek vengeance against Douluo Bo. He believed that given 10 years, Fujiang could undoubtedly vanquish Douluo Bo, but for the present, Douluo Bo stood as a titled Douluo, while Fujiang, despite his genius, was merely his spirit master. Yet, Tang San understood Fujiang's nature. He would certainly not wait a decade. Can you alleviate the poison afflicting me? Douluo Bo asked coldly. A glimmer of menace flashing in his green eyes, though it was a facade, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps this Tang San could save his granddaughter. Even if you could, I would not assist you. A scoundrel such as yourself is a blight upon the earth. Tang San retorted defiantly, sensing a glimmer of hope, yet unwilling to concede. Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo's brow furrowed. A fierce impulse to strangle Tang San surged within him. Yet for the sake of that minuscule hope, he restrained himself. Subsequently, Douluo Bo released Tang San, who fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing violently as the foul air filled his lungs. It was as though he had been reborn, greedily inhaling that acrid oxygen. On what grounds should I believe you can dispel the deadly poison within me? Douluo Bo calmed his raging heart, turning away as he spoke slowly, adopting a somewhat lofty demeanor. Must I prove my worth to you? You intend to kill me regardless. A person like you is a menace to society. Should I save you, it would merely be aiding a tyrant, Tang San replied, sitting cross-legged to stabilize his chaotic soul power. He could not afford to appear weak, lest Douluo Bo, this old wretch, assume he lacked the ability to remedy the poison, thus sealing his own fate. Very well. If you truly possess the capability to neutralize the toxins afflicting both me and my granddaughter, I shall not only spare your life, but also grant you the opportunity to undertake 3 tasks for me. 3 tasks that do not cross my bottom line. Douluo Bo and Tang San were not communicating on the same wavelength. While Tang San adamantly refused to assist in alleviating the poison, Douluo Bo understood that neither of them were fools. Despite the verbal denial of assistance, they both recognized that failing to address the poison would lead to a singular fate. Tang San was unwilling to die, and Douluo Bo was acutely aware of this fact. Why should I trust you? People like you are notorious for repaying kindness with malice. Tang San harbored doubts about Douluo Bo's intentions, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives, seeking to establish a safeguard in his quest for survival. Are you not aware of my esteemed reputation? Douluo Bo retorted, visibly perturbed by Tang San's taunts. As their verbal duel unfolded within the confines of the cave, at the edge of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Yaoshidou gradually opened his eyes, adjusting his glasses while assessing the accumulation of toxins within his body. A faint smile gracing his lips. "Dou, you have finally completed your training. Grandfather has just returned." Douluo Yin chirped like a fledgling, her excitement palpable as she clung to Yaoshidou's arm. At this moment, Douluo Yin was at the tender age where dreams of romance flourished. Though initially indifferent to the serene demeanor of Yaoshidou, she gradually recognized that he was indeed more suited to her. Yaoshidou, ever the quiet listener, occasionally offered words of praise to Douluo Yin, and these simple affirmations were like honey to her ears. "Let us return to the academy, without disturbing Senior Douluo," Yaoshidou suggested softly, as he routinely visited this place each month to absorb the surrounding toxic barriers, amassing the potent toxins within himself. Although poison may hold limited utility against true powerhouses, it could still serve to diminish an adversary's mobility and strength. Absolutely. Once we return, I shall share the delightful news of Tang San's capture with Lingling, to bring her some joy, Dugu Yin replied with a smile. Recalling the sight of Tang San charging at Yi Lingling with the 8 spider lances, causing her to pale in fright, which brought a sense of satisfaction to Dugu Yin. Upon hearing this, Yao Shidou momentarily paused but quickly dismissed the thought. Tang San was destined to survive. Even if he were to perish now, he would likely encounter some fortuitous event that would allow for his revival. He never doubted the fortune and background of the destined child. In truth, there is no need for such concern. Losing now does not preclude future victories, Yao Shidou remarked, shaking his head. His experience led him to sense the destiny that enveloped Dugu Bo, and he did not perceive him as a man of short-lived fate. Let us not dwell on this any longer. How did your training feel this time? Dugu Yin pouted. Though her affection for Yao Shidou was tinged with exasperation at his tendency to ramble. Despite understanding that his intentions were for her benefit, she could not suppress her irritation. The progress is promising. Within 2 years at most, and perhaps even 1 year, I should be able to obtain my 5th spirit ring, Yao Shidou replied with a smile. He was merely an ordinary genius, and no matter how talented, one must adhere to the established norms and regulations. Upon hearing this, the emerald-hued eyes of Dugu Yin sparkled with brilliance. The apothecary Dou was of the same age as her, even a mere month her junior. Yet he had already ascended to the ranks of the Soul Sect, and in 2 years, he would undoubtedly become a Soul King. She felt that her title of genius was somewhat unmerited, yet she harbored no jealousy, only boundless joy. Although Hinata Jing surpassed apothecary Dou in strength, she found herself drawn to the latter, harboring an aversion towards Hinata Jing. This sentiment was undoubtedly influenced by the improper relationship between Hinata Jing and Prince Xue Qinghe. As thoughts of Hinata Jing and Xue Qinghe coursed through her mind, Dugu Yin's restless heart quickened, and she began to envision which of the two held the upper hand in their encounters. The more she pondered, the more enraptured she became, and her delicate face flushed crimson. Apothecary Dou observed Dugu Yin with a puzzled expression, reaching out to place his hand upon her forehead, seemingly to gauge her temperature. At the Tian Dou Royal Academy, the education committee convened. His Highness, Prince Xue Qinghe, obstinately ordered the expulsion of the Shrek entourage, which included 2 formidable Soul Saint powerhouses. 1. The illustrious Flinder, renowned as the Golden Triangle's flying horn, and the other, Zhao Waoqi, famed as the unmoving king. This action by Prince Xue Qinghe further compelled our academy's youngest Soul Emperor, Master Qin Ming, to depart. I dare assert that Master Qin Ming is destined to become a Soul Douluo, with the possibility of achieving the rank of Title Douluo not being far-fetched. Moreover, among Shrek's students were 2 extraordinary geniuses, one of whom had even bested the seed team of the Tian Dou Royal Academy. Within our academy's golden generation, 2 individuals fell to this genius in mere 2 moves, leading me to believe that this individual could indeed rival Jiang. Meng Xinji regarded the courteous Prince Xue Qinghe before him, as if he had found a pillar of support, and began to pour out his grievances. In truth, Meng Xinji had already reported to the Night Emperor regarding the reason for Prince Xue Qinghe's presence. He was here to address this matter. My uncle has indeed overstepped his bounds, and the urgent task now is to find a way to remedy the situation. I wonder if the Education Committee is aware of the current whereabouts of Shrek's entourage, so that I may offer my apologies. Prince Xue Qinghe spoke, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he too felt the weight of concern. Observing his demeanor, Meng Xinji sighed. Such wisdom in a prince is a blessing for the empire. Yet it seemed that Prince Xue Qinghe had always sought to support the Snow Avalanche Prince. Reflecting on Snow Avalanche ignited a surge of ire within Meng Xinji, for he was the instigator of these troubles. Had it not been for Snow Avalanche's desire to retaliate against the Shrek entourage, such events would not have transpired. Currently, the Shrek group had relocated to Lamba Academy. Indeed, it had now been renamed Shrek Academy. The former head of Lamba Academy was Lu Erlong, known as the Killing Horn within the Golden Triangle, and now Flinder had taken on the role. Fortunately, Flinder and the Master are both rational individuals, and they bore no grudge against our Tian Dou Royal Academy. Meng Xinji had indeed visited Lamba Academy to offer apologies, but upon seeing the sign, now reading Shrek Academy, he realized that his efforts would inevitably be in vain. His final words also underscored that Shrek bore no ill will towards the Tian Dou Royal Academy, yet held a grudge against Prince Xuexing and Prince Xuebing. Alas, the Dream Commission has put in considerable effort. I shall faithfully report this matter to my father. Crown Prince Zwiking sighed, and then spoke, rising to slightly bow before Dream Shinji in a gesture of respect. Dream Shinji hastily rose as well, feeling unworthy of such reverence from the Crown Prince, yet a sense of joy blossomed within him, for a scholar would willingly sacrifice for a true friend. Your Highness need not be so formal. These are merely my duties, Dream Shinji quickly replied, resolving in his heart to sever ties with Prince Xuexing completely. As Crown Prince Zwiking exited the commission, he eagerly made his way towards the dormitory area of the Tian Dou Royal Academy, navigating effortlessly to an opulent villa district. He entered Villa Number 1, a residence reserved solely for the Academy's top students. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by an enchanting scene, reminiscent of a dreamlike painting. Hinata Jing sat beside a harp, elegantly plucking its strings, the melodious notes wafting throughout the room. Xueka sat on the sofa, her small hands cradling her face, gazing at Hinata Jing with wide, starry eyes. Upon seeing Xueka, Crown Prince Zwiking's gaze momentarily hardened, a flicker of malice directed at her passing through his mind. As the melody concluded, he was the first to applaud, interrupting Xueka's desire to cheer and dance. Jing, your harp skills have improved remarkably. What was that saying? The echoes linger for 3 days. Crown Prince Zwiking complimented, striding toward Hinata Jing. Meanwhile, Xueka pouted, feeling that her moment of joy had been spoiled by her elder brother. Brother, what brings you here? Xueka inquired, her beautiful eyes locking onto Crown Prince Zwiking, filled with a deep sense of grievance. Yet, Crown Prince Zwiking felt no burden, for this sister was not his biological kin. I discussed some matters with Dream Shinji today, and since I had the time, I thought I would come and see Jing. He spoke with feigned innocence, despite the pile of petitions awaiting his review back at the Eastern Palace. Xueka, however, remained somewhat displeased. Your Highness, is this about Shrek Academy? Hinata Jing asked, feigning ignorance, feeling somewhat helpless regarding Xueka's clinginess, yet he had to maintain an air of tranquility and elegance. Indeed, my uncle has driven them all away. And now I must deal with the aftermath and extend apologies. Crown Prince Zwiking remarked, appearing pained, shaking his head. By the way, the one who defeated Jun Molu and Yashidu, is it not Fujikage? The Crown Prince, having perused Fujikage's dossier, was aware of her martial spirit. The Sharingan. That woman's disciple is now the holy son of the martial spirit hall, and Uchiha Itachi's martial spirit is also the Sharingan. Indeed, she is formidable. Had I not revealed my trump card, I might have shared the same fate as Yashidu and Jun Molu. Hyuga Q, with a fierce glint in his white eyes, declared with unwavering determination, as if he had long awaited an equally matched adversary. He was eager to engage in a spar with Fujiang. Observing this, Prince Xuexing nodded, his expression growing solemn. This era was truly tumultuous. The holy son of the spirit hall possessed the ability to compel soul beasts to sacrifice themselves, resulting in a plethora of prodigious talents. Even she, without the Angel 9 trials, might have been overshadowed by that woman's disciple. However, she had the Angel 9 trials. Did that disciple lack the scrutiny of other deities? Perhaps not now, but the future was uncertain. Moreover, even without divine assessments, with Uchiha Itachi's innate talent, ascending to the unparalleled rank of 99-level Douluo was a foregone conclusion. The 7-treasure Glazed tile school had produced a first soul ring of a millennium-grade prodigy, and it was rumored that she had forcibly sustained her strength through sheer physical prowess. She could scarcely fathom the physical capabilities of Kunmaru. Compared to the previous trio, Yaoshido was considerably lacking, yet as long as he did not fall, he would undoubtedly carve out a place among the titled Douluo in the future. All right. Brother Q, let us go dine. You are unaware, but a new restaurant has opened in Tian Dou City, and the cuisine is exquisite. Xueka did not wish to hear Hyuga Q and her elder brother, Xuexing, discussing serious matters. Her youthful desires were clearly etched upon her face, yearning to frolic with Hyuga Q. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Q was momentarily taken aback, and then the fervor in his eyes dissipated, the corners of his lips curling into a slight smile. Witnessing this, Prince Xuexing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Knowing Hyuga Q's sole weakness, his insatiable appetite for delicacies. As Hyuga Q and Xueku reveled in the delights of Tian Dou City, Prince Xuexing returned to the East Palace to review official documents. Before departing, he cast a lingering glance at Hyuga Q, as if silently exchanging words. What precisely was said, however, remained a mystery. Meanwhile, at the entrance of what was once Landbar Academy, now Shrek Academy, Kunru strode in with an unwavering demeanor, followed closely by a tall elder and a refined, graceful middle-aged man. The former was, of course, Douluo Rong, while the latter was Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was unexpected that Shrek Academy was so formidable, capable of nurturing such terrifying prodigies, Ning Fengji remarked, his tone and words unmistakably referring to Fu Jiang, who had effortlessly dispatched Kunru and Yao Shidou in mere moments. Hearing this, Douluo Rong felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, Kunru was his disciple, and the defeat of his pupil cast a shadow upon his countenance. Master, I have heard that Fu Jiang, at such a tender age, has already reached the rank of Soul Sect. In the future, he will undoubtedly secure a place within the Douluo Hall. Should he be allowed to mature, he may pose a significant threat. Douluo Rong's eyes gleamed with a sinister light. He knew better than anyone how formidable his disciple was. Even if Fu Jiang's victory was due to a surprise attack, it was not something an ordinary Soul Sect could achieve. His disciple, Jun Malu, is indeed a formidable being capable of one-on-one slaughter of the Soul King. Old Gu, I have heard from Rong that she is confident in persuading Fu Jiang to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Let us observe the situation for now. Ning Fengji did not outright reject the proposal of Douluo Rong. Although he exuded an air of gentility, he occasionally found himself compelled to undertake actions contrary to his innermost convictions for the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this, Douluo Rong was momentarily taken aback, his expression tightening with concern. Rong and his disciple, Jun Malu, shared a bond of childhood innocence. Should Rong employ her charms on Fu Jiang, what would that make his disciple? However, he had yet to ascertain whether Rong had indeed resorted to such tactics. Thus he found no grounds to voice his apprehensions. It is said that the youth named Fu Jiang bears a striking resemblance to Hinata Q, which only heightened his unease. Douluo Rong was not suggesting that his little princess was capricious or unfaithful. He merely intended to alert Ning Fengji. Haha, old Gu. You need not worry on that front. The messages relayed by Rong's wind spirit bird indicate that a significant portion pertain to inquiries about Lu Er's well-being. The scenario you are envisioning is highly improbable. Ning Fengji chuckled heartily before turning to Douluo Rong. I am merely concerned that Rong might be deceived by Fu Jiang. Douluo Rong's face flushed, and he managed a strained response, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He too found it unlikely, for he had watched Rong grow up, and felt a twinge of shame at his earlier thoughts. In response, Ning Fengji shook his head. Fu Jiang has already found someone dear to him. Rong has shared her plans with me, which possess a high likelihood of success. If successful, it will indeed be a joyous occasion for all. However, should it fail, as he spoke of failure, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Fu Jiang's martial soul is the Sharingan. As far as I know, the contemporary saint of the Spirit Hall, Uchiha Itachi, also wields the Sharingan. Had Fu Jiang been an ordinary soul master devoid of any ties to the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji might have overlooked him. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in Fu Jiang's intricate connections with the Spirit Hall. If he cannot be won over, he must be eliminated. Upon witnessing the countenance of his sect leader, Douluo Rong grasped his intent. If he cannot attain it, then it must be destroyed. Lu Er has clashed with the members of Shrek Academy, Douluo Rong suddenly exclaimed. And Ning Fengji turned his attention with keen interest to the standoff between Jun Malu and the 5 of Shrek's 7 monsters. Leave this place. Shrek Academy does not welcome you, Dai Mubai declared coldly. With Tang Xin having been captured by Douluo, a member of the Tian Dou royal family and Prince Xuexing's ally, he was elated, almost ecstatic. Whether or not the abduction of Tang San was indeed Prince Xuexing's scheme, he possessed the means to instill animosity in Fu Jiang toward the prince. Once that enmity was established, it would extend to the entire Tian Dou royal family. There is nothing more gratifying than having a pig-headed adversary, even more so than possessing a divine-level ally. Douluo's maneuver effectively positioned the Tian Dou royal family as Fu Jiang's adversary. In the present day, Dean Flanders of the school, along with teacher Lu Erlong, embarked on a quest to locate the elusive Douluo, hoping to rescue Tang San. Fu Jiang accompanied them on this endeavor. Dai Mubai felt a growing sense of trepidation. After all, Fu Jiang's fate was intertwined with his own, and he feared the possibility of Fu Jiang falling victim to Douluo's wrath. Since Fu Jiang's departure, a dark cloud had settled over him, a reflection of his genuine concern rather than mere pretense. When he encountered individuals from the Tian Dou Royal Academy, his demeanor reflected his discontent. Ning Rongrong, noticing the tension, caught a sidelong glance from Junma Lu before her attention shifted to her, softly calling her name. Although seeing her dear friend Xiao Gu was a source of joy, she was acutely aware of Xiao Wu's presence, and thus restrained her exuberance to avoid provoking her. Lowering her gaze, Ning Rongrong dared not meet Junma Lu's eyes. Can't you understand human speech? Scram. Dai Mubai, feeling disregarded by Junma Lu, erupted in anger. At this, Junma Lu finally turned his gaze toward him. A single punch, imbued with remarkable force, erupted, striking Dai Mubai squarely in the abdomen, causing him to retch violently, his body convulsing, utterly incapacitated. First soul skill. Phoenix Fire Line. First soul skill. Waist bow. First soul skill. I possess a grand sausage. Upon witnessing Dai Mubai's plight, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu sprang into action, launching a simultaneous assault on Junma Lu, while Oscar began crafting sausages in an attempt to rouse Dai Mubai from his stupor. Observing the feeble onslaught, Junma Lu narrowed his eyes slightly. First soul skill. Exoskeleton. In an instant, Junma Lu was enveloped in a formidable layer of bone armor. As Xiao Wu wrapped her long legs around Junma Lu's waist, attempting to hurl him away, she discovered that her strength was utterly insufficient to budge him. The Phoenix Fire Line followed in swift succession, crashing against Junma Lu's exoskeleton, yet failing to elicit even the slightest tremor. Are you truly Fu Jiang and Tang San's comrades? Junma Lu's icy voice resonated, as he slowly lifted his right foot and then stomped down fiercely, unleashing an overwhelming surge of soul power that sent Xiao Wu flying and scattered Ma Hongjuan's Phoenix Fire Line. Utterly ineffectual, Junma Lu remarked, the spectacle of his exoskeleton dazzling onlookers. Xiao Gu. Ning Rongrong's furious cry shattered the imposing atmosphere surrounding Junma Lu. Very well. Junma Lu retracted the exoskeleton, standing obediently in place, awaiting Ning Rongrong's next move. In the distance, Ning Fengji and Bon Da Gu Rong exchanged knowing smiles as they observed this unfolding scene, reflecting the pride of watching a child grow. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to unleash a tirade upon Junma Lu, Ning Rongrong abruptly halted him. Xiao Gu, do not overstep, she exclaimed, her anger palpable. She realized she might have caused a stir. Despite feeling a flicker of joy at Dai Mubai's downfall, she stifled her emotions, finding it a difficult burden to bear. Your soul power cultivation rate is average, yet your combat experience has evidently improved significantly, a positive development indeed. Junma Lu maintained his stoic expression, causing Ning Rongrong's blood pressure to rise. She envisioned countless scenarios of reuniting with her beloved little bone, even contemplating a tender kiss shared between them. Yet, she never anticipated that Junma Lu would be so utterly unromantic, so much a straightforward man. This sentiment did not escape the notice of Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, who were nearby, prompting them to facepalm in disbelief. However, Ning Fengji felt a twinge of delight. Such an oblivious Junma Lu could never stray, despite having numerous female friends. He did not desire his son-in-law to be as sentimental as himself, an undeniable double standard. My apologies. Everyone. His name is Junma Lu, someone you may know, and he is also my fiancé. I must apologize for his recent remarks. Ning Rongrong declared as she turned to Ma Hongjun and the recently awakened Dai Mubai, asserting her claim. This move alleviated Xiao Wu's suspicions regarding Ning Rongrong. After all, she understood the adage that excessive kindness often conceals ulterior motives. Originally, Xiao Wu had speculated that Ning Rongrong aimed to connect with Fu Jiang through her, perhaps even employing charm to entice Fu Jiang into joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, it now appeared that she had overthought the matter. I shall deal with you later, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, glowering at Junma Lu once more before summoning the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda to restore some of the group's soul power. Although the others bore grim expressions, they chose to overlook the incident for Ning Rongrong's sake. Dai Mubai, however, fixed a fierce gaze upon Junma Lu, believing himself a genius. While he acknowledged that he could not match Fu Jiang or Tang San, he felt he was not significantly weaker than his peers. Now, witnessing someone younger than himself, yet remarkably more capable, his mindset began to shift, intensifying his thirst for power. Uncle Ning has also arrived, but it is not convenient for him to show himself, Junma Lu whispered, subtly reminding Ning Rongrong that it was time to visit home. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong paused, then requested Xiao Wu and the others to excuse her for a day, as she wished to return home. At the office of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in Heavendou City, she called out, "Daddy, Grandpa Bon," and leaped into Ning Fengji's embrace, her lovely face beaming with joy. She deeply missed her father, though her heart yearned a little more for her little Bon. "Rongrong, you've grown taller. You seem to have lost weight. Doesn't Shrek Academy serve good food?" Ning Fengji affectionately ruffled her hair, speaking with a tone of indulgence. His decision to send Ning Rongrong to Shrek Academy instead of the Royal Academy of Heavendou was partly to cultivate her resilience. Living under his protection would only lead to her becoming increasingly spoiled. While a little indulgence was acceptable, he knew that even in their absence, Jun Mulu would uphold the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. According to Uncle Jian, with Jun Mulu's exceptional talents, he might even reach legendary realms. "I'm alright. Just missing Daddy and Grandpa Bone, and my appetite hasn't been great." Ning Rongrong pouted playfully, her endearing demeanor eliciting hearty laughter from Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. "Do you miss your little Bone?" Bone Douluo Gu Rong spoke in a rather unorthodox manner, chuckling in a peculiar way. He took great pleasure in the thought of his little princess being with his disciple, a notion that was widely accepted among the higher-ups of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson. She stole a glance at Jun Malu, only to find him gazing back at her, which made her cheeks burn even more, as if steam might rise from her head. "I don't care about him," Ning Rongrong declared with a haughty air, her lips pursed high, as if they could hold 2 oil bottles. However, it seemed a thought struck her, and she quickly assumed a serious demeanor. This sudden gravity caught Ning Fengji off guard, for his daughter rarely adopted such a somber expression unless something truly significant was afoot. "Father, we must hurry to rescue third brother. He grew up alongside Fu Jiang and is his closest friend. If third brother joins the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Fu Jiang will surely follow." Ning Rongrong, elated to have seen little Bone, had almost forgotten about this matter. Had she not just heard Bone Douluo Gu Rong's voice, she might have completely overlooked Tang San's situation. Upon hearing her words, Ning Fengji glanced at Bone Douluo Gu Rong, as if seeking confirmation. "Slow down and explain what has happened," Bone Douluo Gu Rong inquired, handing Ning Rongrong a glass of water. "Dugu Bo has taken third brother, and then Dean Flinder, teacher Lu Erlong, and master went to rescue him. With Fu Jiang following as well," Ning Rongrong recounted succinctly, gulping down the water without concern for her image. Ning Fengji exchanged a knowing look with Bone Douluo Gu Rong, both instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. "I only know that Dugu Bo resides in the Sunset Forest, but I am unaware of his precise location," Ning Fengji remarked, his brow furrowing slightly, sensing the complexity of the situation. "Then we should head to the Sunset Forest. If we delay, third brother may perish," Ning Rongrong insisted urgently, noticing that little Bone was also frowning slightly, as if feeling unwell. In that moment, Ning Rongrong realized that her calling him third brother was perhaps too intimate, potentially leading to misunderstandings. However, this was not the time for explanations. She tugged at her grandfather Bone and father, rushing towards the door. "Rongrong, you should stay here and rest. Your grandfather and I will go," Ning Fengji said. Although he had never met Fu Jiang, he had heard others mention that Fu Jiang bore a striking resemblance to Hinata Jing, as if they were siblings. Given Hinata Jing's appearance, Ning Fengji felt confident that he would not struggle to locate Fu Jiang. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong finally exhaled in relief, nodding as she watched her father and grandfather depart. "Who is third brother?" Little Bone's cool voice reached Ning Rongrong from behind, startling her and causing a wave of anxiety. "Third brother is a student at our Shrek Academy. He is older than I am, which is why I call him third brother. There is no particular relationship between us," Ning Rongrong hastily began to explain, fearing that little Bone might misunderstand her. "Oh," Jun Moluo responded with a sound, subsequently falling silent and quietly gazing at Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat embarrassed under little Bone's scrutiny. Ning Rongrong also sighed in relief, realizing that little Bone no longer harbored doubts about her. However, a sudden realization struck Ning Rongrong. Little Bone trusted her so deeply, while she had persistently doubted little Bone. A wave of guilt began to swell within her heart. "Sunset Forest, this is not a place for you. Return at once," the master admonished sternly, knowing that Tang San had been captured by Dugu Bo and was likely facing dire consequences. Yet, even with a mere fraction of hope, he felt compelled to rescue Tang San. The quest to save Tang San was perilous, and he was willing to risk his own life, but Fu Jiang must not perish. He still had a bright youth ahead, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. You are Fu Jiang? Douluo Bo's voice echoed, tinged with displeasure. He had been forced to reveal his 8th soul skill by 2 soul saints and 1 soul sovereign, a humiliation for a titled Douluo of his stature. In response, Fu Jiang positioned himself in front of the master, Lu Erlong, and Flinder, his feet gradually rising with 4 brilliantly colored soul rings. To battle a titled Douluo as a soul sovereign, such audacity would be unfathomable even in the realm of novels. Fu Jiang stood there merely as a projection of his avatar. Should he perish, it would be of little consequence. Even if Fu Jiang were to die, he had many identities to assume, and he could still forge bonds with Tang San, the destined child of fate, in the future. Achieving the rank of soul sovereign at your age is no small feat, even I must concede your extraordinary talent, Douluo Bo remarked, frowning. He had previously thought Jun Muluo of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to be a prodigy, but now he beheld an even more formidable genius. Such a terrifying talent could not possibly belong to a commoner, and he was aware that Fu Jiang's martial soul was the Sharingan, bearing the same name as the martial soul of the current Saint Son of the Spirit Hall. Alas, you shall perish here, Douluo Bo intoned gravely, recognizing that he had become a mortal enemy of Fu Jiang and the others. Moreover, he had learned that the titled Douluo Tang Hao, who had slain the Pope, was indeed Tang San's father. Now trapped in a precarious situation, he was determined to eliminate the 4 before him and then return to kill Tang San, taking his granddaughter with him, and possibly that apothecary Dou. Divine might, Fu Jiang exclaimed, his eyes transforming into kaleidoscopic Sharingan, as a swarm of snakes materialized beneath him, seemingly intent on strangling him. However, the snakes merely passed through him, failing to ensnare their target. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan appeared as 2 black holes, incessantly drawing in everything around him. The master was the first to be absorbed, followed by Flinder and Lu Erlong. As Lu Erlong was drawn in, Fu Jiang suddenly clutched his eyes, blood streaming from them, giving him a fearsome visage. Spatial soul skill? Soul bone. Douluo Bo's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of greed flickering in his emerald-like gaze. What of a soul bone, even? With your level of soul power, sending away those 2 soul saints must have exhausted your entire reserve. You are indeed a prodigy, but this is where your journey ends. Douluo Bo spoke coldly, as a surge of green soul power erupted in his hand. To preempt any unforeseen complications, he decided to take the initiative. Fu Jiang, having transported the master and his companions, felt a tremendous destiny descend upon him, filling his heart with secret delight. However, this did not imply that his avatar would surrender without resistance. In an instant, Fu Jiang executed the instantaneous movement technique, forming a hand seal that caused him to vanish from sight. The green soul power struck the ground, corroding it into a pitch-black abyss. Upon witnessing this, Douluo Bo was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes, extending his mental energy outward. Eventually, he detected a source of soul power emanating from a large tree approximately 50 meters away. What a clever lad, to possess a teleportation-type soul skill. Douluo Bo thought to himself, before vanishing from his position and reappearing atop the tree. This ends here. Another burst of green soul power surged forth. But this time Douluo Bo would not deplete his energy, for he did not believe that such a teleportation skill could be used repeatedly in quick succession. As he gazed upon the green soul power, Fu Jiang's eyes gradually dimmed, his demeanor becoming lifeless, as if he had resigned himself to the impending embrace of death. Douluo Bo discerned a conflicting mix of unwillingness and relief in Fu Jiang's expression, 2 emotions that seemed inherently contradictory and unlikely to coexist. Though intrigued, Douluo Bo would offer Fu Jiang no reprieve. Time was of the essence. After dealing with Fu Jiang, he would turn his attention to Tang San, and subsequently confront Flinder and the others, for they had become aware of his lethal intentions. Tang Hao was indeed a formidable adversary. Douluo Bo? The voice of Tang San echoed through the forest, accompanied by the rapid approach of his figure. The recent clash between the Golden Sacred Dragon and the Azure Scale Serpent King had generated tremendous noise, allowing Tang San to spot the commotion from a distance. With fervor, he raced forward, wielding the 8 spider lances. If he had been a moment later, Fu Jiang's avatar would have met its end. Upon hearing Tang San's voice, Douluo Bo froze, incredulity washing over him as he turned to face the source of the sound. There stood Tang San, bare-chested and clad in tattered trousers, hastening forward with the 8 spider lances. Though he appeared ragged, the poison Douluo Bo had inflicted upon him had completely dissipated. "Douluo Bo, stand down," Tang San shouted, his voice laced with urgency, unable to fathom the fate that would have befallen Fu Jiang had he arrived even a heartbeat later. Upon seeing Tang San, Douluo Bo withdrew the green soul power from his grasp. His enmity with Sect Academy was not profound. The root of the conflict lay within Tang San. Now that Tang San had neutralized the poison that had left him powerless, hope flickered within him. He could perish, but his granddaughter. Tang Jiang spoke. Before collapsing into unconsciousness, he had gained a rough understanding of Douluo Bo's strength, realizing that among the titled Douluos he had encountered, Douluo Bo ranked at the very bottom. Upon the arrival of Tang San, the soul power of his clone had dwindled to almost a mere thread, compelling him to temporarily succumb to unconsciousness, perhaps ensuring the preservation of his primary identity. Witnessing Fu Jiang in a state of faintness, Tang San's eyes instantly reddened. The 8 spider lances upon his back began to stir restlessly, ultimately catching Fu Jiang's collapsing form. "You truly have unraveled my poison," Douluo Bo exclaimed in astonishment. For with his keen perception, he could discern that Tang San's toxin had been thoroughly neutralized, and his strength appeared to have advanced as well. "Your poison is worthless. What is there to be astonished about?" Tang San retorted vehemently, his reason momentarily slipping away. However, upon probing Fu Jiang's body with his soul power and discovering that Fu Jiang was merely unconscious from exhaustion, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Douluo Bo's face darkened at Tang San's rebuke, yet recalling his granddaughter, he forcibly contained his ire. "I merely wished to test whether you truly possess the qualifications to instruct these 2 little monsters. It seems you indeed have some merit," he remarked, seeking an exit from the confrontation. Upon hearing this, the master and the others, recently liberated from Fu Jiang's realm, though skeptical, forced themselves to flatter Douluo Bo, for their lives were still precariously in his hands. Though unaware of the unfolding events, the master resolutely refused to relinquish hope. He could not allow any misfortune to befall his 2 disciples. He was already aware of Fu Jiang's formidable innate abilities, and the realm he had just entered was likely one of Fu Jiang's talents. "You may leave now. Tang San will remain here for a while," Douluo Bo commanded, ushering them away before turning to grasp Tang San's shoulder and departing. Observing Douluo Bo's retreating figure, the master furrowed his brow, feeling helpless, with Fu Jiang nearby. He could not permit him to fall into peril once more. Sighing, the master turned and escorted Fu Jiang away. "Fu Jiang, from now on, prioritize your own life. Do not engage in such reckless risks again," he admonished, his gaze firm. He specifically instructed Zhao Wujie to keep a close watch on Fu Jiang, for it was evident that Zhao Wujie had failed in his duty. In response, Fu Jiang blinked in surprise before nodding in acquiescence. The master, recognizing that Fu Jiang had not truly absorbed his words, felt a mixture of relief and concern. "Fu Jiang, what exactly was that realm you just entered?" Lu Erlong inquired with curiosity, having experienced the peculiar space herself, noting its stark differences from ordinary realms. "Erlong," the master interjected suddenly, casting a stern glance at Lu Erlong. Earlier, believing he was on the brink of death, he had confessed his feelings to her. At this moment, Lu Erlong was completely compliant. Instantly, she lowered her head like a shy maiden, her fingers entwined as if she were a young girl in the throes of first love. "It is one of my ocular techniques, divine might," Fu Jiang revealed, keeping his ability concealed, confident that Lu Erlong would not divulge it. "Someone is approaching," he exclaimed suddenly. Fu Jiang stood still, furrowing his brow as he spoke. He sensed 2 familiar auras rapidly approaching, recognizing their owners. "Who goes there?" Master and the others, straining to muster a trace of soul power, were utterly exhausted. Although they still had the capability to exit the Sunset Forest, they could no longer initiate the Trinity Spirit Fusion technique. Suddenly, a strange black mist materialized not far from them, from which 2 figures slowly emerged, one towering and exuding a terrifying aura, and the other refined, wearing a pleasant smile that conveyed an inviting warmth. "Surely, you must be the esteemed teachers from Sect Academy. I am Ning Fengji, and my daughter is also studying at Sect Academy," Ning Fengji said with a smile. He had just witnessed Fu Jiang forcibly absorbing the soul skills of Master and his companions. While Douluo Bo believed those to be soul bones, Ning Fengji held a different opinion. As the leader of the wealthiest sect in the continent, his discerning eye surpassed that of an ordinary title Douluo. When soul bone skills are unleashed, they radiate a unique glow. However, he saw no such luminescence above Fujiang's head, only the crimson glow emanating from his eyes before the spatial soul skill was activated. It must be an innate soul skill, one he possessed by birth, akin to Jun Ma Xiao's shared bone of slaughter. Ah, it is the esteemed sect leader Ning in person. This must be the renowned Bone Douluo, the foremost master of defense. Master immediately bowed in respect, recognizing that Ning Fengji's gesture was a courtesy towards them, and failing to reciprocate would be a breach of etiquette. Bone Douluo Gu Rong nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating the decorum. Fujiang also slightly inclined his body, his expression impassive, yet a flicker of weakness shone in his eyes. The soul power of this clone was dwindling, barely sustained, although he could absorb the surrounding soul power for replenishment. It was a slow process, as he was still en route. I have heard of the Golden Iron Triangle. Today, I intended to visit Shrek Academy to express my gratitude for the guidance bestowed upon my daughter. I did not anticipate encountering such circumstances. Upon learning of the 3 esteemed teachers' presence in the Sunset Forest, I wished to extend my assistance. Ning Fengji continued, his gaze subtly flitting over Fujiang, a hint of astonishment flashing through his eyes. He had only heard that Fujiang bore a striking resemblance to Ri Xiangjing, and upon seeing him, he found it so, albeit with an added air of otherworldliness. Upon hearing this, Flanders felt somewhat flattered. Despite being a soul sage, he was still overshadowed by someone of Ning Fengji's stature. Young man, are you the one who harmed my disciple? Bone Douluo Gu Rong regarded Fujiang with a cold stare, his eyes narrowing slightly, clearly intent on causing trouble. However, Flanders and Master did not take it seriously, for a title Douluo would not stoop to harassing a junior. The issue lies with Lu Erlong, who has taken matters to heart. She understands that Fujiang holds deep affection for her friends, particularly evident when Fujiang expended her soul power to rescue them. Lu Erlong, being a woman, is inherently emotional despite her bold demeanor. She recognizes that Fujiang has risked her own safety for their sake, and has come to regard Fujiang not merely as a disciple, but almost as a child. She is resolute in ensuring that Fujiang does not find herself in peril again. Thus, Lu Erlong stepped forward, bowing deeply with cupped fists in a gesture of respect customary among soul masters. Senior Bone Douluo, this is merely a contest among the younger generation, Lu Erlong stated, causing Bone Douluo Gu Rong to pause in astonishment. He had not anticipated the existence of a soul master like Lu Erlong, who seemed so oblivious. Erlong, Senior Bone Douluo was only jesting. How could you take it seriously? The master quickly admonished, for Bone Douluo Gu Rong held a commendable reputation across the continent, bolstered in recent years by the acquisition of a talented disciple, which led him to adopt a more temperate lifestyle. Lu Erlong widened her eyes, then bowed once more and retreated behind the master. Senior Bone Douluo, Fujiang greeted, her expression seemingly aloof, yet devoid of arrogance, as if she simply preferred silence. My disciple has been thinking of you since returning, vowing not to lose to you next time, Bone Douluo Gu Rong remarked, his eyes narrowing with a hint of murderous intent. However, as Fujiang showed no inclination to join the spirit hall, and with Rongrong's assurance of her admission into the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, he concealed his darker thoughts. Ning Fengji observed Fujiang, pondering the striking resemblance between her and Hiragi Kagami, noting only a tear mole absent from the latter's visage. In the reception hall of Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo Gu Rong engaged in warm and friendly discussions with several teachers from Shrek. Recognizing the Academy's formidable ability to cultivate talent, Ning Fengji decided to invest, generously presenting 5 million gold soul coins. Such lavishness momentarily astonished Flender, the avaricious headmaster. Although Flender understood that Ning Fengji's investment was primarily due to Ning Rongrong's enrollment at Shrek, it did not deter him from accepting the offer. After all, the support from Ning Rongrong and that from Ning Fengji were fundamentally different. Moreover, Ning Fengji asserted that he would not interfere with any affairs of Shrek Academy. His sole desire was for the disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School to study there. His intentions were clear, to forge bonds between the disciples and the talented students cultivated by Shrek Academy, ultimately leading them to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Flender and Ning Fengji conversed amiably, with Flender typically stingy, even preparing to treat Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo Gu Rong to a lavish meal at the most renowned hotel in Tian Dou City. However, Ning Fengji did not afford him the opportunity for such a grievous outpouring, for he had come this time to visit his beloved little princess and to discuss matters concerning Fu Jiang. Young brother Fu Jiang, might you be interested in joining the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Ning Fengji stated forthrightly, as he did not wish to see the prodigious talent of Fu Jiang wither in his formative years. Yet, if Fu Jiang proved to be unwise, he would have no choice but to take decisive action. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang, with his keen perception, sensed the undercurrent of lethal intent within Ning Fengji's heart, and he comprehended the elder's perspective. Were it not for Junma Liu, Ning Fengji might have resorted to any means necessary to bind Fu Jiang to the chariot of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, even at the cost of his own daughter. However, with Junma Liu now a member of his school, and wholly loyal, having grown up within its ranks and sharing a mutual affection with his daughter Ning Rongrong, he could not bear to sever that bond. Though he held the title of the school's leader, he was also a father. If I am still alive in 5 years, I shall consider it, Fu Jiang replied, his gaze heavy with contemplation. At this, both Ning Fengji and Douluo Rong exchanged perplexed glances, uncertain as to why Fu Jiang would utter such words. Could there be a problem with his health? Young brother Fu Jiang, while the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School may not be the foremost in the world, it harbors numerous rare treasures and extraordinary individuals. If you possess any unspeakable concerns, I encourage you to share them with me, Ning Fengji said, his demeanor growing serious as a sense of relief washed over him. If Fu Jiang's health were truly compromised, he would find solace in the fact that his son-in-law was indeed a unique genius on the continent. After all, an excess of talent within a sect could pose its own challenges. Though he was confident in resolving any discord between Fu Jiang and Junma Liu, one could never be too certain. I bear deep-seated enmity, and in 5 years I shall confront that individual in a battle to the death. As matters stand, I see no glimmer of hope for victory, Fu Jiang stated, referring to the one he deemed his nemesis, the son of the Spirit Hall, Uchiha Itachi. Ning Fengji furrowed his brow slightly. He had an inkling regarding the blood feud Fu Jiang spoke of, as Rongrong's wind spirit bird had conveyed this information. After all, Xiao Wu was rather loose-lipped, unable to keep secrets, and as Ning Rongrong's close friend, she had divulged nearly everything she learned. Nevertheless, Ning Fengji harbored doubts concerning Fu Jiang's claims of a blood feud, as such matters often seemed implausible and riddled with inconsistencies. For instance, how had Uchiha Itachi slain his father? The progenitors of such extraordinary talents as Uchiha Itachi and Fu Jiang could hardly be regarded as ordinary. Why had Uchiha Itachi not eliminated Fu Jiang entirely? Why had he bestowed upon Fu Jiang the son's order? These inconsistencies compelled Ning Fengji to question the nature of the relationship between Fu Jiang and the Spirit Hall. Yet, the son of the Spirit Hall, Uchiha Itachi? Ning Fengji did not feign ignorance by inquiring about Fu Jiang's enemies, as such an action would have compelled Fu Jiang to perceive him as exceedingly rude for probing into his affairs. Upon hearing that name, a palpable aura of murderous intent erupted from Fu Jiang, almost taking on a tangible form, as a fierce beast with a gaping maw seemed to rise behind him, howling towards the heavens. Sensing this overwhelming malice, Douluo Rong stepped forward, using his sole power to shield Ning Fengji, while secretly alarmed by the intensity of Fu Jiang's murderous aura, which could rival the legendary domain of the God of Slaughter, attainable only by those who emerged from the City of Carnage. Ning Fengji, too, staggered back slightly from the sudden surge of killing intent. Its overwhelming bitterness and fury were unmistakable, a sensation he had never encountered before. Fu Jiang, currently Uchiha Itachi, has ascended as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, enjoying immeasurable resources and guidance. The only force in this world capable of rivaling the financial prowess of the Spirit Hall is our seven-treasure Glazed Tile School, which boasts 2 titled Douluo. Should you choose to join us, both titled Douluo will dedicate themselves to your training. Ning Fengji began to paint an enticing picture. Whether Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo would indeed impart their wisdom to Fu Jiang was beyond his concern. However, he mused that if Sword Uncle were to acquire such a prodigious disciple, it would surely delight him. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang's murderous intent gradually dissipated, suggesting he was somewhat swayed. Fu Jiang, do not be impolite. The master interjected suddenly. He hailed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and although he had been expelled, he still held a sense of loyalty towards his lineage. Thus, he harbored some personal motives, yet he would not directly influence Fu Jiang's decision. His aim was to instill regret in those who had looked down upon him within the clan. It was inconceivable for him to simply usher Fu Jiang into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. In response, Fu Jiang's aura of malice quickly faded, and he closed his eyes to gather his emotions. Ning Zhongzhu, Fu Jiang has yet to graduate from Shrek Academy. Perhaps it would be prudent to revisit this matter after his graduation and the grand gathering that follows, the master proposed, his gaze neutral, his expression stiff as he regarded Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement with the master's suggestion, while Douluo Rong frowned slightly, deeming the so-called master somewhat out of touch with the situation. After a round of polite exchanges, Ning Fengji and Douluo Rong departed from Shrek Academy, boarding an opulent carriage bound for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's office in Tian Dou City. On the journey, Douluo Rong bluntly remarked, "This master truly lacks awareness. Had it not been for him, Fu Jiang would have already joined our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." His face bore a clear expression of dissatisfaction. The master, known as Yu Jiang, was the youngest son of Yu Yuanjin, the current leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Ning Fengji sipped his tea, slowly responding with a calm demeanor, as if he were entirely in control of the situation. Upon hearing this, Douluo Rong was momentarily taken aback, but then a subtle glimmer of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. "Master, allow me to unleash my killing intent," he began, even resorting to honorifics. But he swallowed his words midway, confident that Ning Fengji comprehended his meaning. No need. If Fu Jiang has truly become a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, then that old dragon should have already arrived, Ning Fengji replied, waving his hand. He surmised the master's thoughts. It was merely a matter of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family expelling him from the sect, and the master, feeling indignant, sought to prove his worth to them. He was indifferent and had even resolved to intercept the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Upon returning to the Shrek Academy dormitory, Fu Jiang encountered the long-awaited Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. He paused momentarily, then nodded slightly in greeting. Zhu Zhuqing dashed toward Fu Jiang, enveloping his somewhat rigid form in an embrace, her small face buried in the crook of his neck, tears glistening in her eyes, ready to spill over. Her delicate body trembling slightly, exuding deep concern for him. In this display, there was genuine emotion intertwined with a touch of performance. She was indeed worried about Fu Jiang. Yet Zhu Zhuqing held no belief that he would come to harm, for his strength was evident. She had witnessed him control a 100,000-year spirit beast, the Titan Great Ape. Through his martial soul, Fu Jiang's hand hung awkwardly in the air, unsure of what to do, glancing at Xiao Wu, only to find her remaining still. Thus, he gently patted Zhu Zhuqing's back, and as his hand descended, Zhu Zhuqing's body quivered once more, before she relaxed entirely. A sense of elation washed over Zhu Zhuqing. She felt she had made a significant step forward. I truly worry about you." Zhu Zhuqing spoke with a quivering voice, tears cascading down her cheeks. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, a sourness creeping into her throat. "Fu Jiang, it is a relief you are safe. What about Tang San?" Xiao Wu did not rush forward, but stood there, poised, slowly speaking. She had not intended to directly inquire about Tang San's current state. Yet concern lingered in her heart, as they had grown up together. She had once contemplated giving the comb left by her mother to Tang San, but now she had chosen to bestow it upon Fu Jiang, deciding to alter her address for Tang San first. Upon hearing this, a shadow of melancholy flickered in Fu Jiang's eyes. "Tang San as well. He may have been accepted as a disciple by Lin Douluo," he replied. Though he was not entirely certain of Tang San's situation, he did not believe that the destined child would meet his demise here. Hearing Fu Jiang's words, Xiao Wu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She then bounced over to Fu Jiang, gently patting the ever-present Zhu Zhuqing on his shoulder. "Zhuqing, may I speak with Fu Jiang for a moment?" "You can return for now," Xiao Wu said with a smile, wishing to present the comb to Fu Jiang, naturally preferring Zhu Zhuqing not to interfere. This was practically a provocation. How could Zhu Zhuqing possibly endure this? "I still have much to discuss with Fu Jiang. If you have matters to attend to, let us chat tomorrow." Zhu Zhuqing first descended from Fu Jiang, then turned to gaze at Xiao Wu, slowly articulating her thoughts. She sensed a certain unfamiliarity about Xiao Wu, although there was no significant change in her appearance. She was no longer the naive soul who wore her emotions so openly on her face. Xiao Wu did not respond to Zhu Zhuqing. Instead, She fixated her gaze on Fujiang, stirring something within him as if a recollection had surfaced. Xiao Wu's disregard left Zhu Zhuqing's expression somewhat sour, yet, given Fujiang's presence, she refrained from displaying her displeasure. After all, it would be inappropriate to dismiss Xiao Wu outright in Fujiang's company. Xiao Wu, let us discuss this tomorrow. You should return to your rest for now. After a prolonged silence, Fujiang's voice shattered the tense atmosphere. His words eased Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety, and joy illuminated her features. Her gaze towards Xiao Wu tinged with a hint of triumph and dominance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu was taken aback. She could scarcely fathom Fujiang's refusal. In the past, he had always moved heaven and earth to fulfill her desires. Yes, that was in the past. Not now. Memories of the day she had turned him down pierced her heart, and she felt a profound strangeness emanating from Fujiang. No, I must speak now. Xiao Wu, still somewhat headstrong, took a step forward, advancing towards Fujiang, enunciating her words with resolve. Observing this, Fujiang instinctively retreated half a step and then turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing. Fujiang has said that any matters can wait until tomorrow. Did you not hear him? Zhu Zhuqing positioned herself before Fujiang, effectively obstructing Xiao Wu's approach, seething with fury at Xiao Wu's blatant disregard. She felt compelled to take action. Otherwise, Fujiang might indeed be seized from her grasp. Yet Xiao Wu continued to ignore Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes locked onto Fujiang. You never used to refuse me. Her gaze was tinged with melancholy, growing dimmer as if she were on the verge of losing her luster entirely. Unable to endure the neglect any longer, Zhu Zhuqing acted out of frustration, pushing Xiao Wu aside with a swift motion, like a protective feline, glaring at her with fierce intensity. Fujiang instinctively reached out to Xiao Wu, but his hand hovered in the air, abruptly halting. Seeing Fujiang's hand suspended midair brought tears to Xiao Wu's eyes. Xiao Wu, if you have something to say, do so now. If not, return to your dormitory and rest. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was sharp, her unwavering gaze fixed on Xiao Wu, her feline-like pupils sending a chill down the spine. Startled by her words, Xiao Wu paused, then retrieved a comb from her belongings. Could you help me comb my hair? She asked, her eyes shimmering with hope. She had laid everything on the line, having transitioned from confidence to anxiety. And the tumult of emotions within her was known only to herself. Once more disregarded, Zhu Zhuqing felt an overwhelming urge to unleash her spirit, ready to strike Xiao Wu with a fierce blow. However, she restrained herself and turned to gaze at Fujiang. Her once feline-like vertical pupils transformed back into ordinary eyes. And the coolness that usually characterized her gaze was replaced by a profound sense of panic. She was afraid that Fujiang would acquiesce to Xiao Wu. Although she was unaware of the special significance that combing hair held for Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing understood that such an act was typically reserved for couples. She had never permitted Fujiang to comb her hair. Fujiang caught sight of Zhu Zhuqing's alarmed expression and Xiao Wu's eager gaze. He fell silent, seemingly pondering whether he should comb Xiao Wu's hair. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shared an unspoken understanding and refrained from pressuring Fujiang, granting him the time to contemplate the matter. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was engulfed in anxiety, simultaneously harboring resentment towards Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. If it weren't for Ning Rongrong's interference, how could Xiao Wu have ended up like this? And Xiao Wu, having already rejected Fujiang, why was she still competing with her? It was evident that Xiao Wu had turned down Fujiang, and Fujiang had already accepted her. To attempt acceptance was, in itself, acceptance. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu felt her heart race, blood surging through her veins. She was confident that Fujiang would surely agree to her, just as he had in the past. The recent rejection by Fujiang was merely a minor setback, one that she had not taken to heart. Fujiang parted his lips gently, uttering a syllable. If only it had been a month ago. Fujiang spoke, his eyes glimmering with a hint of sorrow and regret. He felt that Xiao Wu was a treasure worth unearthing, while Zhu Zhuqing was merely a weed to be harvested, and the best course of action was to maintain his responsible persona. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu trembled, her hand holding the comb frozen in midair. The sparkle in her beautiful eyes vanished completely as she stared blankly at Fujiang. She still could not believe that Fujiang had actually rejected her. Although his refusal was gentle, Xiao Wu knew that he had turned her down. This was unfathomable. She had never imagined that Fujiang would one day refuse her. Never. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon joy illuminated her features, her heart racing. She comprehended the meaning behind Fujiang's mention of a month ago, the very day she had confessed her feelings to him. A day when Fu Jiang had chosen to tentatively accept her. She knew Fu Jiang was a responsible individual, but she had never anticipated that he would genuinely reject Xiaowu for her sake. Zhu Zhuqing had witnessed how Fu Jiang had once treated Xiaowu like something too precious to break, too delicate to drop. Had Fu Jiang been a decade older, Zhu Zhuqing might have suspected he was Xiaowu's father. Why? Xiaowu was flustered, utterly unaware of her actions as she directly questioned Fu Jiang. Hearing this, Fu Jiang grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand. A month ago, I chose to accept Zhu Zhuqing. Fu Jiang's response was rather stiff, as he felt the weight of destiny upon him. Indeed, to desire what one cannot attain is the most effective means of harvesting the weeds. In the past, the attentions that Fu Jin had lavished upon her, except for that singular occasion when she stood before the Titan ape, had never yielded a fortune comparable to this one. Yet, Xiaowu longed to assert that she had arrived first. However, recalling her previous rejection of him rendered her silent. She contemplated expressing that she had only turned him down once, and that he had sought solace elsewhere, but the words remained lodged in her throat. After all, she had once assisted Zhu Zhuqing in her pursuits. The tumultuous clash between a woman's capriciousness and her rationality ultimately saw Xiaowu's reason prevail, leaving her at a loss for words. Fu Jin had never wronged her. Rather, it was she who had continuously exploited Fu Jin's kindness, even outright rejecting him after his heartfelt confession. Memories of her mother's words echoed in her mind. When one encounters a man deserving of lifelong devotion, they should bestow upon him a comb. Mother, I have found that man worthy of my trust for eternity, yet I cannot offer him the comb. Xiaowu murmured to herself, tears tracing lines down her delicate visage. She yearned to flee from this place, yet she was unwilling to abandon it so easily. Fu Jin, I was never certain of my feelings. I am sorry. Can we start anew? This time, I will, Xiaowu sobbed, her voice trembling with urgency. At this, Zhu Zhuqing's vigilance heightened. She sensed Xiaowu's audacity. Enough. Why must Fu Jin always accommodate you? Why should he be compelled to start over? Why should he continue to harbor feelings for you, simply because you utter an apology? There are many sentiments I have kept buried within, but today I must voice them. I cannot speak for your past, but from the moment I laid eyes on you and Fu Jin, he has ceaselessly aided and protected you, while you have inflicted pain upon him time and again. You are even stingy with a simple morning greeting. You have summoned Fu Jin at will, taking all his efforts for granted, never once considering reciprocating his devotion. Now that you see Fu Jin has found his true love, fearing he will no longer shield you as before, you wish to win him back with this paltry comb. You are truly something, Zhu Zhuqing fervently articulated, naturally positioning herself as Fu Jin's true love. As she prepared to unleash a final curse of hypocrisy, Fu Jin's deep, resonant voice interrupted, compelling Zhu Zhuqing to swallow her impending invective. At that moment, Xiaowu felt utterly vanquished by Zhu Zhuqing's fierce onslaught. Tears cascaded from her eyes as if a dam had burst, for she recognized the truth in Zhu Zhuqing's words, finding no grounds for rebuttal. No. There was one point she could contest. No, that is not the case. Fu Jin, I had already fallen for you after our encounter with the Titan ape in the starry forest. Xiaowu, eloquent in many matters, found herself tongue-tied when it came to this. Before she could elaborate, Zhu Zhuqing interrupted once more. Then why did you reject Fu Jin back then? Zhu Zhuqing directly interrupted, silencing all of Xiaowu's impending words. Upon hearing this, Xiaowu initially wished to clarify. Yet she recalled Zhu Zhuqing's previous remarks suggesting that she did not wish to straddle two boats. At that moment, she truly was indecisive and hesitant. Although Xiaowu harbored such thoughts, she could not articulate them. She understood that if she expressed herself honestly, her standing in Fu Jiang's eyes would diminish further, and her mind began to drift to the most pessimistic scenarios. She feared that Fu Jiang might perceive her affections as a mere facade, anxious that he would reveal her identity as a soul beast. Xiaowu did not wish to be seen by Fu Jiang as a girl motivated solely by self-interest, consumed by fear of loss. I say, enough. Fu Jiang's voice rose an octave, abruptly pulling Zhu Zhuqing back and casting a piercing gaze her way. Upon meeting Fu Jiang's fierce stare, Zhu Zhuqing wisely chose to remain silent. Xiaowu, you must be weary. Go back and rest for now, Fu Jiang said, taking a deep breath and exhaling heavily before continuing. Yet Xiaowu showed no intention of leaving. She stood there, dazed and at a loss, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Noticing Xiaowu's reluctance to depart, Fu Jiang turned and left, reflecting on the fruitful day he had spent mining, looking forward to tomorrow. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of her lips, feeling victorious over Xiao Wu, convinced that she would now be Fu Jiang's true girlfriend. With her head bowed, Xiao Wu gazed at her shoes, tears streaming down her face. She wept, transitioning from soft sobs to loud cries in less than 15 seconds. A tall, mature figure appeared behind her. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's state, Lu Erlong seemed to recall something and slowly approached. Without uttering a word, Lu Erlong enveloped Xiao Wu in her embrace, her own eyes reddening. Strangely, despite Xiao Wu having consumed Fu Jiang's affection, now facing her retribution, Lu Erlong found herself feeling pity for Xiao Wu. Initially believing Fu Jiang had returned, Xiao Wu's sobs ceased abruptly as she looked up with hopeful eyes toward Lu Erlong. However, upon realizing it was not Fu Jiang, despair flooded her expression and her cries intensified. Fu Jiang, while escorting Zhu Zhuqing halfway, suddenly released her hand. Zhu Zhuqing, who had been lost in thoughts about what to name their child, snapped back to reality, a hint of panic crossing her face as she looked up at Fu Jiang. Fearing he might reconsider, "Please, go back and rest," Fu Jiang said, wishing to take a moment to digest the information he had just received. In response, Zhu Zhuqing clung to Fu Jiang's arm, showing no desire to let go. "No, let us stay out tonight. If I return now," Zhu Zhuqing spoke without malice, intent on shattering the flawless image Xiao Wu held in Fu Jiang's heart, requiring considerable effort. "Xiao Wu is not that kind of person," Fu Jiang replied, shaking his head. He was uncertain if Xiao Wu would indeed act against Zhu Zhuqing, yet he was certain that Zhu Zhuqing had resolved to confront Xiao Wu. Filled with admiration and envy for Fu Yue's unwavering confidence, Zhu Zhuqing firmly declared, "No, I will not return." She clutched Fu Yue's arm, resolutely refusing to let her depart even a step. Upon witnessing this, Fu Yue sighed inwardly. "Accompany me for a stroll," she suggested, causing Zhu Zhuqing's previously gloomy eyes to sparkle with delight. A smile graced her lips as she gazed at Fu Yue, her expression radiating surprise and joy. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing nodded emphatically, shifting from merely holding Fu Yue's arm to embracing her, embodying a sense of possessiveness. The duo appeared as a pair of celestial beings, drawing the attention of many as they traversed the academy. However, since Shrek Academy's predecessor was the Blue Tyrant Academy, which lacked the presence of nobility, there were no self-important individuals to provoke Fu Yue. "Where are we headed?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her cheeks flushed as her thoughts began to wander. Although she presented herself as an aloof goddess in public, in Fu Yue's presence, she transformed into a docile little kitten. "To the Soul Arena," Fu Yue replied succinctly, quickening her pace, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to match her speed. The atmosphere between them fell into silence once more. Although Zhu Zhuqing was unfamiliar with such matters, she understood the importance of maintaining a lively conversation. A lull would suggest a lack of shared interests, and while it may not seem significant now, time would inevitably reveal each other's flaws, magnifying them over time. "Have you ever contemplated our future?" Zhu Zhuqing blurted out, desperately seeking a topic without pausing to think. Fu Yue paused, momentarily taken aback, her steps faltering. Observing Fu Yue's reaction, Zhu Zhuqing realized something, her delicate arm trembling slightly as she clung to Fu Yue. "If I can survive, I will marry you," Fu Yue promised earnestly, vowing to uphold this commitment and harness it to gain further destiny. At his words, Zhu Zhuqing froze, her grip on Fu Yue's arm becoming somewhat rigid yet tighter. "What about Xiao Wu?" Zhu Zhuqing impulsively posed the question, a potentially troublesome inquiry that might unsettle anyone. "She." Fu Yue uttered a single word, trailing off as he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was now gazing intently at him. Their eyes locked in a silent confrontation. Eventually, Fu Yue surrendered first, turning his gaze forward, as if something captivating lay ahead. Understanding Fu Yue's unspoken answer, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, though a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within her. Strong individuals often enjoy privileges, and Fu Yue was an undeniable powerhouse. Zhu Zhuqing had never doubted Fu Yue's talent and strength. She recognized that a strong individual would possess such advantages. Yet, she could not help but feel a twinge of discontent. She was unwilling to accept her role as merely a fleeting shadow, even going so far as to humbly imitate Xiao Wu's every gesture before Fu Jiang, transforming her attire and accessories to embrace a more charming aesthetic. In the past, she had felt indifferent, viewing Fu Jiang solely as a means to exact her revenge on the Zhu family, a mere tool for her vendetta. However, her desires began to swell. She grew dissatisfied with her identity. No longer did she wish to be a mere echo of Xiao Wu. She aspired to truly replace her, to become Fu Jiang's one and only Zhu Zhuqing. Human desires are akin to boulders cascading down a mountain. Once set in motion, they cannot be halted. It's all right. I don't mind, Zhu Zhuqing said after a brief silence, feigning nonchalance, though her demeanor betrayed her true feelings. Fu Jiang remained silent, hesitating only momentarily before entwining his fingers with hers. This simple gesture startled Zhu Zhuqing. She felt the warmth of his gentle hand, devoid of any roughness, and found herself inexplicably captivated. It was this small action that finally brought a genuine smile to her face. They strolled along for a while, arriving at a bustling street lined with numerous vendors. Fu Jiang spotted a necklace that he believed would suit Zhu Zhuqing perfectly, and he halted in his tracks. Approaching the stall, he reached out to grasp the necklace. "How much is this?" he inquired, casually handing the necklace to Zhu Zhuqing. Momentarily taken aback, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively accepted the necklace. This could be considered the first true gift Fu Jiang had ever given her. A smile began to form at the corners of her lips. She cared not for the necklace's value, but rather for the significance of it as Fu Jiang's first offering to her. "This gentleman has quite an eye. This necklace is made of pure silver, and it's the only one of its kind at my stall." The vendor chattered on, until he noticed Fu Jiang's slight frown and impatience, prompting him to abruptly cease his prattle. "1 silver soul coin," the vendor declared, as a burly man appeared behind him, realizing he needed to curb his excessive talking. Fu Jiang retrieved a silver soul coin from his storage soul guide and tossed it to the vendor before turning to leave. "You're almost at level 30. In a few days, I'll take you to hunt soul beasts," Fu Jiang assured her, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed oblivious to his words, lost in the joy of holding the inferior silver necklace. While Fu Jiang may have deemed it inconsequential, Zhu Zhuqing found profound meaning in the necklace. Even if it was merely a spontaneous gesture of compensation from Fu Jiang, it was far better than receiving nothing at all. "What did you say?" Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality, sensing that Fu Jiang had spoken. She looked up at him and inquired slowly. "Once you reach level 30, I'll take you to hunt soul beasts," Fu Jiang reiterated, then suddenly turned his gaze towards a distant direction, momentarily taken aback. At one end of the street stood a man with strikingly white eyes, resembling Fu Jiang, while Fu Jiang stood at the opposite end. The two exchanged glances, and Fu Jiang noticed Xue Ku and Xue Qinghe beside Hinata Mirror, who in turn saw Zhu Zhuqing next to Fu Jiang. "Is this the Fu Jiang you spoke of?" Xue Qinghe squinted slightly, as it was her first encounter with Fu Jiang, and since she had revealed to Hinata Mirror that she had a daughter, it was also the first time she doubted him. After all, Hinata Mirror and Fu Jiang bore such a remarkable resemblance, as if they were carved from the same mold. Apart from the tear mole at the corner of his eye, Xue Qinghe could find no discernible differences. "Indeed, he is formidable." Hinata Mirror narrowed his eyes, sensing the malice emanating from Xue Qinghe, directed towards Fu Jiang. "Formidable? To what extent?" Xue Qinghe inquired, her voice barely above a whisper, audible only to Hinata Mirror and Xue Ku. "He could rival my entire Imperial combat team," Hinata Mirror replied, intentionally exaggerating the strength of his true self. Though it wasn't entirely a stretch, as the actual Imperial combat team consisted of merely 3 members. Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's spirits were lifted. Even if she were to exert all her strength without reservation, defeating someone who could contend with the current Imperial combat team was uncertain. She might even lose. Considering the terrifying abilities of Jun Malu's joint kill technique and Li Loc's 8 gates of Duanjia. Presently, both Li Loc and Jun Malu were already officials in the Crown Princess residence, and once they completed the grand event and graduated from the Tian Dou Royal Academy, they would directly join the Crown Prince's court. Suddenly, Fu Jiang nodded at Hinata Mirror as a form of greeting, then proceeded forward. Hinata Mirror also inclined his head slightly, as if signaling, "Brother Mirror, is he truly as strong as you say?" Xue Ku pouted, unable to believe that anyone could surpass her brother, especially someone who appeared to be of a similar age. Although Fu Jiang bore a resemblance to her brother, her affections were solely for him, and she was not one to waver in her loyalties. In response, Hinata Mirror smiled gently and affectionately ruffled Xue Ku's hair. "In a life-and-death battle, the outcome between us is evenly matched. In a ring battle, I would not surpass him." Hinata Mirror stated with confidence, for his avatar contained considerable strength. Especially after several enhancements, he had even reactivated certain abilities. Upon hearing this, Xueqing nodded. Although she had not witnessed the entirety of Hinata Mirror's capabilities, his strength could undoubtedly be deemed unfathomable. At the very least, Xueqing lacked absolute confidence in defeating him. She believed Hinata Mirror to be superior to herself and destined to become a deity. Thus, she had even inquired with her grandfather about the existence of divine inheritances in the Douluo continent. In my opinion, Brother Mirror, you are overestimating him. Xueqing, transformed into her brother's little admirer, insisted that only he was the strongest. Snow Qinghe slightly furrowed her brows, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction towards her sycophantic younger sister. Though she did not believe her sister possessed any qualities that could rival her own, she remained cautious, pondering the possibility that Hinata Q might indeed be drawn to such a simple-minded admirer. All right, let us depart. Today, I have taken the time to accompany you. So let us not dwell on these matters, Snow Qing has said with a smile, completely forgetting that it was she who insisted on coming along. She understood Hinata Q well. He was a boy exceptionally gifted in the realms of cultivation and combat, yet utterly naive in the intricacies of life and relationships. Perhaps it was the very absence of certain desires that fueled an intense yearning for them. To Snow Qinghe, Hinata Q represented her purest aspiration, to the point where she often awoke in the night, fearful that her true identity might be revealed to him. You were the one who insisted on coming. Snow Ku chimed in playfully, her tone laced with adorable discontent at her elder sister's actions. She had secretly wished for a moment alone with her prince. In response, Snow Qinghe reached out to pinch Snow Ku's cherubic face, contorting it into various amusing shapes until, amidst her protests, she finally relented. Fu Jiang took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and led her away from the bustling streets into the tranquil embrace of a secluded forest. As the surrounding environment gradually fell silent, Zhu Zhuqing's heart began to race, and a blush blossomed upon her cheeks. She found herself contemplating whether to be more reserved or more audacious. As they would inevitably share a life together, she wished to leave Fu Jiang with an impression of a virtuous and devoted partner, thus deciding to maintain a semblance of modesty, hoping that Fu Jiang would coax her into a more relaxed state. Are we perhaps a bit premature? Zhu Zhuqing stammered. Her face flushed to the point of nearly bleeding, her entire being trembling, making speech a challenge. Upon hearing this, Fu Jiang was taken aback, turning to face Zhu Zhuqing. What? He replied, furrowing his brow as he sensed an aura of fate emanating from her. If you must, it is not impossible, but could we perhaps choose another location? This one feels a bit. Zhu Zhuqing nearly cried, her skin not particularly thick. To voice such sentiments took immense courage, and she could not bring herself to elaborate further. Observing her distress, Fu Jiang furrowed his brow slightly, gaining an inkling of her thoughts. Do not overthink it. Why does your mind dwell on such matters? Fu Jiang spoke with a hint of exasperation. He merely intended to impart some knowledge to Zhu Zhuqing and then send her on her way. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, her face reddening even further, resembling a ripe apple, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. Fu Jiang could almost see the wisps of steam rising from her head, aware that she would prefer to etch out a modest abode with her toes. I. Zhu Zhuqing stuttered, struggling to articulate her thoughts, feeling that no matter what she said, it would be in vain. Upon witnessing this, Fu Jiang realized that only he could alleviate the excruciating embarrassment that enveloped Zhu Zhuqing. Have you mastered the transformation of wind attributes? Fu Jiang inquired, seeking to steer the conversation towards more pressing matters. After all, this predicament was not solely Zhu Zhuqing's to bear. Given his character, Fu Jiang himself felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. At his words, Zhu Zhuqing's stammering remained unabated. She still appeared tongue-tied and timid, her eyes cast downward. Not yet, she murmured, too apprehensive to meet Fu Jiang's gaze. I shall teach you a method to swiftly grasp the transformation of wind attributes. Fu Jiang began to impart the techniques he had in mind. However, Zhu Zhuqing no longer listened with the same diligence as before. Instead, she seemed distracted, her thoughts wandering far afield. Time slipped away rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fu Jiang took Zhu Zhuqing to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts and acquire soul rings. The master had recommended a 9,000-year-old phantom tiger. Initially intending to send Zhao Wujia or the Golden Iron Triangle along, but Fujiang had declined, asserting that there were no soul beasts in the Sunset Forest capable of posing a threat to him, and that the students of Shrek Academy required their guidance. Certainly, the crux of the matter lay in Fujiang's unwavering self-assurance. This confidence, however, caused the master some concern. He pondered that Fujiang's training had been excessively smooth, devoid of significant setbacks. Previously, he had considered such ease a boon, believing it would cultivate Fujiang's formidable inner strength. Yet, the master now harbored reservations about Fujiang's overabundance of confidence, as excessive self-assurance could easily lead to arrogance. While Fujiang possessed the skills to justify such pride, the master did not wish for him to become an arrogant individual. For when one becomes too conceited, they risk overlooking critical details, potentially leading to dire consequences. Underestimating the opponent is a cardinal sin in warfare. Yet now, a perplexing dilemma confronted the master, one for which he had no clear resolution. Fujiang was simply too exceptional in every regard. His talent, strength, and even appearance were unparalleled across the continent. The only aspect he could claim as a disadvantage was the legacy of soul skills bequeathed by the Uchiha family, which was sufficient to rival any major sect, even surpassing the Spirit Hall in terms of soul skill inheritance. Should Fujiang express any inclination to join a particular faction, his capabilities and talents would render him utterly unrefusable. The master sought to find a formidable opponent to temper Fujiang's prowess, yet he was at a complete loss. The so-called golden generation of the Royal Tian Dou Academy was not something the master dismissed lightly, even if Jun Mulu's first soul ring was of the 1,000-year caliber. It paled in comparison to Fujiang's entire collection of 10,000-year rings and the multitude of inherited soul skills. Jun Mulu would not stand a chance against Fujiang. As for Hinata Mirror, based on the information available, he appeared to be merely an ordinary soul master with 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. Perhaps he possessed some unique soul skills or soul bones, yet in the master's eyes, Hinata Mirror was inferior to Jun Mulu. Even if Hinata Mirror currently surpassed Jun Mulu, he would inevitably be eclipsed by him in the future. The renowned master, seated in his office, was troubled by the thought that having an exceptional disciple could bring such concerns. He pondered the possibility of Hyang Mirror possessing a soul technique capable of concealing the color of his soul rings, though he deemed the likelihood of this slim. Perhaps only the elite of the Spirit Hall's golden generation could qualify as rivals to Fujikawa. Suddenly, a knock interrupted his thoughts. Without lifting his gaze, he simply said, "Enter." The door swung open, and Lu Erlong, accompanied by Xiao Wu, burst into the office. Aware of the master's dislike for unannounced intrusions, Lu Erlong had knocked. Unlike others who might have barged in without hesitation, such as Flander. "Xiao Gang, have you seen Fujikawa?" Lu Erlong inquired directly, having already adopted Xiao Wu as her daughter. The master's attention shifted to Lu Erlong and then to Xiao Wu, his expression tightening. The allure of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone was immense. One of the reasons he had separated Fujikawa from Xiao Wu was to secure the potential for Fujikawa to obtain Xiao Wu's 100,000-year soul ring and bone in the future. "They have gone to the Sunset Forest to hunt soul beasts," the master replied somewhat brusquely. Feeling the need to advise Lu Erlong not to let Xiao Wu grow too close to Fujikawa, lest complications arise. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression darkened, a palpable sense of urgency washing over her. "Is it just Fujikawa and Zhu Zhuqing?" she asked hastily, her concern overshadowing all else. Observing her distress, the master furrowed his brow. He did not wish for Fujikawa and Xiao Wu to be together. In his mind, Fujikawa was destined to stand at the pinnacle of the continent, potentially becoming a title Douluo or even a super Douluo. The notion of having a wife with 100,000-year soul beast would undoubtedly attract scorn from the spirit masters of the continent. The conflict between humanity and soul beasts was irreconcilable. As long as spirit masters required soul rings to elevate their ranks, there would never be a day of peaceful coexistence. The master, a man of reason, could not allow his disciple to forsake a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, especially when they were within reach. Indeed, the master spoke steadily, lowering his head to conceal the greed that flickered in his eyes. His own aspirations for soul bones and rings had long since waned. Yet he still had 2 disciples to consider. Xiao Wu trembled slightly, then politely bowed and exited. Lu Erlong, about to follow, was halted by the master's call. "Xiao Gang, what is it?" Lu Erlong asked, taking a seat before him, her expression one of confusion. The master paused, then intertwined his fingers, a posture that signified he was about to speak seriously. Lu Erlong, well acquainted with the master's demeanor, straightened her posture in response. Do not grow too close to Xiao Wu in the future, the master stated earnestly. Since the day Lu Erlong had recognized Xiao Wu as her daughter, he had longed to impart this advice. Upon hearing this, Lu Erlong was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the master's intent, which revolved around Xiao Wu's identity as a soul beast. Men are predominantly rational, while women tend to be more emotional. Each possesses its own merits, thus giving rise to the notion of yin and yang, both indispensable. Lu Erlong contemplated interjecting on behalf of Xiao Wu, feeling an obligation to defend her, as she had now assumed the role of Xiao Wu's mother. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, the master coldly interrupted her. Erlong, I am aware of your thoughts. If Fu Jiang and Xiao Wu had genuinely harbored mutual affection, even if Xiao Wu were a soul beast of 100,000 years, I would never stand in their way. Yet, it was evident that Xiao Wu's heart was not with Fu Jiang at that time. Now that Fu Jiang has found someone he cherishes, Xiao Wu's sudden desire to reclaim him is, in essence, a fragile sentiment, driven by the fear of loss. She fears the absence of Fu Jiang's affection. Were it not for Zhu Zhuqing, Fu Jiang would not have pursued any other girl, and Xiao Wu would certainly not have turned back to chase after him. The master's words dripped with malice, yet to outsiders, the nature of Xiao Wu and Fu Jiang's relationship appeared as such. Even the typically emotional Lu Erlong found herself wavering. If Xiao Wu truly succeeded in winning Fu Jiang back, would it not inflict harm upon Zhu Zhuqing? Observing Lu Erlong's uncertainty, the master seized the opportunity to press further. Erlong, Zhu Zhuqing hails from the esteemed Zhu family of the Douluo Empire. If Fu Jiang were to be with Zhu Zhuqing, then, Lu Erlong's words faltered midway, as she still wished for Xiao Wu and Fu Jiang to be together. After all, Xiao Wu was now her daughter. Even if Xiao Wu's motivation stemmed from a mere fear of losing Fu Jiang, she felt compelled to assist her. What is the Douluo Zhu family, after all? A family that lacks even a title Douluo. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing harbors deep animosity towards the Zhu family. With Fu Jiang's talent, ability, and wisdom, he would be welcomed in any major power. A future title Douluo is not someone one would seek to eliminate, but rather to recruit. The master spoke with an indifferent tone, uttering words of utmost arrogance. The Douluo Zhu family is among the most prominent in the Douluo Empire. Although it does not rival the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, it is still a formidable force backed by the Dai family. Ever since the master took on Fu Jiang and Tang San as disciples, his perspective has elevated significantly. In the past, he would have deemed a family of soul Douluos as untouchable. Now, he even finds himself looking down upon his own Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family.